at the two of them, Shadow turns his heels. "St, stop right there." That voice stops his feet. I can still fight." With shaky footing, Iris stands up. In continuation, Beatrix also pushes aside the debris from the wall, getting up. "Me too." So the two swordswomen get back up. But Shadow only gives them one more glance, before resuming walking. "Stop right there. Or are you running away?" Iris' voice causes Shadow to stop again. "Running away." The next instant, the entire fighting arena is stained with violet light. A devastating torrent of magic. It flows out from Shadow's body, drawing out a spiraling whirlpool. The rain is being swallowed and erased by the magic. "Don't tell me. You really... This cannot be won." The overwhelming strength beyond anything that Iris and Beatrix has dreamt of causes the two of them to become petrified. If he brandishes this strength, this entire arena would be erased. Iris, Beatrix, and the audience in the face of this strength, all of them are equal. Equally powerless, that is. Where is the need for me to run away? No one can stop him. Every single person is forced to swallow this fact, regardless of whether they are willing or not. "Why?" Iris asks in a quivering voice. "If you have all this power, you could have killed us at any moment. My aim has been achieved. I have no interest in your lives. For we have our own enemies to massacre." Shadow looks meaningfully at Iris, then draws all the roaring magic into his sword. "Who your real enemy is. Don't lose sight of that." Then, the violet magic is released into the sky. The blinding light stains the arena, the royal capital, and the sky, completely blowing away the rain clouds. When the light subsides, the only thing left is a clear, blue sky that stretches from horizon to horizon. Shadow's figure is nowhere to be seen. The clouds, the rain, the lightning, and Shadow himself. It is as if everything just now had been a mere dream. "Who your real enemy is, don't lose sight of that." "Shadow, exactly who are you?" Iris looks up at the cloudless sky, murmuring the words that Shadow had left behind. His aim. And the real enemy. How pretty. There is a huge rainbow hanging in the sky. ******. Rose is running in the rain. Not knowing where she's headed, simply plunging heedlessly onwards. Before she knew it, the rain had stopped, and she is in the middle of a forest. Shafts of sunlight shine through the gaps of the rain-slicked leaves above. Rose leans against a tree, trying to calm her breathing. Various thoughts are racing throughout her mind. About her father, about her country, and about her own prospects. Everything is getting jumbled together, throwing her heart into disarray. Regardless of the reason, she is the criminal who murdered the king of Oriana Kingdom. She has no intention of denying it, and also no longer feels like running from the responsibility into death. She had wanted to shoulder both the responsibility of killing her father and the responsibility of a princess. But the burden is just too heavy. The more she thinks, the more Rose shivers with anxiety. Resolve, conviction, responsibility, pressure. All of these weigh so heavily on her. She can still fight. She must continue to fight. However, what can a 17-year-old teenage girl do? Rose buries her head between her knees. She makes herself small, but cannot stop the trembling. It is only when the sunlight has turned madder red that she can gather herself to some degree. "I have to move." So says Rose, as if to make herself listen, while standing up. She has no specific destination. However, she has no other choice but to advance. She begins walking while looking straight ahead. But at that moment, there are two options available to you. A beautiful voice suddenly calls out to her from behind. Rose whirls around and sees an elf wearing a jet black dress. Blonde hair, blue eyes, an exquisite face that seems sculpted. "Alpha." Alpha crosses her arms and smiles bewitchingly. "You can either fight by yourself, or fight alongside us. Now choose." Alongside. Rose's enemy and Shadow Garden's enemy is the same. But just because their enemy is the same, it doesn't necessarily mean they can fight together. But it is true that her options are limited. Her pursuers would probably be here soon. If she intends to fight alone, she would have to find a place to lay low for a while, maybe in the depths of some mountain. No, maybe Lawless City is also worthy of consideration. But right now, Rose is charged with the crime of regicide. Even if she enters Lawless City, she could be chased by bounty hunters. Can you save Oriana Kingdom? That depends on you. We currently have no reason to move for your sake. If you want us to save your country, prove your worth. Worth. How much you are worth. And how much Oriana Kingdom is worth. If I prove it, you can save it. We have enough power to do so. Alpha's replies are concise. She is merely laying out the choices available. She does not sway Rose towards either, and neither does she offer a helping hand. The choice is entirely up to Rose. Slayer-san. I mean, Shadow, is he the head of your organization? Yes. The figure of when he saved the young Rose and fought against evil replays in Rose's mind. Then Rose chooses the path of believing in him. I swear to fight together. Glad to hear it. We welcome you. Follow me. So says Alpha in an emotionless voice, turning to proceed deeper into the forest. Can I ask one thing? So asks Rose while following along behind. Go ahead. Who exactly is Shadow? He who possesses a strong heart of justice, having been fighting against evil even when young. He who possesses the overwhelming strength to defeat evil. The secret to his strength, his convictions, his upbringing, everything is a mystery. He is an existence entirely cloaked in mystery. If you wish to know, earn our trust. Trust. If you prove yourself worthy of our trust, then someday it shall be revealed to you. Then the two wordlessly head deeper into the forest. They are walking within a fog so thick that even sunlight cannot shine through. This place, could it be? Forest of the Abyss. It is a legendary forest, one which no one knows the location of. But all the stories say that the moment you walk in, you would never be able to come back out. The fog is so thick that Rose is constantly in danger of losing sight of Alpha, even though she should be right ahead. The thick, violet-colored fog charged with magic is throwing Rose's senses off. This fog is dragon breath. Dragon. Though there is the rare eyewitness report of these legendary creatures, there has been no recorded subjugation within the last 100 years or so. In the past, when he came upon this land, he had fought with the dragon of fog. In his youth, though he was able to defeat the dragon, he was unable to kill it. So the dragon came to acknowledge him, and exhaled a long breath for him. So this fantastical violet-colored fog is a dragon's breath. This fog is deadly poison. Rose's body shivers. So don't stray far from me. The moment you do, you will die. I understand. The two continue to proceed through the mist, until the world suddenly explodes with colors. This place is. Sunlight shines down upon a white, ancient-looking city. This is Alexandria, an ancient city once destroyed by the dragon of fog. This is our base. The ancient city Alexandria. Rose has seen the name come up on several ancient documents before. But this city's beauty is one that cannot be fully painted by words alone. Expansive fields sprawl all around the city, growing a crop that Rose has never seen before. And there are numerous young girls vigorously harvesting those crops. They're harvesting cacao. It's what chocolate is made of. Eventually we'll have you do that too. That is chocolates. Wait, so Mitsugashi-ko belongs to Shadow Garden. Alpha merely smiles. The market of chocolate is still monopolized by Mitsugashi-co. No one knows what it's made of, much less its production process. The two pass through the city gates and into the castle. Lambda. Present. In response to Alpha's call, a single woman appears and kneels on one knee. Newcomer. Train her. Yes, ma'am. As you command. Firstly show us your strength. If it's you, the path should open soon. After giving Rose these final words, Alpha walks off somewhere. Only Rose and the woman named Lambda are left. She is a dark-skinned elf with grey hair and golden eyes. Her tall stature and supple muscles can be seen even above her black bodysuit. Her eyes are sharp, and her lips are plump. I am Instructor Lambda. Follow me. Yes, ma'am. Rose follows Lambda, until they reach the back of the castle. At this place, a great number of young girls are zealously training. Astounding. Rose can tell with a single glance. Everyone here is incredibly strong. Number 664, 665. Yes, ma'am. Here, ma'am. Lambda's shout causes two girls to dash over from the group. One is an elf, the other is a therianthrope. Did you call for us, instructor? The elven girl asks in a shout. The therianthrope girl is standing at attention beside her. This is a newcomer. She'll be joining your squad. Understood, ma'am. Number 666, undress. Rose cannot understand what was just asked of her. Number 666 is you. Here, your name is a number. I am number 666. Now undress. Don't make me repeat myself. The next instant, Rose's clothes are sliced to tatters. It took only a split second. Rose's naked body is exposed. What did? Rose crouches down while covering herself with body hands. From today onwards, you are a maggot. You are no longer anyone. Discard your name. Discard your clothes. Discard everything, and become a single soldier. Then a black mass is thrown at Rose's feet. It is a black slime that bounces with a poison. Number 664. Teach this maggot how to use it. Yes, ma'am. What's this? From the remains of Rose's clothes falls out a small piece of paper. Instructor Lambda picks it up, and thrusts it before Rose's eyes. That is the present that Rose had received from Cid. The wrapping paper from Mag Ronald. That instant, the feelings for him that she had been suppressing in her heart overflows. He was her very first love. They fought in a match, he saved her life during the terrorist incident, and they went on a trip together. Her irreplaceable, precious memories. Just a mere week ago, Rose had been dreaming of being married to him for the rest of her life. But Rose can no longer return. Their paths have diverged, and will never cross again. What's with that face? I told you to discard everything. The wrapping paper is further sliced into shreds before her eyes. The scraps are carried by the wind, flying high into the sky. Just like ashes of a dream forevermore lost to her. A large tear falls from Rose's eye. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The festival of the god of war ended up going to Naisan. Student Council President Rose's sudden intrusion left me a bit nervous about how things would turn out, but I'm glad I managed to make something out of the situation with just a bit of ad-lib. The atmosphere of the entire venue had been taken out of my hands, but then in a flash of brilliance I realized that works in its own way. True enough, I managed to make good use of it and turned it into the pattern where I get to take everything home. I totally clinched it. The world is constantly in motion, and people's thoughts are also constantly in motion. My stage does not necessarily go according to my script. From now on, I shall continue to improve my ad-libbing skills and flexible thinking such that I would be able to react to any situation. And so with that, the royal capital returned to its normal self after the festival of the god of war ended. It seems that some people are running helter-skelter because of everything that happened with Oriana Kingdom, but it's completely unrelated to a run-of-the-mill noble like myself. The academy also started the second semester without any further issues. Apparently something or other faction is going at it with something or other faction inside Oriana Kingdom. It's the rumor everywhere that a civil war would probably break out before the end of the year. If a civil war really does happen, then I would very much like to intrude on it. I'm really looking forward to it, actually. The academy without student council president Rose is continuing as normal. I do feel bad for her, but that's about it. People are trashing student council president Rose and saying that the incident was related to a love affair or a struggle for the inheritance of the throne or whatnot, but nobody seems to know for sure. But regardless of the reason, I personally support her way of life, so I hope that she's living well somewhere. Naisan seems to have been busy with various things after winning the tournament, but everything was finally settled before autumn break and she managed to come back to the academy. She sure got famous in the blink of an eye. But then after she became free, she would come bug me every single day, so I had no choice but to arrange a celebratory dinner for her. And that's why right now, I am having a meal with Naisan at a restaurant under Mitsugashi Group. I can swear that what I had reserved was the time-limited super cheap poor people course, so even I'm confused about this astonishingly luxurious fare and treatment. I didn't actually expect you to be so resourceful. Even the food at the palace wasn't this good. So says Naisan while looking at the dazzling dishes. Moreover, this is a private room that is clearly for VIPs. I was worried whether they mistook me for someone else, so I asked a staff member while on my way to the toilet, but apparently that was not the case. Seeing as this restaurant is under Mitsugashi Group, did I perhaps get a free upgrade for being friends with Gamma? I'm a bit scared about being billed an ungodly amount after the meal. Actually, I'm friends with the president of Mitsugashi Co. Liar. No, I'm serious. That's why they're giving us such good service, I think. You see, jokes need to be funny and easy to understand, or else people won't get it. Don't worry, I'm not doubting you. I properly understand that you've put in a lot of effort for my sake. Naisan flashes me a sweet smile. It's been so long since I've seen Naisan in such high spirits. So I decided to just let the matter rest. I actually really love the food at Mitsugashi restaurants. Their menu is always filled with new and delicious dishes. Ah, it's my first time having roast beef. In this way, the two of us enjoy the meal together. Anne Rose got eliminated, Iris-sama withdrew halfway, and that Jimina guy got disqualified. So I won pretty much by luck. Guess so. You were supposed to deny that. That's not the case at all. Naisan won by your strength. Indeed, of course it was by my strength. But there are some people out there who don't think so. That makes sense, considering the circumstances. Do it again. How foolish they are to not acknowledge Naisan's strength. Have they no eyes to see? There's no helping it. That's how the masses are. But I am not a woman who would take this lying down. Isn't it about time for Naisan to learn how to be more ladylike? I am just about to get angry. Those ignorant fools. They must be made to understand Naisan's strength and beauty. Naturally I intend to do so. So cooperate with me. No, thanks. Denied. This is also for your sake, after all. My sake. Yab. You, what do you plan to do after you graduate? You won't be able to get into anywhere proper with half-hearted grades. Even if you ask me that all of a sudden. She has a point, I haven't really thought much about what I'll do after I graduate. Our house will most likely be succeeded by Naisan, so I'd probably have to find a job some other place. A dazzling place like a night order does not fit me. A more mob-like job. Oh, right. Being gatekeeper A sounds good. That role that gets to stop the protagonist and say you can't pass if you don't pay the entrance tax. Gatekeeper A? What's the A for? It means normal, I guess. Gatekeeper is not an occupation for a noble. In the first place, it's an exhausting job with low pay where they have to take 2 shifts back to back without much rest. Oh, really? No rest sounds quite tough. It might negatively affect my activities as a power in the shadows. How about being a jailkeeper? It's even worse. That job is only for human trash to do. Trash. Well anyways, decisions for the future can be made in the future. As long as I can do the thing that I want to do, I don't mind what job I get. What is the thing that you want to do? It's a secret. It's the thing that's most important to me, so of course I'm not going to tell it to anyone. Sure, so you don't actually have anything. Stop spouting random things to postpone problems to the future. Why did you come to that conclusion? How about you think back on your own actions so far? Well, whatever. No, it's not whatever. This is your future that we're talking about. Leave your autumn break free. If you do as I say, then I'll be able to somehow get you into a night order. What is it that you plan on doing? Phew. The subjugation for the progenitor vampire queen of blood is about to begin. All you'll have to do is stay behind me. Naisan flashes me a fearless grin. Asterisk. After dinner, the two of us are walking together through the streets of the royal capital. When it came time to ring up the bill and I was about to pay, they told me that it was all covered. It's probably Gamma's arrangement, but it might also have been because Naisan is the latest champion of the festival of the god of war. I can't quite determine which it is. It's already past the dorm's curfew, isn't it? I told them that I'll be attending a party and already got permission. As expected. The streets at night are unexpectedly quiet. I suddenly look up at the sky and see a shining crescent moon. For some reason, I feel like the moon is a bit more red than usual. What's the matter? So asks Naisan upon seeing me look up at the moon. I feel like the moon is a bit more red than usual. Is it? It seems the same to me though. Perhaps. But thinking about it again, I suppose it doesn't really matter whether the moon is red or blue or any other color. Though I do think that it's cooler when it's red. So, we were in the middle of our talk about the Queen of Blood. Yab. I'm sure you already know about the Queen of Blood's underlings recently causing incidents outside of Outlaw City. Naturally, I did not know that. The surrounding countries who are taking that seriously have sent a joint request to the Magic Swordsman Guild to subjugate the Queen of Blood. Okay, with you so far. So a team of top magic swordsmen is being gathered for this subjugation. I say team, but it's full of people with oversized egos, so it's not like we're going to get along like best friends and hold each other's hands. So that's how I can bring you along as my +1. Don't worry, you can just stand back and watch from a safe spot. I'll do everything. Afterwards, the fact that you went along means you'll get some of the credit too. I see. If you get some credit here, then it'll be easy to wrangle you into a night order. I managed to get pretty close with the daughter of the Grand Commander of the Imperial Night Order at the previous party, so I can help put in a word for you if you want. The subjugation will happen during autumn break. I'm sure there are some hasty ones who've gone ahead already, but I don't think there's any cause for worry. That moment, the wind carries the smell of blood to us. Naisan also notices it a brief instant later. The smell of blood. It's close. Naisan stops walking and glares into a dark alleyway. Follow along behind me. All right. With a hand on the hilt of her sword, Naisan enters the alleyway. Leaving a bit of a distance between us, I follow along. As we proceed down the dark alleyway, we finally spy a dark figure that's crouched over. Guka. It sounds like the figure is chewing something. Biting back a shriek of surprise, Naisan draws her sword. Probably noticing us by our presence, the black figure turns around. It turns out to be a blood-covered human. No, that's incorrect. That thing's eyes are red like blood, and razor-sharp teeth can be seen within its slackly opened mouth. Red saliva drips onto the stone pavement. At the feet of the thing lies the remains of a human corpse that's been chewed all the way through. Drop your weapon, answer. The thing bares its teeth and leaps towards Naisan. Those are not movements of a human, but of a beast. Naisan's sword glitters like moonlight, then the thing is bisected from the torso. I did warn you. So says Naisan towards the lumps of meat that she had severed. However, it's still alive. The thing is crawling with its upper body alone. It reaches out with one hand to grab Neisan's foot. So insistent. Neisan's sword chops off the thing's head. The head rolls on the stone pavement while still chomping on empty air, making that distinctive gachi-gachi sound of teeth gnashing together. The red eyes glaring at Neisan gradually lose their strength, until finally it goes silent. An almost overwhelming stench of blood pervades the alleyway. This was a ghoul. Could it be one of the Queen of Bloods? She looks down on the corpse that's been cleanly severed into 3 parts. Its form is human-like but its skin is pale white like there was no blood flowing underneath, its eyes are red, and its teeth are sharp. It also moved like a beast and had astonishing vitality. However, what was clearly missing was intelligence. Ghouls are underlings of vampires, right? Neisan is still looking down, and does not answer me. Neisan. Ghouls were all previously human. Likely so. Recently, I've been afraid. Afraid of whether I would also become like this one day. Like a mindless monster. Her voice is unusually weak. I heard that Princess Rose had demon possession. Though it might be just a rumor. But I haven't told this to anyone, but I might also have demon possession. Neisan's face as she turns around is slightly colored with sorrow. A few years ago, a black bruise suddenly appeared on my back. I was scared and didn't tell anyone, but it just kept getting larger and larger. But one day, it suddenly started healing rapidly, and it was already gone like a lie before I realized it. I was relieved, like oh it got healed. But I looked into it recently, and apparently there's no way to heal demon possession. If that black bruise really was demon possession, then someday I think you probably don't really need to worry about that. 'Cause it's already completely healed. You silly. I'm just joking. There's no way I have demon possession. Neisan laughs and looks up at the night sky. But you can't follow along behind me forever. And that's why you need to keep your autumn break free. Got it. We're done with this talk. Let's go call the knights. Neisan walks off as if in escape. I look up at the sky again. That moon really does look slightly red. Asterisk. I am listening to Beta in my own dorm room. It is nighttime after classes at the academy are over. Beta is making her periodic report. After the incident at the Festival of the God of War, Doem's standing is Famu. I've given the matter a lot of thought in retrospect of what Neisan said, and my conclusion is that Outlaw City really does seem a great place to go. In the first place, I haven't done any bandit hunting recently. And Outlaw City is pretty much just a gathering of people marginally better than bandits, right? And what belongs to bandits belongs to me. It has become much easier for Epsilon to move within Oriana Kingdom. Famu. That talk from Neisan about my job in the future. Another way of interpreting that is that all would be fine as long as I have money, right? If I have money, then I can do whatever I want. Outlaw City is packed with people not much better than bandits. And I'm sure the big bosses there have been raking it in by doing tons of bad things. So everyone's problems would be resolved if I beat them up and help myself to their treasure. The fighting strength of Shadow Garden is growing at a steady rate. At Alexandria, we are recently devoting our resources towards the development of the steam engine. Famu. If I have enough money to live the rest of my life in luxury, then it won't matter what job I take. Or rather, in that situation, depending on my mood, I could be a gatekeeper, an escort, a jobless guy, a baker, or anything else. I would be able to experience whatever mob job I feel like. By earning money, humans can grasp a life not bound down by money. I think I just said something cool. And so, of the 3 factions in Outlaw City, unfortunately it has just been set in stone that one of them will be wiped out very soon. Which one should I pick? Picking all of them would be fine too, but if I do it all at once then there'd be nothing left to enjoy later. Queen of Blood gets me the most excited, and I can think up any number of destruction plots involving progenitor vampires and whatnot. But dessert should go last in a meal, you know what I mean? I'm torn. But I suppose the faction with the highest priority to be destroyed really is the Queen of Blood. And that's all for my report. Famu. If there was anything that you wish for me to improve on. It smells. When I respond to Beta, who's on bended knee with head hanging, she quivers with a start. Is it Outlaw City? This smell of blood. Oh it wasn't me. So Beta mutters softly. It seems the Queen of Blood is starting to move. That is so. The possibility of the Queen of Blood being connected to the Order is low, so we have not pursued. A storm is coming. A storm of blood. Storm of blood. Look at the moon, Beta. The moon, my lord. I gesture towards the moon floating outside my window that I think seems red. Ah, it's more red than usual. So you notice it too, the red moon. Are you saying that it's the legendary red moon? If it is. While keeping Beta in the corner of my eye, I raise my glass filled with blood red wine and take a sip. Legendary Red Moon, hey. I guess anything would sound cool just by pinning the word legendary in front. But if that's the case, then Outlaw City would. No, all the surrounding countries would also. Fear not. But. We must immediately dispatch Shadow Garden. Fear not, I said. I beg your pardon. I look down upon the shivering beta and elegantly fold my legs. Leave this matter to me. Could it be? Does Shadow-sama intend to handle this matter alone? You disapprove? No, I dare not. I understand that is the most reliable method to deal with it. However, if anything ever befalls Shadow-sama, then I. Fear not. Shadow-sama. I raise a corner of my lips in a grin. All it is just a red moon. Right. Beta looks at me with wide open eyes. At first, it is shock on her face, but then it gradually turns into a gentle smile. I have once again failed to recognize my lord's greatness. Then she bows her head deeply. Just a red moon. Even a legend is but a figure of speech before Shadow-sama. I mean, I only pointed out that the moon looks a bit red, and she turned it into a legendary red moon with all the capital letters. I really have to hand it to her. Don't you think the red moon is beautiful in its own way? Phew. So it is. I pray for your good fortune in battle. Do you desire to partake? Yes, gladly. Thank you, my lord. Beta and I enjoy the wine together while gazing at the moon. Well then, let's go with a bang at Outlaw City during autumn break. Outlaw City is, in short, a gigantic slum. Vagrants gather here and there, shanties line the streets, rubbish heaps fill the air with the smell of rot. However, that is not all there is to Outlaw City. The reason is because there are 3 skyscrapers soaring over the rest of the city. So that is the castle of the Queen of Blood, the Red Tower. So murmurs a man with a face like an evil pro wrestler while looking up at the blood-red tower within the light of a setting sun. What's the matter, Quentin? You getting jelly legs? The person who is calling out to Quentin is a handsome young man with blonde hair. Like hell I am, Goldo. It's just that I've never seen a building this tall before. Humph. I've also fought in many places all over the world, but this is indeed a splendid tower. It would probably take a whole day to climb to the top. The two look up at the red tower and sigh. The red-colored tower that looks like a spiral of blood piercing the sky. The two cannot even imagine how such a tower was built. Just because the tower is imposing, it doesn't mean the person inside is strong. Let's go. This place is merely a gathering place for would-be's. The head of the Queen of Blood shall be ours. Quentin and Goldo might seem like opposites from their appearance, but they found a surprisingly rapport with each other the first time they talked. It might perhaps be because they share the common point of having lost to the same opponent, but even after the festival of the God of War, the two have gotten closer and come to act together. The two walk through the streets of Outlaw City as the sun sets. As they proceed deeper towards the center, the desolated slum gradually turns into a jumbled city where cultures clash and fuse in colorful and eye-grabbing ways. Well, this is surprising. I agree. Keep your eyes peeled. The center of Outlaw City that no one can imagine by looking in from the outside. What's changed is not only the buildings. The people walking on the streets are also no longer vagrants, but beasts with glittering eyes that seem to be searching for prey. There is not a single small fry here. Both Quentin and Goldo understand that fully. As they proceed while staying ready to draw their swords at any moment, the jumbled town seems suddenly unified under a gloomy air. That is the proof of having entered the territory of the Queen of Blood. Both of them sensed the change in vibe. We're close. Mysteriously, there isn't a single resident to be seen. However, they feel presences squirming inside the houses. The Red Tower also looks a lot closer now. The two redouble their vigilance. Then they finally arrive before the Red Tower. This is the entrance to the tower. Quentin approaches the gigantic door. The door is decorated with intricate carvings of sinister figures that seem to be human yet not human. Let's go. Quentin lays a hand on the door. But at that moment... Hi, hold on a second. They are suddenly addressed by someone. The voice is terribly cracked to the point where it's quite hard to hear. Upon putting his hand back down and taking a look around, he notices a dirty rag that has fallen beside the door. Taking a second look, he sees it moving a slight bit. It turns out to be a human and not a rag. Neither of you have the qualifications to open this door. So saying, the person wrapped in rags stands up. And in doing so, reveals the figure of a terribly emaciated man. His height is above that of Quentin's, but his cheeks are hollowed and his eyes are caved in. He looks exactly like mere skin and bones. Dull, dirty white hair reaches to his shoulders. A living corpse. There is no other description more apt for him. No qualification, you said. The only people allowed to open this door are the Queen's underlings, her guests, or the truly strong. Humph. It's true that we are neither underlings nor guests. However, we are strong enough to carve off the Queen of Blood's head. Quentin looks up at the white-haired man and grins dauntlessly. Hi hi, hi hi hi, 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 hi hi hi. What's so funny? Hi hi, hi, I know that I myself am a fool, but it always is amusing to see those who are even more foolish than me. What did you say? Hi hi, know your place. Once you become like me, it's too late. The white-haired man draws back a part of his rags. What is realized is his entire left side. However, there is nothing beyond his left shoulder. This is what became of a fool who challenged the Queen of Blood 4 years ago. The fool lost his dominant arm, and even now is kept like a lowly, wretched watchdog. There is a sturdy-looking ring around his neck that is connected by chains. Ha! I am Quentin, a man famed for my relentlessness in the festival of the god of war. And this here is Sherwin Golden Dragon Goldo. We're on a completely different dimension from a small fry like you. Hi hi, never heard of either of you. It's my personal policy to not remember the names of those weaker than me. Then who the hell are you? Hi hi, I am but a mere watchdog. But long ago, there were those who called me the White Demon. The White Demon? Never heard of it. How about you, Goldo? Quentin asks Goldo. I kind of feel like I might have heard it somewhere, but sorry, nothing comes to mind. Goldo shakes his head. However, his eyes are still fixed on the watchdog in vigilance. So there you have it, nameless small fry-san. Hi hi, that's fine. The name of a fool is best left buried and forgotten. I'm sorry, but you're gonna have to let us pass. I am a watchdog. I can't let any small fries pass. Don't blame us no matter what happens. Quentin glares at the watchdog who refuses to get out of his way and draws his great sword. The watchdog also draws a thin, single-bladed sword. It is a beautiful piece of work longer than the height of an average man. Stay sharp. Quentin. Goldo also draws his sword. What do you mean by that? This man. I cannot see the depth of his strength. Huh? This one-handed sack of bones? You're pulling my leg, right? Quentin ignores the word of caution and dashes in with a swing. The trajectory of his great sword glitters within the twilight, then blood spurts out in the next instant. The severed part of his great sword falls to the ground with a dry sound. Chew, Quentin. Goldo's shout and Quentin falling over with his stomach sliced open happen at the same time. So next would be you. Before Goldo stands the watchdog, stained in Quentin's blood. Why, you bastard! Goldo almost could not catch the sword that cut Quentin. The only things that he can see for sure is the fontaining blood and the broken great sword. What absurd skill with the sword! Despite having his dominant arm stolen away and having been starved until he is but mere skin and bones, this watchdog is still in a place much higher than where he and Quentin are. This, Goldo now understands. However, Goldo still stands ready, with his sword up. His time with Quentin was short. However, they are comrades who share the same will after helping each other recover from defeat. Don't worry. He's not dead. He can't be used anymore if he's dead. The watchdog laughs derisively. How dare you do such a thing to Quentin? Goldo imbues his sword with magic and releases his most powerful technique. Evil God Instant Kill Golden Dragon Sword. The moment he unleashes his technique, Goldo's eyes meet those of the watchdogs. The watchdog's terrifyingly bloodshot dark pupils. When he sees those unfathomable eyes, his memory regarding the white demon comes back to him. Don't tell you, you are. The watchdog's lips curl upwards. If this one-handed watchdog is the white demon, then... Understanding the despairingly vast difference in strength between the two of them, Goldo promptly chooses to just let his sword strike hit the ground. Sand and dust rise up in a huge cloud. Quentin. I promise I'll definitely come back for you. So Goldo shouts even while dashing away. He ran away. I can't give chase. I'm a watchdog after all. Clearing the dust cloud with a single swing of his sword, the watchdog watches Goldo's back receding into the distance. Hi, but... Can he actually manage to get away? What is being reflected in the watchdog's eyes is the doors of the numerous houses opening up and them rushing to capture Goldo. Hi. The watchdog looks up at the tower soaring into the sky. The place where 3 towers stand and 3 rulers reign is the rubbish dump of the world outlaw city. A world of strong eats weak that swallows in evil and wealth and power from all over the world. Kings, knights, and even demonic monsters have no power here. This is outlaw city. Here, strength is law. Autumn break. Naysan and I have come to outlaw city. This is outlaw city? It sure smells. There's no helping it. It's a slum, after all. So answers Naysan while intimidating vagrants with her glare. In the distance stands 3 towers. The fact that they look like bowling pins just makes me want to knock them all down. So we just have to go to that tower. You silly. What do you intend to do by immediately crashing into the enemy's main base? The Magic Swordsman Guild has set up a base of operations, so we're going there first to gather information. I stay close behind Nasan as we make our way through the slum. After a while, we come out to an area with lines of stalls. It is extremely lively here, what with the buying and selling of strange foods and suspicious medicines and stolen goods and pets. That beautiful young lady over there. Come take a look. I just restocked with some lively pets. Me? Yes, the world's prettiest young lady over there. Humph, he sure has a good eye. Won't hurt to take a short look, I suppose. Nasan, that was just lip service. Shut up. I am dragged towards the stall. Come, here is the lively pet that just arrived. What the shop owner drags before us is a blonde-haired young man with a slave collar on his neck. Magic swordsman slave, Goldo-kun. What do you think? It's quite handsome, won't it make a rather fine pairing with the beautiful young lady? Goldo-kun's face is black and blue and all swollen, as if he was subjected to a mass lynching. He seems to be trying to say something with his you cries. It seems quite beat up, though. Ha ha ha. I guess there was a little bit of mishandling during the transporting. Alright, I'll knock down the original 30 million zeni to 27 million zeni, just for you. That's expensive. No, young lady. This level of a magic swordsman, it would go for more than double if you buy it outside. This is a huge sale bargain, one that you can only find in Outlaw City. Nah, I don't want it. You sure are a good haggler, young lady. Alright, you win. Today, I'll specially add another one for you. Why are both of you using the it pronoun? Come. This is also a lively magic swordsman, its name is Quinton-kun. What the store owner brings out this time is a man with a face that looks like an evil pro wrestler who has a big wound on his stomach. It seems that at least the minimum amount of treatment has been applied to the wound. Quinton-kun is going mew, as if trying to say something. I kind of feel like I might have met this one somewhere before also. Goldo-kun and Quinton-kun, two of them together for the price of only 40 million zeni. You won't find a deal this great outside of Outlaw City. Its stomach looks wounded, though. Oh man, this one also got mishandled during the transportation. Alright, 37 million zeni for the both of them in a set. I really can't do down any further than this. On second thought, I don't want either of them. Come on, you can't say that, young lady. I already have all I need. So saying, Nasan roughly brushes my hair. I see, so the young man is this young lady's slaw. No, I'm not. Let's go. Nasan drags me away by the scruff of my neck. At that time, we hear someone else addressing the store owner. Store owner. If you're really selling the two as a set for 37 million, then I'll buy. Of course I am. Thank you for your patronage. See, could you be? You. Mew. It seems that the two of them got sold. Both of them had faces that seemed slightly familiar to me, so I was a bit worried, but now I'm relieved with knowing that they properly found someone who would buy them. Wait. If they were bought, then wouldn't it mean that right now, inside that store, there is now at least 37 million zeni in cash? In other words, if I attack that store. No, I cannot lower myself to become satisfied with such a small sum. I need to dream bigger. Start walking by yourself already. I would be able to if you would stop dragging me like that. If I don't do this, then you'll get lost. I won't. I look up at the three soaring towers in the distance while walking. One red, one white, and one black. Well then, which should I pick? As soon as we reached the Magic Swordsman Guild's base of operations, Nasan got called away to some meeting. Apparently it's a gathering where top magic swordsmen discuss and plan out the subjugation. I was not invited. Nasan tried to protest, but even she couldn't do anything about it. Nasan told me quietly wait for me and left for the meeting. So I decided to go take a walk quietly. When I make my way out, the sun has already set. The sky is still slightly lit up by the afterglow, but in the east, the reddened moon has already come up. It is just my imagination, or is the moon getting more and more red by the day? None of the residents of Outlaw City pay the moon any mind as they walk on. All of them are frantic about today's survival, dealing with the customers before them, the prey before them. In such a way, I met my commemorative 10th pickpocket of the day. I purposely keep my wallet in my trousers pocket so it's easy to pickpocket, but whenever it gets pickpocketed I make sure to pickpocket the pickpocket who pickpocketed me. In other words, my wallet gets recovered, while I recover the other side's wallet. This world is, after all, survival of the fittest. Within this short period of time, the contents of my wallet has already grown from 40k zeni to 110k zeni. The world sure works in mysterious ways. Perhaps my vocation is to be resident A in Outlaw City. This Outlaw City is the best, I get to earn money just by going out for a walk. As I walk on while feeling like humming, a scream suddenly rings out. It's a ghoul. A ghoul has appeared. Apparently it's close. The reactions of the residents of Outlaw City are fast. Those who can't fight immediately run away. However, there are many stores who continue business as usual, not paying the scream any mind. Furthermore, there are those who head towards the scream with smirks on their faces. Did you hear? A ghoul just showed up. Haven't there been a lot of them lately? Let's go let off some steam then. Some are cracking their knuckles, while others are drawing knives. I stealthily follow the crowd towards where the ghoul supposedly is. By the time I arrive, the ghoul has already been captured. Its legs must have been broken already, as it's only crawling on the ground. You fucker. How dare you bite my arm? Kick. You son of a bitch. I lost fucking huge at gambling. It's all your fucking fault. Stomp. Mary Chan turned down my proposal even though I financed her more than 1,000,000 zenny. It's all your fucking fault. Crush. A sea of blood spreads over the ground. I see, a ghoul's high vitality makes it the perfect punching bag. The ghoul just goes a, while letting people do whatever they want to it. Looking at this scene, I catch myself thinking that Outlaw City really is great. Surely an incident of this level is just an everyday occurrence that no one would blink an eye at. A city smeared with blood and slaughter, how cool is that? Phew phew phew. I chuckle while leaning against a wall with my arms crossed. I'm in the mood to play at being a mysterious young man. Eventually, the ghoul that is being absolutely wailed on loses strength and falls over, which causes the gathered crowd to lose their interest. It seems to be over. The sky has already gotten quite dark. I am about to head back when suddenly, I feel a breath of life reviving the ghoul. Hi. Stop. The man's scream and blood spurting happens almost at the same time. The suddenly revived ghoul has bitten onto a man's neck and is tearing his throat apart. What's with this one? It's different from usual. There goes one more person. However, despite being unsettled, the other men all draw their weapons. The revived ghoul is red. Its skin and its eyes are both red like blood. Brandishing its razor-sharp teeth and claws, it roars. The ghoul abruptly jumps like a beast. One mow of its sharp claws sends one man's head flying. Run away. It seems that even the residents of Outlaw City would run away from this. The ghoul starts feeding on a corpse. I chuckle like phew, while still leaning against the wall. Well then, what should I do now? Should I run away like a mob? Or should I continue with pretending to be a mysterious young man? These residents of Outlaw City, I'm pretty sure I won't ever meet them again. So let's go with the non-mob option then. Phew. But then, at that instant, I look up from feeling a presence, and witness a magic swordsman with a small build jumping down onto the ghoul from above. The swordsman's sword flashes at the moment of landing, which causes the red ghouls to be bisected from the head down. What a well-performed strike. The swordsman who took down the red ghoul in a single strike wipes the blood off their sword and turns around. Then our eyes meet. The swordsman with a small build who has on a jet black garment and a witch-like pointy hat turns out to be a beautiful woman with red hair. The two of us wordlessly look at each other for a while. You would do well to escape. So she says in a surprisingly cute voice. The rampage is about to begin. Then she looks up at the red moon with a brooding expression. The moon is red. There is no more time. Your name? Seeing the lady about to leave after saying what she wanted to say, I call her back. I am the eldest vampire hunter, Milia. The one who shall put an end to Elizabeth, the Queen of Blood. With that, she melts into the darkness of night. What is this that I'm feeling? This feeling is throbbing. Phew. I look up at the red moon and grin. It seems that I might be a bit late returning to the base. I hope Nasan doesn't get mad at me. Even in Outlaw City, the most bustling place is of course the red light district. Girls dressed up in clothing with lots of exposure can be seen tempting the men passing by. In such a red light district, a scream suddenly rings out. It's a ghoul. A ghoul has appeared. However, everyone is used to a problem of this level. The bodyguards of the nearby brothels quickly show up to make short work of the ghoul. What happens every day, is supposed to happen today also. A prostitute's scream and a bodyguard being torn to pieces happens almost at the same time. What has showed up in this red light district is, different from the usual, a red-colored ghoul. The red ghoul easily reduces the bodyguards to pieces of meat, then leaps at a prostitute whose legs have given out. Mary. A friend of hers calls out her name, but it's already too late. But the next instant, the red ghoul is bisected. From behind the two congruent halves of the red ghoul appears a swordsman wearing a jet black long coat. He flicks his jet black blade to rid it of blood, then looks down at Mary. Deep within his dark hood shines two red eyes. Hi! Those sinister eyes causes Mary to shiver and back away. If you don't want to die, then run away. So says the man in a voice like a reverberation from the depths of the earth. I would run immediately if I could is what Mary is thinking. The rampage is about to begin. So the man murmurs while looking up at the red moon. His entire being seems to be exuding a sense of sorrow. The moon is red. There is but a tiny sliver of time left. Recently, the moon has for some reason been turning red. Mary did think it strange, but not a single one of her prostitute colleagues paid it any mind. Even if the moon becomes red, nothing would change in the world. That's what everyone thought. Wait. You are. Mary calls back the man in jet black. He seems like a scary person, but it is true that he just saved her. At the very least, she wants to thank him. My name is Shadow. He who lurks in shadows, he who hunts shadows. With that, Shadow melts into the darkness of night. Thanks. Mary. Are you all right? Her senior snatches her up in a hug. Why, yes, I'm fine. I'm so relieved. This kind of thing's been happening all the time lately. I don't care who the Queen of Blood is. Don't, you can say that out loud. Humph, like I care. Rather than that, didn't that person just now call himself Shadow? You know of him? Well, yes. Just the rumors, though. He's the head of some organization that's attacked some academy and obliterated some holy site and basically done whatever they wanted. So he's a bad guy. Though he really was scary, but he didn't feel like a bad guy. What she did feel from him was that he possessed a powerful will. Of course he is, perhaps even on the level of one of the monarchs in our city. But why is such a large villain in Outlaw City? He mentioned that some rampage is about to begin. And also that the moon is red, and that there is no time. What is up with that? Recently the Queen of Blood has been raising a fuss about something too. Could it be that she joined hands with Shadow and is about to start another fight? I wish they'd give it a break, it's always the small people like us that become victims. I can't tell for sure, but I don't think that's it. What is about to happen? Mary looks up at the red moon with unease. But mysteriously, she has a feeling that Shadow is about to do something about it. Surely, that is why he has come. Thank you. Turning towards the direction that Shadow has disappeared in, Mary softly murmurs a word of gratitude. Cid has disappeared. Claire dashes through Outlaw City in the night in search of her younger brother. Cid, you baka. I said to quietly wait for me, didn't I? The moment Claire heard that Cid had left the base on his own, the inside of her head went completely white. After punching the magic swordsman who laughed while saying that Cid's probably been caught and sold by a slave merchant by now, Claire flies out of the base. Outlaw City in the nighttime is dangerous. Outlaw City is not just any normal slum. A student of Magic Swordsman Academy is just prey in the eyes of the residents here. Have you seen a black-haired boy around 15 years old pass by? Claire desperately continues searching while asking the people passing by. All the residents who assail her are mercilessly driven back. Relying on eyewitness reports, Claire finally finds black hair. However, he is currently being fed on by a ghoul within an alleyway. Stop. Claire draws her sword in a flash and dices the ghoul up. Then she falls to her knees before the mangled black-haired male corpse. No. This can't be happening. The blood-soaked black hair. Cid's hair is also around this length. The body is mangled, so it's unidentifiable. However, this was the only reliable piece of eyewitness information. I'm so sorry, Cid. I shouldn't have brought you to Outlaw City. It's still not certain that this corpse is Cid. However, Claire still hugs the blood-soaked black hair while crying. Her heart is almost about to break from the overwhelming regret and guilt weighing on her. Behind her, a certain presence draws near. What do you want? So asks Claire while still hugging the black hair. Are you the one searching for a black-haired boy? Turning around with the intention of clutching at straws, she sees a beautiful swordswoman with red hair. You are. I am Milia. A vampire hunter. I've seen 2 other black-haired boys. Tell me, please. One, I saw a short while ago. He was chuckling like Fufufu before a rampaging ghoul. Claire tries to picture that, then immediately dismisses it. That's not him. My younger brother doesn't laugh creepily like that. I see. The other one was a magic swordsman. He was attacked and brought away by underlings of the Queen of Blood. What was his face like? Kind of plain and not very conspicuous. There's no doubt, that must have been Cid. How can this be? Oh, Cid. I'm sorry, I tried to save him, but couldn't make it in time. Wait, if he was brought away, it means that he isn't dead yet, right? Most likely. Milia looks conflicted about whether to speak further. You know something, don't you? He will be sacrificed. The red moon will begin very soon. If he is not saved before then. Tell me. Where is Cid? How can I save him? Milia's eyes swim for a while as she thinks quickly, until she sees the diced-up ghoul. Were you the one who did this? Yes, I did that. If you agree to cooperate with me. Then perhaps. My aim is Elizabeth, the Queen of Blood. Your aim is to rescue your younger brother. What do you say we join hands? So saying, Milia holds a hand out to Claire. If you cooperate with me, then I'll tell you everything. Claire grabs that hand without hesitation. I'll cooperate. If Cid can be saved, then I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Follow me. Milia proceeds deeper into the alleyway. Claire stands up, and indifferently chucks the blood-soaked black hair away. Now that she's taken a second look, it doesn't look anything at all like Cid's hair. Wait for me, Cid. Oni-chan will definitely come to save you. Then Claire also disappears into the darkness of the depths of the alleyway. When I return to the base, Nei-san is not there. It seems that she had gone out for a walk and we had just missed each other. I sit down at the windowsill of the room that I had been allotted, and look down upon a street of Outlaw City. The unique smell of a slum stimulates my nose. The instant I smelled this smell when I entered the city, I knew for sure that this is the kind that's going to make my nose hair long. This is something that only people who've experienced it firsthand know, but people who live in environments with dirty air have longer nose hair. And longer nose hair naturally means dig. Ah, got a big one. Nose boogers also get big. I look down on the street and confirm my target. It needs not be said, I was not digging my nose for no reason. It is with a certain noble intention in mind that I did so. The target is a hoodlum walking by on the street. He was the one who almost managed to shake me down just now. I got away with mob escape, but a mob's tenacity is not to be underestimated. Let's do this, mob revenge. I ready my hand in a finger flick style, and carefully aim at the target. Phew. Eat my booger bomber. Then I launch the ball of booger. My aim proves true, and the booger becomes plastered onto the hoodlum's face. Mob revenge, accomplished. A bright red moon hangs in the night sky. I really want to go out to play soon, but I can't do so until Nei-san comes back and goes to sleep. Nei-san sure is late. The place where Milia led Claire turns out to be a crumbling house. The interior is, for some reason, buried under a thick layer of dust. In that place where the air is filled with the smell of dust and mold, Milia lights a lamp. If you want to sit, there's a chair over there. So offers Milia while standing. I'm good. That chair looks like it'd collapse at any moment. Suit yourself. So, you said your name is Claire, right? Your younger brother is most likely within the Red Tower of Elizabeth the Queen of Blood. What did you mean when you said sacrifice? In order to explain that, I have to first tell you the story of Elizabeth the Queen of Blood. Elizabeth was a progenitor vampire queen. More than 1,000 years ago, there were other progenitors aside from her and vampires reigned over the night of the entire world. Milia speaks indifferently with eyes that seem to be looking somewhere far off. The vampires reigned, but eventually knowledge regarding the weakness of vampires spread among humans, and the hunters became the prey. Vampires have 3 weaknesses. First, they die when their heart is pierced. Their astonishing regenerative abilities made them feared as immortals, but they can no longer regenerate when their heart is destroyed. This fact lent great strength to the humans who used to fear vampires. Second, they cannot maintain their powers if they do not regularly suck blood. Vampires who go without blood for a long time end up with strength not much different from that of normal humans. Their very race requires them to coexist with, and never annihilate, humans. Third, they turn to ash upon being exposed to sunlight. No matter how strong the vampire may be and how weak the human may be, anyone can kill a vampire by making use of sunlight. There are any number of methods, such as setting traps or destroying their homes. Thus daytime became the execution ground of many vampires. You sure know a lot about this. Claire is impressed while listening to Milia share her knowledge. There are very few humans who know anything much about vampires. The reason is because vampires are thought of as something from the distant past, and casualties due to them in recent day is almost zero. That is, with the sole exception of Outlaw City. The Magic Swordsman Guild staff who headed the meeting earlier also admitted to never having seen a vampire firsthand, and did not know anything beyond what the ancient texts they found said. The humans succeeded in whittling down their numbers. Eventually, vampires disappeared from the night of the world, and everyone began to forget that they ever existed. But then, 1,000 years ago, a certain horrifying incident occurred. On a night when a red moon hung in the sky, a single country was wiped out of existence in one night. It was a country so small that now even its name has been entirely forgotten. but it was undoubtedly the work of Elizabeth, the Queen of Blood, and her kin. By red moon, are you referring to how the moon has been strangely red lately? Milia nods in response to Claire's question. The red moon significantly boosts the strength and abilities of vampires and their kin. On the night of the rise of the red moon, the vampires who had been driven into a corner rose up in revolt. The red moon lasted a total of 3 days. Within the first night, 1 country was obliterated. Within the remaining 2 nights, 3 more countries were damaged beyond the point of recovery. When the red moon finally went down, the Queen of Blood and her kin abruptly withdrew and hid themselves, waiting until the day when humans forget about them entirely. Are you implying that very soon the vampires will once again rise in revolt? Milia nods. They see humans as nothing more than livestock. The humiliation of having been cornered by livestock is something that they can never forget. Right now, the Queen of Blood has yet to awake from her 1,000-year-long sleep. The one who is leading the vampires of Outlaw City is an aide of hers named Crimson. When the red moon begins, Crimson will surely resuscitate the Queen of Blood. If he succeeds, then the tragedy that took place 1,000 years ago will be repeated again. Don't tell me, sacrifice means. To revive the Queen of Blood, the lifeblood of a young man who possesses abundant magic is necessary. Claire's younger brother will surely be presented to the Queen of Blood as the sacrifice. As if I would let that happen. When does the red moon begin? Milia looks through one of the holes puncturing the wall at the moon in the sky. The moon is already dyed deep crimson. From far away can be heard voices that seem to be shouting. Just now, it has begun. Then screams reverberate throughout the night of Outlaw City. It's a guuol. Run away. People run helter-skelter in panic and desperation as the smell of blood suddenly pervades the air. The rampage has begun. The red moon grants them tremendous power. But the cost for that is an insatiable thirst for blood. This is where everything starts. What about Cid? He's in the Red Tower, right? Wait. Right as Claire is about to rush out, she is called back by Milia. Crimson will surely perform the revival ritual when the red moon is the deepest shade of red, because that is the moment when the ritual will have the highest chance of success. So, there is still about half a day's time. Half a day? Wouldn't that be in the afternoon then? The red moon continues for 3 days. During those 3 days, day never breaks. Don't worry, I have a plan. So saying, Milia begins pulling up some of the worn-out floorboards. For the sake of this day, I have dug this hole. A hole. Claire tilts her head. That is definitely a hole. Beneath where the floorboards used to be, there is a hole big enough for 1 person to crawl through at a time. The Red Tower is normally so overrun with vampires and ghouls that it's impossible to enter. However, now that the red moon has begun, almost all of them have gone out. Which means this is a golden opportunity to sneak in. In other words, this hole. Sneaking in from above ground would be difficult. That's why I dug this hole to connect to the Red Tower from below. I see. I wish to confirm one last time. My aim is to kill Elizabeth, the Queen of Blood. Your aim is to rescue your younger brother. We are agreed to help each other, yes. Yes we are. I'll be in your care, Milia. And I in yours as well, Claire. Both of them spontaneously reach out to exchange a handshake. Now that that's settled, let's get going. Wait for me, Cid. Without hesitation, Claire heads into the hole. While waiting for Claire to go first, Milia turns around and takes one last look at the red moon. There seems to be traces of sorrow quivering within her eyes. Elizabeth-sama, it won't be long now. After murmuring to herself, she proceeds to follow Claire. After seeing off her last customer of the day, Mary closes the door to her room. Within the room illuminated only by moonlight, she spares but a glance for the disturbed bedsheets as she picks up the underwear strewn on the floor. In the same motion, she puts them up, then dives into her bed. Her beautiful face is buried into her pillow. A lot happened today, so she is really tired now. Today's customers weren't particularly good either. Let's just go to sleep. NN. However, the moist sheets and the smell permeating the room is just too uncomfortable. So she gets up with a sigh to open the windows. The gag-inducing smell dissipates, in exchange for which the din from outside comes in. I wonder what happened. Usually, this is the time around when the sun rises, when even the red light district is wrapping up work and heading to bed. In spite of that, today the sky is showing no traces of lightening up, and the entire city seems restless somehow. In the sky is still a blood-red moon, hanging there prominently. When she looks further off, she sees flames enveloping several buildings. It's a fire. A faint whiff of smoke reaches her, carried by the wind. But even before that, a raw, rust-like smell is stimulating her nose. The fire is far away, and seems very unlikely to reach where she is. However, something still seems different from normal. Passers-by are dashing through the streets. Why are they in such hurry? It's just a fire. As Mary is leaning against her windowsill, the red moonlight illuminates her in a bewitching manner. Her black lingerie stands out in sharp contrast to her white skin. Her purplish-red hair stands out vividly even under the unusual shade of moonlight. When such a beautiful girl stands at her windowsill with only her underwear on, normally men would stop to gawk. But today, there isn't a single such person. With somewhat cold eyes, Mary looks down upon the red light district and the faraway fire. After being sold at 13, she's spent 5 years in this city. Everyone who comes to Outlaw City dreams at the beginning about getting back out. But with the passage of time, such emotions thinned out within her as she became colored by Outlaw City. But hope has not entirely died out yet within her. It might be easier if she gives up. She has been entertaining this thought recently. Mary is one of the leading prostitutes in the red light district, but she is not the top. Her proprietress had said that she believes Mary could reach the top if she gets serious about it. Surely that kind of a life is also not a mistake. Forgetting everything and just indulging herself in nights of ecstasy. Ha! It's been a while since she last thought about the outside. Surely this is the way how everyone becomes assimilated into this city. Mary moves to close the window. But that instant. Kaya! A beast has leapt into her room through the window. No, it is not a beast. It is a human-like figure that acts like a beast, a ghoul. Ah, eh. Mary crawls backward on the floor. The ghoul sneers with its sharp fangs bared. Then pounces towards Mary in her underwear. As tears stream down her face, Mary resolves herself. I remember advising you to run away last time. Together with those words, the ghoul is diced up in midair. Lumps of meat fall all over the room, and blood splatters. Why, you are. She recognizes that figure and that jet-black blade. Mary feels her heart beating loudly in her ears. The person standing there in a jet-black long coat is Shadow. The rampage has begun. Behold, the streets are stained with blood. The streets. Mary covers herself with her bedsheets and peers outside. How can this be? This is terrible. Sure enough, the road below is stained with glistening blood. Lumps of meat strewn all over. Ghouls rampaging about. Prostitutes who ran too late being attacked. Watch you. Seeing her senior among those being attacked, Mary cannot help but to cry out. However, the next instant, the pouncing ghoul is reduced to lumps of meat. The rampage is upon us. A tempest of blood demands its due. Beside her is a man in a jet-black long coat. Aye. Mary whirls around, only to discover that there is no longer anyone standing beside herself. Run, lest you be swallowed up by this madness. You, are you? That moment, a scream echoes out from somewhere not too far off. The instant Mary's attention is diverted by it, Shadow disappears once again. The rampage is blood. Run. With a voice that seems to emanate from nowhere specific, parts of a ghoul are sent flying into the sky. When she takes a second look, Mary realizes that the lumps of meat lining the street all came from ghouls. She can no longer see the man himself, but the chain of explosions of ghoul parts is steadily growing further away. Mary quickly throws on some clothes over her underwear, then packs a carry bag and hurries downstairs. Mary's intuition proved true after all. Shadow really did come to save her. Thank you, Shadow-san. Thus Mary manages to slip away amidst all the chaos. With strong resolve in her heart to one day repay this debt to Shadow. ******. When I woke up, I found Outlaw City in an uproar. Even though it is time for day to break, it is still dark outside, the red moon is still hanging in the sky, and ghouls are going berserk on the streets. Could this possibly be? It must be the rampage. The all-important keyword that person who called herself Milia mentioned. Her prediction had come true. It seems that an emergency meeting has been called to session at the base to determine the magic swordsman's response. I, however, sneak out of the base and stand atop a high building, having put on my jet-black long cloak. Finally, this moment has come. Without doubt, this is the real deal. This is a real-life, nay, a larger-than-life vampire event. I chuckle profoundly from behind my mask while making my jet-black long cloak flutter. So the keywords this time are Red Moon, Rampage, and Queen of Blood. Oh, and there's also that ancient vampire hunter character. I would very much love to make contact with her again during this event. It would probably be very difficult, but I've got to set things up towards the most fun route. This flow of events seems to indicate that the Queen of Blood is going to be the final aim. Which means I can mess up the Red Tower and loot it during the commotion. 2 birds with 1 stone. As for everything else, I can just maintain a high level of flexibility and play by the ear. Naysan still hasn't made it back yet. But she's a tough lady, so I'm sure she'll be fine. So then, let's go hunt some ghouls while spreading word of the event. The Magic Swordsman Guild has lost the initiative. Even though the gathered first-rate magic swordsmen are managing to hold the rampaging ghouls back, the sheer number of ghouls, on top of their strengthened state due to the red moon, gives the magic swordsman no choice but to retreat. Iron Arm Gline has also been wounded. We're drawing back. You fucktards. You guys are supposed to hold that position, who the fuck is going to take your place? Like we give a fuck. We've got someone injured here. Or what, are you telling us to die? The magic swordsmen on the large street that find themselves encircled by ghouls are desperately putting up resistance, but the seemingly endless flood of ghouls is steadily whittling them down. Everyone. Please do not make arbitrary decisions by yourselves. Claudia, the elite staff member in charge of leading this mission to subjugate the Queen of Blood, is shouting at the top of her lungs. But morale is scraping rock bottom, and the front line collapsing is now merely a matter of time. The street is already buried under piles of ghoul corpses. As expected of magic swordsmen skilled enough to be accepted for this mission, the individual strength of each and every one of them is overwhelming in comparison to ghouls. However, none of them imagined such an enormous number of ghouls to descend onto them. This is surely a crime that's been planned and prepared for over a very long period of time. To think that they brought along so many magic swordsmen and yet still cannot even reach the foot of the Red Tower. So this is the power of someone who reigns over a third of Outlaw City, the Queen of Blood. Even within the Magic Swordsman Guild, it's long been a taboo to touch Outlaw City. Claudia now understands the reason why, and curses the decision made by the upper echelons of the guild who ignored it. Those accursed old fogies. Claudia mutters language that she would normally never say out loud. That sexual harassment fogey who rubs her ass every chance he gets, that pervy fogey who always stares at her chest, that deluded fogey who persistently invites her to his room at nighttime, and then... oh god, there's no end to them. She decides to ignore the orders from above and command a retreat. If those fogies demote her for it, then she'll sock them one in their faces then resign. However, they are currently stranded within the sea of ghouls. Retreat would not be easy either. It's already too late, hey. She laughs in self-mockery. This is a call that she could have made much earlier on. Having delayed making this decision to save herself for the sake of protecting herself makes her the biggest fool out of them all. Claudia draws the sword on her waist and steels her resolve. She has no intention of putting her own life on the line for those accursed fogies from the guild, and she honestly doesn't care a whit what happens to these selfing muscle-brained magic swordsmen. However, the responsibility of her having delayed this decision is something that she will bear herself. Retreat. I'll take the rear. In the first place, though she is now on the staff side of the guild, her roots is as a magic swordswoman. Despite how she may look, she has confidence in her sword arm. Hell yeah. She said retreat. You said it, the rear is yours. See ya then. The magic swordsmen quickly withdraw from the front line. Even while slashing at the ghouls, Claudia is thinking at least one person could have stayed behind to help. The ghouls are pressing in. The magic swordsmen are backing off. Then there is Claudia, struggling strenuously while trying to match the others' pace of retreat. However, the burden of shouldering the rear guard all by herself is enormous, and she quickly reaches her limit. One foot slips on the ground slick with blood. A ghoul pounces. Then a magic swordsman clad in jet black descends before her. Be annihilated. Jet black whirlwind. The sword in the jet black magic swordsman's hand grows to a length several times his height. Or so she thinks, the instant before a jet black whirlwind roars all around. All the surrounding ghouls are sliced into pieces. Within a literal blink of an eye, what previously seemed to be an endless sea of ghouls has been entirely annihilated. Ho, how could this be? Claudia, having fallen onto her butt, looks up at the jet black magic swordsman in dumb amazement. That ludicrous strength that could wipe out in an instant a group of ghouls that even first-rate magic swordsmen had no choice but to retreat in the face of. Claudia is also a magic swordswoman, so she understands. She understands how unbelievable this man's strength is. Even the magic swordsmen who had been racing to be the first to get away have stopped in their tracks to stare in disbelief at the jet black magic swordsman. The rampage is already upon us. It is already beyond the means of you lot. So he says with a voice that sounds like a rumble from the depths of the earth while turning to face his back to them. WH, who exactly are you? So Claudia asks that back. My name is Shadow. He who lurks within shadows, he who hunts shadows. Leaving those words behind, he flutters his jet black long coat while walking upon the carpet of blood. Claudia can only dazedly watch that back grow further away. So that, was Shadow. Every single person finds themselves shuddering. All of them have heard of that name. He is the man who attacked a magic swordsman academy, obliterated a holy ground, and handily overwhelmed Princess Iris and the Goddess of War even when they came at him together during the festival of the God of War. However, not a single person present here actually believed those rumors, thinking themselves smarter than that. Though it is undoubtable that there was an incident, the specific details about what went down are dubious, to put it mildly. Above all, who would believe that there is someone capable of overwhelming both Iris and the Goddess of War at the same time? Even Claudia did not really believe that rumor. It is exactly because she is a professional of the Magic Swordsman Guild, and not a mere layman who knows nothing about the sword, that she determined that story to be nonsensical. However, after seeing his strength up close just now, Claudia can no longer deny those rumors. If it is Shadow, then such evident superiority might not be so unbelievable after all. But then that begs the question, why is he here in Outlaw City? Also, why did he help out members of the Magic Swordsman Guild? The guild has declared a bounty on both him and his organization, Shadow Garden. There should be no reason for him to save them. Could it be that he has some reason that drove him to do everything that he did? Could it possibly be that there is something much deeper going on behind the incidents that he was involved in? She should look into it. Shadow. I will repay you this debt one day. So Claudia declares in a soft voice towards that back that by now grown much smaller. Katsu, Katsu, rings his receding footsteps. In the direction where he is heading soars the red tower. And above his head shines a crimson moon. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Crimson-sama, the sacrifice has been prepared. Is that so? Crimson turns his eyes, which had been looking down upon Outlaw City, up towards the moon hanging in the dark sky. His handsome face is framed by flowing wine-red hair. The red moon is not yet. The moon is stained deep red. However, it is not yet enough. The most opportune time is still a little ways off. How is the suppression of the city coming along? The suppression began according to plan. However, Crimson turns around to look straight at the subordinate who seems to be struggling for words. The man continues even while visibly unnerved by his gaze. However, there are certain areas where we are meeting much more resistance than we had expected. The Magic Swordsman Guild. No, the guild is not a problem at all. There are 3 people putting up significant resistance. One of them is Yukame the Enchantress, another is Juggernaut the Tyrant. Those 2. Crimson scowls while looking back down upon Outlaw City. The ghouls are steadily expanding their influence, but there are 3 currents trying to stand in their way. Yukame the Enchantress, the monarch who reigns from the White Tower. Juggernaut the Tyrant, who reigns from the Black Tower. These 2 have always been a pain in his side. He doesn't want to admit it, but in terms of personal fighting strength, Crimson himself is a notch below the 2 of them. However, that is only until today. The red moon has begun. The moment his queen is revived, even those 2 will sink within the sea of blood. Kukiku. Let them be. They won't reach here anyways. The moment our Queen of Blood is revived shall be the moment of our victory. While smirking, Crimson walks towards the coffin sitting in the center of the room. Our beloved Queen. Very soon, the world shall be ours once again. He gently strokes the coffin, before suddenly coming to a start. Wait, you said there are 3. Who's the third? Crimson only knows of 2 powers that possess the strength to resist their kin when bolstered by the red moon. About that, we actually are not clear yet. However, he has already wiped out a very significant number of ghouls, as well as all the vampires that we sent as reinforcements. What did you say? Apparently his name is Shadow. It is our assessment that he is the largest threat among all 3. Shadow. Crimson knits his brows together while muttering that name. There are 3 currents flowing towards the Red Tower. First is the frenzied tyrant. This man is a hulk of a man with swarthy skin. Swinging around a lump of metal in the shape of a gigantic Nada hatchet, he is bisecting ghouls with brute strength. Not a single person can approach him, as they would be reduced to minced meat the moment they do so. Another is the dancing enchantress. She is a foxkin with silver hair and bewitching beauty. Her unusual 9 tails glimmers under the moonlight. She appears to be dancing with a pair of metal-ribbed fans while slicing ghouls to pieces. The moment their eyes are stolen by the flash of luscious skin under her kimono is their last, right before they are sent off to a trip that they will never again wake from. After massacring large numbers of ghouls, these 2 currents happen to intersect. Drop dead, you whore. What a truly troublesome man you are as always. Tyrant's giant Nada is skillfully parried by Enchantress. The giant Nada slams into the ground, raising a cloud of dust. It's been a while, Enchantress. Juggernaut the Tyrant sneers with a fiendish face. I didn't want to have to see your face again. Yukame the Enchantress sighs disgustedly. As an aside to finishing off those blood-sucking bats, how about you die too? Juggernaut lightly brandishes his giant Nada. I dislike insistent men. Yukame brings her metal-ribbed fans up. But the moment right before the 2 are about to spring into action, the last current joins them. A man wearing a jet-black long coat silently descends from the night sky. Then the 3 ghouls that were following him are diced up in an instant. Tyrant is astonished at the man's bearing. The smoothness of his movements, that instantaneous power, and that overwhelming strength hidden underneath the surface. It is at a level where even Tyrant has no choice but to give his acknowledgement. Enchantress is in admiration at the man's swordsmanship. The beauty in his sword, the perfection of his techniques that has been rid of all excess. Despite how long she has lived, it is her first time seeing anything like it. That which can even be called a sword dance at the highest level of art, leaves Enchantress sighing deeply in wonder. You bastard, who are you? This gentleman, who might you be? The two voiced their queries at the same time. The man in jet black turns around, then flicks his sword to rid it of the blood on its surface. My name is Shadow. I am he who lurks within shadows and hunts shadows. Thus met the three currents. ******. The three people keep each other in check with their eyes alone. Yokame's are clear like water, juggernauts are black and shining like those of a bird of prey, and shadows are red and glowing inhumanly. Shadow? Where the fuck have I heard that name before? Rumors of the militant group Shadow Garden from outside. That's the name of the head of that group. That's right. So this guy is that rumored Shadow. I had thought those rumors mere lies, but this gentleman's strength does seem to lend credit to those rumors. Shadow is being scrutinized by the two, yet shows no sign of being bothered by it. The moment a gust of wind blows, Shadow's sword rings out, Yokame's metal-ribbed fan snaps open, and Juggernaut's giant sword is poised on his shoulder. The wordless face-off continues for a while longer. Are we three having a marriage interview? Or shall we begin a death match? It is Juggernaut who first breaks the silence. Then I wish to express my desire to join hands with Shadow Han. What say you, Shadow Han? T/N, Yokame speaks in an Ozakan accent, as do most female foxy characters in anime, as it's considered more bewitching, so she uses Han instead of San. Yokame directs amorous eyes towards Shadow. I'd stay wary of that shitty vixen if I were you. The moment you let down your guard is the moment she stabs you in the back. Juggernaut laughs through his nose. How pointless. In spite of this atmosphere, Shadow turns his back towards them without hesitation. The red moon has risen and the rampage has begun. I do not have the time to mess around with you people. Ha, someone feels sure of themselves. You sound like you know something. Red moon. Why do I feel like I've heard that somewhere before? The old hag must be forgetting things due to age. Sucks to be you. You be quiet. Just as Shadow Han says, fighting among ourselves now is meaningless. Even I am feeling infuriated about my children being attacked by ghouls. Isn't it the same for you? Don't lump me in with you. Outlaw City doesn't need 3 towers. I was merely thinking that it's high time to get rid of at least one of them. So we are agreed to focus on the Queen of Blood for now. Ha, see you later then, old hag. Next time I see you, you're dead. Juggernaut glares at Yokame and Shadow, then leaves. Seeing Juggernaut go off, Yokame calls Shadow back. Would you wait a moment, kind sir? Shadow Han, I actually know about you. I manage the red light district in this city, you see. Shadow looks at Yokame with a backward glance. It seems that several of my girls had been saved by Shadow Han, so we are in your debt. If it pleases you, I would very much like to express my gratitude someday. I don't need thanks. I had no intention of saving anyone. But everyone is truly thankful. You are a humble man, it seems. I'll always be waiting, so feel free to drop by the White Tower whenever you feel like it. With that, Yokame gives him a bow. Well then, until next we meet. Leaving behind a coquettish smile, Yokame heads towards the Red Tower, and Shadow's figure also melts into the darkness. The watchdog is waiting for prey at the Red Tower. Sitting in front of the Red Tower while hugging his emaciated body, he laughs hideously with his face twitching. He who was a mass murderer called by the name of the White Demon was previously a knight. Serving as the Grand Commander of a certain knight order in a certain country, he once cut the figure of the model knight protecting his country and his people with his white uniform and shining white hair. However, his true identity is a mass murderer roaming the streets of the city at night. He has loved cutting people up ever since he was born. Red blood, screams, and faces distorted with despair. Only by stealing other people's lives did he feel alive himself. However, a certain day, a colleague discovered his crimes. That instant, he turned into the White Demon. Within one night, the White Demon massacred his entire knight order, then escaped. Along his escape route, he continued killing people, until he finally arrived at Outlaw City. There was nothing and no one that he feared. He believed himself to be at the very top of the food chain. However, that delusion led him to challenge the Red Tower and become shattered. The man feared as the White Devil could not lift even a finger against Crimson. He was single-sidedly toyed with, until he pathetically begged for his life. Thus he became the watchdog. He was robbed of the freedom to kill people. For the man who lived merely to kill people, that was akin to robbing him of the very reason for his existence. However, the perfect opportunity for him to kill people has finally come. Hi. The red moon rose, and a flood of ghouls and vampires vacated the Red Tower. There is no longer anyone left who could find fault with what he does. As long as the red moon continues, he is free to kill. And that is why the White Demon is waiting for prey. Not as the watchdog, but as the White Demon, he is patiently waiting to taste the sheer bliss of killing once again. It is rumored that the Magic Swordsman Guild are here to subjugate the Queen of Blood. The White Demon is almost praying for someone to reach the Red Tower. Then finally, with violent footsteps, his long-awaited prey has arrived. Hi! Hi hi! The White Demon raises his head in great joy, only to see a hulk of a man with swarthy skin. His entire body is rippling with bulging muscles, and he is carrying a giant nada even longer than his height. The sharp eyes glaring at the White Demon are filled with overwhelming violence. There is no room for doubt, this man is none other than one of the monarchs of Outlaw City, Juggernaut the Tyrant. You're in my fucking way. Don't be. Hi. In a split second, the White Demon averts his gaze and steps aside. The White Demon now understands that there are existences much more powerful than himself. The monarchs of Outlaw City and their close aides are people that he must never raise his hand against. That is what he has learned after challenging Crimson. In my fucking way. Tyrant stands before the door, then destroys it with a single swing of his giant nada. Hi. The White Demon cowers to the side and waits for Tyrant to pass, before looking at the tragically destroyed door. It used to be a sturdy door braced with iron. Even magic swordsmen would not be able to break it easily. The man who was able to break such a door with but a single swing has just entered the Red Tower. The White Demon shudders with fear at imagining what is going to happen from now on. That moment, he hears a sound from behind. Those reserved and gentle footsteps are undoubtedly that of a woman's. Female flesh is soft and feels great to cut. A fiendish smile comes over the White Demon's face as he turns around. Before his eyes is a woman so bewitchingly beautiful that she seems to not be someone of this world. She has luscious silver hair and black fox ears. And there are 2 metal-ribbed fans carried in the obi of her kimono. That's still fine. But behind her back, there are 9 tails waving to and fro indolently. Hi. There is no room for doubt. This woman is none other than one of the monarchs of Outlaw City, Yukame the Enchantress. Would you kindly make way? Hi hi. The White Demon has already stepped aside before being asked to. This is another person that he must never raise his hand against. He shivers in the corner and waits for Enchantress to pass, before looking up at the Red Tower. Is this tower going to be fine, now that both Tyrant and Enchantress have entered? Is a war of monsters about to go down? That moment, he hears a sound from behind. Hearing those Katsu footsteps, the White Demon sneers. Both Tyrant and Enchantress have come. There is no existence in this city that stands above them. As expected, before his eyes is an unfamiliar man in a black coat. He has on a jet black long coat, his hood is pulled forward deeply, and his face is hidden behind a mask. However, this man's strength cannot be read from his bearing. When someone reaches the level of the White Demon, they would be able to generally read their opponent's strength even before the fighting starts. However, not a hint of strength can be read from this long coat man. But how much can he amount to in comparison to Tyrant and Enchantress? Hi hi. The instant the man in black enters within striking distance, the White Demon slices with his sword. He's dead. The next moment after thinking that, the White Demon finds himself looking up at the night sky. Hi. As he looks around in sheer confusion, he sees the lower half of his body still standing. His lower body has been separated from his upper body. It crumples to the ground while spurting copious amounts of blood. With that, the White Demon finally realizes that he has been bisected. Hi. Hi. Just as he expected the man in black who had bisected him to enter the Red Tower, he instead plants a foot on the wall of the tower, then runs up it perpendicularly. Hi. The White Demon doubts his dimming eyes even while losing blood. However, that was not the end of it. The man in black suddenly stops halfway up the tower, punches a gigantic hole in the wall, then goes inside from there. What sheer absurdity! The White Demon understands that he had raised his hand against a living creature that he should never have raised his hand against. Hi. Hi. The very last instant before his life leaves him, he thinks, wait, isn't that area where the treasure room is? Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Hearing gan, the sound of something being struck, Beta looks up from the book that she is reading. Quickly panning around the spacious archive room, she notices a certain part of the wall vibrating in concert with the sounds. Is someone pounding on the wall from the other side? The instant she thinks that, the wall suddenly collapses, and 2 female figures appear from within the cloud of dust. Ouch! Oh! The black-haired teenage girl has planted her face into the ground, while the red-haired woman is leaning out above her. Ow! This wall is apparently much more brittle than it looks. Beta recognizes the face of the black-haired girl who is looking up while rubbing her nose. She is Cid Kagenou, the elder sister of Beta's own master. That's why I told you to do it more carefully. So says the red-haired woman with an expressionless face. If we take our sweet time then we won't make it. Milia, would you mind getting off already? Ah, sorry about that, Claire. The red-haired woman gets off of Claire's back, then the 2 stand up and pat the dust from each other's clothing. So, where are we now anyways? The underground area of the Red Tower, I believe. This is the underground archive of the Red Tower. It is Beta who offers an answer to clear the two's confusion. That causes the two to finally notice Beta sitting in her chair. It seems we've already been spotted. That's why I told you to do it more carefully. Alright, I'm sorry. But from the look of things, we would have been spotted regardless. The two draw their swords at the same time, facing off against Beta who is still seated in her chair. Beta heaves a sigh then closes her book. Even I did not imagine that someone would come in through the wall. I'm supposed to finish off any and all witnesses, but... Beta shoots Claire a quick glance. That seems impossible in this case. You lot, stay. So Beta covertly sends out a command. However, there seems to be only the three of them in this room. I have no intention of fighting. So would you kindly put your sword away, Claire-san? You know me. You are the latest champion of the Festival of the God of War, Cid Kagenou-san. Am I correct? So I have become quite famous, it seems. Very well, state your affiliation and aim. Once I know you are not an enemy, then I'll draw back. Claire. We have no time to engage in meaningless fights, right? She doesn't look like someone related to the Queen of Blood. And also, she would make for a pretty difficult opponent. So says Claire with sharp eyes. Beta is just nonchalantly sitting in a chair, but the atmosphere around her is one that does not seem easy to cut in. So it would seem. With her black bodysuit and mask, she truly does not look like someone related to the Queen of Blood. If anything, she seems much like an intruder like Claire themselves. My affiliation and aim, hey. Let me just say that I'm also an intruder of the Red Tower, same as you two. More details. It might get a bit long. Be detailed and brief. What a tall order. Beta shrugs her shoulders. I am Beta of Shadow Garden. I have some business here in the Red Tower, so here I am. Why is the rumored Shadow Garden in this place? I wonder how much can I tell you. Even I have things that I can reveal and things that I can't. Let me see. For a certain reason, we are conducting research into demon possession, for which we want a sample of a progenitor's blood. Demon possession? Why would you need a progenitor's blood for that? Claire reacted to demon possession, while Milia reacted to progenitor's blood. The blood of demon possession and the blood of a progenitor both have the same origin, and the inheritance of blood led to expression of differing symptoms. Or at least, that is the hypothesis that we have come upon in our research. That is sacrilege towards progenitors. Milia's eyes turn sharp, and her grip on her sword strengthens. As I said, it is but a hypothesis. We have no intention of profaning progenitors. However, for the sake of verification, we need a sample of a progenitor's blood. May I ask why you seem insulted anyways? Ancient Vampire Hunter-san. So you know about me as well. I've heard the rumors, at least. I see. Well, if you don't intend to get in our way, then do as you like. I sure will. Milia sheaths her sword while still glaring at Beta, in response to which Beta merely shrugs her shoulders and reopens the book that she was in the middle of reading. As expected of the archives of a vampire that has lived for over 1,000 years. It is packed with precious documents and reference materials. So, Claire-san, are you satisfied as well? So asks Beta while reading her book. Claire looks between Milia and Beta while seemingly thinking about something. Tell me just one thing. Claire turns towards Beta with a serious face. If I can answer you. Feeling that gaze, Beta also looks up. Is there a way to heal demon possession? Beta does not answer immediately. She stares fixedly at Claire's face, seemingly thinking about something. That I cannot answer. However, I'll just say that it is not something that Claire-san needs to worry about. What is that supposed to mean? It means exactly as it sounds. Beta returns to her book and turns a page, as if she no longer has anything else to say. Claire clicks her tongue softly and turns her heels. Let's go. However, the moment the two are about to leave the archive, Beta calls out to them. Wait a moment. Claire-san, can you tell me the reason why you have joined hands with Ancient Vampire Hunter and stormed this Red Tower? Why do you want to know? Just curious, that's all. Claire scowls. My younger brother Cid was kidnapped by the Queen of Blood. If I don't save him soon, he'll be offered as sacrifice to the Queen of Blood. Your younger brother? Beta tilts her head. Is that true? Abruptly a fourth voice rings out in this room where it seemed only the three of them were present. When the three direct their eyes towards where the new voice had come from, they see a woman standing there who had been unnoticed so far. She is also wearing a black bodysuit and a mask that covers her face. 666, control yourself. But I apologize. 666 visibly suppresses a desire to bolt off immediately and steps back with head hanged. You satisfied? We're leaving then. Claire places a hand on the door to the archive. One last thing. Is it really no longer an option for her to once again tread on a path towards a land of peace? What does that mean? Claire turns around. However, Beta is not looking at Claire. Beta is staring fixedly at Milia. Ah, wait. Milia turns her face away, then wordlessly pushes the door open and exits the archive. Claire follows after her in a hurry. Within the archive that has gone silent, only the sound of flipping pages continues for a while. 666, that was disgraceful. So says Beta suddenly while reading her book. I am deeply sorry. 666 lowers her head. Lambda has acknowledged your strength. Even Alpha-sama has expectations of you. This is a demerit. You two should have also properly kept her in check. My apologies. I'm very sorry. Two more girls have materialized besides 666. This is 666's first mission out in the field. 664, as the squad leader, this is your responsibility. Yes, ma'am. Be more careful from here on. I will reconfirm. Our mission is a request from the research room to retrieve a sample of progenitor blood. However, Shadow-sama said that he would deal with the Queen of Blood personally, so we cannot arbitrarily move about on our own. So, until Shadow-sama arrives, we will be examining the materials in this archive and collecting important documents. You all may now return to your duties. Yes, ma'am. Having received their instructions, the three quickly returned to what they were doing before. 666 turns around to look at Beta just once. Within her memories, there is a certain author who bears great resemblance to Beta. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Just as Milia had predicted, the Red Tower has indeed been almost emptied of vampires and ghouls. However, they are not entirely absent, so Milia and Claire are encountering the occasional attacks. Claire's sword flashes, and a vampire's head flies off. However, the vampire is still moving. Pierce the heart. Obediently listening to Milia's instructions, Claire stabs her sword through the headless vampire's heart. Immediately, cracks begin running throughout the vampire's body, starting from the heart area. Red light shines out from between the cracks, then the entire body crumbles into ash. Behind Claire's back, Milia is finishing off the very last one. Being able to come this far without suffering even a single wound from the fights against vampires is, in large, due to Milia's help. Despite not having as much magic as Claire, Milia more than makes up for it with her skill with the sword. And above all else, she is extremely familiar with fighting against vampires. Many vampires fight by relying solely on their superior physical abilities, but there is the occasional one that is able to use their mind to some degree. Coupled with their inhuman movements and astonishing regenerative powers, they can make for very difficult opponents indeed. However, Milia is able to read their next moves as if she has thoroughly mastered fighting against vampires, moving quickly and accurately exactly as needed. Claire now fully understands that Milia's aid is a definite must in order to save her younger brother. But still, even so Claire cannot help but to inquire. Are you hiding something from me? So Claire asks as Milia looks down at the last pile of ash with somewhat sorrowful eyes. What do you mean? Milia turns around with an expressionless face. You were acting a bit strange back there at the archive. It almost felt as if you were sympathetic towards the vampires. Isn't it your goal to kill the Queen of Blood? Yes, I will kill her. Is that so? Then let me ask this, why are you so knowledgeable about vampires? Anyone can tell just by watching you fight. Undoubtedly, you know about vampires, much more so than any other person. That's because I live solely for the purpose of killing the Queen of Blood. And I'm saying that it's unnatural if that's all there is to it. Alright, then what's the meaning behind those final words at the archive? Land of peace? Path for her to tread. Claire's tone is growing stronger with each successive question. However, Milia offers no answers. I won't get it if you just stay silent. You are the same though. What? You also have something that you're hiding. Why are you so obsessed with demon possession? It's common sense that there's no way to heal demon possession. Everyone who contracts it dies. So it seems. Claire bites her lip. Everyone has things they want to keep secret. Am I right? Alright, then. We won't pry into each other then. I'll just help you with killing the Queen of Blood, and you'll just help me with saving my younger brother. That will be the terms of our relationship. That's fine. The two turn to continue climbing up the tower without looking at each other again. Hold on. After a while, Milia, who is in front, suddenly stops. What's the matter? Someone's fighting up ahead. The two make their way over while treading silently. It seems that the fighting is happening on the other side of a door directly in their way. There is no other passage to take. We've no choice but to go in. Let's open it a sliver and peek inside. Milia nods at Claire's words, then peeks through from a thin crack. The other side turns out to be a spacious hall. A huge opening reveals the red moon still hanging prominently in the sky. Within is a swarthy man clutching the neck of a vampire and laughing in ridicule. You're so weak. The giant nada that the man is carrying is stained with blood, and all around him are chunks of flesh and piles of ash. You're an officer, aren't you? I seem to remember your face. Where is Crimson? So asks the swarthy man while tightening his grip on the vampire's neck. Beats me. So you don't intend to tell me? There's no need to tell you. The instant the vampire says that, he changes into a red mist. It is the mystify skill that only high-class vampires can use. Oh. The swarthy man's hand is now holding nothing, while the red mist gathers behind him. The vampire's arm materializes from there, his sharp claws quickly closing in on the swarthy man. However, the swarthy man does not even look backwards. I have really good intuition. The man simply swings his giant nada casually. The incredible wind pressure reaches even the door, causing Milia and Claire to hurriedly close the door back. When they look inside once again, they see parts of the vampire tragically lying around like pieces of minced meat. The pieces quickly turn into ash. What is with that guy? Going by appearance, he is not a vampire. However, neither does he look like an ally. He is one of the monarchs of Outlaw City, Juggernaut the Tyrant. We would do best not to engage him in battle. The vampire that he just killed is the third most skilled officer from the Queen of Blood's faction. That was their third. The contrast to Tyrant was so overwhelming that the vampire did not look like it at all. Let's hide and just wait for him to leave. Claire nods at Milia's suggestion. However, Tyrant's voice rings out from the other side of the door. I said I have good intuition. I know you're there. Immediately afterwards, the door is pulverized. A gigantic nada suddenly appears through the door in a horizontal mowing attack. The two of them drop to the ground in evasion. Above their heads, the sound of violence roars past. Two lasses, hey! Beyond the broken door, Tyrant looks down on the two of them. This is the worst. Guess we have no choice but to do it. The two of them draw their swords, as which Tyrant just sneers. You two don't look like vampires, but you're going to die here regardless. Then his giant nada is swung down. Asterisk. The two leap to either side of the giant nada in evasion. The giant nada slams into the ground, sending pieces of rubble flying all around. From within the cloud of rubble, Tyrant glares at his two targets with sharp eyes, then settles on the one closer to him, Claire. He brazenly steps in, swinging his giant nada with both thick arms. However, Claire is also closely watching Tyrant's movements. Tyrant has both power and speed. However, his characteristics of his weapon forces him to make big motions. No matter how fast he may be, as long as Claire stays focused, she is able to follow with her eyes. Sure enough, Claire manages to parry one such attack from Tyrant. However, the weight of the attack turns out to be far beyond what she had expected. Her face turns into a grimace, and her follow-up attack is delayed by a fraction of a second. That tiny delay was more than enough for Tyrant. All you fucking swordsmen move the exact same fucking way. Before Claire had noticed, Tyrant has switched to a one-handed grip. His free arm explodes into Claire's face. Claire. Milia is about to dash forward in support, but Tyrant nails her down with his eyes. Claire is sent flying and rolls on the ground. But immediately afterwards, she gets right back up like it was nothing. Then she spits out some blood. Ow, you gave me a cut inside my mouth. Claire scowls at Tyrant. Tyrant skillfully raises one eyebrow and laughs. For some reason, there is a shallow cut on his abdomen. Most fucktards go down with just that one shot, though. You fucker, you're used to this. Thanks to a certain failure of a younger brother of mine. Claire bares her blood-stained teeth in a grin. When receiving that punch just now, she had offset the impact and also slashed back at Tyrant at the same time. Claire does a few practice swings as if to confirm the state of her body, then spits out some saliva stained with blood. A man who only knows violence. You have no finesse nor technique. Claire is putting up a strong front, but the situation is not as favorable as she is making it out to be. The wound inside her mouth is bleeding profusely, and her head is still slightly reeling from the shock of the punch just now. It was a mistake to go for the simultaneous exchange. The amount of damage from one attack is just too different between the two of them. You're right, I've never learned a single technique. 'Cause I've never fucking needed to. With that, he lunges at Claire in attack. Tyrant's strength comes from his naturally high physical prowess, his large magic reserve, and his overwhelming battle sense. His fighting needs no techniques. For him, technique would be but mere shackles. In the face of his brute force swing, Claire once again attempts a parry. However, the shock of the attack ends up flowing into her body. Her footing is unsteady. The damage to her brain has yet to dissipate. Tyrant is not one who would overlook such an opening. He raises his giant nada high. I said, I have good instincts. and swings it powerfully. That attack misses Claire by a large margin, roaring past her with incredible speed. Then a huge amount of blood splashes onto Claire's face from the side. Claire is unharmed. However, when she looks over, she sees Milia with her stomach sliced open. Gobo. She vomits blood, then falls to her knees. Milia. All you fucking swordsmen seriously move the exact same fucking way. That one was waiting the entire time for the instant I let down my guard. So I was waiting the entire time for that one to come for me. And that's pretty much how it went. Tyrant laughs in ridicule with his fiendish face. Claire rushes over in tears towards Milia, whose strength is leaving her. Milia. How can this be? Milia's wound is deep enough to reach her organs. It is fatal. Claire places her hands over the wound and pours her magic in, despite knowing the futility of doing so. However, Milia brushes away that hand. Gaho. Blood. Gaho. Milia is staring fixedly at Claire, seemingly pleading for something desperately even while vomiting blood. Milia, you shouldn't move. Milia puts more strength into her grip, now almost beggingly. Claire. I'm sorry. Let me suck your blood. With that, Milia's lips rushes for Claire's. Mugigu. Claire's eyes fly wide open in shock. Milia sucks frantically at every drop of blood on Claire's lips. Then her eyes become stained with red. What are you doing? Claire tears Milia off. However, Milia is no longer there. Claire's cry of surprise and Tyrant's grunt of pain overlap. When Claire whirls around, she sees Tyrant, with one arm all cut up, looking upwards. Up? Milia. Milia is floating in mid-air. Her eyes are shining red, and sharp fangs are protruding from her lips. The wound on her stomach has completely closed up. So that's what you are. Now this is fun. Tyrant grins like a carnivore, while Milia smiles sorrowfully. Then Tyrant's giant nada and Milia's sword collide. The two strength prove equal. No, Tyrant is still slightly on top. Not bad. Both of them glare at each other amidst a shower of sparks. However, the next instant a silly voice breaks the equilibrium. Ei. With that cry, Claire chucks her own sword. Wei, Hall. The sword flies straight towards Tyrant, causing him to dodge. The sudden movement breaks his balance. No longer able to properly receive Milia's strength, he is sent crashing into the far wall. Unfortunately for him, the other side of that wall is the outside. There is nothing below his feet. So he begins to freefall. His voice dwindles as he grows further. The only ones left are Claire and Milia. Claire goes to pick up her sword, while Milia looks on slightly guiltily. Claire sheaths her sword, then the two look at each other awkwardly. Milia. Are you all right? So asks Claire in a hesitant voice. I'm fine, but... I'm sorry, Claire. I mean, well, it's fine, but... So, the thing that Milia was hiding. Yes, I am a vampire. I see. I'll tell you everything. Who I am, what my real goal is. And also the truth behind the Queen of Blood. With that, Milia begins talking with sorrow in her eyes. ******. Milia used to be a subordinate of Elizabeth the Queen of Blood. It was back when vampires still reigned over the night of the world. Even back then, Elizabeth was one of the strongest among progenitors. Vampires hunted and fed on humans like it was a game. To many of them, humans were no more than mere livestock, to the degree where there were even countries ruled by vampires. It was the golden age for vampires. However, within such an era, Elizabeth was the only one who disapproved of feeding on humans more than necessary. She hunted only enough to sustain herself, and did not indiscriminately take lives. There were many vampires very vocally opposed to her way of life. Thus, despite her great strength, she only had very few subordinates. But then the times turned, and it became the age of darkness for vampires. It was a nightmarish age where humans hunted vampires. The fall of the first vampire monarchy triggered an explosion of revolts, causing the population of vampires to plunge in the blink of an eye. At that time, Elizabeth was serving as feudal lord over a border domain within a small kingdom, helping to protect that border and country. She and her subordinates joined hands with the humans living there in farming, in hunting demon monsters, and in managing the land. Within her territory, vampires did not look down on humans, and humans did not fear vampires. The reason why they were able to build and maintain that relationship was because the vampires there had sworn off human blood. Vampires cannot live without feeding on human blood. That claim, which was thought to be common sense, was proven wrong by Elizabeth personally. The feeding compulsion that progenitors feel is several tens of times stronger than what normal vampires feel. The pain she bore was surely unimaginable. However, she managed to keep at it, constantly suffering pain ache into her arm being gnawed through. And her subordinates also followed suit. These vampires who stopped feeding on blood gradually lost their powers, until their strength was reduced to that of normal humans. However, in exchange, they gained something. That something was the ability to live under sunlight. The vampires who stopped feeding on blood became capable of living in the same world of sunlight and beauty as humans. Furthermore, they also gained a heart of peace. By abstaining from blood and living under the sun, their feeding compulsion gradually thinned out. They became able to adopt the same mentality as humans. But among them, Elizabeth, as a progenitor, was the only one who remained powerful. Her skin would still be burned when exposed to sunlight, forcing her to always carry a black parasol when going out. It wasn't so bad that she would turn into ash, but it was not uncommon for progenitors to have a certain degree of resistance against sunlight. But most importantly, no matter how long she abstained from blood, her almost maddening feeding compulsion never abated. But even within that agony, she went about every day like everyone else, parasol in hand. One day, she gathered her subordinates and said to them, "Let us build a land of peace here. A land where humans and vampires can live together in happiness, without fear of discrimination or condemnation." With that, she began accepting vampire refugees from outside and bringing them under her protection. Of course, that was with the condition of abstaining from blood. Among them were those who scorned and opposed her. In all such cases, she would sadly but firmly expel them from her territory. If they refused to comply, she would end them with her own hand. Before long, almost all surviving vampires came to seek refuge under her from the humans who were chasing them. Their population started to bounce back, humans and vampires coexisted, and their land prospered. Due to the combined influence of her own strength and the parent country's support, even vampire hunters stopped appearing in her territory. Right there, right then, the land of peace that she had been seeking truly existed. She prayed fervently for everyone there to live in happiness. However, the land of peace crumbled in a single night. It was the night of a red moon. She had locked herself in her castle to concentrate on resisting the feeding compulsion that was growing day by day. At the time, Milia was her top aide, and Crimson was the second. The two of them took turns bringing food to Elizabeth's room. And the incident occurred when it was Crimson's turn. He had mixed human blood into her food. The usual Elizabeth might very well have noticed it before eating. Even if she did eat some of it, she might very well have been able to suppress the compulsion. However, it was during a red moon. Unable to suppress the rebound from ingesting blood after such a long period of abstinence, she went on a rampage. Then the vampires under Crimson also raised the flag of revolt. Vampires who could not see humans as anything besides livestock could not bear living together with said humans. Elizabeth's dream. The land of peace was revealed to be but an illusion. It took only several hours for the rampaging Elizabeth and those under Crimson to devour every single human in the territory. Her own followers, who had abstained from blood, were powerless and thus massacred along with the humans. With the sole exception of Milia. In order to stop Elizabeth, she chose to suck the blood from a dead corpse, crying the entire time. Then she chased after Elizabeth, who had already left the territory by the time. Elizabeth and the others' momentum was unstoppable. Within the very same day, they obliterated the small country that she had been protecting, tearing the kind-hearted king into shreds. Milia did not make it time. All she could do was wail beside the corpses of the king and queen consort and beg for their forgiveness. Thus Elizabeth's rampage continued for 3 whole days, during which 3 more countries suffered damage beyond the point of recovery. It was only on the night after everything was over that Milia was able to catch up with Elizabeth. Elizabeth was crying while gazing at the countries that she had destroyed. "So that this mistake would never be repeated, so that I would never be revived, please scatter my ashes in the sea." After leaving behind those words, she impaled her own heart with a sword. With that, she was supposed to have turned to ash. However, she did not. The sword had missed her vitals by the tiniest bit. She stopped breathing, and her heart stopped beating. It was exactly as if she was dead. Yet, she still lived. The moment human blood touches her lips, life would surely be breathed into her once more. On the other hand, by just pushing the sword a tiny bit in the right direction, she would surely turn to ash. Milia could not bring herself to do either. Unable to disobey her master's will, yet also unable to kill her master with her own hands. So she hid her master in a coffin so that she may sleep for eternity, and swore to stand guard for that same eternity. It was a foolish decision. Having abstained from blood, I did not have the strength to uphold my oath. Crimson managed to wrest Elizabeth-sama away, and is now trying to use her again. I must make up for the mistake I made 1,000 years ago. If Elizabeth-sama is made to rampage again, I wouldn't know how I can ever apologize to her. Milia smiles sorrowfully. This is everything about me. I'm sorry for keeping it a secret from you. It's fine, I am the same. My secret is that I might have demon possession. Long ago, a black bruise suddenly appeared on my back, and it grew larger and larger. But one day, it rapidly began to shrink, until it disappeared completely like it was a bad dream. If that was truly demon possession, then I will eventually. That's why, before I leave for good, I forced my younger brother to accompany me here, so that he can earn the qualification to join a knight order. But he got kidnapped the moment I took my eyes off him. If anything actually happens to Cid, I wouldn't know how I can ever apologize to him either. So that's what it was. The two share the silence for a while. I don't think the land of peace was an illusion. There is also no guarantee that a mistake would be repeated just because it happened once. How about trying to talk with Elizabeth one more time? But Milia shakes her head. I no longer wish to disobey my master's command. Then I'll do it. I just have to abduct her and wait for the end of the red moon. Then she won't rampage, right? Likely so, yes. Then after the red moon is over, I'll wake her up with my blood. Then I'll have a talk with her. Surely something would change from that. And it'll all be done by me arbitrarily, so you won't be implicated. But I don't want Elizabeth-sama to suffer any more sadness. Malia is looking down while considering. Surely various conflicts are clashing inside her mind. Just once more. Just one last talk. It's too tragic for things to end this way. For Milia, for Elizabeth, and also for everyone who died. Claire peers into Milia's eyes and smiles. There is hesitation in Milia's eyes. Even she herself does not want things to end this way. But it's terrifying. The possibility for the same mistake from before to be repeated is terrifying. The possibility of making Elizabeth go through even more sadness is terrifying. The land of peace that you two strove for was no illusion. That is what I believe. So let's give this an ending where everyone is laughing together. I'm sorry. I will impose on you then. Milia raises her face and nods. Don't worry about it. As I said, it'll just be something I'm doing on my own accord. Also, I apologize for saying mean things to you earlier, about how demon possession can never be healed. There's a secret village of vampires founded by some old friends of mine. I'll help you ask them if they know anything. It didn't bother me at all. And thanks. So then, let's sock crime in a punch and kidnap the sleeping queen. We will also definitely save Claire's younger brother. I'll be the one to save Cid. Don't you dare steal my role. But do support me in my beautiful and gallant rescue drama. You got it. Then the two resume climbing up the tower. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. There's the treasure room of a progenitor vampire for you. It's so literally buried in treasure that I am quivering with sheer emotion. But when I sift through the piles, going ooh this is good, ooh this is also good, I realize that I am extremely limited in what I can bring back. I basically have zero ability to fence off works of art, so those I will have to pass. Unfortunately, the majority of what's here falls under that category. Next is jewels and precious metals. Small pieces are fine, but bigger ones are bulky. And I can't fence those either. Thus, my target has been narrowed to a single option. The one that is surest and most efficient at adding to my own funds, the one that I most need to grab is gold coins. One piece the size of a 500 yen coin is worth 100k zenny. What's more, I can use it as is. It is the option that boasts overwhelming efficiency and reliability in comparison to all others. What a downer of a fact to be enlightened to while looking at all this treasure up close. Well, that's reality for you, I suppose. I mutter under my breath as if to say farewell to the massive variety of treasure before me. Then I apply myself to the task of gathering gold coins. Naturally, I've already given thought to how I will carry it all. Drawing reference from the Forefront Authority on Slime Bodysuits, Epsilon, I have decided to stuff the gold coins into my bodysuit. Just as Epsilon stuffs hers with slimes, I shall stuff mine with gold coins. Within my bodysuit, my long coat, and even my hood, I line all available space with gold coins, leaving no patch uncovered. Nah, that's a lie. I do still have the presence of mind to keep the joint areas unlined. Even so, the final amount that I am able to stuff is slightly above 1,000 pieces. 1,000 pieces of gold coins, which calculates to 100 million zenny. I don't think my math is mistaken. I intend to live for 300 years, so it's far from enough. However, stuffing any more would introduce unavoidable risk. My magic is sufficient to offset the weight of 1,000 gold coins, but it's just hard to move comfortably. Any more than this, my movements would become all stiff. Also, 1,000 gold coins is still not that conspicuous appearance-wise. But if I go for, say, 2,000, then that would be quite obvious indeed. It'd be fine if I'm simply carrying them, but the boss battle with the Queen of Blood still lies ahead of me. Apparently the Queen of Blood is a progenitor vampire. She'll definitely be strong, no doubt about it. A vampire who is a progenitor, now that's got to be strong for sure. Thus, this time's battle plan has already been decided. Up to now, I've always gone with appearing last. But this time, the opponent is one with a title like Progenitor Vampire, so I've decided to be the one who appears first. Then in the middle of my fight with the Progenitor Vampire, the protagonist can appear and go what is with this terrifyingly high-level battle. I can't follow along at all, in shock. That is the best way for this time to play out. And so, by necessity, I need to be the first to find the Queen of Blood. The more I dally, the higher the possibility someone else beats me to it. For now, I place the gold coins by the door of the treasure room. Let's come get it afterwards. So that it would be quick and easy to retrieve when the event ends, or in case anything unexpected occurs. After uttering a short prayer that I would be able to safely retrieve it, I rush to the top of the tower with the full speed dash that I haven't done for quite a while. Being early is always better than being late. Finally this moment has arrived. So murmurs Crimson with a crazed smile on his face. The sacrifice has been prepared, and the moon is stained deep crimson. The moment to revive Elizabeth the Queen of Blood has arrived. Crimson places a hand on the large coffin enshrined in the middle of the room, then slowly pushes its lid off. With that, the inside of the coffin is revealed. However, the only thing there is a black, dried-up mass. The figure of Elizabeth the Queen of Blood is nowhere to be seen. Crimson carefully cups the black mass in his hands and lifts it up reverently. It has been too long, oh my Queen of Blood. The preparations to steep the world in blood are all in order. A closer look would reveal the black mass to be an organ. It is a dried-up heart. After the passage of 1,000 years, all that is left is the heart of a progenitor. However, as long as the heart is intact, revival is possible. That is just how progenitors are. Crimson closes the lid of the coffin, then brings the heart towards the black-haired man lying on the floor who is to be the sacrifice. The sacrifice's heart has already been gouged out in advance by Crimson. It is into that gaping hole that Crimson inserts the heart of the Queen of Blood. The flesh and blood are both fresh. With this, the most powerful progenitor vampire in all history, the Queen of Blood, will revive in all her glory to plunge the world into terror once more. Kukukukuku. The revival process will need a bit more time. In that time, Crimson must get away from this place. Immediately after reviving, the Queen of Blood will be starved for blood and thus will indiscriminately attack even vampires. Until she calms down, even Crimson would not be safe around her. Walking quickly, Crimson opens the door and steps out. But after a few steps, he stops abruptly. Who are you? There was no presence in the hallway outside the room. At the very least, there was no one there when he opened the door. However, all of a sudden, he notices a man in a jet-black long coat. On full guard against this unfamiliar man, Crimson extends his claws and readies himself for battle. Begone from this place. Lest you dippo you. Crimson's body splits in two. From the crown of his head to his crotch, in one stroke. It was so fast that Crimson could not see it at all. However, Crimson is a high-class vampire. Mere bisection is something that he can easily recover from. Identify yourself, you fiend. How dare you use such a lowly blade to buy ya? Even as he is speaking, his head is lopped off. How dare you? Do you actually think you stand a Pujiro? Both his arms are sent flying. You fool. Under the red moon, we vampires are Pijya. Both his legs are lopped off, then diced up for good measure. Then his torso is carved up into slices. What? My regeneration can't keep you. The part that regenerated just now is summarily cut off and diced. Wait. Wait a second. We can talk about Guya. Then he is decapitated once more, this time with the head properly diced up. And lastly, one final stab into the only part left, his heart. Crimson turns to ash. The man in a jet-black long coat indifferently proceeds into the room, stopping before the large coffin. My name is Shadow. He who lurks in shadows, he who hunts shadows. Then he waits a while. He waits. He waits. O Queen of Blood, I know you are there. Then he waits. He waits. You are there, right? I don't feel a presence, but that's just because you are concealing it, right? Then Shadow finally opens the coffin and peeks inside. It is empty. Seriously? This plot development? He looks around the room, and notices the corpse of a black-haired young man lying at the side with a hole in his chest. Don't tell me you're the queen? Wait, no, that can't be. You're a guy, and you're dead too. Then he tilts his head and looks toward the pile of ash at the door. Was that one the queen? I do remember red hair. But come on, he was a guy, that can't be right. But he did have the air of a boss. But he was a bit too weak to be one. He mulls for a while. To think that I would get the rare case of the queen being absent. So she either never existed in the first place, she has already been killed, or she has stepped out for a bit. Guess I'll just go retrieve the gold coins first and search around afterwards. Then he turns his heels and leaves the room. Ha! Could it be that I was too late? I did rush like heck though. Seriously, man. So murmuring, his figure disappears. The red moon illuminates the empty room with a fantastical light. Abruptly, the sacrifice's body jerks. Then Dakan. The heart planted inside the sacrifice begins beating. Asterisk. Milia and Claire reach the top of the red tower and push the door open. Cid. Spotting the corpse of a black-haired young man lying on the ground with blood flowing from his chest, Claire dashes over. Then she embraces him without a second look. Tears burst from her reddened eyes. This can't be. I'm begging you, open your eyes. Cid? NN. Claire suddenly calms down and takes one good look at the corpse. Her tears stop. This isn't Cid. He's not. Where's Cid? Is he safe? Claire looks around restlessly. That moment, Milia screams out. Claire. It happened much too fast. When Claire looks down, she suddenly realizes that the young man's arm is protruding from her abdomen. Blood bubbles out from Claire's mouth. Gaho. What is this? Cid. Claire. Claire crumples to the ground. Then the young man who has blood flowing out from his chest moves. There was no mistake, he had indeed been dead. However, right now he is getting up on his own 2 feet, and red tentacle-like protuberances are coming out from his chest. The tentacles squirm revoltingly while extending to envelope his entire body. This can't be. Don't tell me. Milia recognizes that presence. The red tentacles eventually envelope his body in its entirety, then bursts away. And then, from within the dancing sprays of blood, a beautiful, naked woman appears. Crimson hair and similarly colored eyes. Pure white skin and perfect proportions for a female body. That figure matches exactly with the memory of Elizabeth, the Queen of Blood, within Milia's mind. Elizabeth clutches Claire, who still has a hole in her abdomen, and bites into her neck. Sound falls from Claire's mouth. She appears to be unconscious, but she is still alive. However, Milia can do nothing but watch Claire being drained of blood. Because Milia understands. It is carved into her very instinct. She understands that before the revived Elizabeth, anything she does would be a mere exercise in futility. Claire. Then the Claire who has turned deathly pale from loss of blood is casually tossed aside. Elizabeth's beautiful eyes settle on Milia. Those eyes are not registering Milia as anything other than food. Elizabeth-sama. Milia backs away while quivering. Her master has been revived. There exists no method to stop Elizabeth, the greatest progenitor who ever lived. This time, too, she did not make it in time. The tragedy from 1,000 years ago is going to be repeated. Tears well up in Milia's eyes. But the sorrow in her eyes is overridden by astonishment the next instant. The black figure who suddenly appeared crashes into Elizabeth. Elizabeth's red claws are met by a jet-black blade. It is the woman in a jet-black bodysuit that Milia had met down in the archive beta. Secure her. In response to her shout, 3 more black figures appear and extract Claire. Beta receives one more swing from Elizabeth's claws with her jet-black blade, then jumps back to take her distance. 665, status. Still breathing. But in need of immediate medical attention. Noted. But I don't think she'll let us go just like this. In the direction of Beta's gaze, a naked woman is walking forward. You all, support me. Yes, ma'am. The vampire hunter-san over there, will be leaving Claire in your care for a while. Claire. Milia accepts Claire's body from 665 and embraces it. You can't, wait. Right before Beta is about to engage with Elizabeth, Milia calls her back. She must be warned. It's impossible. Elizabeth-sama is, no one can win against her. Beta's cat-like eyes gaze back at Milia from behind her mask. I wonder about that. Then she brings her jet-black blade up in readiness, and faces off against Elizabeth. How did things turn out like this? Beta fiercely laments her failure while facing off against Elizabeth, the Queen of Blood. The very fact of having allowed her master's sister to be on the verge of death cannot be called anything else other than a failure. Her master still has yet to make his appearance. That surely means that there is currently something else that he must prioritize, and that he has entrusted this place to her. However, Beta had realized it too late. And that has led to the worst outcome possible. If her master's sister loses her life, then Beta would never be able to face her master again. Against the Queen of Blood, how far can I go? But despite her mutter, there is nothing but killing intent in her eyes. There is only one way to redeem herself. The opponent is powerful, but she must do it. Beta imbues her jet-black sword with magic with incredible force. Then she taps the floor with her toes twice in signal. Her 3 subordinates disperse. Ready to move at any instant. Beta sizes up the Queen of Blood, waiting for the right timing. The Queen of Blood approaches at a slow walk. Her completely bared body that has on not even a thread is stained by the light of the red moon. With unreadable eyes that seem somewhat sleepy, she sizes up Beta and the rest. Then she enters striking distance. The flash from Beta turns into the start signal. That breathtakingly beautiful and fast jet black blade is stopped by the Queen of Blood's outstretched right claw. At the same time, her left claw sweeps forward in counterattack. However, she is attacked from behind by 666. She has no choice but to redirect her left claw towards her back in defense. But that very instant, 664 and 665's attacks are already homing in, and Beta has already shifted into a follow-up attack. The Queen of Blood gazes at the three blades bearing down upon her with somewhat sleepy-looking eyes, then opts to only protect her heart. The beautiful body of the Queen of Blood is gouged by three blades. It doesn't come out. The cry is 664's. The three blades are stuck, buried in the Queen of Blood's naked body. The Queen of Blood had received the attacks with her muscles, then sealed their movements. Cool. Beta strengthens her entire body, then yanks hers back out forcibly. Unfortunately, 664 and 665 do not have such strength. Change the shape of your sword. So Beta barks, but it's too late. The claws of the Queen of Blood close in on the two of them. Beta leaps into motion. But it is 666 who is faster. Using her beautiful swordsmanship, 666 severs the Queen of Blood's tendons. The Queen of Blood loses power in her two arms. She regenerates in an instant, but that's enough time for 664 and 665 to alter the shape of their slime swords and pull them free. Then Beta slash tears into the Queen of Blood's face, 664's tears into her flank, 665's tears into the tendons of her leg, then finally 666's tears into her back and sends her flying. The Queen of Blood's naked body crashes into the far wall. Well done, 666. 666 briefly lowers her head. The Queen of Blood shows no sign of moving from underneath the debris. Beta and the rest keep their guard up vigilantly while slowly backing off. At the very first glance, Beta had determined the Queen of Blood to be a formidable enemy. She felt with her skin the difference in their very level of existence. Most likely, she would not stand a chance one-on-one. Even when fighting together with her three subordinates, it would still be tough. That's what she had thought. In fact, the Queen of Blood is a formidable enemy, and Beta knows that it's not over yet. However, the fight is significantly easier than she had expected. The teamwork between the new recruits is much smoother than she had expected. Furthermore, 666's battle prowess is ahead above all the other recruits. 664 calls the shots, 665 offers her knowledge and intelligence, and 666 brings her battle strength to bear. Just as Lambda said, this is indeed a good team. We might actually win. So murmurs Beta unconsciously. However, it's impossible. You all are indeed strong. However, the power that submerged the world in fear during the Red Moon was not merely on this level. It's only because Elizabeth-sama has just woken up. Milia responds to Beta's murmur from behind. Even while embracing Claire, tears of despair are welling up in Milia's eyes. Elizabeth-sama has always had extremely low blood pressure. At that instant, the Queen of Blood's magic surges explosively, sending out an incredible shockwave. ******. When she emerges from the rubble, the Queen of Blood is clad in a red dress. No, that's wrong. What she is clad in is blood in the form of a dress. She is manipulating the blood to act as a dress to cover her nakedness. Above her skin, the dress of blood ripples bewitchingly as if it has a life of its own. The overwhelming pressure emanating from the Queen of Blood causes Beta to grimace underneath her mask. So this is the Queen of Blood. A true-to-life monster. Beta-sama. 664 looks at Beta as if awaiting her decision. Beta shakes her head. The possibility of escape is extremely low. And in the first place, abandoning their master's sister is not an option. There is no choice but to fight. But, that instant. Oh my, what a monster. May I join in? A fox beastkin with 9 tails appears. Her silvery white hair flutters as she opens up 2 metal-ribbed fans. You are Yukame the Enchantress. It is her first time seeing her in person, but Beta knows of the monarchs of Outlaw City. Beta's and Yukame's eyes meet, as if they are silently confirming something with each other. I would be grateful for your aid. Beta. That was Beta's decision. Then join hands we shall. Yukame. They both turn towards the Queen of Blood. But then an intruder barges in. Don't fucking start without me. The window glass is shattered, then a hulking man with tan skin jumps in. He rests his giant nada on his shoulders and snorts as he directs his gaze towards the Queen of Blood. So you're the big shot here? You sure went and did a number on my city. Juggernaut. Where do you think you just came from? Yokame. Where I come from is my freedom, old hag. I will be the one to end this bitch. Do as you please, then. Yokame. Beta also knows of him. He is another monarch of Outlaw City, Juggernaut the Tyrant. This moment, all 3 monarchs of Outlaw City have been gathered. Every single one of them is powerful enough to carve out a portion of the city for themselves. And 2 of them have joined hands against the Queen of Blood. Beta feels relieved at this fortuitous turn. With this, they might still have a chance at winning. Eat this. It is Juggernaut who rushes forward to claim first blood. He closes the distance with his beast-like movements, then swings down his prided giant nada. The Queen of Blood does not even flinch. What? The giant nada tears into the Queen of Blood, but it is Juggernaut who raises his voice in astonishment. Without any resistance, his giant nada passes straight through the Queen of Blood. Mystify. The ability to turn their own body into mist that only high-class vampires can use. However, the Queen of Blood had used it without any telltale signs whatsoever. Furthermore, she had applied it only to the areas in the trajectory of the giant nada. So annoying. Juggernaut unleashes another mowing attack with his giant nada. However, the Queen of Blood once again receives it without moving a muscle. For an instant, her neck blurs, during which the giant nada passes through harmlessly. Then the Queen of Blood gathers blood in her left hand. A frightening amount of magic is also being infused into the growing mass. That's a bad one. Evade. Yokame and Beta both shout out, prompting everyone to take evasive maneuvers. The Queen of Blood tosses the mass into the air, immediately after which it explodes. The clump of blood explodes, sending blood splashing everywhere. But in a split second, the flying drops change shape and turn into a hail of arrowheads. The blood arrowheads staining the space red are packed so densely as to be absolutely unavoidable. Beta promptly decides to give up on evasion, instead rushing over to stand in front of Claire. By strengthening the defense to her vital areas with her bodysuit and using her jet black blade to parry away as many arrowheads as she can, she offers her own body as a shield. Her cheeks are lacerated, and there are arrowheads buried into her arms and thighs. Eventually, the rain of arrowheads stop. Aside from minor scratches, Milia and Claire did not suffer any serious wounds due to the arrowheads. However, the damage that Beta took was quite significant. Why, you? Seeing Beta's figure, Milia becomes at a loss for words. Her jet black bodysuit is miserably torn up in countless places, revealing her white skin and red flesh. There are even several arrowheads lodged into her arms and legs. Not a problem. I protected my vitals. But Beta just calmly brings her sword back up while assessing her surroundings. Unfortunately, not everyone is still as battle-ready as Beta is. 664 is wounded all over, and is bleeding profusely from a deep gash on her abdomen. 665 is similarly wounded all over, and her feet seem to have been done in. 666 also has conspicuous wounds, but appears not to have suffered anything major. Yokame also suffered a few wounds, but nothing serious. As for Juggernaut, the one who had been the closest to the center of the explosion. That fucking hurts. He is covered head to foot with blood. There are arrowheads pierced into every part of his body, and the bleeding has stained his tan skin red. Even so, he is standing on his feet, with his giant nada resting on his shoulder. The chips on his giant nada are also very conspicuous. It seems that he had used his giant nada to protect his vitals. Shit. What a fucking monster, Juggernaut. However, he quickly falls to one knee. Red Moon. I remember now. But to think that the Queen of Blood is the infamous progenitor vampire from the legends. Yokame. Yokame is gazing at the Queen of Blood with shock. What's that? Juggernaut. From long in the past. There is a legend of a vampire who destroyed several countries within a mere 3 days. Yokame. Entire countries. In 3 days. Juggernaut. Juggernaut grimaces while turning to look up at the Queen of Blood. There is not a single person present who doubts that the Queen of Blood is the one from the legend. 664, 665, fall back. Beta. Beta withdraws the 2 who are no longer capable of doing battle. 666, you 2. Beta. I can still fight. 666. You have something else that you need to do, right? Beta. 666. Beta smiles underneath her mask, then steps forward. She has already given up trying to win. The Queen of Blood is a monster that Beta herself is no match for. No matter how much she struggles, even if all of them throw themselves at her, the chance for victory is nil. However, they don't need to win. Even if Beta cannot win, her master surely can. She holds absolute faith in her master. That's why all Beta has to do is buy time until her master arrives. That is the final duty left to her. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Beta pours magic into her jet black blade as she faces off against the Queen of Blood. That instant, Beta's flow of magic suddenly becomes turbulent. Beta lowers the output in an attempt to bring it back under control, but the rampaging magic shows no sign of calming down. Beta-sama. A much loathed yet familiar pain runs throughout her body. Starting from the wounds made by the blood arrowheads, her skin is turning black. This is the symptom of demon possession. Upon understanding what's going on, Beta immediately changes the way she controls her magic. The turbulence alleviates a little, but her magic still remains very difficult to control. Then the Queen of Blood moves. She begins gathering an even larger mass of blood above her head, imbuing it with enough magic to make the very air quake. That's just. Beta's voice trembles before the mass of blood that is clearly much larger than the previous one. Right now, she is in no state to move. Furthermore, a cry rises up from behind her. Claire! Hold yourself together. Turning around, Beta sees a wound on Claire's body also turning black. The situation is beyond salvation. The mass of blood in midair is being compressed, threatening to explode at any moment now. My lord, forgive me. Beta murmurs while on the verge of tears, then Claire's eyes snap open. Claire is dreaming. She is floating within an endless white space. There is only Claire in that space, with nothing else to be seen. But she can clearly hear the sound of her own heartbeat. Can you hear me? Hearing a voice from somewhere, Claire lifts her face. Can you hear my voice? This time, she hears it clearly. Looking in the direction of the voice, she sees a black-haired woman. Her violet-colored eyes are looking straight at Claire. You are. I've come to help you. Help? Me? Yes. Then those violet eyes shift to look at Claire's body. What is this? Claire's white skin is gradually being stained black. This is a symptom that Claire had experienced long ago. Don't tell me. Demon possession. Technical, not exactly. The condition that you call demon possession has already been long healed by him. Healed? Him. You should know him very well. I haven't a clue. Who is he? However, the woman with violet eyes only smiles mysteriously. Your body will soon rot away. That's why I'll lend you my strength for a while. Wait a second. I have no idea what's going on. I'm really bad at explaining things. Please, tell me. What is happening to my body? Let me think, how can I explain it best? Unfortunately, you are compatible and thus have lost control. Sorry, I didn't get any of that. It might get a bit long, but we don't have much time. So I'll keep it concise. Yes please. Do you know what evolution is? Long ago, someone from the same research lab as me looked into it, and apparently all humans are descended from apes. According to her hypothesis, apes became adapted to their environment for a long period of time, gradually turning into humans over the passage of time. I thought it a very interesting idea. I don't know if it's true or not, though. Is that related? Sure it is. But you see, another researcher disagreed with the claim that humans adapt to their surroundings. But she was not refuting that humans are descended from apes. There are smart apes and stupid apes. Within harsh conditions, only the smart apes survive to reproduce and increase the population. Eventually, there are only smart apes left, and they turn into humans over the passage of time. What's the difference? More like, what are you even talking about? It's totally different. In other words, the apes survived only because they happened to be compatible with their environment, they did not adapt by their own will. I guess. And so, what was I talking about in the first place? About me. I think. Right, about adaptation and compatibility. In short, it's the ones who adapted to their environment and changed shape that survived. It is because of adaptation that right now, even in this very moment, blood is evolving into two different kinds. The original kind causes such a heavy burden on the body that it becomes incapable of reproduction. The second kind, its divergence is clear to see from its characteristics. But right now, both are present inside of you, trying to adapt to each other. Adapting to each other is really hard to do, but you unfortunately happen to be compatible, and you also unfortunately do not know the way to control them. That is why your blood is rampaging within you and tearing your body apart. We're out of time. Wait, we're at the most important part now. Ow. A sharp pain suddenly stabs into Claire's hand. She turns it over to see a complicated magic circle engraved on the back. That mark will surely teach you how to control them. It's gone. The black bruise on her body has disappeared. There's no more time. Things are taking a serious turn for the worse outside. There really was no need for the first half of the explanation, right? I'm going to borrow your body for a bit. I won't be able to use my full strength, but... With that, the woman with violet eyes begins to fade away. Wait. What is your name? I am Aurora. Aurora. Why are you helping me? Because you are his. However, Aurora has completely disappeared, taking with her the final half of her sentence. What was that, seriously? His. What? Is it the same guy who healed my demon possession? She didn't tell me any of the most important parts. Claire is left muttering to herself in the white space. Within Milia's arms, Claire's eyes suddenly snap open. Within those eyes, her pupils have been dyed a beautiful violet. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Claire suddenly stands up from within Milia's arms. Noticing her violet eyes, Milia lets out a soft gasp. Claire, the color of your eyes. The change is not limited to the color of her eyes. Her aura seems more mature, and even the quality of her magic seems different somehow. But above all else, the most conspicuous thing is that all her wounds have closed up. Her abdomen is stained with the blood from the large wound just now, but that blood begins to wriggle before clumping together and floating in midair. It is exactly what the Queen of Blood is doing. Well then, I wonder how long can last. So murmurs Claire. That voice is quiet and composed. Even the way she speaks seems to have become that of an entirely different person. Are you really Claire? But right after Milia voices her question, the Queen of Blood's clump of blood explodes. The sprays of blood once again turn into arrowheads, then fall upon everyone with unavoidable speed and density. All of them merely stand in place, capable only of watching in despair. That is, with her being the sole exception. Unfortunately for you, I am the original. So muttering, Claire sets off her own clump of blood. That clump of blood splits into tiny drops that disperse. It almost becomes a mist of blood. The drops adhere to the arrowheads upon making contact. Milia is the only person who voices her astonishment. But everyone else present is equally shocked. The blood arrowheads suddenly lose momentum, falling to the ground as if drained of energy. It is not difficult to steal away control over blood that has left the body. It seems that I wasn't able to completely wrest control, but... Claire smiles bewitchingly while looking at the Queen of Blood, who is currently pierced by several blood arrowheads. Claire had used the mist to hijack control over the arrowheads, then even sent them back. However, it was only with a limited number that she was able to go so far. The others she could only drop. However, the ability to do such a thing is clearly beyond the realm of a human. Everyone is left dumbfounded at the sight of what seems to have developed into a fight between two Queens of Blood. You cannot hope to defeat me with projectiles. In other words, there is only one thing that you can do. Claire runs her tongue over her lips, causing them to be dyed blood red. The Queen of Blood moves. She regenerates the areas wounded by arrowheads, and changes the shape of her dress. From her dress of blood emerges tentacles of blood. Within the blink of an eye, she adds to their numbers. Yes, that is the right answer. So Claire murmurs, before extending tentacles of blood from her own body. It is exactly what the Queen of Blood is doing. Red tentacles spread out from both of them, seemingly trying to intimidate the tentacles of the other. Then both sides initiate battle simultaneously. Sharp tips like the point of a spear stab straight towards the other. Some tentacles dive underground, some thrust through the ceiling to go overhead, and the rest almost paint the entire space blood red in their attempts to attack the other from all directions. While tentacles crush tentacles, it takes but a brief while to reach their respective targets. Looking at the incoming tentacles, Claire lifts a giant red scythe in readiness, while the Queen of Blood extends her red claws. Then they both begin slashing at each other. Tentacles dance, are crushed, are ripped apart, and dye the air with fresh red. The light from the red moon shines in through the holes punched into the ceiling, illuminating the two ladies in breathtaking beauty. The fight being played out is too fast for eyes, too incredible for belief, and so utterly beyond human boundaries. No one can take their eyes off this ferocious yet entrancing fight. How incredible! What a fight this is! Are the two perhaps of equal strength? Observers would not be able to determine who is holding the advantage. All that can be determined is that not a single decisive hit has landed yet. After the maddened dance of the tentacles continues for a while, Claire heaves a sigh. This isn't getting us anywhere. But is it already enough? Then a roguish smile comes over her face. Have you already breathed in enough of the blood mist? The next instant, the Queen of Blood falls to her knees. She vomits blood, then blood pours out from her eyes. Then blood spurts out from every single orifice on her body. Gaho! For the first time, the Queen of Blood groans in pain. If you're going to breathe it, you have to properly steal back control over it. Claire's tentacles rush towards the kneeling Queen of Blood. The Queen of Blood's tentacles make an attempt at warding them off, but merely get crushed by the overwhelming difference in quantity. Enough tentacles to fill one's vision envelops the Queen of Blood, then a huge amount of blood scatters everywhere. All that is left is red blood. It's still far from my best, but I suppose this would have to do. That mature air, mysterious smile, inhuman battle strength, and violet eyes. The Claire standing there with arms crossed is completely different from the teenage girl that Milia knows. Claire, what has happened to you? Claire briefly glances at Milia, then smiles a slightly troubled smile. That smile seems to have Claire's shadow in there somewhere. However, the next instant, vigilance returns to those violet eyes. The entire place is enshrouded in thick blood. Eventually, it gathers, and forms a humanoid shape. She's here. You've got to be kidding me. She's still alive. Amidst the cries of shock, Milia is the only one who looks somewhat understanding. The Elizabeth that she knew would not be finished this easily. Despite that, the color of despair has already receded from Milia's eyes. Because she is here. She, who is like Claire, yet is not Claire, is here, standing in opposition against Elizabeth. As long as she is here, the mistake from 1,000 years ago would not repeat. She is the hope that she now clings to. However, the moment the Queen of Blood emerges unscathed from the mist of blood, Claire's body wobbles. Then she falls to her knees. As I'd thought, this body has already reached its limit. She appears to be in pain, and blood is dribbling down from the corner of her mouth. It appears that Claire's body could not withstand that power beyond human limits. Claire is kneeling, with the Queen of Blood looking down on her. The scene has become the exact opposite of that from mere moments ago. Oi, are you fucking kidding me? We might be in trouble now. How can this? Milia's eyes shake. If Claire goes down here, there would no longer be anyone to stop Elizabeth. The tragedy from 1,000 years ago would play out once more. Then, after everything is over, her master would once again fall into despair and weep. She cannot allow that to happen again. And furthermore, she does not want to once again lose a friend that she holds dear. Claire. Milia rushes towards Claire. I'll fight too. She draws her sword and faces towards the Queen of Blood. You. Even though the color of your eyes has changed, you are still you, right? I'm just borrowing her body for a bit. Claire is still Claire. Then you are also an important friend of mine. 1,000 years ago, Milia had already half given up. It was because she knew Elizabeth's strength that she understood how incapable she is of stopping her. But if she hadn't given up, perhaps something might have been different. Just as Claire became able to stand up against Elizabeth, perhaps something might have happened to Milia herself. If she did not give up, a miracle might have happened. That is why Milia now raises her sword. Believing with her heart that something will happen. That is also what everyone else is praying for. For someone to come stop the Queen of Blood. There is no need for you to fight. Claire reaches out to press down on Milia's sword hand. I have fulfilled my role. All I was trying to do is buy time until he arrives. Claire flashes a beautiful smile. He. Yes. And he has arrived. Then a jet black shadow descends. My name is Shadow. I am he who lurks in shadows, he who hunts shadows. Upon beholding him, Claire lets go of her consciousness in reassurance and relief. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The shadow that has descended before Beta and the rest flutters his long coat and unsheathes his jet black sword. You are. Juggernaut. You are. Yokame. Shadow-sama. Beta quivers with delight. Up to date, her master has utterly wiped the ground with every single opponent he faced, no matter how powerful they might have been. Ever since she and the rest were weak and young, their master had been fighting in front of them. Beta had grown up staring at that back. That is why Beta's faith in her master is absolute. No matter what happens, everything would be fine if her master is present. Due to that faith and reassurance, or possibly due to not having seen her master for a significant while, her master's figure seems a notch bigger in Beta's eyes. However, not everyone looks at Shadow in the way Beta does. Give it up, it's impossible even for you. Juggernaut. Shadow-han, be careful. Yokame. Juggernaut's gaze is disparaging, and Yokame's is anxious. The sheer disrespect. Beta glares sharply at the two of them. Her master can handle absolutely anything and everything. Even while this is going on, the air between Shadow and the Queen of Blood has been growing increasingly tense. Shadow raises his jet black sword, and the Queen of Blood deploys her red claws. That moment, Beta notices it. The pressure from the Queen of Blood is still climbing. Does that monster have bottomless power? Juggernaut. She still wasn't fighting at full strength just now. Yokame. It seems that Juggernaut and Yokame have noticed it as well. The Queen of Blood has grown even more powerful than when she was fighting against Claire. Her eyes blaze like red jewels, and the dress on her appears even fresher and wriggles even more energetically. Shadows and the Queen of Blood's tension rises further than tentacles of blood and jet black blade make contact. A countless number of tentacles assault Shadow, but Shadow cuts them all down. Red and black traces clash repeatedly, the two's movements being so fast that even sound cannot catch up. However, this is but a diversion for the both of them. Abruptly, the Queen of Blood's figure seems to flicker, immediately after which she suddenly appears behind Shadow. Red claws scream towards his back. However, this time it is Shadow's figure that flickers. The claws swing wide, while the jet-black blade attempts to pierce the Queen of Blood's chest from behind. Basha! Together with the sound of spilling water, the Queen of Blood repels that, sending blood arrowheads flying in the process. Shadow deflects them all with his sword, then the Queen of Blood returns to her original position. Seeing the two stand in their starting positions, it is almost as if the previous exchange was just an illusion. What the hell, Juggernaut? To think that he is this skilled, Yukame. The high-speed fight that no one could follow with their eyes leaves everyone in dumbfounded amazement and Beta in ecstasy. This is her master. However, at the same time, Beta feels a sense of wrongness that she cannot put into words. Before she can figure out what it is, the Queen of Blood moves again. She cuts off 2 of her own tentacles, then uses the blood to create 2 clones of herself. This is the reason why Elizabeth-sama was called the strongest progenitor. Elizabeth-sama can create clones of herself with blood and manipulate them at will. Milia. With 3 Queens of Blood as the opponent, the fight resumes. The tentacles restraining attacks are all deflected by the jet-black blade. The same scene from before is being replayed. However, what's different is that there are now 3 Queens of Blood launching surprise attacks. She would at times appear in between tentacles, from the back, from above, from the side, assaulting Shadow again and again and again. But Shadow still manages to skillfully evade all of the attacks. The scene almost looks like a struggle between natural forces that would continue for all eternity. But Beta feels the sense of wrongness growing increasingly prominent. Whatever can it be? Has she ever seen her master cross swords with an opponent for such a long time? No, she has not. Something is wrong. There is something off with her master. Unease suddenly creeps into Beta's heart. Beta stares carefully at the fight, seeking the cause of her seed of doubt. A whole bundle of red tentacles assault Shadow, while 3 Queens of Blood attempt further surprise attacks. As this is looped repeatedly, Beta finally realizes it. Shadow is skillfully handling the attacks from the Queens of Blood with parries, but none of it flows into counterattacks afterwards. Why does Shadow not retaliate? Or could it be that he can't? Shadow's movements are sealed by the tentacles coming at him endlessly from all directions, such that he has entirely lose the initiative against the Queens of Blood. How can this be happening? The reason is because Shadow's legs have stopped. The master that Beta knows would evade using the barest minimal movement and then immediately shift into counterattack. But right now, her master is only parrying the claws and tentacles with his sword. If he parries, then his counterattack would be delayed by a fraction of a beat. Within that time, the 2nd and 3rd Queens of Blood would attack, causing the window for counterattack to be lost. Why? Why do you not dodge, my lord? Her master's feet are heavy. His movements are stiff. This manner of fighting, of parrying tentacles and standing his ground, is almost like it is as if he is protecting something very important to him. That instant, Beta finally realizes it. Behind Shadow is Beta. Furthermore, behind Beta is the grievously wounded 664 and 665, the 666 who is protecting the 2 of them, and also her master's unconscious sister. AAA. Beta's voice is stuck in her throat. Her master has been trying to protect them throughout the entire fight. That which is important to him. Then abruptly, the equilibrium of the fight is broken. Finally, Shadow falters. Red tentacles push him off his balance, then all 3 Queens of Blood throw in their follow-up attacks, sending Shadow crashing through a wall. Shadow sama aaaaa. Beta ignores her body's cries of pain, desperately trying to crawl towards the collapsed wall. I told you so at the start, it's impossible even for you, Juggernaut. Even Shadowhan cannot do it. Yukame. That's wrong. If Beta and the others had not been behind him, if they had not dragged him down, then her master's strength is not just this level. Shadow-sama, Shadow-sama. Her desperate crawling brings Beta to the collapsed wall. That moment, violet magic spills out from the other side. Wah! Juggernaut. What is? Yukame. That overwhelming power causes the air to shake and debris to float up. The light from the red moon is stained violet by the overflowing magic. Then Shadow appears from beyond the wall. Shadow-sama. Beta's face is dyed with rapture. For the master before her is finally the master that she knows. Clad in violet magic, the figure of her master that somehow looks a notch smaller than before emanates only one word: power. He imbues his beautiful violet magic into his sword, then faces off against the Queen of Blood once more. It seems I have to get a little serious. That voice that sounds like a reverberation from the heart of the earth sends shivers of elation down Beta's spine. Not a shred of unease remains. This island. Her master. NN. Suddenly something glints at the edge of her vision, so Beta peeks behind the wall. For some reason, there is a large number of gold coins on the ground there. Beta tilts her head in puzzlement. Why in a place like this? Oh well, Shadow-sama, go for it. Beta's cheer becomes the signal for the fight to resume. The air surrounding Shadow has changed. Violet magic rages around him. Unreal. What an unbelievable amount of magic. Katsu, Katsu. With his jet black boots ringing out crisply with every step, Shadow nonchalantly approaches the Queen of Blood. But there is no way the Queen of Blood would allow such impudence. A dreadful number of tentacles encircle Shadow in a split second, then assault him simultaneously. With only his sword, Shadow deflects those tentacles. Then, Katsu. He nonchalantly takes another step. Wah! How can he just? How incredible that one step is, everyone present understands full well. Then, one more step. Katsu. Shadow nonchalantly steps further in. This time, he does not even use his sword. The tentacles, in their unbelievable numbers, seem to be evading him of their own accord. As if they are merely here to show a magic trick, the tentacles swing wide. Shadow fully perceives the movement of every last strand of tentacle. Then he evades using the minimal amount of movement, closing the distance one step at a time. It is almost as if he is declaring that the tentacles are not even worth his attention. Even when a Queen of Blood appears behind him, he casually dodges as if he had already seen it coming, his gait not showing even a hint of delay. He does not counterattack. Because he understands the futility of doing so. That is why he only walks on, ignoring everything. The only thing in his eyes is the main body of the Queen of Blood. Katsu, Katsu, Katsu. The sound of his boots sound frighteningly loud. Then Shadow stops. At the same time, the tentacles also stop. The distance between the two is now within arm's length. The beautiful Queen of Blood and the jet black Shadow stare at each other for a while. Behind the Queen of Blood is the deep crimson red moon. All around Shadow is his violet magic. The entire place is seized by silence, as if the intense fight just now was but a lie. Within the silence, the two seem to be conversing. You wish for release in death. Like a reverberation from the depths of the earth, his voice rumbles out. Very well. Then an incredible amount of magic begins gathering towards his jet black sword. The violet magic draws a spiral as it converges. The Queen of Blood extend her claws. Why is it so? Why do those claws that used to instill such fear now look so frail and unreliable? Wait. That is why Milia jumps out. Elizabeth-sama is a gentle person. I'm sure she can start all over again. She dashes. Because she has promised to grasp a future where everyone can laugh together after everything is over. That's why. Please. She reaches out with desperation, with everything she has, with everything she is. Shadow looks at Milia for a fraction of a moment. However. Tentacle of blood throw Milia back. I am. His voice rings out mercilessly. From where she has fallen on the ground, Milia's head jerks up. The tentacles could have stabbed Milia, could have torn her apart. Despite that, Milia is unhurt. Elizabeth-sama. Milia thinks she caught Elizabeth looking her way for a split second. Those red eyes that she glimpsed were filled with kindness, just as they had been so long ago. Recovery Ti Padong. Red claw and jet black blade clash, then the world is dyed pure violet. You. It seems that she had lost consciousness. When Beta wakes up, she finds a still night illuminated by the light of the red moon. Everyone around her are still unconscious. Beta was apparently the first to come to. The figure of her master is nowhere to be seen. He has surely already departed for the next battle. How busy he is. And how kind-hearted he is. Thank you so much, Shadow-sama. Realizing that all her wounds have been healed, Beta naturally breaks into a smile. Looking over, she observes that the wounds of 664, 665, and even 666 are all fully healed. It hardly needs to be said that her master's sister and Milia are also without a scratch. As an aside, it seems that Juggernaut and Yukame have been healed too. It appears that Ada's hypothesis was indeed spot on. Beta retrieves a sample of blood from the Queen of Blood into a small flask. Then she focuses on her own blood that's staining her own bodysuit. And manages to make it float. Could I make use of this if I train it? Ha, I have a sense of foreboding that I'm going to be made into a sample myself. EI. Beta shoots off the blood under her control to wake up her subordinates. Ow. What? Where is this? How long do you three plan on sleeping? We're going back. Why, yes, ma'am. Upon being roused, the three get up in a fluster. What happened, Juggernaut? What is it that happened? Yukame. The two from Outlaw City seem to be getting up also. Then a quick pan around induces blank amazement. Wah, don't tell me, this was done by that guy. Juggernaut. Shadow Han, who are you, Yukame? The red tower has been pulverized. The two of them look up at the sky from the ground where the red tower once stood. As if to burn into their eyes and hearts that man's power and strength. All right, We're going. So saying, Beta turns her heels. Yun. Elizabeth-sama. That moment, Claire and Milia also wake up. Beta shoots a quick glance behind her, and sees Milia rushing towards and embracing someone within the rubble. Elizabeth-sama. Oh thank heavens. I thought that I would never again. Then, with her sobbing in the background, Beta murmurs. This time for sure, it would be great if you can truly find it. A land of peace. Then she begins melting into the night. With this, it's mission complete. Leaving behind a soft giggle, Beta's figure disappears entirely. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Gazing at the extravagant carriage painted in black, I open my mouth in a yawn. I can't see inside because the windows are blocked by thick curtains, but apparently Nei-san is having a farewell party with her vampire friend inside. The clear, crisp autumn air feels good. A lot of things happened, but the real-life progenitor vampire event has ended. Along the way, I met a bit of trouble due to unforeseen developments. I still managed to try out recovery at the very last moment, so all's well that ends well. But unfortunately, I couldn't manage to recover all of the gold coins. At my best moment, I was on cloud 9 with 3,000 pieces. But after various things happened, I was only able to secure 500 pieces. 500 gold coins means 50 million zeni. It's far from enough to last for the rest of my life. But after giving it more thought, I realize that this is more than enough. After all, Outlaw City will always be here, and there are still 2 towers left. If I'm ever troubled for money, I can just come here again. Indeed, Outlaw City is my piggy bank. After another while, the door of the carriage opens, and Nei-san comes out. Oh, and about Nei-san? It becomes a rather serious matter. The incident was last night. It happened at the inn where we were staying at. Apparently Nei-san got wrapped up in this time's vampire event because she was looking for me. That is why I thought to at least give her a word of apology, and thus opened the door to her room. That instant, I witnessed it. I witnessed Nei-san wrapping her left hand in bandages to cover up a super stylish magic circle on the back of said hand. Furthermore, Nei-san was muttering, "My left hand aches. I have a special power." I wordlessly closed the door. It's a triple combo of magic circle, hiding with bandages, and special power. So Nei-san has reached that phase of her life. Nei-san's smile seems somewhat shadowed after coming out from that black painted carriage. I call out to her with as normal a voice as I can muster. Done. Yes. Let's go. The two of us walk off. But, that moment. Cid. I am suddenly hugged from the back. What's the matter? It's nothing. No, actually, it's something. Here it comes. Have a special power sleeping inside of me. Oh boy, it's her coming out. I must not deny her here. Thoughtless denial leads children towards the path of delinquency. I knew it. I've always thought that Nei-san is special. As I'd thought, Cid really believes me. Nei-san hugs me even tighter. I must unravel the mystery related to this power. Then eventually, who he is, and what it is that I am supposed to do with this power. I'm sure Nei-san would be fine. No matter what path Nei-san goes down, I will always support you. Cid. From here on, Nei-san will surely encounter a large variety of hardships. She will ponder, she will suffer, and she will face reality head-on. But there's no helping it, now that her left hand has begun to ache. This is the path that all humans must tread to become adults. Regardless of what path she ultimately decides to walk on, I intend to respect her choice. After all, the path that she is on right now is the path that I myself have walked in the far past. Suddenly feeling a gaze on my back, I turn around a little. In front of the black painted carriage is a woman standing underneath a huge black parasol. I can't see her face because it is hidden by the parasol, but I do see her beautiful crimson hair swaying in the autumn wind. She performs an elegant bow from where she is. Yukame the enchantress is waiting at the top floor of the White Tower. Together with the pale moonlight shining in from the white moon outside, candles on the table illuminate the extravagant fare on the table. Suddenly, a black figure emerges from the dark shadows. So you've come. Before she knows it, Shadow, clad in his usual jet black long coat, is standing on the other side of the sliding screen. Shadow-han, I have been expecting you. Then 2 ladies wearing kimonos with high exposure guide him in. Shadow sits down across from Yukame. Your business. Then he speaks up with that deep voice that sounds like a reverberation emanating from an abyss. The other day, I was entirely in your care. It is all thanks to Shadow-han that I still have this life of mine. Yukame lowers her head briefly. Within the collar area of her audacious kimono, 2 bulges can be seen jiggling. Would you accept my thanks? Natsu, Kana. Then she smiles bewitchingly. The 2 beautiful women who go by the names of Natsu and Kana open up their kimonos and draw towards Shadow. I've said it already. It was not my intention to save you. And Do you dislike things like this? It's a pity, but we can leave it for after we become close, then. Yukame signals for Natsu and Kana to leave the room. Then she snuggles up to him and pours him a cup of alcohol. This is sake of the highest quality. However, Shadow shows no intention of reaching out for it. I said for you to state your business. I just want to get closer with Shadow Han. So Yukame whispers in his ear, before giggling softly. But it takes a while to build up a relationship. It's not quite an exchange, but I do have a proposition to bring to you. Yukame presses her two bulges against him while speaking. Do you know of the plan to entrap Mitsugashi Co? Trading firms feeling threatened by the abrupt rise of Mitsugashi Co have joined hands and are planning to crush it. I myself also have healthy companies on the outside. They are actually quite sizable too. Yukame says the last few words in a meaningful way while smiling bewitchingly. Be it Mitsugashi Co or the Alliance. Whichever one wins out in the end, there would still be a fierce battle for supremacy in the business world around here. At the moment, I am also part of the Alliance, but the victor will be neither Mitsugashi Co nor the Alliance. Yukame's lips draw so close to Shadow's ears that they are on the verge of touching. The victor will be me, together with Shadow Han. Join hands with me, and we shall wrest it all away. She blows softly, then rests her head on his shoulder. With just me and you, what say you to creating a giant organization to control the entire world's business from the shadows? Shadow's ears, which had remained unresponsive to all of Yukame's temptations so far, twitches at this very moment. Chapter 113 Kya. Not so rough. In the middle of the night, a carriage was traveling 2 days away from the Midgar Kingdom capital. While being illuminated by the light of a torch, a group was setting up camps outside of the carriage. There was a logo which resembled a mask engraved on the side of the carriage. No one understood the meaning of the logo, but that was proof that the carriage belonged to the Mitsugashi Co. There were mountains of loads stacked in the rows of the carriages that have stopped quietly. It is said that the load of just one carriage of Mitsugashi Co carries more than 100 million zeni. However, the best part was the figure of dozens of carriages lined up. The lines of carriages were being delivered to the royal capital's storefront. Every person was scrambling to the entrance to get their hands on the goods, thus the firm naturally blossomed with profits. Doing this, Mitsugashi Co had achieved marvelous advancements. Advancements to this extent were what painted the powerful figure of a trading company in a matter of years. Many merchants had tried to hinder Mitsugashi Co, however, the commodities of Mitsugashi Co had greater demand, and to support the financial strength of their company, those individual merchants started working together to compete against Mitsugashi Co. The merchants yielded one by one to Mitsugashi Co. As Mitsugashi Co were selling commodities comparatively cheap, the peddlers stocked commodities from various places there. Mitsugashi Co have earned the support from most local citizens with mass production that is oriented for the local citizens. Until now, large firms only sold high-value items, those merchants mostly only cared about profits and not anything else. Then Mitsugashi Co emerged by dramatically improving the quality of their livelihoods. A lively commercial network with tremendous amount of strength was formed naturally with the local peddlers. Now the individual merchants, other companies, and Mitsugashi Co are competing against each other. The Mitsugashi Co.'s position was thought to be rock solid. However, even if those individuals cannot win by themselves, they can still be a challenge if they work together. Finally, with the support of big companies lifting the weights, they can unite together. And in the darkness, there were several shadows overlooking the Mitsugashi Co.'s camp. They were all in disguise, with swords visible on their waists. Their roles were bandits, but one thing was amiss. All of them were magic swordsmen. It was common for a magic swordsman who committed a crime to become a bandit, but it was impossible for all the bandits to be magic swordsmen. They used hand signals to move, creeping into the camp of Mitsugashi Co. Then they attacked simultaneously. Kai-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a. A feminine scream sounded. Seeing a silver-haired elf about to be truncated, they began binding the hands of Mitsugashi personnel. The sound of massacre echoed throughout the night. Even the Mitsugashi Co was not able to defend when multiple magic swordsmen attack. Only the silver-haired beautiful elf was left. She was dragged out of the carriage, with her cyan-colored pupils flowing with tears. Please. Please spare my life. They removed the mask of the extremely beautiful elf with a shady smile on their face. Hey, show it to me. Cuckoo, this is nice. And then the bound elf got assaulted. Show it to me? What do you mean? What is this? This feels so good, I can die in peace now. Stop it, don't be so rough. The man pulls out his sword, cutting the girl's dress with ease, exposing her beautiful white skin. You were unlucky to make Garter Company angry. Many companies' chairpersons and the big businesses that had been hostile till now are all working together. This will be the end of Mitsugashi Co. Ah, such, never, you. As you've expected. The Garter Company's private corps' military strength is rumored to rival that of a small country, Hopelessness was seen in the girl's eyes. The man let out a barbarous laugh, cutting the dress that was covering the girl's breasts. 2 white bulges appeared from there, or they should appear. However, there were black clothes closely attached to her skin. And in the blink of an eye, it covers the whole body of the girl, hiding her naked body. Nanny. Thank you for your information. There was no longer the color of hopelessness in her eyes. There was only the cold gaze of an absolutely strong person. You. The man swings his sword. The girl did not try to evade it. The man's sword hit the girl's neck, but it stopped there. The black clothes protected the girl. A cheap sword. And then, a thrust. From the man's heart, jet black blade protruded out. The man glanced backwards and tumbled down with a bubble of blood bursting out. The girl pulls out her jet black blade. Blade of sanctions. She voices out. The first silver-haired elf girl got up and slayed a nearby assassin, cutting him down. Starting from that, the company's associates who were killed started standing up one after another, eradicating the assassins. Those girls without exception, wore black clothes beneath their normal clothes. The situation was completely reversed. The girls slashed at the escaping assassins, killing them. Screams of begging and noise of death, agony, and fury echoed. And a moment later silence again reigned the night. Beta, report. A blonde-haired elf spoke to the silver-haired elf. Alpha, the assassins have been completely annihilated. There were no casualties or any wounded. 3 people have been captured alive for information. Alpha, the beautiful elf, nodded to the report. Let's leave this behind. Ha. Alpha and Beta later disappeared into the darkness after dealing with the aftermath. And when the night broke as the morning sun rose, they both stopped. A peddler's corpse had been crucified in a carriage stopped at the roadside. Broken Mitsugashi Ko's commodities scattered all over his feet. It was a warning. This is terrible. Beta covers her mouth with her hands. Alpha, like those. More than thousands of peddlers within this country alone are dealing with items from Mitsugashi Co. We cannot protect everyone. Alpha walked towards the crucifixion, embracing the dead bodies which have nothing left with her arms. Compensate his family. Yes. The war, it has begun. Alpha stared at the sunrise with her blue eyes. Ch 114. Super Elite Agent, whose name is. The autumn is coming to end, and the temperature in the night is getting cold. While listening to the insects chorus, I changed my clothes to a suit in my dormitory room. There were no suits in this world, but with the help of Mitsugashi Co. it have become extremely popular among nobles. However, the suit I changed into is not Mitsugashi Co.'s production, it was a present from Yukame, made by White Fox Co., a rip-off suit. No, it's a homage. Black suit with white shirt and a thin black tie all together, also a pair of black straight-tip dress shoes. A one-piece all-black style, even the hair. Finished by putting on a mask that covers the upper half of the face. With the feeling of being an FBI agent. Slime bodysuit have the highest comfortability and functionality. Wait, the girls don't have a reason to find out about it. Ed, I swear I don't understand what is this about. I am a super elite agent who operates behind the scenes, hidden from the world. While doing such things at home, it's about time for Yukame's date. After extinguishing the lamp in the room, I jumped out of the window and advancing into the darkness. Without leaving any trace. There is no pursuer, Ed, pretty much I wanted to write no pursuer spotted. Dashing through the academy ground to the middle of a forest in a matter of tens of minutes, the noise of waterfall could be heard and an open door was within sights. There was a mansion, built alongside the mountain stream near a waterfall. The mansion was called Falling Water, and it is in perfect harmony with the forest, both falling water and the mountain stream. It seems designed by a famous architect, and it's Yukame's hideout. Concealing my trace as it is, I quietly entering a room through the window room that leaks warm light. Yukame was sitting on the sofa in front of the fireplace. Silver hair shines under the light of the fireplace. As footsteps coming from behind, Yukame turned around and smiled. Your presence is thin as usual, Shadow Han. Discarded that name. I quietly said so, then I sat down on the sofa facing Yukame with my legs crossed. That was right, it is John Smith now. That's my name. I changed my birth as a super elite agent John Smith. I am the first person to choose to be a fearless agent. It is truly heartening to have John Han to accompany me for a drink. Yukame emphasizes her half-opened chest, to pour a glass of wine. Yeah, how nice, dark organization sexy lady. I pretended to enjoy the aroma, then sip a bit of the wine into my mouth. By the way, I don't know the smell or the taste of a good wine. All that matter is, I had my profit. Era, don't you think a relationship based on interest and profit alone is a bit lonely? I think we are of equal status in that regard, or I think our status is equal in that regard. Well, how about finding it out? Yukame licked her lips with her tongue gently with a charming smile. It's a waste of time. What a shame. Next opportunity. Yukame fixed her opened chest, putting the glass on her mouth. Clear scarlet remains in her glass. On the other day, there was a meeting on the Commerce Union. Well, this time the specific policy, strategy, is making its, Mitsugoshi's, debut and be conformed later. It's already too late as the pressures are building up. Mitsugashi CO will be crushed, but to think it would be this fast. There is no need to worry about Mitsugashi CO, they are very sticky, stubborn. Era. Jonhan's prediction is different. Well, thanks to Mitsugashi Ko's stickiness, as expected as it's like Shadow Han's predictin. No matter, my plans will not change, Mitsugashi CO and the alliance will be crushed. Meanwhile, I'll prepare for the opportunity to stir up. Have to prepare, everything, on me. In the end the girls went all out, but the girls who just have been in business for few years cannot win against a long-service big commence alliance. Relying on cheat knowledge from another world have its own limit. That's why, it's my turn now. But still, since I have been to Mitsugashi Ko's hub, and it's managed by my friends, and they also taking care of me occasionally. Even though it's all because of my knowledge. That's why I will put everything on my hands to work, it's the only means to protect Mitsugashi CO. Those girls will join me under the umbrella of our new company J&Y Company I guess. Phew, so this is not a betrayal. I am absolutely not doing this because I want to be like the boss of large organization in the shadows that control the world of commence. Really, I am doing it for the sake of those girls, as I am their friend. Jonhan have to work on the business or other things as well. Just, take care of yourself. Take care of myself. Yukame stood up to a dim-lit place inside the room. Shady place here means dark place, remember the place, only lighted with fire from the fireplace. And then she turns her back facing me, and untied her kimono belt. With a thump, and her kimono fall onto the floor, showing a superb naked body illuminated under the light of the fireplace, or it should be. But, there was an ugly scorched wound on her back. A man in Commence Alliance brought this wound, inflicted this wound, to my back. Name's Getendisu. As Yukame's back is still facing me, I observed with a side glance, that her eyes bore deep resentment to the max. I'll kill Geten and make sure that he dies. Pachi, the sound of burning wood coming from the fireplace and Yukame's dark voice resounded. Yet suddenly, she laughed. Phew futsu, this is why, Jonhan, you will move in the shadows for such reason, please. Ed, I don't quite understand this sentence, hope this is the right one. Yukame then wear the kimono that already have fallen on the floor, and on her side, Natsu and Kana appeared to tie her kimono sash, belt. After I drink the wine, I calmly stand up from my seats. The world is whispering to me. It is now the holidays. I and my mob friends, Hiro and Jega, decided to go out shopping for the first time in a while. Although I had nothing special to buy, I gather the daily necessities needed into my basket and carry it over to the cashier. I've received 5,000 zeni. May I provide your change in notes? Ah, yes. Before responding, adding to a sentence is a must characteristic for a mob. Although only recent, banknotes are now more commonly used in the kingdom. It is a basic monetary system, but it had spread quite considerably within the kingdom. It's not bulky and is easy to carry, it's really convenient. However, it's not available in every store as some people aren't used to it, so it's good manners to ask for one's consent. After receiving and counting the change, I left the shop while inadvertently staring at the banknotes. RTN means what? Looking at the 1,000 zeni banknote, I suddenly noticed something peculiar about the design. What's the matter, Cid-kun? I suddenly stopped as Jaga asked me what was wrong. Is this the design of a 1,000 zeni banknote? What are you talking about? These are the new banknotes issued by the Commerce Alliance. What? How did you come out to shop not knowing that? With friends. Isn't today the Commerce Alliance's newly issued banknotes bargain sale? Ah, right, that is so. Tien. Is that so? Pull yourself together, Cid-kun. So, the new banknotes are circulating in favor of a bargain sale. Aside from the new banknotes issued by the Commerce Alliance, what the heck are the banknotes that we used before? With a casual motion, I skillfully take the banknotes from before out of my wallet to observe them. There I discovered a shocking detail. What's this? I reflexively shouted. Hey, what's the matter, Cid-kun? Oh, what's the matter, Cid? Why is Mitsugashi Bank written on it? Mitsugashi Bank is firmly written on the edge of the 1,000 zeni banknote. What's a Mitsugashi Bank? Are the girls also managing a bank? Those read the notes from Mitsugashi Bank I think. Banknotes were an idea first started by the Mitsugashi Co., weren't they? There's even a discount when using them at a store affiliated with the Mitsugashi Co. too. Ah, that's right. It seems banknotes were originally a product made by the Mitsugashi Co. Nevertheless, it's strange that there's a discount when using it at one of their stores. I guess it's that sort of thing. From the sounds of it, they were managing banks nationwide. Nationwide? Speaking of which, I remember back then I seemed to have told the girls stories about banks, paper currency, etc. That was a few years ago. I had appropriately talked to them about my knowledge from my previous life. Everyone was like as expected of Shadow-sama. With their praise, I got carried away and talked about many things, and I feel that I had spoken about the use of a credit system. I had explained to the full extent of my knowledge about the creation of the credit system from my previous life with my faint memories of a 2-hour documentary. Everyone had a scary look in their eyes halfway through, and I was feeling doubtful of my faint recollections as well, so I said, think about it yourselves later to close things off. But I got the feeling that they definitely talked about starting a bank afterwards. Was that serious? Yeah, no even so, it's still too much. Do the girls not understand the meaning of the word prudence in their heads? Taking this into consideration, it's reasonable for a large group like the Commerce Alliance to get mad. It is unmistakable to say that it's because of this that they've begun targeting the Mitsugashi Co. Is that why the Commerce Alliance is also issuing banknotes? Only the Mitsugashi Bank would win if things continued like this. Phew, is it really like this? The problem is, how well does the Commerce Alliance understand the risks of using a credit system? My brilliant mind has discovered the precise details of the rising tension between the Commerce Alliance and the Mitsugashi Co. through the banknotes. I compare the simple yet complex design of the Mitsugashi Bank's excellent banknotes, with the flashy and fancy, despite its crude design, banknotes of the Commerce Alliance with my eye. This is. The Mitsugashi Bank's banknotes have a serial number and a watermark on them. Whereas the Commerce Alliance's banknotes have a serial number, but no watermark on the bill, and the design itself is not very refined. Looking at this, couldn't you easily make counterfeits of the Alliance's banknotes? I couldn't do it alone. However, I have a partner from the underworld who is fully capable of such a task. Phew. I abruptly burst into laughter. He's finally lost it. I see it, I can see it. The path to becoming the boss of a large organization in the shadows that control the world of commerce is within my reach. Let's see, first, my vast memories must come back. Why don't we change my plan of showing the counterfeit money scheme to one where I can smugly show off my knowledge on something like how minting works to Yukame? Hiro, Jega, soon I will have the world in the palm of my hand. Cid-kun, poor thing. I can't take it anymore. Come on brain, remember. The memories of that 2-hour MHK documentary. The world is whispering to me, to become the boss of a large organization in the shadows that control the world of commerce. Yukame, who is having a drink while watching the fireplace, feel the wind flows from somewhere. Looking back, the window behind Yukame is open, and the sound that seems to be fingers flicking something can be heard. Is that you, John? Following her question, a man in suit appeared from the darkness. Wearing a white mask on his face, on top of a strong-looking body, and a smile that is inappropriate, formed on his mouth. When he sits on the opposite of Yukame, he plays a piece of gold coin by flicking it on the air with his finger. This gold coin has inflated many times, this thing is just an illusion of an empty trust. With a low yet clear voice, he spoke. Yukame thought that John was talking about the new bills that circulates lately on the market. Actually, the piece of paper that everyone believe is paper money is not exactly banknotes, it's just a deposit receipt, in other words, just a cash voucher. Mitsugashi Bank grants the settlement feature to deposit receipts so that it can be circulated. At first, we can only use it on Mitsugashi Co.'s shops, but now that the credit system has spread throughout the kingdom, those papers can be used in major stores around the kingdom. Yet people believe that these pieces of papers have the same value as real money. Then he put 2 sheets of papers on the desk. One is banknote of Mitsugashi Co., while the other one is of the Great Commence Union. I believe that Mitsugashi Bank's goal is to make people believe that those receipts have the same worth as real gold coins. And thanks to that, it is now possible to inflate or expand a single gold coin many times. Mitsugashi Bank distributes bills as deposit receipts and keep loaning them with it as an insurance, collateral. Then they keep doing it as many times as possible, in which then the circulating bills are growing many times the actual monetary value. We can say that one gold coin was loaned to dozens of people and Mitsugashi Bank got a huge interest in return, thus covering the empty holes. The top brass of Mitsugashi Bank is not a common swindler. I would like to talk to that person once about this bold and cunning technique and how in the world it was possible. Yukame drank a mouthful of sake from her cup. Does this piece of paper worth the trust of the people? This would be astonishing to the people, but it is already a well-known fact to the executives of Great Trading Alliance. At any rate, the Great Trading Alliance had to keep an eye out of the modus operandi of Mitsugashi Co. If it's something like this, John should have known it, but for what reason he said this to me, I was unable to fathom it. There are 2 banknotes here, Did you notice anything when comparing these two banknotes? Notice something. Yukame compares the two with her pristine water-like eyes. Obviously, their design is different, but that does not seem to be what John was referring to. Perhaps? Is it about the watermark? That's right. In addition of that, the design of notes from Great Trading Alliance is rough. Do you know what that means? It will be easier to make counterfeit notes? However, it's easy to make counterfeit notes. Yukame, let's make profit on counterfeit notes. Hey! Yukame tilted her head in confusion. The Great Trading Alliance understands that it's easy to make counterfeit bills. However, the alliance issued the banknotes whilst knowing the risk. John should have understood that, right? John Han, are you serious about it? Banknotes of Great Trading Alliance only circulates on the kingdom. As soon as counterfeit bills come out, it will be easy to pinpoint the source. John suddenly stopped moving. If you do it on a small scale, you can do it without getting caught, but you can only earn to the extent of pocket money. However, doing it in large scale will make us easily be tracked down, and it will be the end for us. Knowing that some counterfeit bills will circulate, the Great Trading Alliance keep their distribution range checked and pressed, so that it will be easier for them to investigate the distribution of counterfeit bills. The distribution outside the kingdom will begin after an effective anti-counterfeit measure have been established. Help! Crying face. In other words, the union wanted Mitsugashi Co. to collapse and gain the watermark technology as soon as possible so that it can be an effective anti-counterfeit measures. If a huge amount of counterfeit bills comes out, they will soon be crushed, and if it is small amount, it won't be a problem, and I think there is no person who is foolish enough to pick a fight with the Great Trading Alliance in the first place. As if it involves business, everyone should have known the horrors of huge firms. John Han. With a dejected expression, John's shoulder dropped slowly. As he looks like an excited kid who invites his friend to go treasure hunting, only to be shot down with logical arguments like there is no treasure. And now depressed. No way, was John really, like seriously planned, to make counterfeit notes? Phew phew phew. Yukame smiled, surprised that there are some cute side of John. But in the next moment, Yukame felt an overwhelming pressure. This tremendous pressure, which came from the dejected John. Nani? Do you really think so? John said that with a loud voice that it feels like it came from the abbeys. What is this pressure? This is not from magic, but it was more to a pure determination/will. It seemed like the judgment of Yukame was wrong. He was testing whether Yukame is worthy of a partner or not. But did I miss something? Yukame carefully examined the flow of events. And then Yukame noticed something. It's the difference between Mitsugashi Bank and the Great Trading Alliance. Mitsugashi Bank keep the money of their costumers and issued banknotes based on it. But the alliance is different. They issued banknotes from the start by using their brands and people's trust of banknotes that is being spread by Mitsugashi Co. Originally, large firms are also engaged in money-lending business, loan, but there were not so many cases where they used their costumers' money. It was not like that until the establishment of Great Trading Alliance that people's deposits started to be used by the firms, yet the amount of deposits are still small. So, most of the banknotes issued by Great Trading Alliance came from their own funds. In other words, there is a big gap in Mitsugashi Bank and Great Trading Alliance's income, with Mitsugashi in the lead. The alliance has already issued large number of banknotes and loaned them out of the bank at low interest to the costumers in order to compete with Mitsugashi Bank. Ironically, as Mitsugashi Co. launched a new product, new demands would arise, then Mitsugashi Bank would circulate the banknotes and their economy would then revolve like a wheel. The kingdom will be flourished with the unprecedented prosperity in economy and investment growth, which can lead to people who wants to borrow more money goes bankrupt in the end. Banknotes of the alliance, however, are spreading beyond imagination. Although there are some people borrowing money, few people deposit their money to them. As they have already deposited their money to Mitsugashi Bank, and there were only few people willing to move their money to the alliance. Which means, banknotes are issued 10 times the actual funds, and are circulated in an amount that exceeds expectations. The notes are actual voucher for the real cash. In other words, even if 1/10 of notes are exchanged for money, the alliance will, of course, bankrupt. This is truly serious. Although credit creation involves this kind of risks, it would be dangerous to keep increasing like that any further. But the alliance have to issue more notes to crush Mitsugashi Bank, and in the future, the difference between having funds and issued banknotes will increase further. The danger will heighten further beyond repair. When it does, they will go bankrupt. No way. Are you planning on intentionally destroy their trust by issuing a large number of counterfeit bills, intentionally making them go bankrupt? In this situation, I don't know when they will go bankrupt. However, it is also possible to manipulate the timing of the bankruptcy by manipulating the timing of circulating the counterfeit bills and cashing, in which then people will lose their trust and they will do cashing. At the same time we will also cashing the fake notes. Large-scale workshops/factories for producing counterfeit notes stands out, but Yukame had a lawless city as its facade. The lesser time needed for them to go bankrupt, the lower the risk of getting exposed. And by the time the alliance knows of it, they had already collapsed and a lot of money had already rolling its way to remain in the hands of Yukame. Yukame finally understood why John dejectedly dropped his shoulders. He was disappointed in Yukame, he was disappointed with her who didn't understand the meaning of counterfeit bills and tested her out. Noticing that fact, Yukame shuddered. However, even if the alliance crushed with that, Mitsugashi Bank can't be crushed after that. On the contrary, there's even a possibility that Mitsugashi Bank will win and getting stronger. The pressure coming from John suddenly stopped. And after a few seconds. Do you really think so? Wah. A pressure several times higher than the previous one was suddenly released by John. What the? Did I overlook something again? Yukame desperately looked for the answer and came to realize. I see. The alliance will fail to sell the banknotes without being able to exchange it to zenny, then people obviously will have no doubt with the Mitsugashi banknotes, yet Mitsugashi Bank is also doing credit creation. If they can't exchange those notes as well, they will go bankrupt too, after that we will have a lot of cash behind. And then you can buy the Mitsugashi company's technologies and facilities with the money from the counterfeit bills. John did not propose the creation of counterfeit bills with a half-baked idea. This is a perfectly calculated plan. Earlier, John said, does this piece of paper worth the trust of the people, and that sentence already implied the collapse of credit system. He even bothered to explain the modus operandi of Mitsugashi Bank. His intention was to clarify the difference between Mitsugashi Bank and the alliance, and to suggest the danger behind it. His words were all hints all along. Facing this immeasurable intellect, cold sweat poured down from the back of Yukame. But that was not the end of it, Mitsugashi. Do you really think so? Wah. The pressure released from John increased further. Did I still overlook something? Yukame desperately seeks the answer, but no answer comes out. John is observing Yukame as John's eyes directly move to her direction behind the mask. This is bad. Very bad. If I don't say anything, he will be disappointed even more. I'm thinking. Yukame glanced and muttered, but there is no hole in the plan, the answer never came out. Yukame lamented her incompetence and readied herself for reprimand. But the pressure is gone. That's right. Oh. It was a trap. It's a trap. If Yukame gives in to the pressure and acted irresponsibly, he would have, for sure, reprimanded her without hesitation. To be honest, I can relate that it was the correct answer, the last thing he tested was Yukame's honesty. I barely got the answer right and was allowed to be his partner. Understanding that, Yukame leaned on the sofa, loose as her waist become weak. But I have to make up for all that disappointment I have caused. Let's make counterfeit bills, I'll leave the manufacturing and distribution to you. This plan will be race against time. The counterfeit money will be then exchanged for a large sum of money and soon they will go bankrupt before they knew it. Even if the counterfeit money circulates, the investigation should be extended for a little while. I'll take care of it, but surely, you'll cooperate, right? John. All right. I'll tell you the detail later. All right. John said that while playing with a piece of gold coin in his hand. Whilst rotating the coin, it falls, making a sharp clink sound. As I look at the rolling coin, before I knew it, John already gone. The rolling gold coin stopped at Yukame's foot. Yukame then take the coin and play it in the same way as John did with his fingers. That's John. A man who once called Shadow. What a man. How do you say it? How bold. What a power. That is a truly rare splendid man, hey. Yukame make a big deep breath. Yukame at first recruited him, expecting only his power, but he was not just a man with power. He also has both ingenuity and courage to deal and handle them at will. When he learns the true purpose of Yukame, will he get angry? Or perhaps he knows. Sadly, Yukame smiled a little. The smell of wood. With the sun shining in through the window, Alpha, who was organizing the documents, suddenly looked up. Standing up and walked towards the window, she sees a big tree growing on the street from outside of the window, surrounded by the cityscape of the kingdom's capital. Autumn is coming to an end. The trees on the street were already bright red and the fragrance of the wood carried by the wind. During this time, the air always smells like warm tress. Alpha closes her eyes and reminisces. The days that they all lived together. The nostalgic smell of wood. Shadow Garden, back when it was only two of them, Shadow and Alpha were living in the forest. During the day, the boy would work on building a wooden cabin by himself. Inside the cabin, filled with the smell of the wood, the boy would cut down trees and build the shed from scratch. Alpha learned how to make 2x4 boards at that time. 2x4 is a length of wood with a rectangular cross-section, nominally 2 inches by 4 inches. At first, she could only stand there and watch him, but she did help little by little. In the end, the girl was able to finish building the cabin alone. The boy and the girl, the cabin built by the two of them. It was simple and a bit shabby, but Alpha loved the hut filled with the scent of wood. The boy can only come here at night. That's why Alpha always looked forward to the time when night falls. During the day, she would focus on sword and magic training, harvesting vegetables and hunt small animals. At night, the boy brought bread and meat and Alpha cooked them a meal. While the two of them having dinner, he always talked about various stories. Steam has the power to move a huge mass of iron. One day, he said such a thing while eating the stew which Alpha had made. Steam was coming off of the stew. Alpha watched it for a while. I can hardly believe that such weak steam has such extraordinary power. But the knowledge he has spoken of thus far is real no matter how absurd it may sound. Also, he claimed that this world is a sphere rather than a flat plane. He denied Alpha's perception of the world, and that it was the Earth orbiting around the Sun, rather than Sun revolving around the Earth. That's why steam must surely have such power. How can I draw such power from steam? The boy sat there quietly as he continued eating Alpha's delicious stew. He is, as always, thinking about what knowledge he can share and the knowledge he should not speak of. Heat the water, and it will become steam. And, it will produce a large force. The hint. Was it a piston or a turbine? He said that and smiled looking interested. He will not merely explain everything. Giving only small hints, he makes sure to have Alpha think over the answer carefully. I don't know with just that. This is more difficult than usual. Alpha was planning to immediately get down to researching it tomorrow, as it will take too much time to reach the answer with a hint like this. With the power of steam, you will be able to run a large car, you can sail the sea on a metal boat. However, what he explained was not a hint but an example of the use of a steam engine. If it really can move an iron car or boat, it would be ridiculous. And if he says it is possible to accomplish, surely it can be done. That means that the steam engine is worth spending time on. He only smiled with interest. The boy, as always, pushes Alpha to think. In this way, she was given knowledge and the chance to train her ability to think and solve problems. And such training led to her dramatically improving her skills, allowing her to have many times the experience that she would have received at a top-grade education facility in any country. Armed not only with great strength but also with great knowledge allowed her to become a significantly powerful individual. Alpha considered herself as a smart child. There was no one smarter than her in her hometown. But, even so, although he was in the same age as Alpha, her knowledge could not compare. There was a limit. Alpha was dazed, looking at the boy's greatness. Tien, ability, or something the raw is. N. What's wrong? No, nothing is wrong. The two of them eat the stew, then she has him guide her in swordplay and magic, after that she sees him off before sunrise. Every day, the girl would wave her hands until he disappeared from her sight. The girl had a happy life. As the seasons change, the time the two of them spent alone come to an end. The crying silvered-haired Beta joined the group. At the start Beta was shy and afraid of him, she was always hiding behind Alpha. Back in their home country Alpha and Beta had known of each other. They weren't exactly friends, the two of them had only gone as far as exchanging greetings in social circles, but the two of them had the same circumstances, so they quickly become close. Tien, last line, Alpha was Beta no koto shitsaida shi, Beta mo Alpha no koto o shitsaida, it's a repeat. Then Gamma and Delta joined soon after, the lonely cabin quickly became very lively. With the skills she had learned from the boy, Alpha expanded the cabin's size, resulting in an elegant house. It was a warm, cozy home, filled with the fragrant scent of wood. One day, the boy put an end to Delta's and Gamma's training earlier than usual and gathered everyone. Delta was looking down on Gamma proudly, and Gamma halfway glares at Delta. It's the usual sight. Delta is stronger. I am older. I am the senpai, sobs Tsu. Gamma's not impudent. Wait, stop. Delta pushes Gamma down to the ground and sits on her back. This is also a common sight. Anyways, a dog's understanding of seniority is that the one who sits on top of another is to be the senior. Yet, now stop it already. Alpha pulls the two apart. Delta obediently listens to what Alpha says. For better or worse, Delta is faithful to the hierarchical relationship. That is why she does not want a person weaker than herself to stand above her. Gamma is also a muscle brain like Delta. I thought Gamma was supposed to be the brains of Shadow Garden. Those two had a relationship akin to a monkey and a dog. Tien, similar to English cats and dogs, but in this case, Delta is a dog, while Gamma is the smart one, a monkey. Being powerful is not only about having strength. It's also about having the necessary knowledge to control the world. The boy gathered everyone and said, "Boss? Shadow-sama." Delta and Gamma looked up at the boy. Delta's expression looked confused, while Gamma looked on expectantly to hear more of what the boy had to say. The wind blows by, carrying the fragrance of the wood. I'll teach you. The power of knowledge that can make the value of gold coins fluctuate many times with the use of just a single gold coin. A technique to manipulate money and control the world's economy. Then, the boy told them of a grand scheme to create a banking institution and establish a system of credit. Wow! Alpha's mouth hung open, agape like a shocked child. Alpha was trembling at the complexity and scale of his terrifying knowledge. Beta, who was hiding behind Alpha, was trembling in fear of Shadow. Delta was asleep while trembling in the cold night breeze. And Gamma was trembling in excitement. A glimmer of strength returned the girl's eye that had seemed dark and exhausted. Shadow-sama, I have found my path. He simply nods. From that day on, Gamma had changed. She greedily asks for his knowledge, spending the majority of her time on research. Alpha got more opportunities to talk with Gamma, Beta also joined and helped draw out the shape of the organization. Eventually, Epsilon, Zeta, and lastly, Eta joined. In the house surrounded by the smell of wood, the girls lived happily. From that day, Alpha had continued running, towards her goal. She had not noticed the smell of wood, as she was late to see it while living there. The madder red leaves of the tree beautifully dance in the autumn breeze. Alpha-sama, it's time. A knock was heard, and Gamma entered the room. Do you remember? The smell of the wood, where we first spoke. The smell of the wood. Gamma stood next to Alpha and looked towards the big tree. She inhaled the breeze that carried the fragrance of wood and narrowed her eyes. How nostalgic. My dream from that day is coming to shape. But, it's still only in my dreams. Yes, it is gradually coming to shape. We will continue on the path that we believe in. We will show no mercy to those who stand against us. Now then, shall we go? Yes. The two of them left the room. The scent of the wood of that day will forever remain in her heart. Golden Retriever. Well, I don't really understand, but producing counterfeit money seems to be an excellent strategy. When I got shot down, I thought my plans were awful, but I kept pushing for it. Yukame also gave her seal of approval, now we just have to wait for the counterfeit money to be made. I have a bit of free time, but I will be busy once the counterfeit bills have been made. My work is mainly to end those who try to locate the source of counterfeit notes. I will remove the enemy agents stylishly, and I can have fun and complete work that is suitable for a super elite agent. Phew, how shall I dispose of you? You cannot use a sword to guard against the shadow bullets. In other words, that means I do not have to stick to swords, this time I can use a new style of battle. Late at night, while walking in the kingdom, I spotted some dog ears in the distance. Delta? The moment when I murmured a little, those dog ears suddenly moved. She turned around and looked, it's definitely Delta. Boss. She moved her lips. And in the next moment, she appeared before me with a quadrupedal dash. That good-for-nothing speed. Ordinary people would not be able to catch her with their eyes. Bo. Now, it is not boss. Ahu, Cid. I missed you. Bun, her tail is swaying around. Her face is full of smiles, but then her expression stiffens in the next moment. Cid, stinks like a fox. I had forgotten, Delta has an annoyingly keen nose. I thought I was hunting a fox. Fox hunting, Delta also. Delta's face brightens in response. Unfortunately, I have already hunted the fox. Ahu, then go fox hunting now. Yeah, we will try that next time. Also, stop trying to mark me as your territory. Tien, marking, I don't know if English had such use of marking. The raw was. I push away Delta who is trying to rub her body all over me. But Cid, fox stinks. It's alright. Disgusting. Gooey, I push away the approaching Delta with more force and keep her at arm's length. I change the topic. Tien, gooey sound of using strength. Why is Delta in the royal capital? Ahu, Cid, too strong. Why is Delta in the royal capital? NN? Why is Delta in the royal capital? Delta got up, sort of early, today and ate a lot of meat. I came to the capital after a long time. Why is Delta in the royal capital? Well, Delta had gone hunting for. Here in capital. Outside, it was fun. Lots and lots to hunt for. Cid, hunt together. Why were you hunting? Cid, let's hunt together. Why were you hunting? Alpha-sama said to do so. Cid, let's hunt together. Well, if Alpha said so. Yeah, Cid, let's hunt together. What are you hunting? Bandits tsu. Cid, let's hunt together. Bandit hunting. Cid likes hunting bandits. I like hunting bandits. Let's hunt together. I got a bit of free time right now, so let's go hunting together. Yeah. Yata. Delta pulls my hand and tries to drag me along. Wait, it's impossible right now. I gotta go back to the dormitory first. No. Delta has errands to run at the capital, right? Do I? Didn't Alpha ask you to do something? Alpha Samitsu. You forgot. Telling her, will she get angry? What about it? The sooner, the better to go by. But bandit hunting. Delta looked downhearted, and I see that. I'll be free for a while, so let's do it tomorrow. After you've finished your errands. I know. Cid, wait. I'll be waiting in the dormitory. Come secretly. Go secretly. Delta dashed on all fours into the cityscape of capital with tremendous speed. It is a very conspicuous way of running that would grab anyone's attention, but ordinary people cannot perceive her ridiculous speed in the first place, so it's okay. Seeing her, I remember the golden retriever that I once had in my previous life. I let out a sigh. OLE, it's OLE. Late at night, in the forest. I am running behind Delta. Just as I was worrying about Delta's secret infiltration being exposed, she had quietly appeared in my room at the dormitory, just as I had told her to. Her innate abilities weren't anything for me to worry about. Delta is really good at hunting. That's why there's no need to worry about concealing ourselves. I guess it's a token of being one of the 7 shadows. Furthermore, her innate ability to detect prey is not to be underestimated. To be honest, I don't think I can win against her in smelling or hearing. Even if humans can enchant parts of their bodies with magic power to strengthen them, we don't stand a chance against a beastkin's natural talents. Delta's existence, other than her miso brain, is high spec. So as such, Delta plays the role of running at the front and acts like a bandit radar. To be honest about bandit hunting, finding the thieves is the hardest part and takes the longest time. In this regard, if you let Delta run in front, she will guide you to the bandits with no trouble whatsoever. So long as you follow her, the process becomes pretty straightforward. As she runs in front of me, Delta's ears twitch, and her tail shakes. Those signs are the proof that there are bandits nearby. Delta increases her speed. She went from running on 2 legs to sprinting on all 4s. I rush through the forest at a tremendous pace and thrust into the light in the distance. And then, screams can be heard. Arriving after Delta, I could see there were already several thieves torn apart and dead. Their limbs are scattered before the bonfire. It's still as usual. There are not only merits to hunting bandits with Delta. Of course, there are demerits as well. Delta cannot wait in front of prey. Her bandit hunting is a one-sided slaughter. There is no element of fun in it. It would be perfect if she didn't have such a flaw. By the way, strictly speaking, it's not like she can't wait. If I call Delta, she will wait as I say. However, having Delta wait in front of her prey can be a tremendous stress for her. TLN, just like a dog staring at a hot dog. That's why when she's in front of me she would be obedient, but when I'm not around, she will have to vent that stress. A problem always arises somewhere. Back then she would sit on top of Gamma, cut the trees behind the cabin, eat all the vegetable in the field, etc. It was only to this level when she was little, but as she grew, her means of stress relief also grew. I have no idea what to do with her. In the meantime, it seems that bandit hunting is about to end. There was no need for me to appear. Wait. The surviving thieves started to beg for their lives. It was a familiar sight, but their tearful pleas were not heard. Why Delta? She smiles like a savage beast and then mows them down with a jet black blade. I cannot feel any technique behind it other than a forced blow. However, her sword is not only fast but also lengthens and remains flexible. I wonder if this is her innate talent. Her sword, aimed at the head of bandits, only stopped just before cutting the skin. NN. Delta stopped. This can't be. Is this a dream? Delta sniffs at the bandits with her nose. Is that you, Sarah? It's me, OLE. The man called OLE, repeatedly called out nervously to Delta, while removing his mask. Under the mask of that guy was a face that no longer showed any fear. One noteworthy thing to inspect is that this man has dog ears that are the same color and shape as Delta's. Sarah, are you Sarah? It's me, OLE, you're Anakita. N, a Japanese honorable term for an older brother or a superior. For those who don't know. Delta made a kun-kun sound from her nose and tilted her head while looking towards me. The usual pattern for when she's asking for permission. I nodded, allowing her to do whatever she wants. My father's scent, but, I cannot remember. Delta took the mask and exposed his face and tail. No doubt about it, it's you, Sarah. I heard that our father was hunting for you as you came down with demon possession, but well, it seems you survived father's hunt. Delta is the best at hide and seek. Delta? Is that what you call yourself? Hey, please help me, I am your older brother. The man tries to flatter Delta. Delta's tail begins to sway slowly, giving off a threatening impression. Yup, that's a bad sign. A weak fellow like you cannot be my brother. Wait a minute, I know you've been strong since long ago, and I admit that I was never able to beat you back then. Even father would have made you the next chieftain if you weren't born as a girl. Your demon possession has been treated, right? If that's the case, I can plead for our father to welcome you back. You want that, right? Don't know, we'll return if Delta wants to return. Yeah. You're the boss. Then, I'll introduce you to a real big shot. You'd be surprised to hear that, I am working for the legendary Big Wolf, Getten-sama now. The rhythm of Delta's tale has changed. It's the worst pattern. Getten-sama, haven't you heard of him? I've heard his name before. Don't know. Delta shook her head with a stern expression. That's right. You're kidding me? Even father didn't dare to make the legendary Big Wolf his enemy. The strongest wolf tribe warrior. Oh, maybe you could be chosen as a concubine for Getten. Don't know, shut up, weak dogs only bark. Delta said that and cut off the neck of the man who was still speaking. That was your brother, wasn't it? Delta looks at the man's head with a super grumpy face, then turns towards me smiling while shaking her tail. A weak dog is a shame to our clan. Happy to clean up. Is that so? There's nothing left for me to say. Here, the thinking of beastkin is fundamentally different. The beastkin have a wide variety of different tribes. However, about 80% of them are people whose inherent abilities are their strengths. The strong are highly respected, and those who are exceptionally proficient at hunting are also treated with great respect. It's that kind of system. Delta is the super typical stereotype of the beastkin. Now are all beastkin are like her? Probably not. However, though most beastkin hold respect for the strong, not many take it as far as Delta does. Such thinking is common among the beastkin. Plainly speaking, the beastkin are super cheats in regards to their basic specs. Beastkin have greater physical ability, sharper senses, better reflexes, higher amounts of magic power, longer lifespans, also higher fertility rates. If not for the defects in their brains they would have dominated this world. However, going by this line of thought, as the population increases, so does the fighting between different tribes, which in turn reduces their population. Sometimes a hero appears to unify the beastkin. They would then wage war alongside the humans and elves, only to betray them and run back home. No, every time, in the beginning, the victor was the beastkin. However, the supply line extends vertically and would withdraw when starved. The same pattern every time. However, there was a beastkin tribe with intelligence. For better or worse, the beastkin are a diverse race. Yokame is also like that. The fox tribe are famous for their cunning intellect. Tribes with such mindsets, I hope to listen to their opinions. Actually, it seems that they are always looking to others first. But when the supply line extends, those with right mind took care of themselves. But powerful beastkin abuse them as cowards and attack them. Sorry, I gave up on this paragraph. It's ingrained in their instincts that power is to be worshipped. As for a law-enforced state, recently, the industry was trying their best but still makes little progress. In the end, nevertheless their brain, raw. Still, you should remember your older brother. Brother? Why? You don't have that many brothers and sisters, right? It's better to take care of them, it's the general rule. Well, Delta's father has about 20 concubines. Over hundreds of brothers. It's still not good even if only one person disappeared. As expected of a beastkin, the scale is different. But, a country of strength and ability, I have some interest in it. I wonder if I should go to the country of the beastkin someday. Delta's ears moved swiftly. I got a good idea. Boss should be the chieftain. If boss defeats the chieftain, boss will become the new chieftain of the tribe. Produce a lot of strong descendants, become the strongest clan. No, that wouldn't be good. Prepare hundreds of concubine. Lots of birth, strongest in the world. Let's do it. Boss becomes a big hero who dominates the world. Impossible, let's just get back to the capital now. No. Don't want to. I dragged Delta back to the kingdom. I'm tired. Note, OLE is the same pronunciation as or, which is me, so just think of his name as me or me. Blind Big Wolf. Two men were sitting in a luxurious room. Both of them merchants. One, whose appearance was akin to an ugly toad's, sat in the room across from the other, a blind beastman. 4 Leaves was killed. The blind beastman, hearing this news, groans in a low voice. The blind beastman is of the wolf race, possessing glossy black fur and stoic features. A sword had crushed his eyes, leaving a horizontal scar across his face. A character scar. A member of 4 Leaves was one of them, the beastman under Getten's supervision to be specific. It seems that he and his group were assaulted when he was on duty pretending to be bandits to raid the Mitsugashi Ko's carriage. The fat, toad-like merchant spoke as he observed the expression of the beastman, Getten. The man who spoke of the Four Leaves' defeat is known as Garter. To think they were all killed. Garter, who is responsible for this? Not sure, the corpses were beheaded by a single sword stroke. The deed must have been carried out by someone with considerable skill. Considering the circumstances, this may be the work of a magic swordsman hired by the Mitsugashi Co. The fat, toad-like merchant, Garter, is the chairman of Garter Company. Getten, who was hired by Chairman Garter, is a beastman. However, the attitudes of the two were fairly opposite. Mitsugashi Co. A stubborn bunch. Getten muttered while making a low growl just like a wolf's. The strategy to crush Mitsugashi Co. was supposed to have proceeded well. Having their army disguise themselves as bandits, they sought to prevent peddlers from buying the products of the Mitsugashi Co. Having the distribution of their goods blocked, the peddlers would no longer be able to use the banknotes of the Mitsugashi Co. With no other choice, people would have to use the notes and products of the Great Trade Alliance instead. Once that happened, then the banknotes of the Great Trade Alliance become the mainstream currency. Everything was supposed to be going well. However, the Mitsugashi Co. did not waver. Garter Company not only attacked the peddlers' carriages, but they also struck the Mitsugashi Co.'s transportation carriage. However, their wagons carried armed escorts with strong skills. Not a single one of the attacking troops survived. As a result, the Mitsugashi Co. continues to operate in urban areas, only the peddlers who sell their wares to the commoners in the rural areas are affected. There is a big gap in urban and rural economic scales. In urban cities, the number of nobles and wealthy people is more abundant, buying not only the daily necessities but also items for entertainment. However, most of the people from rural areas are farmers. They are self-sufficient, they make things by themselves, and only pay for the things what they need. The peddler comes once every month, there isn't any way for them to spend money, they also do not have the habit of overspending money. The Mitsugashi Co. provides cheaper goods to those areas to try to change their spending habits. However, they are still in the middle of carrying that out. Currently, the regional sales are stagnant, the Mitsugashi Co. receives no significant impact on its business overall. Just like that, they've made their base of operations in the city. As soon as the Great Trade Alliance issues banknotes and sells products similar to the Mitsugashi Co.'s, the flow of customers will gather to the Great Trade Alliance. That was the initial plan. However, the customers of the Mitsugashi Co. did not leave. The products of Mitsugashi Co. possess a quality that cannot be imitated by a seemingly similar product. Also, there are still many favorite items which the Great Trade Alliance is unable to imitate as their production method is unknown. The manufacturing methods of the Mitsugashi Co. should have been easily obtained by attacking their transportation carriage. Shit. Getten clicked his tongue, causing Garter's shoulders to tremble. After all, their company seems innocent on the surface. Even if their sales are stable, they expected to be able to crush the Mitsugashi Co. easily if they attacked by a means other than their sales. However, the escort of Mitsugashi Co. was strong. They would not crumble like this. The longer they took, the higher the risk to the Great Trade Alliance. Getten had no choice but to make a move. Send all the remaining members of Four Leaves to attack the Mitsugashi Co. Ha! Take away their funds and manufacturing methods of the goods. Failure is not allowed. Garter silently lowered his head and moved in front to leave the room. Getten with his crushed eyes followed the figure of Garter as if he could see him. Those good for nothing. With only Getten left in the room, he bares his sharp teeth in a low growl. He's robbed everything with his overwhelming power. It is his way of life to steal, he has gained everything this way. That is to say so. The wound on Getten's eyes still hurts. This old scar makes him remember his past mistake. Psu. TLN, the sound of, he is muttering the name. He mutters the name of that person softly. It is the name of the person who brought him the biggest disgrace of his life. Moreover, now, Mitsugashi Co. has stopped his progress. This is the second disgrace in his entire life. Getten ground his fangs in irritation. The feeling of rage from his past has revived. Raw. Unforgivable. This is unforgivable. If it looked like they were going to fail again, I'll take from them and trample them. He does not feel like choosing the means anymore. TLN, unscrupulous. The legend of the one feared as the big wolf will once again unleash his power. Swish, 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 swish. A rainy evening. The moon was hidden behind clouds and the sound of rain was audible from the outside. Two elves are sitting on a sofa in a room at the Mitsugashi Company. Alpha-sama, the circulation of the banknotes of the Great Trading Alliance is this way. It has been increasing since the beginning of its publication, affecting the kingdom's economy as well. The elf with indigo hair and deep blue eyes Gamma shows a graph drawn on paper while talking. That's dangerous. The elf with platinum blonde hair, Alpha, muttered with a grim face. Her beautiful hair shines by the light of the fireplace. I expect that in less than half a year, sustaining it will become impossible. So it seems, a troublesome opponent. They're the enemies of the Mitsugashi Company, not of Shadow Garden. Yes. Because the connection between the Mitsugashi Company and Shadow Garden cannot become public knowledge. I cannot permit anything flashy. I don't want just simply to crush it, however, Delta will not understand, right? That dog should only be let loose against bandits. Think a bit more on how to move about this. Seems impossible. Only he can attach a collar and hold it tight. Alpha sighed and rearranged her legs. It will take 6 months at the latest until the Great Trading Alliance collapses. Naturally, they should have also understood the danger. The trap simply being set. Yes. Including the subsequent response. At that time, the door of the room was knocked. Enter. Excuse me. A girl with dark brown hair, NYU, came in. I'm sorry for interrupting your conversation. There is an intruder. Aira, the trap is sprung. I believe a proper greeting is in order. Please leave it to me. Gamma stood up from the sofa with a confident face. Well, that's fine, but... You. Yes. I'll show you what I can do. NYU, let's go. Ha. Alpha felt uneasy as she saw off the two, who bowed and left. Since NYU is also with her, it should be okay, right? She said, trying to convince herself. A man in black runs through a dark corridor. The small footsteps are drowned out by the sound of the rain outside. The keen and agile man is the chief of the Four Leaves, Yotsuba, a master magic swordsman called First Leaf, Ichu. He invaded the Mitsugashi Company with Second Leaf, Futaba, and Third Leaf, Mitsuba. His job as the First Leaf is the recovery of confidential documents alone. The Second Leaf, along with several subordinates, is to take on the role of saboteurs, while the Third Leaf is to loot and kidnap key personnel. First Leaf, who advanced to the depths of the company, noticed the shadow of a person walking ahead and stopped his feet. Walking through the dark corridor is a beautiful elf with indigo hair. The president of the Mitsugashi Company. The person in charge of kidnapping is the Third Leaf, but oh well. First Leaf chose to stun and collect her. His movement was fast. In the darkness, approaching behind the target without making a sound, he struck her neck with a chop with his hand. Ouch. Glares she looks back. First Leaf hurriedly took his distance. She should have lost consciousness after being taken by complete surprise. How embarrassing. It's pretty easy to take me by surprise. She puts on a fearless smile while rubbing her neck. Although while saying that it hurts, she seems perfectly fine. Since you have come all this way, we'll receive you with the greatest welcome. I am Gamma, the one who will reap your life. Gamma announced while making a jet black sword appear. And then strengthened her body, and closed the distance between her and First Leaf within a single breath. Fast. Her movements were simple and straightforward, but fast. However, First Leaf has seen through it with just that much movement. This woman is just a fast amateur. Gamma's movements are noisily wasteful. Swish. With every breath, Gamma would swing her sword. Her movements are wasteful and put in an excessive amount of force. But she's needlessly fast, and above all this ridiculous amount of magical power. No matter how fast, you can match the counter if the motion is big enough. However, Gamma's sword holds enough magical power to blow away several magic swordsmen altogether. If you touch it, you die. Besides, it is actually hard to read her movements. Even if the motions of her swings are large, her pattern is random, just like an amateur's. First Leaf has already avoided Gamma's sword to an impressive extent. Trying to avoid my sword? It is an elegant movement, the Lichten lower-style Western swordsmanship, is it? What? She saw through it. An astounding observing eye, to have seen through him with only a glance. But this calm amateur, it was probably an accident, right? It is easy to respond if the school is known. Let's go. First Leaf raised his caution. Swish. While making that sound, Gamma cuts in deep. Stepping forward with tremendous speed. But it's easy to see because it's sloppy. And from there, a blow that had tremendous power was sent out. If one were to describe the blow in a few words, it would be that there was no change. Although she saw through his style, her style has not changed at all. First Leaf had aimed to cut off Gamma's neck with a reflexive movement that is ingrained in his body. However. Ouch. There was not a single wound. Without a doubt, he had cut her neck. But, why? What is going on with this woman's body? You, just what? First Leaf's voice shook. To give a blow to this me, you are an expert user of your school. Oh well, I'll oppose you with all my strength. She put in an absurd amount of magical power into her blade. And then... Swish 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 swish. Attacks shot out continuously. Fierce speed, but super large swings. First Leaf took his distance and dodged the multiple connecting attacks. Swish 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 swish. However, Gamma gave chase with terrible technique and tremendous speed. What's with this pointlessly huge magical power? That strange sound. TLN, referring to all the swishing that Gamma's been letting out. The great teaching of my master. Hack and slash with a lot of magical power loaded. And when I finally cut sometimes, saying swish makes it look strong. Swish, 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 swish. This is bad. First Leaf's pace was entangled because of Gamma's pressure. At the moment, a fatal chance was born. I've got you. She's got me. The thoughts of the two matched. However, reality did not match. Eek. Gamma cut at empty air, and unable to kill her momentum, she rushed forward and crashed into the wall. Doko. And a terrible sound echoed. I will do it, okay. First Leaf shuddered when he saw Gamma emerge from the rubble unscathed while scattering debris. What is this person? I struck in the gap of an instant with a big swing, but got hit with a leg sweep and flung into the wall. Am I wrong? You are wrong, you just fell down on your own. I will not fall for cheap provocations. It's useless. Dealing with this woman is impossible. Why is such a bullshit woman the president of the Mitsugashi company? However, the work of second leaf and third leaf should be over soon. We'll use numbers to subdue this bullshit woman. When he had this thought, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. They've come. Well, you guys have perfect timing, second leaf third leaf, wah. However, it was neither second leaf nor third leaf that were there. It was a girl who smiled thinly. The girl with dark brown hair approached, walking crisply. With 2 lumps under her arms, no. Are the ones you refer to as second leaf and third leaf by any chance these? She threw away the 2 lumps which she had held under her arms. That, which rolled on the floor and stopped at the feet of first leaf, was a still warm, freshly severed pair of heads. Wah, second leaf, third leaf. They were undoubtedly the heads of second leaf and third leaf. However, the girl who disposed of them appears to be only a regular employee of the Mitsugashi company, at first glance. First leaf experienced a feeling of having seen something that should not have existed in the likes of the Mitsugashi company. Aira Nyu, you came too early. Is that so? But, please be careful. This guy, he is one of the world's best experts. Really? The girl called Nyu stares at first leaf with eyes filled up to 90% with suspicion. Those eyes seem to be asking, are you really strong? Hey, in an intimidating manner. First leaf was terrified of this unknown girl. He instinctually knew that going up against this girl with dark brown hair would be very bad. First leaf reflexively shook his head. The person himself denies it. Do not be deceived. This man is an expert of the Lichten lower style, and that too, a man who has mastered it entirely. That's amazing, isn't it? Let's have you show it, by all means. Nyu drew her sword. This is bad. First leaf attacks Gamma reflexively. Between an unknown entity at the front gate, and a dragon at the back entrance, the front gate is better. Let's bring it to an end. Swish. Gamma's sword is swung. However, first leaf has already wholly given it up. He stops just before Gamma's Ma'i and aims at a counter. Ma'i is the distance between opponents in kendo. Or so it was supposed to be. Eek. She let loose a cry. Unfortunately for him, the sword Gamma released while falling, yet again, cut through first leaf while rotating at high speed. The sword flew out with a buzzing sound, while first leaf crumbled to the floor. So close. Gamma raised her face to grasp the situation, and her eyes caught sight of the delicate look of Nyu. Secret art desperate giant swing. It was the only excuse that Gamma could think of to explain this result. As expected of Gamma-sama. And she had a good subordinate. While listening to the crackling and dry applause, the consciousness of first leaf was utterly cut off. The malaise of Mitsugashi. 4 leaves will not return, is that the case? Getten heard the report, with crossed arms and pondered deeply. The 4 leaves who led the attack on the Mitsugashi company have not returned. This meant that the attack failed catastrophically. First leaf, second leaf, and third leaf were all highly skilled magic swordsmen. Although their ability was unsatisfactory from Getten's viewpoint, it would still fall in the category of above ordinary to brilliant. Those 3 will not return. Moreover, according to Garter, not even one of the mercenaries sent with them at the same time has returned. No one is coming back. Just in case the mission fails, the communication personnel are always stationed in the rear. Even those communication personnel will not come back. How is that possible? He expected that they'd hired good guards. If there were no more than 1 skilled guard, this would not be the result. However, the names of those skilled guards have not come out at all. A sense of incongruity. Getten experienced a feeling of having seen something that should not be seen from the likes of the Mitsugashi company. These doubts that were rekindled again called forth new suspicions. The technical power of their products and their artistic inspiration are all innovative. Their field is diverse and frankly speaking, a single company cannot produce such a large number of items. Where and what is the source of these ideas, the technology, and the ability to flexibly incorporate it? It shouldn't be possible for a new company to do something like this within just a few years. There is something. Something huge is lurking behind the Mitsugashi company. Getten felt anger, while also experiencing a cold feeling. Getten-sama, that, there are complaints that the Mitsugashi company is not going to collapse even from among the Great Trading Alliance. Silence them. Yes. No, wait. Find out where the sources of dissatisfaction are. Sources of the complaints, is it? There might be something more to all this. Then, investigate the Mitsugashi company thoroughly. The Mitsugashi company? But I've already looked into it. Look again. There must be something behind it. Yes, I will investigate. Getten watched Garter bow and leave with visionless eyes. And mutters while touching the wound over his eye with a finger. Always, destroy. What was hidden behind that company is unknown. However, what moves next is Getten, the one feared as the big wolf. Whatever it is, he'll crush them and pillage everything. Just as he has always done. Sample. Autumn fell, and winter began in earnest. I waited for the counterfeit bills to be made while watching over the daily lives of the mobs at the school. While they live their boring lives content to be ignorant, I am well on the way to becoming the boss of a large organization that would control this world's economy from the shadows. Even boring everyday life seems to sparkle. No one can imagine me to be an influential person when they see me, who forms a mob trio with Hiro and Jaga. While enjoying mob life, sometimes I mutter meaningful words and try to give them hints. The winds are troubled. Great changes are approaching. No one seems to recognize the significance of those words. But that's fine. In time, of all those who knew everything, only a handful will recall my words. Come over here for a moment. Ouch. With tremendous force, the scruff of my neck was seized, and I was forcefully dragged by the silver-haired and red-eyed Alexia. While I am busy, can I help you with something? I say while being dragged along since it's too troublesome even to resist. I wanted to see you in my spare time. Why? The sword. Like that, we arrived at a deserted dojo. It was a small private practice dojo located at the edge of the school. While I sat on the floor, Alexia stood ready with a practice sword. Well, while seeming to watch carelessly, I observed Alexia swing the sword. And, I noticed it. Hey, was she this strong? The last time I saw Alexia's sword was a long time ago. I liked her sword from the start. Only the sword. Was it a change of mind, or did you grasp something? This is the pattern of rapid growth. I think it's okay. I said to her, who wielded a sword. Is that so? She stopped her sword. I think it will probably continue to grow. Though it is an amateur's opinion. Is that so? Thank you. You're welcome. Alexia looked away and wiped her sweat. Before, you told me that you liked my sword. That's right. Right. So I thought I'd show you how I'd improved. I see. But it's still not enough. I'm capable of more. Oh, cool. Why? Just listen. Alexia glared at me. I don't particularly want to know. I couldn't protect Rose Senpai. The kingdom of Oriana is now in serious trouble, and Senpai will inevitably suffer. That's why I need power. I see. Come to think of it, I wonder if Rose Senpai was able to escape after all. It would be good if she's all right. My older sister is also feeling depressed recently. Too many things are not going well. On the other side of this daily life, the world is always moving. If you stop, you will soon be left behind. Yes, on the other side of this everyday life, I am moving. Geez, I don't want to be left behind anymore. It's strange, isn't it? It's reached the point where it feels like it's time to advance by my own will. C'est la vie. You seem to be very carefree and cheerful. Well, thank you for today. I hope that your perpetually carefree attitude is something that will continue to exist. She said so with a sigh, as I left the dojo. When I left the dojo, the sun had already gone down. The winter nights are cold. I went home to the dorm early, disguised myself as John Smith and headed to a deserted location. There, a tawny cat-eared beast person was waiting. Her name is Natsu, one of Yokome's close aides. So, what's the matter? I suddenly appeared behind her and said. Natsu jumped, turned around in a panic, and stared at me like a cat. Jojon-sama, please don't startle me like that. I did not intend to startle you. I just wanted to produce a sudden appearance from behind. So, what's the matter? When I asked that, Natsu's smile deepened as if she had been waiting for it. Yokome's close aides are just Natsu and Kana. Natsu and Kana are sisters, but in fact, they are not very similar. Natsu is a mature woman with tawny cat ears, while Kana is a girl with black cat ears. While moving her tawny cat ears with a twitch, Natsu says. The sample was completed. Is that so? It finally came. I was excited about the story of John Smith, which will start from now on. The power of a super elite agent. The counterfeit bill factory was built in an underground facility between the royal capital and the lawless city. In fact, I recommended this facility to Yukame. It was the very same place where everyone hunted for bandits when my older sister was kidnapped by them in the past. I thought it was perfect as a secret facility. It seems that the strategy to obscure the origin of the counterfeit money is to send it to the outlaw city first, then have it distributed in the royal capital from there. The interiors of the facilities which had once been invaded by a small Alpha & Co have been transformed into a counterfeit bill factory by Yukame's subordinates. While being guided to the depths of the factory by Natsu, I kept glancing back at the restlessly busy employees. When I opened the beautifully refurbished doors, inside was a space like the office of a big president. You've come, John Han. TLN, Yukame speaks in the Kansai dialect. I sit across from Yukame on the sofa set in the room. It seems complete. Please do confirm it yourself. Yukame gave a coquettish smile and opened a package on the table. 2 rolls of bills were visible inside. Both rolls contain notes of 10,000 zeni, likely a 100 of them in each. Can you guess which one is real? Confidence can be heard in Yukame's tone. I pick up the 2 rolls and compare them. Crap, I've got nada. However, a super elite agent would confidently detect and point out a slight difference here. Finally, my super reinforced eyesight discovered slight differences. Changes in paper quality, ink, and printing, each very minute, but are different nonetheless. But, however, I haven't memorized the original bill in the first place. In other words, even if I see slight differences, I do not know which is real. What to do, super elite agent? The one with inferior precision feels like a fake, but... I pointlessly flipped through the rolls of paper bills with a profound smile while nodding to put out an air of understanding. And then... there is no point in answering. What do you mean by that? Yukame's expression was dubious. When comparing the two, the paper quality here is slightly coarser. I held up the roll with coarser paper bills. Yukame's visage was colored by astonishment. There is also a difference in the imbibition of the ink. This one is more blurred. Psoo. Yukame's eyes widened in shock. Finally, the printing also has slight distortion. Over here. Wah. Yukame finally picked up the roll of bills to compare with her own eyes. There is indeed a distortion. Even though we'd checked it multiple times. Is it necessary to say the answer? I don't need to hear it, the one with the poor precision here is the real one. It was like that. You overdid it trying to make a good paper bill. Do we have to start over? That is not necessary. There is no one else who can see through it, besides me. A rough but ready-made method is better than an elaborate and slow process that has yet to be devised. I don't care about the trivial details, let's scatter the thorned roses. Time will not be an issue, in that case. There will be no enemy as intensive as you, John Han. Yukame laughs as she conceded. Well, I'm going to start distribution from tomorrow, I guess. I plan to increase the quantity little by little, gradually, from the beginning. As the volume in circulation increases, the source of the counterfeit notes will be sought out. John Han, please take care of it. However, Yukame stopped words that seemed too hard to say there. What is the matter? Allow me just one request, please. Well, if you discover someone called Getten, please make sure not to kill him. Why? The reason is... Yukame cast her eyes down and carefully chose her words. And then slowly started speaking. That is a story from when my tail was still one. I was living alone with my mother, just the 2 of us. It was a small village of the fox tribe. Yukame, who kept her eyes down, looked a little nostalgic in some way. In the peaceful village, far from any sort of disputes, my 3-tailed mother used her strength to hunt for a living. I helped my mother in handling the prey she killed, and while we were never rich, those days were happy. But those days did not last forever. One day, when my mother went hunting, our village. Stopping her words yet again, Yukame raised her eyes. Today let's stop here. Let us continue this after we've become more intimate. And then laughed mischievously. You don't intend to speak. You want to have an intimate relationship with me. Yukame smiled and giggled. That was a joke. I was robbed of everything by that man. This time, it is my turn to take everything from him. To kill Getten with my own hands, after seizing everything from him. Yukame spoke with an unchanging voice while putting on a mischievous smile on her face. Vengeance, hey, very well. That's right. Display overwhelming might and overtake him, making him burn for revenge over being belittled, and then kill the would-be avenger when he attacks again, that's how we should play it. Getten is a blind beastman with a scar across both eyes. Understood. I stand up and turn my back. As for the revenge, do as you like. But don't get caught up in your hatred and lose your way. The first to notice the change. The counterfeit bills circulated quietly, little by little, as planned. I stood on top of the clock tower in John Smith mode, and while looking at the cityscape buzzing in the night due to the unprecedented economic boom, I anticipated the plans of the organizations hidden behind it. After all, everything is changing. And, I smile profoundly. Who will be the first to figure out our plan? For the all-knowing John Smith, this transient time is tedious. While I was enjoying the night view while thinking about such things, I saw a carriage that quietly left the royal capital. And 3 black shadows, who concealed themselves while pursuing the carriage. Ah, the first to notice, as expected. I jump off the clock tower and chase after the shadows. The silhouettes of the 3 are unfamiliar, but they're wearing slime bodysuits, I guess. Naturally, they work for the Mitsugashi company. So, I move for my own purpose. Oh, I recognized one. You were safe after all, eh? While number 664 chased the carriage which departed from hiding in the royal capital at midnight, she looked back and glared at number 666. No 666, arbitrary decisions are absolutely, unconditionally, forbidden, okay? I'm the squad leader, so follow my instructions. And, for those who forgot, number 666 was the number given to Rose Oriana when she joined Shadow Garden. I understand. I'm telling you because you don't understand, geez. The last time, you willfully charged in alone, the result turned out well, even so, why are you so impatient? I am, it's nothing. Number 666 looks down and denies it briefly. If you're like that, my hands are tied, geez. If you don't speak, I can't understand what you are thinking. No 664, let's concentrate on the mission now. Yeah, alright, good grief. I'm advising the people who are willful for the sake of focusing on the mission. Number 664 glanced at number 666, then looked away and sighed. At the same time, she heard a yawn from behind. Hey, number 665, did you just yawn? Number 664 turned her head back again and glared at number 665 this time. I didn't. You did, you absolutely did, I heard it. You should also be focusing on the mission, geez. I told you this mission is critical, didn't I? Yes. Taking her eyes off number 665 who gave an absent-minded reply, number 664 scowled at the carriage running ahead of them. The mission this time is to find the source of the Great Trading Alliance's counterfeit bills, which started circulating recently. This route the carriage is running on was one of several influx routes narrowed down as suspicious by Gamma of the 7 Shadows. They were entrusted with the pursuit of this carriage. This is a mission given directly by the 7 Shadows, so failure is not an option. She understood that she was fired up. That's why number 664 was concerned. Number 666 gets impatient. Her combat prowess is recognized by everyone, and she knows that this squad was rated highly due to her. However, no 666's impulsive decisions were becoming intolerable recently. The reasons for her impatience are unclear, but at this rate, she will definitely make a mistake someday. And there are mistakes in the world that you can never take back. In their missions, making even one mistake could lead to them losing their lives, and so. Number 664 hoped that this mission too would end safely, and focused her attention. However, that wish did not come true. Below us. Number 666 screamed abruptly. Everyone reacted to the sound and jumped. However, only number 666 made it in time. Kia. You. Number 664 and number 665 tripped over something and fell over. When they had gotten up and taken defensive postures, their feet were already entangled by something that appeared to be thin strings. Are these strings? Looks like steel threads diffused with magical power. Number 665 answered number 664. The two cut the threads with their slime swords and prepared for the enemy attack. Turning her gaze to where the trap was laid, number 666 had already taken a sword and stared into the depth of the darkness. There was no indication of a presence. However, a man comes walking alone from the darkness of the night. While his feet were making dull thuds while walking on the firm ground, he appeared. It was a man in a suit with black, swept-back hair. His face was hidden behind an inorganic mask, and could not be seen. The man was unarmed. He carried not a single weapon. However, if you look closely around him, you can see the threads that reflect the moonlight. The threads were drifting freely in the air as if it were alive. Be careful, this guy is manipulating those steel threads. Number 664 called out, as they confronted the steel thread user. A man with an inorganic mask and many threads shining in the moonlight. This image was somehow fascinating. The first ones to notice the change. The man said in an unreadable inorganic voice. I am John Smith. Beyond this it's still too early for you guys. And then, steel threads spread out under the night sky. Don't get in the way. The steel threads were glowing in the moonlight. Relying on that glow, number 664 avoided the entangling strings. What was troublesome wasn't its speed but the low visibility, unpredictability, and the number of strings itself. Despite using just 10 fingers, John Smith was manipulating threads many times the number of his fingers. And those threads were attacking them from all sides. Their angle and attack timings are nasty. He predicts no 664's movements and blocks her escape paths. Moreover, when the directions that can be used to evade are limited, no 664's movements are being guided. The result, she can't get close. The strings have longer reach than a sword. They can't attack unless they can close the distance. Nevertheless, since the beginning of the fight, they couldn't even move one step closer to him. Instead they were being pushed back. Within the space of a few seconds, that man has already completely dominated this area. He still hasn't moved a single step. Just by manipulating the strings using his fingers, he has the girls running about trying to escape its range. They looked like puppets being manipulated by his threads. Everyone, retreat. In response to the instruction of number 664, the other two reacted immediately and went outside the ma'i of the threads. TLC, as mentioned earlier, ma'i is the distance between opponents in kendo. If they stay inside John Smith's ma'i, they would only exhaust themselves. If they don't have a method to attack him, the situation won't change. The three looked at each other and nod their heads. This man is strong. Although it's confusing to be attacked by an unfamiliar weapon, the steel strings, but even if you take that into consideration, he also has the power to dominate the battlefield. To manipulate dozens of threads and precisely predict and guide their movements. That is something that can't be done unless you possessed a certain amount of skill. Number 664 knows many that are stronger than her. Number 666 is the same. Within the upper echelons of the organization called Numbers, and also the Seven Shadows, are individuals who possess overwhelming power. Both have people who are much stronger than her. But this John Smith is different from the strong individuals she'd known. His strength does not come from his magical power or muscle strength or his speed or the technique he used. No, his technique to manipulate those strings is certainly skillful, but the core of his strength does not lie there. The identity of John Smith's strength, it was his ability to dominate. Number 664, who is the squad leader and has the duty to give out orders, knew. The ability to oversee, understand, and predict the flow of the battle is a must. In other words, John Smith possessed those skills. What's wrong, are you not coming? John Smith does not move a step. With his eyes hidden behind the mask, he just looks down on them from his spot. He has plenty of leeway. He has the confidence that he can deal with anything that can happen. The threads that covered the night sky are denying all their attempts at an attack. If you move poorly, you will get caught. Withdrawing is also an option. No. 666 might be against it, but I have to force her. She thought so, but in the next moment. If you don't come to me, then I can just come to you. John Smith slightly moved his finger. At the same time, a thread wrapped around No. 664's neck. No way, since when? Moreover, we should already be outside his ma'i. Who said that the length of each and every thread is the same? Naturally its thickness is also different. No way. Looking closely at the thread wrapped around her, she noticed that it was extremely thin and very hard to see. The strings they have seen up until now were the only ones that they were allowed to see. Don't tell me, from the beginning. Yes, from the beginning. No. 664's actions were manipulated from the start. While her expression distorted due to the humiliation, the thread around her neck started to tighten. Highly concentrated magical power is passing through the string. If he adds only a little more strength, her neck would be cut through. If you are going to kill me, then do it already. I don't have any intention of talking. She glared at John Smith. Number 665 and number 666 were also bound. They'd already made up their minds. Strength was being added to the threads. At that moment, number 666 moved. She rushed out from the front. She simply came at him before he could pull the threads tight. Faster, just a little bit faster. She rushed at John Smith. Correct. But his stance didn't waver. He just pulled a finger on his right hand lightly. But who said that there was a thread only around your neck? Number 666 suddenly fell. She collapsed, and was made to float in the air with an unnatural pose. A number of strings had already been wrapped around her limbs. Naturally the other two were in the same state. Kill me. Number 664 said as their movements were completely sealed. However, he just tightened the strings and did not kill them. There is no meaning in killing you guys. Even if I were to kill you, others will come again, and so, this is just a warning. That's all there is to it. And expressionlessly said. Don't get in the way. With those words, he released them. Cough asterisk cough asterisk. Despite her continuing to cough, number 666 glared at John Smith. Number 664 instantly leapt. And held down number 666. Stop it already. We're withdrawing. Number 666 bitterly lowered her face. John Smith. We have to inform Gamasama. As long as he's out there, the source of the counterfeit bills can't be found. And the fact that there exists a person with that level of skill means that another powerful organization also exists out there. Number 664 watched John Smith's figure as he left. Black Jaguar. This chapter is unedited. After fighting off the assassins of the Mitsugashi Company, I lead the life of an ordinary student by day and I play the role of an agent by night. I contact Yukame in secret, help her in circulating the fake bills, and take care of those who tried to find its source. The volume of fake bills circulating in the market has also increased. There will be someone among the Great Trading Alliance who will start noticing things, or so Yukame has predicted. However, at present the only one who has noticed was the Mitsugashi Company, so there's not much to do. The Mitsugashi Company is wary but they still haven't made their move yet. I'm free. I want to do cool agent-like work already. When I was thinking such thoughts while secretly guarding the counterfeit bill carriage, that day finally arrived. A silent presence approaching the carriage that's running through the night. An assassin. Her movement is surprisingly good. Her presence is thin. I know of only one person that can erase her presence so well. A familiar black shadow appears from the darkness. A woman wearing a black bodysuit having flexible muscles and a soft body. No doubt about it, that's Delta. I see, as the previous three were repelled, they send their most powerful combatant. However, the opponent this time is too incompatible for her. John Smith's thread user battle style is one that has the advantage against the muscle brain type. If it's Delta, I can just tie her down with hidden strings. No, her instinct is uselessly sharp, so there's also a possibility that she will be able to avoid all of it. Rather, that will certainly be the case. Hey, don't tell me that the one who has to fight his most incompatible opponent is me. Well, whatever. If it comes to that, I will just go into serious mode. Thinking so, I appeared before Delta. My name is John Smith. What lied ahead? Boss, what are you doing? Delta said that, while sniffing her nose and wagging her tail happily. My name is John Smith. I am not your beau. Boss. You want to hunt with Delta? No hunting. It's no use, she completely saw through me. Although I took a bath and used perfume, I made light of Delta's nose. I took off my mask and revealed my appearance. Boss is John Smith. Well, pretty much. Delta can't win against John Smith. I have to tell Alpha-sama. Wait. I caught her tail while she was trying to run away. Whoops, it seems like I made a bit of her fur fall off. Kage. Tail is no good. Sorry, Delta, listen well. Right now, I am doing a classified secret mission. Classified secret mission? Yes, a classified secret mission, and so it must not be known by others. So cool. Delta wants to do it too. No, only I can do it. But when Delta reports to Alpha about John Smith, the classified secret mission will fail. Do you understand why? Nope. It's because it will not be a secret anymore. That's why you cannot talk about this to anyone, okay? But Alpha-sama gave Delta a mission. Delta dropped her ears and looked at me. It's okay, I will give Delta a new mission. You remember the rule of Shadow Garden, right? Already forgot. The missions I personally give have the highest priority. Higher than Alpha's, of course. Alpha-sama won't get angry. She won't. She'd absolutely get angry, I thought. In the first place, Delta is currently undergoing a mission for the Mitsugashi Company. It is incomprehensible to bring up the old rule of Shadow Garden now. Sorry Delta, when everything is over, I will go apologize together with you. This is also for the sake of the world. For the world. Yes, for the world. For the world. Sorry Delta. When the mission is complete, I will properly give you a reward. Anything goes. Delta's eyes are shining with her tail wagging about. Not anything. Within my ability, as long as it does not take much effort and money, I will do anything. Boss will do anything I say. As long as it's within the conditions I said. Yeah. I will do the mission. What should I make you do? Okay, going straight along this route, you'll come across the lawless city, There is a black tower there. In that tower, there's a guy called Juggernaut. He's a bad bandit, so please go and hunt him down. Lawless City, Black Tower, Juggernaut? Just that. Yes yes. Understood. When I'm done, boss will have to do as I say. Within the conditions, okay? You don't have to hurry, so take your time and go slowly, okay? Lawless City. Black Jaguar. Hunting. As she said that, Delta dashed away. I think the details were slightly different, but oh well. Let's just celebrate the fact that Delta is away from the capital. Because Delta totally can't act, even if she tried to hide something it will soon get found out. With that much information, it will surely take some time, so this should be just about right. The counterfeit bills have not been circulated enough yet, so it's too soon to let my identity be exposed now. Well, let's continue with the security detail. We lost track of Delta after she went to pursue John Smith. Dash. Alpha, who heard Gamma's report, dropped her pen and looked at Gamma. We found this on the scene. What Gamma showed her was fur from Delta's tail. Seeing the fur that had been forcibly torn, Alpha's anger welled up. Gamma's eyes were calm. But deep down inside was a burning anger that could not be suppressed. So, Delta was. Noticing her voice that was weaker than usual, Alpha calmed down a little bit. She was prepared for it. That someday, someone would die among them. That was what occurred today. I don't think that Delta would abandon Alpha-sama's mission. That girl is an idiot. Even though she's an idiot, her strength is the only good thing about her, and she will do whatever Alpha-sama told her to. It's fine, I understand. Alpha comforts Gamma, who is squeezing out her trembling voice. Delta is always responsible for dangerous work because of her high combat ability. She's the one that always took on the most dangerous mission in Shadow Garden. If there is a situation where she doesn't return, it's almost certain that she is dead. However, her death was yet to be a certainty, even if the odds of her survival is low. Continue searching for Delta. Do everything you can, at least we have to collect her remains. Yes. Then Alpha received Delta's fur from Gamma. She wrapped it within a cloth and hugged it tightly. She'd heard how dangerous John Smith was from number 664. She shouldn't have sent her out after him alone. If Delta lost against him, then she must have been caught in a trap. John Smith. A low, deep voice came out from Alpha's throat. Grit, the sound of Alpha grinding her teeth rang about. The Supreme Code. This is unedited. In the cold air, the full moon is shining. On such a winter night, Beta came to make a regular report to the Lord. As usual, she reports on the activities of Shadow Garden, after which she reported on the activities of the Mitsugashi Company. Normally she only reported on the basic details of Shadow Garden activities. The Mitsugashi Company is only an accessory of Shadow Garden, so she can't afford to bother him with it. However, right now, the Mitsugashi Company is facing a crisis. From his atmosphere, he seems to have already guessed the situation. The air of the Lord, who just nods along with Famu, seems to have changed. While listening to Beta's report, he took out a memo pad from his breast pocket and started taking a memo. Then. I see, and then. The Lord said a phrase other than Famu while listening to the regular report. Beta's words were stuck for a moment due to the astonishment. Excuse my rudeness. Regarding the increasing amount of counterfeit money being circulated. While giving her report, she felt happiness after sensing that she had the Lord's undivided attention. The Lord has become serious. The Lord is always busy, and so, he rarely gets involved with their activities. His time and power are always put to use for a greater purpose. The meaning behind the Lord getting serious is that this incident is that important. In fact, if the counterfeit bills continue to circulate in this way, it is no exaggeration to say that the Mitsugashi Company will face an existential crisis. There was also the fact that due to the matter of Delta, the entire Shadow Garden was covered in a heavy atmosphere. But if the Lord is getting serious, this crisis will surely be overcome. Warmness spreads through Beta's chest. Prices have begun to rise due to the amount of circulating bills, and the increasing rate is. There's a little bit I don't understand. Dash. The Lord, just now said he didn't understand. Naturally, she can't take it as it is. Because the Lord understands everything. Then the meaning of what he said is there's an error in the report. He must be saying that he can't understand why I would make such a foolish mistake. Whether the rate of increase was mistaken or the original idea was wrong. Anyway, he has noticed a mistake in her report in a single moment. I will immediately redo the analysis. To make a mistake in front of her serious Lord, Beta's face was burning bright red with shame. I don't really understand it, but, well, I will just write it down as is. Yes. I am very sorry. With that, the regular report is over. However, there's still a matter that she must report on. Looking at the Lord, who putting away his memo, Beta opened her heavy mouth. There is another matter to report on, today. Let's hear it. Within that silence, Beta understood from his sleepy-looking eyes. He already knew the content of her report. It doesn't matter how, she thinks it's obvious that he'd already know. Rather, it would be weird that the Lord wasn't aware yet. Even so, she still has to report it. Her important comrade's death. Because it is their duty, the duty of those who let their comrades die. We lost contact with Delta after she went in pursuit of John Smith. Judging by the situation, her life is already. Beta's voice is trembling. Delta was her precious comrade. She can be a handful sometimes, but she was also like a little sister that always made her feel better. Delta is. After hearing Beta's report, he turned his head and was thinking about something for a while. No, wait. Delta only just went somewhere far away. And the Lord said that. Feeling the kindness behind his words, Beta was unable to hold her tears. Yes, that's right. I understand. It seems like Delta has only gone somewhere far away. Endless streams of tears flows down Beta's cheek. She felt happiness from the clumsy kindness of her Lord. Is that so? There's no problem if you understand. He nodded and said so. We speculate that John Smith is considerably skilled. If possible, we would like to ask for Shadow-sama's help. Sorry, but there's something that I must do. No, I'm sorry for asking the impossible. It cannot be helped. Since the Lord has already made his move in a different direction. And that move is certain to be necessary for the Mitsugashi Company and Shadow Garden. Then, I will excuse myself for today. But before that. Finishing her report, Beta must move to her next assignment immediately, but, there's something that she has to confirm first. Shadow-sama, I am really sorry but that memo. Memo. Yes, regarding that memo, because there is a rule that confidential documents must be disposed of or encrypted immediately. Naturally, he probably already knew that. But it has to be confirmed, just to be sure. The Lord ceased his movement for a moment, then handed his memo to Beta. Try reading it. This is. Beta was astonished at the memo's contents. Hiragana, katakana, kanji, Arabic numbers, Romaji, a code written using 5 independently developed languages. This is for Shadow-sama's own use. The characters there are not just written randomly. Although it is simple, it held regularity, and while it is complex, it is also disordered. It would certainly be difficult to decipher 5 complex languages. Beta looked at her Lord with respect, to him who made this alone by himself. If you do not mind, could you teach us this code? Famu, it's still too soon. Is that so? Beta dropped her shoulders. But that's right. Her Lord wrote something in his memo, and tore off a page, then handed it to Beta. This is. I will teach you if you can understand its meaning. What was written there was a mixture of 5 languages. Thank you very much. She carefully put it into her cleavage. She must immediately send it to the laboratory for analysis. It's all that fool's fault. This chapter is unedited. Ever since the 4 leaves were erased by the Mitsugashi Company, Getten has been continuously investigating them. Once he's able to identify the organization lurking behind the Mitsugashi Company, Getten can then prepare himself accordingly. Nothing came up, you say? Getten raised his voice after he heard Garter's report. Why yes. Garter's voice is trembling. Don't tell me that you are really going to dismiss them as some ordinary company? Then again, if you've investigated this much and nothing has come up, then, it's natural to think so. There were some unnatural points, but no matter how much they investigated, there's still no smoking gun. Then there's no other option but to think of them as normal. Well, that's fine. Since that's the case, then there's no need to hold back. Let's crush them. Getten lifted his mouth. Finally, this business war would be settled and he can achieve his goal. Or so it was supposed to be. However. Garter, while fearing for his life, opened his mouth. Recently, the product's prices have risen and the inflation was predicted from the start, right? No, it occurred earlier than expected, so we looked into it. What happened? We've discovered counterfeit notes. What? Getten's small voice echoed through the room. Counterfeit notes. We've discovered a large amount of them. Getten ground his back teeth. A large amount, you say? How much? We are currently looking into it, but, it's tremendous. Don't fuck around with me. If it is circulating that much, why did you take this long to notice it? Hi, please forgive me. Garter is trembling while giving excuses to Getten, who has a menacing look on his face. The appearance of the counterfeit notes is almost the same as the genuine one, and as it was distributed little by little, it was hard to. Shut up. A massive amount of fake money is circulating. Do you understand what this will cause? The credit system will collapse and will result in a panic. The worst case scenario is being drawn in Getten's mind. Track down their source immediately. If you can't do it, I will cut off your head myself. Yes. The matter with the Mitsugashi company is on hold. Under the current circumstances, they can't afford to take care of the Mitsugashi company right now. When he had this thought, Getten suddenly noticed it. Don't tell me it was their doing. However, he quickly negates that thought. If the credibility of the Great Trading Alliance collapsed, naturally their credibility would also be damaged. While the alliance will collapse first, there's a strong possibility that the Mitsugashi company will also follow. There is no difference in outcome regardless of who collapses first. Eventually, both of them will fall. A counterfeit, it must be some fool within the alliance who did this. I will tear that fool apart, limb from limb. Hi. Determine the culprit immediately. You got it? Immediately, if you've understood, then get started already. Yes. Garter hurriedly ran away from the ogre-like Getten. Goodbye, John Smith. This chapter is unedited. The alliance mobilized a large number of people to find the source of the counterfeit bills. Even so, it will take them quite a while to find the source of the counterfeit bills that are circulating in the market. It's still not publicly known yet that there are counterfeit bills circulating. However, some smart people have started to notice it. People having doubts in the notes are beginning to appear. There's not much time left. The collapse is already approaching. Stop. Search that carriage. Late at night, several men stopped a carriage that's about to leave the capital. They were Garter's private army and they'd been instructed to stop suspicious carriages and inspect them. Of course, they've not received legal permission to do so and they have no law enforcement authority. However, for those who conduct business, the orders of the alliance cannot be ignored and as such, all merchant carriages are forced to comply. This carriage also stops as ordered. Mercenaries of the Garter company roughly handled the carriage. Stop. What? Hearing a low voice from somewhere, a mercenary stopped his hands and started looking around. You will surely regret it. Hey. The mercenary snorted and laughed at the advice he received, and then opened the package on top of the carriage. While his eyes widened at seeing the large amount of gold coins inside, his neck was cut through. Wah! I'd warned you, that you'd regret it. The mercenary who had his head cut off let out a fountain of blood and crumbled to the ground. Be bastard! Who are you? The remaining mercenaries drew their swords. The name is John Smith. You can regret hearing it in the next world. What did you say? Several thin strings gushed out in the moonlight. However, no one noticed its glimmer. Without noticing, every single one of their heads went flying. As the blood started raining down, the carriage laden with cold coins started moving again. The carriage slowly increased its speed and left the scene, leaving behind the countless bodies whose necks have been cut and John Smith himself. He moves his fingers as if playing a piano, while manipulating countless strings extending from his fingers. And spoke to an empty space. I know you are there. At the same time, the steel strings tore into the darkness. Something moved in the darkness. A woman wearing a black bodysuit appeared from the place where there should be no presence. Her bodysuit is like a beautiful dress, her face is hidden behind a mask, but her blue eyes are staring at him through the gap. Nice to meet you, John Smith. With a beautiful voice like a bell, she bowed and greeted him. Her platinum hair shone in the moonlight. And, goodbye. And then, a jet black sword cut down John Smith. This chapter is unedited. Alpha felt no resistance from the sword that she used to cut John Smith. An afterimage. Hearing a voice from behind, Alpha lightly turned back. There John Smith stood, unscathed. Alpha stared at him with cold eyes, holding her sword up in a stance. There is no sign of her being upset. He's a man who is skilled enough to take down Delta. It was expected that he would possess this level of power. Immediately after that, John Smith's finger moved. Innumerable white lines danced in the darkness. Steel threads. The ones mentioned in No. 664's report. She calmly observes its movements, while finding the real attack that is hidden in the dancing strings. And then, kin, a small sound was heard, and a thin thread was cut off in the air. Mixing the real thin string used to attack among decoy strings, that trick of yours, I've already seen through it. Oh. Are you done with your magic trick? Alpha moved. She invaded his ma'i within a moment and slashed at John Smith with a jet black sword. The slash that was aimed for his neck was done with such timing, that it is normally impossible to dodge. However, John Smith tilted his head, and dodged it with the minimum required movement. Alpha stopped moving. She expected her attack to be avoided, and was about to chase after him with a follow-up attack. Instead, she stopped her movement after noticing John Smith's strings dancing around her. While observing the movement of the wires, she is simultaneously using her sword to parry and counterattack in between the consecutive strikes. Speed and sharpness, a battle for supremacy. This time for sure, she unleashed an unavoidable attack. Sounds of confusion escaped from Alpha's mouth. John Smith just showed her how he'd dodge a perfect attack. He let the sword approach, and just before it hit, he let it slide along his skin. With that move he used to dodge her attack with minimal movement, he was able to move himself out of Alpha's large maai, and exit the battle itself. Don't tell me you are. Alpha whispered so, and took off her mask. The face of a beautiful elf appeared from underneath. Shadow. Using her eyes to confirm, Alpha was already convinced. John Smith looked her in the eye for a second, and then removed his mask. I have already thrown that name away. Cid's face appeared from behind the mask. She'd already understood the fact, but Alpha's face still colored in surprise. No, why? What do you mean you have thrown that name away? I meant exactly what I said. Right now, I am John Smith. Nothing more, nothing less. Why have you become John Smith? There's some sort of reason, right? Alpha's voice was like she was trying to cling onto something. Because it is the best course of action. I can't understand with just that, explain properly. I am sorry but, I have no intention to speak further than this. And, what about Delta? What happened to her? Why did you? Delta just went far away. I can't speak about it any more than this. That's why I said, I don't understand. Her sorrowful voice resounds in the night sky, as Alpha's sword cut through the darkness. Her immense magic power causes the atmosphere to shake and generate wind. You're always like this. Why can't you properly explain it so we can understand? Are we that unreliable? I know that you have something in mind, but we are also desperately trying, you know. Alpha's voice gets smaller towards the end. Hey, are we not necessary to you, anymore? Her face was on the verge of tears. Sorry, I have something I needed to do alone. Alpha is looking down, while strongly clasping the sword in her hand. I see. You still don't know how strong I've become, right? Raging magic power swirled and converged onto Alpha. I will not be a burden to you forever. If you say you will not talk, no matter what, then I will just have to use my power and force it out of you. Suddenly Alpha's figure disappeared. John Smith's face is colored in surprise for the first time. Her raging magic power, her jet black sword, her body, every sign that indicated she was there before, beautifully disappeared. What was left is only a red mist. In the next moment, Alpha emerged from the red mist and cut at John Smith from behind. With that reddish-black sword. John Smith looked back and tried to dodge with minimal movement like before. Yes, like before. Dash. There was a thin red line on John Smith's cheek. The reddish-black sword suddenly grew longer. This sword is a mixture of my blood and slime that increase my strength and control over it. Its form can be freely changed while maintaining its strength. It is one of the results born from Ada's demon possession research. How is it? Surprised. John Smith honestly nodded at Alpha's proud statement. Indeed I am, the research and its results application is truly great. Do you want to have an honest talk now? No, absolutely not. Alpha's eyes sharpened. Then I will come at you with my full power. Alpha disappeared and a red mist took her place. And almost at the same time, she reappeared and unleashed an attack on John Smith. John Smith's suit tore apart. Blood was smeared onto his white shirt. When John Smith manipulated the strings to counter-attack, Alpha had already disappeared into the red mist. The next moment, another attack came at him from behind. The speed at which she emerges from and re-enters the mist is extremely fast. Ignore the Maai and one-sidedly attack, then unreasonably ignore the law of physics to avoid a counter-attack. Disappear, then reappear. Appear, then disappear. Red slashes attack John Smith incessantly from all sides. John Smith's suit was already torn to shreds. He intentionally manipulated the strings to ward off fatal blows. What he could do, is only to predict Alpha's movement, and lay a trap of strings ahead of time. There is another tearing on his suit. It seems like the red mist also acts as a sensory organ, because Alpha seemed to have completely grasped the location of his strings. The trap was of no use. It seemed like there was nothing John Smith could do. How about it? You ready to talk yet? A voice can be heard from somewhere within the red mist. No, absolutely not. It was an interesting trick though. His voice, somehow, felt like he was having fun. Trick, you say? Normally, it would be bothersome to fight against, but if you carefully think about it, its mass is too small for a mist, right? So. John Smith took out an excessively long, jet black sword. Then. If I just blow it all away, then you can't do anything, right? He swings his extra long sword and caused an intense gust. Dash. Immediately after, the mist dissipated and Alpha's figure reappeared. Correct. If you'd remained in the mist, you might have been blown away to the stratosphere. The clouds above them in the sky were beautifully blown away. While Alpha tried to form a stance, a merciless blow struck her. Her reddish-black sword was blown away, and a jet-black sword came down at her. You've become strong. A strong pressure assaulted her, and her consciousness was shaken. Be relieved, it was just the back of the sword. Then, she hears his footsteps as he walks away. She desperately extends her hand, despite her fading consciousness. Wait. But he doesn't stop. Step by step, he walked away from her. She's always been chasing after his back. Finally, she'd thought that she'd finally reached him. Even so, why? Please, don't leave me behind. Her voice did not reach him. Shadowing 132. Finally, this day has come. This chapter is unedited. Finally, this day has come. The counterfeit factory that we built underground has ceased its operations right now, and the remaining workers are preparing for a full withdrawal. The factory has served its purpose. John Han, please take a look at this. In the form of John Smith, I opened a huge iron door when urged to, by Yukame. Hidden behind that door was a large quantity of gold coins, piled up so high that it reached the ceiling. Splendid. Most of the counterfeit bills have already been redeemed. Is this enough? This was the lowest area of the underground facility, the very place where my sister was imprisoned at. That prison was renovated and now acts as a huge safe. Countless gold coins shone, glimmering golden and winking at me. This factory still hasn't been found yet. The Great Trading Alliance and the Mitsugashi Company have traced the counterfeit route all the way until the lawless city, so I took a break from school, and kept watch all day. After that, I succeeded in completely cutting off the trail that lead from the lawless city to our factory. Everyone from the Mitsugashi Company also tried their hardest, but they overdid it, and antagonized the alliance. It can't even be considered a fight for them, to go against those sly old foxes from the alliance with only the cheat knowledge. That's why I will become the boss of the large organization that controls the world from the shadows. The Mitsugashi Company will be absorbed into the newly created J&Y Company, only then, will I have truly become a power in the shadows. The girls might hold a grudge against me, but I will gladly accept it. For that is also the way of a power in the shadows. Now, if we exchange the rest of the real banknotes we'd prepared beforehand, it will all be over. The alliance no longer have enough funds to convert this number of banknotes. The credit system will collapse. As Yukame converted the counterfeit bills into real money, she also collected the real bills. All that is left to collapse the system, is to exchange that money from the alliance. The alliance already doesn't have the monetary power to convert it. When that fact come to light, it will cause a bank run panic, then after that, the Great Trading Alliance itself will collapse. The oncoming panic will also spread to the Mitsugashi Company as well. When the alliance collapses, people will surely think, will the Mitsugashi Company be okay? Finally, we only have to swoop in and take over both companies with the large amount of money we've gained, and establish the J&Y Company. That seems to be what Yukame has planned. The specific details might be wrong, but I guess it probably was something along those lines. Right. The merchandise prices have already increased due to the amount of circulating money, and that increase rate is. I casually bring up the data in Beta's report, and promote my information gathering ability. John Han, to think you have gathered that much information. It's only natural. Becoming John Han's comrade was really the right choice. This plan wouldn't have been successful without John Han after all. The success isn't mine alone. Yukame, you also have a big part in it. That's nice to hear. Yukame smiled. We held out our hands and shook them. Now then, we shall be off to the final task. John Han, please continue to obstruct any pursuers from the lawless city. Understood. Meanwhile, we will convert these bills at the alliance. I felt uneasy, hearing Yukame's words. The Yukitsune company she owns is a part of the Great Trading Alliance. Her aides, Natsu and Kana, always act as her representatives in the meetings. So far, Yukame hasn't come on stage yet. The reason is that she is my partner in being the boss of the large organization that controls the world from the shadows. She shouldn't take any actions that would make her stand out. Yukame, do you really have to go out there yourself? Of course, we can't let Natsu and Kana go, as they're the representatives of the Yukitsune company. However, it doesn't mean Yukame has to go out herself, as there are others who can get the job done. As Yukame is also a power in the shadows, she should be manipulating the result from behind the scene. This wouldn't have any meaning if I don't go there myself. Yukame looked away and smiled a little sadly. I see. Well, each person has their preference in aesthetics. If not for my unrequited love, I think we would have gotten along much better. Will you hear a bit of my old story? Having said that, Yukame started telling her story. Before, I told you about the time I spent with my mother when I was young. It is the continuation of that. After my mother went out to hunt, our village came under attack from an enemy tribe. Other than my mother who had 3 tails, the other villagers were powerless and started fleeing. I too, hid under the bed and shivered. But soon after, the door of the house was kicked open, and a lot of men entered. I was dragged out from under the bed, and looked at with their disgusting eyes. When I thought it was all over, another man came in from the window, and started attacking those guys. That man was sent as a part of reinforcements from our allied tribe, the Great Wolf tribe. He was a young man with glossy black ears and tail. His name was Getten, and his smile as he hugged me, made me feel relieved. This was back when I was 14 and he was 17. Yukame's clear water-like eyes seemed to be nostalgic, reminiscing a time long past. Her encounter with Getten, her first love. After the attack from the enemy tribe, her village was revived with help from the Great Wolf tribe. At the time, the great hero Shiva had just fallen, and the Beastkin country was in chaos from the war. Under such circumstances, it was natural for them to make an alliance to become stronger. And Yukame, who is the daughter of the only tailed fox in the village, was chosen to be engaged with the son of the Great Wolf tribal chief, Getten. Yukame, who admired Getten, gladly accepted. Yukame's mother also liked him because he'd saved Yukame before. Getten too welcomed the beautiful Yukame. Both of them were blessed by everyone and engaged, and the marriage ceremony was set for when Yukame turned 15. However, until their wedding, they could not live together. The two lived in their own villages, and Getten would visit Yukame several times a month. The two treasured that irreplaceable time dearly. That was the happiest time of Yukame's life, and she prayed that their life would be happy even after their marriage. However, those peaceful days did not continue. Nearby, a big war between tribes occurred, and their tribes were caught in the middle of it. Shadowing 133, non-edited. Yukame and Getten. Yukame's tribe were forced to side with the bigger clan. They would be forced to recruit their people to fight, and after that only the retaliation from the opposing tribe awaits. It was a choice with no correct answer. The Fox tribe and the Great Wolf tribe had a talk and they give their answers. Don't bother, neither hostile. TLC, proverb. The answer they came up with at the last minute was an opportunistic and foolish answer. They did not understand the ruthlessness of war. The Great Wolf tribe is powerful. The Spirit Fox, Yoko, tribe has its wisdom. They thought that if they joined hands, they could overcome this conflict. But the reality was not so naive. Their villages were destroyed with only one night. The village was bathed in blood and burnt down. The strongest warrior of the Great Wolf tribe, Getten, could only struggle and escape with only just his fiancée. The sun rose and the two looked back at their village that was already burnt black. If only I have more power. You already fought well. Yukame snuggles close to the injured Getten. If only I had more power, they wouldn't get taken away. No, it's not your fault. Shut up, shut up. Getten's angry voice make Yukame's fox ears shiver and hang down. Sorry. It's fine. Getten hung his head and said. It was my suggestion. That if we have this power, we can overcome the war without choosing sides. Power. This. What Getten took out was a blood-red tablet. It's the source of power. If you consume it, you will gain tremendous power. But everyone was against it. They said that instead of relying on such a pill, let's work together and overcome this war. Those damn fools, I should have killed them sooner. Yukame takes a step back from the grumbling Getten. Getten. Say Yukame, the one who killed your mother was me. What are you saying? Yukame's mother was attacked by the enemy tribe and disappeared. Yukame hoped that she would still be alive somewhere. Because that woman refused, my plan broke down. If only we have accepted that tablet, we would be under the cult protection and survived. Cult? Nay Getten, I'm an idiot, so I don't understand what you're saying. You are joking, right? Is it a thing to joke about? I cut her head off from behind. If only that woman doesn't exist. Getten, you're lying, right? Yukame took another step back further. There was nothing we could do to protect you and the village from war, it was the only option. And no, don't come near me. Why are you rejecting me? Now, let's start our revenge. Saying so, Getten handed Yukame the red pill. You should drink this too. To not be deprived, we must deprive them first. Obtain this power, we will slaughter those who have taken away from us. If you don't keep depriving, they will keep depriving from you. No, don't any closer. Yukame finally turns back and runs away. Even you are rejecting me. An impact ran through Yukame's back. She fell face down, her back was cut by a naginata, her blood keeps spilling out. Don't reject the power. Why, Getten. Don't be afraid to take revenge. You must snatch it for yourself or it will get taken away from you. And no, stop. You still refuse. Getten swung his naginata down on Yukame's back, who is crawling away time and time again. The wounds are not deep, but Yukame's back was mercilessly cut repeatedly. Getten steps on Yukame's back, who is struggling with pain, and whisper into Yukame's ear. Now, Yukame, take this, and let's take our revenge together. Aya. That word of denial was the last of Yukame's pained resistance. Then she lost her consciousness. When she opens her eyes again it was already dark. Her back is still painful but the blood has stopped. She can't find the figure of Getten, however, her clothes were somehow having a lot of Getten's blood on it. Which is not there before she loses consciousness. She can tell it wasn't her blood from the smell. Yukame stood up with a pained face, then she went back to her village to find her mother body. The corpse of her mother whose head was cut off was found immediately. The look on her mother was full of surprise. The 3 fluffy tails she loved so much already burnt. Ha ho. TLC, this is a way to call mother with respect, Weebanese, Oka-sama, well I don't think there is but Weebanese. Her mother was killed. Her friends and neighbors were killed. Her village burnt down. Their things were robbed. And her beloved fiancé turned into an enemy. You. With tears in her eyes, she burned the scenery of her beloved mother in her hometown into her eyes. She bit her lips. To the girl who has everything taken away from her, the only thing she has left is her enemy. However, it was difficult for a 14-year-old girl with no money, power, nor relative. She survived as a prostitute on the battlefield and went from one place to another. Then, at the age of 17, she sold herself to a high-class brothel and raised to the top. What she wants next after she obtained wealth was power. The girl who once got her everything snatched away from her now vowed to take everything away from her enemy. Yukame who finished her story has gentle eyes. I have only lived for revenge. Jonhan should already aware, right? I have no interest in the company nor the money. My objective is to snatch away everything from Getten. His wealth, his power, even his life. To take away everything that he has built up. To that end, I needed the power of the company and the power of Jonhan. Please forgive me for deceiving you. Famu. Like this, there's finally a chance to take my revenge. Now I have come to think about what to do after I completed my revenge. I might take my time and try to get along better with Jonhan later. Then, Yukame mischievously laughed. Well then, the time to settle thing with Getten is soon. Please believe in me and wait. Yukame smiled and stands up. Good luck, I too will take my leave soon. Then, let's walk together until the exit. John Smith and Yukame left the room together. Yukame's tribe were forced to side with the bigger clan. They would be forced to recruit their people to fight and after that only the retaliation from the opposing tribe awaits. It was a choice with no correct answer. The Fox tribe and the Great Wolf tribe had a talk and they give their answers. Don't bother, neither hostile. Proverb. The answer they came up with at the last minute was an opportunistic and foolish answer. They did not understand the ruthlessness of war. The Great Wolf tribe is powerful. The Spirit Fox, Yoko, tribe has their wisdom. They thought that if they joined hands, they could overcome this conflict. But the reality was not so naive. Their villages were destroyed with only one night. The village was bathed in blood and burnt down. The strongest warrior of the Great Wolf tribe, Getten, could only struggle and escape with only just his fiancée. The sun rose and the two looked back at their village that was already burnt black. If only I have more power. You already fought well. Yukame snuggles close to the injured Getten. If only I had more power, they wouldn't get taken away. No, it's not your fault. Shut up, shut up. Getten's angry voice make Yukame's fox ears shiver and hang down. Sorry. It's fine. Getab hung his head and said. It was my suggestion. That if we have this power, we can overcome the war without choosing side. Power. This. What Getten took out was a blood-red tablet. It's the source of power. If you consume it, you will gain tremendous power. But everyone was against it. They said that instead of relying on such a pill, let's work together and overcome this war. Those damn fools, I should have killed them sooner. Yukame takes a step back from the grumbling Getten. Getten. Say Yukame, the one who killed your mother was me. What are you saying? Yukame's mother was attacked by the enemy tribe and disappeared. Yukame hoped that she would still be alive somewhere. Because that woman refused, my plan broke down. If only we have accepted that tablet we would be under the cult protection and survived. Cult, nay Getten, I'm an idiot so I don't understand what you're saying. You are joking, right? Is it a thing to joke about? I cut her head off from behind. If only that woman doesn't existed. Getten, you're lying, right? Yukame took another step back further. There was nothing we could do to protect you and the village from war, it was the only option. And no, don't come near me. Why are you rejecting me? Now, let's start our revenge. Saying so Getten handed Yukame the red pill. You should drink this too, to not be deprived we must deprive them first. Obtain this power, we will slaughter those who have taken away from us. If you don't keep depriving, they will keep depriving from you. No, don't any closer. Yukame finally turns back and runs away. Even you are rejecting me. An impact ran through Yukame's back. She fell face down, her back was cut by a naginata, her blood keeps spilling out. Don't reject the power. Why, Geddon. Don't be afraid to take revenge. You must snatch it for yourself or it will get taken away from you. And no, stop. You still refuse. Geddon swung his naginata down on Yukame's back, who is crawling away time and time again. The wounds are not deep, but Yukame's back was mercilessly cut repeatedly. Geddon step on Yukame's back, who is struggling with pain, and whisper into Yukame's ear. Now, Yukame, take this, and let's take our revenge together. Aya. That word of denial was the last of Yukame's pained resistance. Then she lost her consciousness. When she opens her eyes again, it was already dark. Her back is still painful, but the blood has stopped. She can't find the figure of Geddon, however her clothes were somehow having a lot of Geddon's blood on it, which is not there before she loses consciousness. She can tell it wasn't her blood from the smell. Yukame stood up with a pained face, then she went back to her village to find her mother body. The corpse of her mother, whose head was cut off, was found immediately. The look on her mother was full of surprise. The 3 fluffy tails she loved so much already burnt. Ha ho. TLC, this is a way to call mother with respect, Weebanese, O Kazuma. Her mother was killed. Her friends and neighbors were killed. Her village burnt down. Their things were robbed. And her beloved fiancé turned into an enemy. You. With tears in her eyes, she burned the scenery of her beloved mother in her hometown into her eyes. She bit her lips. To the girl who have everything taken away from her, the only thing she has left is her enemy. However, it was difficult for a 14-year-old girl with no money, power, nor relative. She survived as a prostitute on the battlefield and went from one place to another. Then, at the age of 17, she sold herself to a high-class brothel and raised to the top. What she wants next after she obtained wealth was power. The girl who once got her everything snatched away from her now vowed to take everything away from her enemy. Yukame, who finished her story, has gentle eyes. I have only lived for revenge. Jonhan should already aware, right? I have no interest in the company nor the money. My objective is to snatch away everything from Geddon. His wealth, his power, even his life. To take away everything that he has built up. To that end, I needed the power of the company and the power of Jonhan. Please forgive me for deceiving you. Famu. Like this, there's finally a chance to take my revenge. Now I have come to think about what to do after I completed my revenge. I might take my time and try to get along better with Jonhan later. Then, Yukame mischievously laughed. Well then, the time to settle thing with Geddon is soon. Please believe in me and wait. Yukame smiled and stands up. Good luck, I too will take my leave soon. Then, let's walk together until the exit. John Smith and Yukame left the room together. Chapter 134, Rumor of the Counterfeit Bills, Part 2. Alexia gasped for breath when she was running along the street of the capital. She heard someone talking about counterfeit bills. The economic war between Mitsugashi Company and the Great Commerce Association has begun, but the economy was boosted. And some black rumors are hidden deeply behind it. Today Alexia skipped a class deliberately and came here to investigate rumors of the counterfeit bills. She knew that this morning many people exchanged bills to money. Everyone said that the Great Commerce Association would go bankrupt. This rumor spread quickly. In the street people talked about the rumors and added inflammatory details to them. They rushed into the Great Commerce Association quickly. There is something wrong happened. Alexia wanted to come back to capital as fast as she could and told her elder sister Iris the rumors. Iris was in the dojo. She became a regular visitor here recently. Iris, I want to tell you something. She told all what she knew to her sister, who held a sword made for practice. But Iris just looked at her sister with her red eyes. Alexia, I am training and please don't bother me. Iris, today something terrible happened in the capital. Alexia, I say I am training. Iris. Alexia turned her eyes to the sword. Alexia, do you understand? I have to improve my strength. I don't want to lose again. Iris lost at the Bushin tournament that day, so she had changed a lot in various senses. She didn't want to feel disappointed again. It would be the first, as well as last time she lost. Iris was eager to become stronger. She wanted to be stronger, and Alexia didn't know when Iris started to focus on one thing only, to be stronger. The member of Crimson Knight Order who liked Iris also asked why Iris changed. Alexia thought the reason why they like Iris was Iris's strength. But it was not only because of this. There were some reasons more important. I know what you are thinking about. But please listen to me, just a moment. Is it okay? Just a moment. Iris put down her sword and looked at her sister. Mitsugashi Company and the Great Commerce Association was contending against each other now. They made counterfeit bills. Alexia told her sister what had happened in the capital carefully. But... so what? She was not interested in it. I don't care about whatever they did. It's none of my business. Iris, why? Civil officers will pay attention to it. I am a knight for whom breaking into companies to kill people is not right. Maybe it's not your responsibility. But if you are who you used to be, you will investigate and deal with it. Alexia's voice became smaller and smaller. I have my job. If I can't catch Shadow, I won't retrieve people's trust. Iris's gaze shifted from Alexia, who bowed her head now, and she started to swing her sword. Her sword was sharp, the magic on the sword was strong. But Alexia thought her sword was very ugly. Iris. Alexia's face was sad, then she left dojo alone. Chapter 135. All met his expectations. Only 7 shadows knew that John Smith was their esteemed master. If people in Shadow Garden knew the truth, they would be disappointed. Gamma thought she was right as she looked at Alpha, who lowered her eyes listlessly. The fire was burning brightly in the fireplace. Master must have his reason to do that. I think so. He didn't mean to abandon us, right? He won't. Maybe. Such conversations repeated. Even though Gamma had comforted her many times, Alpha got sadder. Gamma had the same feeling. Alpha couldn't make decisions as usual. Only Gamma could lead the Shadow Garden now, so she couldn't be shaken anyway. Gamma carried such a great burden that she kept dealing with business without having a rest. Dark circles under her eyes and her sunken cheeks that couldn't be covered by makeup showed that she had reached her limits. Gamma listened to Alpha's words, comforted her, and changed the subject. The Great Commerce Association is losing customers' trust. Today so many people rushed into the Great Commerce Association and changed their bills. I am afraid that tomorrow there will be more. Really? Besides, a lot of people who request changing also rushed in Mitsugashi Company. I'm afraid that tomorrow there will be more people. As soon as the Great Commerce Association break down, all the people will rush into Mitsugashi Company. Really? Alpha heard Gamma's report with a blank face. Then she said. Can we resolve it? She asked Gamma. Gamma suddenly stopped talking when she saw Alpha's expression. Then she told Alpha all the truth. Mitsugashi Company and Mitsugashi Bank had collected as many funds as they could. But, if all of the bills produced in Mitsugashi Bank have to be changed, it will be far from enough. This was the truth they faced. Even if they could collect inestimable coins, it's not enough to pay for what circulated bills needed. Of course not everyone wants to change bills. The chance they success was 50%. So. She was smiling. Seeing her sad smile, Gamma felt that her eyes were also filled with tears. We will pull through it successfully. If we show customers our mountains of gold. Cut it out. Citizens seeing the Great Commerce Association was breaking down wouldn't trust them anyway. Gamma and Alpha had no idea about what to do. I've had enough of it. Alpha. Alpha stared at Gamma with a sad smile on her face. This is what he wants. He chose to abandon us. That's impossible. Mr. Shadow won't abandon us. We didn't live up to his expectations. This is the end. How? They were not useless. They were no match for their master in many terms, main combat power, creativity, and wisdom. They were presented with the strongest magic and highest wisdom, but they were just no match for their master. Master abandoned them because they were incompetent. Why? Gamma felt weak in the knees. She collapsed into sofa. If this is what he wants, let us make him. As we have promised, we will do anything for him, even if he wants us to die. Alpha looked desperately sad, but she was fairly determined. Let's finish our final job. Then she stood up. At the moment. Alpha. Beta rushed in the room without knocking the door. She took a piece of paper. Ada in the institution decoded Mr. Shadow's cipher. Ada was the 7th shadow whose job was to decode cipher. Ada has said that she got Master's cipher and was entrusted with decoding the cipher. Here it is. Alpha read the paper which Beta gave them. Alpha's expression turned bright as she was reading the paper. Alpha. Gamma asked in amazement, but Alpha burst into laughter, the sadness on her face disappearing. She was crying out of happiness. We are not abandoned by the Master. Alpha said and gave the papers to Gamma. This is. Ada wrote down a truth which amazed them all. It read. I'm sorry as I lied to you. Yukame from White Fox CO and I want to make counterfeit bills to collect gold. Do you remember that? There is a factory where we saved my elder sister, which was used to make counterfeit bills. I have collected a lot of gold there. I got so much gold that even a bank can't hold it. But it's not a betrayal because I need these money to help you. Can you understand me? Gamma was crying when she came to herself. Alpha and Beta were crying too. They were laughing as well as crying. Mr. Shadow has planned everything in advance. Beta's voice was full of respect. If he has betrayed us, there is no need for him to write this. Alpha said in amazement. He cannot be a fool like that. Sure enough, he is still the kind Mr. Shadow. Gamma sounded a bit tired. Beta is right. He works behind the scenes for us, and we cannot disclose the relationship between Shadow Garden and Mitsugashi Company. Yes, Mr. Shadow has prepared enough gold for us to exchange for the counterfeit bills. Then we go there and take the gold back. The road to the factory is marked, and we are familiar with that place. Even though we endure this hardship, we can easily get over it and brought huge profits to the Shadow Garden. With these gold, we can pay for bills and Mitsugashi Company won't lose its credit. On the contrary, it will develop further. Someone sighed. Well, it is written here that he wants to save us, so he lied to us. If you want to fool the enemy, you must first fool yourself. I got it. He has considered everything from the beginning. But how about Delta? Gamma was very uneasy, but there was nothing change in Alpha's eyes. We don't need to worry about him. At this moment, someone was coming in from outside. The window was opened slowly and Delta showed up. You see? Delta? Are you okay? Gamma was overjoyed. Alpha. I am executing some secret, so. Delta noticed Alpha's expression and started trembling. I know. You are working for Master, right? Delta became relaxed and kept nodding. I put the black potato. I can't tell you because it's a secret. Delta, mind your wording. The secret is not correct. But boss. He doesn't know how to say correctly. But it's okay because you come back safely. Alpha hugged Delta, who was trying to explain, fondling his head. Gamma and Beta also hugged Delta, then they smiled and wiped away tears. Wow, Delta took the gold back. Yes. You. At that night, the Shadow Garden started off. 136. You made me angry. The guarding duty of the Lawless City route is complete and I return to the underground facility. Yukame should be back soon. She must be riding back with a carriage full of gold coins. After that we can collect the rest of the gold coins and withdraw. All that left is for us to witness their collapse. Then John Smith would sit cross-legged in the Royal Capital high-rise hotel and say as planned. The collapse is upon us, while sipping the finest wine with a profound smile and pile of gold coins on his table dash. So cool. I went through the underground passage while drawing such delusions. However, it is awfully quiet. All the workers were already withdrawn but there are still guards remaining behind. Did they have too much free time and fell asleep? Well, I overdid it and no one could reach this place after all. Phew. I showed my white teeth with a smile and walked with a light footstep to the front of the vault. Why is the vault door unlocked? Moreover, it doesn't seem like it was opened using a key but forced opened. No way, don't tell me. My security should have been perfect. I haven't let even one rat pass through Lawless City. My legs are shaking. My hand also shaking. My body overflowing with cold sweat. It will surely be fine. Then I opened the half-open vault door. The inside was empty. That golden mountains has disappeared without a trace. It's a lie. The power escaped my knees and I crumbled on the spot. How? Why? My gold coins. Ha, it's a dream. No, a bad dream. I am going to become a power in the shadow. I used my shaking hand to fold my all-backed hair and stand up. It will be fine, it has to be. Yukame may have brought it out for some reason. And if someone has robbed us, it would take some time to transport all that gold. Unless they are very skilled then they shouldn't have gone far. I walk out of the vault with my shaking knees. When I felt two presences approaching, I feigned to be calm. John-sama. Two sexy beauties are calling my name. They were Yukame's aides, Natsu and Kana. I asked the two who are behaving unusually. What happened? Something did happen, right? There must have been something, why you ask? Because the vault have been swept clean. Yukame-sama was captured by Getten. What, did you say? Yukame was, Getten, I see. Everything start to be connected in my head and I laugh out loud. John-sama. I see, so it was like that. The skeptical Natsu and Kana saw what inside the open vault behind me. This is... don't tell me, but it was too fast. The two's eyes were wide open due to astonishment. Do you know where he is? Why, yes. Then there's no problem. I will retrieve everything immediately. Then I pass through the two people, the exploding magic power shake the atmosphere. So much magic power. Is this John Smith's true power? Moreover I manipulate the steel wire and cut the air causing the shush sound and draw a beautiful line of light. Getten. You have made me angry. Now, let's begin the retaliation. 137. Those who lost their eyes. Going back in time a little bit. As the sun go down, it began to snow in the royal capital. As the world is being dyed red by the sunset, it is also being painted black by the shadow. The volume of the fallen snow is increasing. In that capital street, if you look at it from a distance, there's a silver Yoko, spirit fox, in the snow. She exhaled a white breath. She is waiting for something with a sadness in her eyes. After the sun has completely set for a while, a shadow approached her from behind. A silver Yoko that has appeared in the capital. It was you after all, Yokame. As if the piled up snow has absorbed all the sound in the capital, a voice full of resentment resounded in the extremely quiet capital. Looking back, Yokame saw a beastman with jet black fur who lost both of his eyes. Get in. I am always waiting for this day. But when actually did, I wonder why am I feeling this sadness? Everything, it was all you're doing. Do you intend to snatch everything away from me? Yes. In contrast to Yokame's flat and different face, Geton's face was unsightly distorted. I almost grasped that power in my hands. So that no one will be able to take anything away from me anymore. You want to deny that from me? It's already over, please give up already. No, not yet. If I have the gold you have taken, I can still recover from this. Geton. Now spill it out, where did you hide it? Geton draw his naginata. The naginata was as long as his height. Well, I wonder where it is. I will force it out of you now. Yokame pulled out her iron fan. I'm no longer the old me. A white snow falls to the ground. The white moons and countless stars shine in the night sky. In that beautiful contrast of black and white, an iron fan and a naginata clashed. The whiteness wraps around them and the blood splashed. The red blood vividly dyed the white snow canvas. Impossible. The one on his knee is Geton. He stared with hatred at Yokame and noticed something. That kind of magic power, it's the same of back then. Before he knows, Yokame's appearance has changed. She now possessed 9 silver tails that are gradually getting thicker and longer, her clear water-like eyes was dyed blood red. Even her dense magic power can be felt even without using his sight. This is the true appearance of a Yoko tribe, the winner has already been decided. So, that's the legendary power of Yoko, the power that took both of my eyes that day. I took both of your eyes. Cuckoo, to think that you didn't even remember it, even though you are the one who took my eyes. If you have that kind of power. No, if I have that power everything wouldn't be taken away from me. Seeing Geton's face filled with hatred, Yokame sadly smiled. Geton, why did you changed? The old you isn't this kind of person. Shut up. Don't you dare pity me. It's over. Yokame pointed her iron fan at Geton's neck. That cold sensation made Geton's expression froze. Yokame. Yokame was looking down at Geton while holding her iron fan. That face made her remember something from the time long ago. As if the time was stopped, the two didn't move a single muscle. Only the snow continues to fall around them. Then, she lowers her iron fan and return her tails and eyes to normal. What are you planning? This is the end of my revenge. The end. You say. What has caused you to change? I still don't understand. However, the fact that you have sinned and the fact that you saved both the village and my life still stand. Your sin will never overwrite your good deeds, nor does it go other way around. I still want to believe in the you who saved me on that day. Yokame turns her back and walk away on the white snow. So, this is goodbye, Geton. Geton using both of his crushed eyes and stared at Yokame's back with hatred. Don't, fuck with me. His hatred did not reach Yokame. He swallows a red pill. His wound rapidly heals and a flower of blood bloomed on the white snow. How far do you intend to mock me? Get, 10. Yokame who was pierced by a naginata fell down on the snow. 138. The man who is burning with revenge. When Yokame opened her eyes, SHW was on top of a horse. Riding behind her is Geton, restraining her. The place that she was pierced still hurts but the blood has already stopped. Beast can have strong life force, her wound is not so fatal that it will take her life right away. However, the fact that she's seriously injured doesn't change. It will be difficult for her to escape. Where do you plan to take me? With a weak voice, Yokame asked. What light ahead is a snowy field as far as she can see. The source of those counterfeit came from the lawless city. The gold is there as well, right? I see, so you plan to have me take you to the gold. That's right. If you honestly tell me I will at least spare your life. Yokame made a small smile. The gold, hey. Even if I take you there, you wouldn't be able to get your hands on it. What did you say? That place has John Smith guarding it. There's no way you can win against him. That guy is your accomplice, hey, but to me who have acquired this new power, I will never lose. No one can take anything away from me again. New power? Geton, what are you talking about? Whoever doesn't possess power will be taken from. You must already know this, there's a cult that is lurking in the backside of the world. It was an outrageous organization that manipulates, capture, and experiment on beastkin. They target your Yoko tribe and my Great Wolf tribe who hold great power. Our tribes were targeted. Ah. I took the deal, in exchange of my obedience I would acquire great power. If we have power we wouldn't get taken from. That's why I got this power, but... Geddon put a strength into his arms. Geddon. If that is true, why is it that the village was destroyed? Why did you enter such a cult? Shut up. That wasn't supposed to happen. If we did as Lord Mordred told that wouldn't, but, I will not stop now. I will never hand over things that are precious to me anymore, I will get the power that will prevent that from happening. If the association succeeds, I can enter the rounds, the group high-ranking antagonist from the first arc. If I do that no one will be able to interfere anymore, for that sake, I have to become the Third Awakened One. Third Awakened One. That's what they called those who can utilize the power of the tablet to the maximum, the power needed to get yourself into the rounds. Geddon got up. Hey Yukame, tell me. Where is the gold? Do you really think I will tell you? If I entered the rounds, we will never be taken from again. Yoko tribe and Great Wolf tribe too, you and I are the only one left. Let's take a do-over with me, Yukame. Geddon. The fact that you didn't kill me back then mean that you still have feeling for me. You were a passionate woman since long ago. Back then we were fiancé, this time let's get married for real. Geddon hugged Yukame from behind. He brings his face closer and put his lips on her cheek. Yukame closed her eyes and looked down. Then. No. She rejected him. What did you say? The Geddon I know wasn't such a weakling. He wasn't a man who would rely on a tablets, rely on gold and betrayed the one precious to him and entered a cult. Shut up. Geddon, why never you tell us to defeat the cult together? I told you to shut up. Geddon roared. He threw Yukame off the horse, get on top of her and squeezed her neck. What do you know? You haven't even met Lord Mordred, how would you be able to understand my despair? To that man. Everyone yields in front of that man. It wasn't just me, it wasn't just me. He was like a child desperately begging for forgiveness. Get, Tan. The arm that is strangling her has tightened. In her fading consciousness, tears fell from her eyes. Help, John, Han. Then a wind blew and causing the snow to dance about. From the night that was dyed pure white, a single man appeared. Snows are dancing around him and steel wires cutting through the sky. So it was you who took my important thing away. The man wearing a black suit who hides his face behind a mask. The man who took a step toward them was, John Smith. A man who is burning with revenge. 139. Even if we talk, it will be a waste of time. Geddon let go of Yukame's neck and stand up. John Han. Yukame coughed painfully and calls out his name. So you are John Smith. You said that I took something away from you. But isn't it you that take things away from me? Geddon squeezed his crushed eyes and hatefully stared at John Smith. I don't care. I'm just here to take back the thing you took from me, that's all. You mean this woman? Ha, do you really think you do it? I will try until I can. Damn small fry. But I too have something I must take back. The thing you stole from me, that is. Saying so, Geddon takes a stance with his naginata. You want to take something back from me? What are you talking about? Trying to play a fool? You shithead. Geddon clicked his tongue. That's my line, you damn dog. John Smith also clicked his tongue back. You are not making any sense, if so then there's no longer need for a talk. It's a waste of time. John Smith also prepare his steel wires. The two hatefully stared at each other, then. Get in. John Smith. They clashed violently. Geddon's naginata is approaching John Smith. But John Smith didn't try to avoid it. The naginata continued its approach on John's neck, then it suddenly stopped. What? Surprised that his naginata has been stopped mid-air, Geddon pulled his naginata. John Smith sent Geddon's naginata back and composedly said. Just now, did you tried something? Geddon furiously clicked his tongue. You bastard. What did you do? No, a wire, hey? Did you use a wire infused with magic power and stop my naginata? Ho, to think you would be able to notice it even with those blinded eyes. Even without an eye you would be able to notice it from other things. After I lost my eyesight, my detection ability using magic power improved dramatically. Geddon's magic power filled the surrounding. I can see it, I can see it. I already seen through all of your wires. Certainly, to be able to control this much wires freely, you are certainly skilled. Unfortunately you picked a fight with the wrong opponent this time. Geddon distorted his lips and smiled. I can clearly see everything. Your skills are too incompatible with mine. Geddon once again started attacking John Smith. John Smith takes a distance and tried to seize Geddon's naginata, but his wire never touched Geddon. It's useless, everything you try to do is visible to me. John Smith retreats, Getten chases after him. Yukame watched the two fought with tears in her eyes. What is reflecting in her eye is the figure of John Smith fighting in earnest. Yukame has never seen a moment when John Smith has been so angry. It hasn't been long since the two met. But she understood that he wasn't a type who show his emotions. That same person, got angry. It was an anger from the bottom of his heart. He came to take Yukame back and he got angry at Getten for hurting her. John Han, why? She got closer to him. But that was a business relationship, or so she thought. John Smith should also felt the same. However, that strong feeling hidden inside John Smith. He came to take back his important thing. Talkin', heartbeats SFX. Yukame's heart is beating faster. Her heart was frozen since the day everything was taken away from her. No matter what happened, no matter who she has to embrace, she just smiled and accepted it. Her heart was frozen to protect herself, and it will never melt away. However, John Smith's burning feeling gradually melted little by little. Yukame's eyes already can't follow anyone except John Smith. John Han. Although it seemed like John Smith is being overwhelmed, Yukame know that his true ability was not just at this level. He will definitely win for her sake. She believed so. Then dash. So that's what you're amounted to. That was John Smith's word. Ku. Getten's breath has become rough, he stared at John Smith. It was Getten who pushed John Smith back but his naginata never reached him. On the contrary, his body is being covered with innumerable small wound. Certainly, Getten was able to see all of the wires. However, being able to see doesn't mean he can dodge it all. The wires formation John Smith used was like a spider web, once you are caught you won't be able to escape. It was a perfect formation to lead his prey around and seal its movement, is what Getten guessed. If one try to forcibly break through they will sustain damages from those countless wire. If you can't get close the naginata won't reach, and if you got close. Before he noticed it, Getten was forced to eternally swing his naginata that will never reach his target. Why, are you possessing such power? Getten said with a voice as if he was howling. John Smith composedly walked toward Getten. His wires already sealed Getten escape route before he know it. Say it, you have something you want to say, right? Getten looks over John Smith's shoulder toward Yukame for a moment. But he shakes his head. What are you talking about? Thing I want to say? I have no such thing. I see. At the next moment, blood burst from Getten's chest. The steel wire wrapped around him and bite into his flesh. Getten's face distorted in pain but he still stared at John Smith. I wished for power. I sacrificed many things to get it. I will not stop now. He took a lot of red tablets from his pocket and swallowed all of it. That's clearly over the capacity he could handle. I will never be deprived again. If I'm going to be deprived again then. Getten turns to look at Yukame again. It was as he was looking with his crushed eyes. Then, Getten's body turns black and transforming. His muscles are getting bigger and more strained. A large amount of magic power exploded and blew away the piled snow. I am no longer care about my life. Getten's crushed eyes has opened. What's there are blood-red eyeballs. And tears of blood flowing down his cheeks. 140. Getten. Getten movement has become far faster incomparable from before. When he thought that the snow is blowing up, before he knows it Getten is already in front of John Smith. Getten came at him with a cry. John Smith's finger moved and the steel wires cut through the sky. Oh! Naginata and wires clashed, the one who was pushed back was John Smith. A few steel wires dropped from John Smith's finger. Getten didn't stop. Like a beast he kept pursuing the retreating John Smith. That naginata once again cut off John Smith's wire. Getten's naginata is sweeping and John Smith's steel wires dances. The two's clash continued for a while, and finally John Smith lost all of his wire. To him who has lost his weapon, Getten approaching him with a smile of madness on his face. However, John Smith just let out a sigh and stopped moving. After all, it's just a wire hey. He whispers so boringly and looked at the approaching Getten. The two once again clashed. Responding to Getten's heavy slash, John Smith took a sidestep and dodged the attack. The naginata slide along his cheek and his black arrows flutter in the air. His evasion was done with minimal movement. The step he took was the shortest and fastest move to dodge the attack. It was a move that at the same time he avoided the attack he's also advancing, an ideal move. In other words, it's an art of war. Wah! The moment Getten opened his eyes wide and surprised, John Smith's elbow already made its way to Getten's jaw. Ga-ha! John Smith mercilessly continued his assault on the staggered Getten. John Smith's fist penetrates Getten's stomach, his body bent in the shape of, what follow was a knee strike to Getten's upper body. John Smith's continuous strikes didn't stop there. Using his fist, elbow and knee to attacks, each time Getten's body received those attacks it is being unbelievably flown away. The strongest weapon is your own body, John Smith embodied that statement. Getten too, also tries to retreat desperately and escape the storm-like attacks. Due to the tablet's effect his body recovers once the damage has been done to his body. He is waiting for the storm to stop and retreat to the safe area. But John Smith did not stop. The step he took sealed Getten's escape, the blow he unleashed rendered Getten's leg powerless. In that instant of offense and defense, everything was already calculated. Doing so, John Smith continued his one-sided assault. In such a close range inside his ma'i, no matter how the prey moves, it will never escape that ma'i. He keep assaulting his prey like he is doing a routine work. Ga, aha, gu, guo, geho. Getten's bone was smashed, his fangs and internal organs destroyed, but it soon recovers. That scene is already like an endless torture. Red blood splattered on the white snow carpet and made a stain. And little by little the strength and speed of John Smith's fist are rising. It was as if he was testing how much Getten could endure. Say it, you have something you wanted to say, right? Ga, gov. While continuing to punch Getten, John Smith spoke. Finally, he has reached his limit. Getten's recovery has stopped. Seeing that, John Smith spread his ma'i for half a step and used his right leg to kick Getten with all his strength. Getten received the kick with the side of his body, he rolled down violently on the snow. I hate kicking, it destroy my balance. John Smith said so boringly. He slowly walks over to Getten and stomped down on him who was trying to get up. Getten raised his head and looks up at John Smith. Ga. John Smith knocked his face down with a fist. Say it. He punched him again. The thing you want to say. You are, truly strong. Getten stared at John Smith with a face filled with various emotions. Anger, hate, envy and regret. If I was as strong as you, maybe something might have changed. I was weak. The complex emotions made his voice heavy. I have been running away from my weakness, the result is as you can see. I wonder what I was doing. The thing I want to protect was not this kind prid, I couldn't accept my own weakness. Then Getten laughed. You're strong, you didn't fought for yourself and was able to fight for the thing you loved. If it's you, I can entrust. Getten's voice is already losing its strength. He used his trembling finger and pointed at Yukame. Yuki, Snow, I entrusted to you. Understood. John Smith grabbed that trembling finger. Your feeling, I have certainly received it. Thank, yo. Then, Getten's breath stopped. Getten. Yukame buried her face in John Smith's face. The tears stained his suit. It's over. The hatred is certainly there but you understood each other in the end. Saying so, he pat Yukame's back with a hand filled with magic power. I healed your scar, let's look forward to the future. He said with a small voice. He said that he buried it under the snow over there, right? 141. Everything is his. I still have one final job to do. Saying so, John Smith started digging and have Yukame return to the capital once. The final expression of kindness on Getten's face bring back a nostalgic memory. Yukame took a night's rest in the capital, she used the real banknotes to exchange it back to gold coins and returned to the hideout. Her wound was healed by John Smith. That ugly scar on her back had disappeared beautifully. Her physical and mental wound healed, she now truly believed that everything is over. It was supposed to, but the word cult Getten mentioned still linger in her ears. What has caused him to change? Does my revenge really over with this? What if Getten was only being used? And the real enemy is still out there? Arriving at the hideout, she carried the gold coins and headed to the vault only to be surprised by its contents. This is... The inside was completely empty. A woman in black appears without a sound from behind Yukame who is tilting her head. You are Yukame of the Yukakitsune company, right, or should address you as one of the pillar of the lawless city instead. When Yukame looked back, she saw a beautiful elf with platinum hair. You are? Yukame asked, preparing to pull her iron fan out at any time. I am Alpha. One of the Shadow Garden. If you reacted like that, he still hasn't told you, right? Alpha. Yukame known that John Smith/Shadow is the head of Shadow Garden. However, he never talked about Shadow Garden with her before. Come to think of it, it was weird. You are his collaborator, and the one Getten from the Great Commerce Association loved, right? What do you want to say? First, I was thinking about handing this letter to you. The seal has already been opened, but I thought it was a good idea to hand it to you. This is... What Alpha took out was an old letter. The association will collapse today. Before that happen we have to retrieve what we can. This was found in Getten's room, his letter to you, no, you could call it his testament. Getten's. Yukame received the letter and start reading. The first thing that surprised her was its messy handwritings. Despite his blindness he must written this letter alone without relying on others. From the messy handwritings Yukame could feel his trace and his warmth. That letter began with the remorse he felt for Yukame and his hometown and how he cursed his own weakness. Then, she found a surprising fact written inside. The cult of Diablos. That was the identity of the one that changed Geddon. After reading the letter, Yukame raised his face and looked at the Alpha. I am also a person of the lawless city. I already have an information that there's an organization that is lurking in the shadow. That's the cult of Diablos. And, it is what Shadow Garden has been fighting against. Of course Shadow too. John too. He must have noticed the fact that you have crossed path with the cult in the past. That's why he show you the way to help you out of your ruin. Ruin? What are you talking about? Alpha smiled. You see, Mitsugashi Company was actually a front of Shadow Garden. Don't tell me. From the beginning, everything is already placed on his palm. That day the moment Yukame talked with Shadow in the lawless city, he already predicted the ruin of the Great Commerce Association and Yukame's. But he showed her the way to avoid it. He rescued her and pointed at the way for her to face her true enemy. Everything John did was. Sorry, but we already retrieved all the gold here. So that's why Mitsugashi Company's credit still hasn't collapsed. Moreover, we have acquired the association's businesses and established ourselves in the absolute position. Everything was as John. No, Shadow Han predicted right. It fine even if you regarded his as a traitor. He will accept even that, but before that, I want you to think carefully about the path that he have shown you. Yukame shook her head. I have no intention to do that. Speaking of which, the one who suggests that we lay our hand on Mitsuhoshi Company first is me. Crushing me is but a simple task for Shadow Han, right? That's true. I was saved by Shadow Han. This fact doesn't change. And I hate the cult of Diablos. My revenge will not be over until the cult of Diablos is completely destroyed. Alpha nodded to Yukame's word that is full of determination. We too, are ready to accept you. If it is alright with you, we want you to continue leading your Yukakitsune Company and partner with Mitsugashi Company to do the thing we couldn't do in the lawless city. Understood. You want Mitsugashi Company to be the front and our Yukakitsune Company in the back. Right. He already prepared for that. The juggernaut of the lawless city has disappeared, you are now the strongest in the lawless city. Wah, to think that he read it that far ahead, so everything is truly on the palm of Shadow Han. Yes, truly. Yukame and Alpha smiled with the same expression on their face. Both of their face are filled with the admiration from the bottom of their heart. We will be in your care. We too will be in your care. But this is terrible, to think that there would be so many people that are important to him. What do you mean exactly? It's a story from our side. Well, I will entrust the remaining gold coins to you then. Thank you. First, after we have overcome the credit collapse we will send help to your Yukakitsune Company later. And they left the hideout while talking about the future. 142. The bloody demon king who betrayed his dream. The collapse of the Great Commerce Association was but an instant. They do not have the gold coins to cater to the mass of people who have come to redeem the bills. There are also some company that closed their store and ran away in the middle of the night. Eventually the knights intervened and forced the bank to open. What little gold coins they have stored inside their bank is very small compared to the banknotes in circulation. The merchants are captured and severe punishments were given. What the people who witnessed the collapse of the Great Commerce Association did next was to make their way to Mitsugashi Bank. The morning after the association collapsed, people were gathered in front of Mitsugashi Bank in the capital. It is said that the number of people gathered was enough to fill the main street of the royal capital. As the bank opened, they grabbed their bill and entered the bank only to be astonished. There is a huge pile of dazzling gold coins piling up in the big hall. The clerks responded to the people with a smile. The girls normally do their job against the crowd of people that came in. They're handing out the gold to each and every person that came to redeem their banknotes. And by the afternoon of that day, the crowd in front of Mitsugashi Company almost completely disappeared. The people who actually redeemed their money were only about 30% of all the people lined up that day. The people were relieved to see how Mitsugashi Company react. A mountain of gold coins, a smiling and polite clerks and the trust that Mitsugashi Company had built until now. That proof immediately ensure their customers who want to exchange their banknotes. After the collapse of the association, the credibility and standing of Mitsugashi Bank and Mitsugashi Company are raising up. Their power was already so great that even a country can't touch them. If Mitsugashi Company were to collapse now, the kingdom's economy will also collapse. After the turmoil, the kingdom regarded the credit system as dangerous. However, the truth is that Mitsugashi Group and their credit system have brought an unprecedented economic propriety to the kingdom. The kingdom has set up a talk with the representative of Mitsugashi Group and Mitsugashi Bank to make an arrangements about the credit system. Thus, the series of turmoil has come to an end. underscore 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 I am digging a hole with a slime scoop. Since then, I kept digging. But, why has nothing comes out yet? Why I can't get in contact with Yukame? I have Yukame go and convert the gold coins in the capital and I would dig back the stolen gold coins and it would be a happy end. It was supposed to go like that. However, the gold coins never come out and I lost contact with Yukame. Then when I checked, not only that Mitsugashi Company's credit hasn't collapsed yet but Yukakitsune Company also joined Mitsugashi Group. Why? What happened? What I know for sure was that my plan has already failed. If it come to this, then Yukame have no choice but to giving in to Mitsugashi Group. Gunanu. Boss, nothing is coming out. Said Delta, who is digging a hole with her hand. I'm sure, it's here. I kept digging while saying so. If I only have to made a hole then I could blow the entire area away but doing so the gold coins would be lost too. After all, there's no choice but to steadily dig it. I also have Delta help me dig after she came here following my small. Boss, is this also a classified secret mission? Yes, that's why don't tell Alpha and the others okay. Understood. Delta, this is what called a dying message. Diving message. It's a word left by the dead. I finally come to an understanding with a hated enemy after a battle to the death. What he said was Yuki, snow, and he pointed his finger here. That mean he buried his precious thing underneath the snow. Amazing. This is what called reasoning. Reasoning. Delta is wagging her tail around with dazzling eyes. After the digging is over, boss will do anything I say. Boss promised. Boss already promised. You. Delta stared upward at me. Sorry I did promised right. You did. Even if you say I have to do anything you say but. You said you would. But, there's a limit to what I can do. But you said you would. It's no good, it is already a pattern that I have to do what she say inside her head. Delta, lying is no good you know. I didn't said such a thing. If there's a voice recorder then you would be caught lying you know. Voice recorder. It's a weapon of the shadow, if it is activated then the world will come to an end. You wouldn't like it if the world come to an end right, that's why you shouldn't lie. I don't want the world to end, but boss did said that. Delta has tearful eyes, rather she is on the verge of crying. AAA I understand, I will do my best. Within my ability that is. But Delta, I'm not Santa-san so I can't do the impossible you know. Santa-san. Delta tilted her head. Santa Claus, the wicked red demon king who reign the world of shadow. Demon king. His costume is bloody crimson. He betrays people's dreams and gives them despair. A man wearing a costume dyed with blood. That's horrible. Yes, he's horrible. In the past I was also put through a horrendous experience by him. Boss too. I have a dream I needed to fulfill no matter what, so I prayed for it each day, but I kept being betrayed again and again. Dream. I want to become a power in the Shano, let's stop. I have decided that I will no longer put the thing that's important to me into word. Anyway, I have been betrayed by him since I was a child and he left a scar in my heart. In other words Delta, what I wanted to tell you is that I can't make a promise to you because I am not like Santa-san. Delta somehow looked at my face, blinked her eyes and tilted her head. But Santa-san didn't do anything? He only betrayed boss's dream. Indeed it was like that. Our talk doesn't make any sense at all. Doesn't make sense at all. We both tilted our head. Well fine, I can't promise anything but I will do the best I can. You. Now, I'm going on a journey, so until I come back think carefully about what you want to wish for okay? Journey. Yeah, I am going on a journey to find myself for a little bit. Alpha and the others are definitely mad at me, so I need to give them some time to cool down. People's emotions fade with time. In other words I will let time solve the problem. The school just entered a winter break, Oriana Kingdom also seem like it will be in a turmoil soon, should I try infiltrating Oriana Kingdom? I'm looking forward to it. Once I'm done with it I will meet with Alpha and the others, I will not apologize and act as if nothing happened. Why? Because I've acquired the strongest secret technique in human relationship skill. That is make the other party give up. I can't talking sense to him like that. No matter what a baby do nobody is going to say anything. That mean, if I can lower myself to that level it will all be okay. But I have to be careful, that secret technique is a double-edged sword. Why? The reason is that if the plan worked it will count as both my victory and defeat. That's enough, thank you for helping me Delta. My plan failed. Thinking about it now even if I can get all the gold back I wouldn't become a power in the shadow anyway. With that said, I am going on a journey, so, see you soon. Ah, boss. Something came out. I heard Delta called me from behind, but as to not let her state her wish I dashed away at full power. Speaking of which, today is December 24th. The first time Santa betrayed me was also a snowy night like this. Ha, it seemed like I can't become a power in the shadow once again. 144 That ordinary boy is revealed to be. In a back alley within the Oriana Kingdom, now occupied by the Doem faction, I was surrounded by soldiers, low-level grunts basically. He looks shifty. Kill him, said one of them while another pulled out his sword. I immediately lowered my head submissively. Please, spare me, mercy, please. Begone. My pleas were all but fruitless and a sword was already making its way to cull my life. I sighed, and kicked it away. The sword broke off in the middle, flew off with a clang. Wah! Come on, you could have at least gone. He looks shifty, capture him. I said to the grunts who only kept staring eyes wide. What in the fuck are you talking abio? All I wanted to be was a no-name citizen getting rolled up in the domestic turmoil. An ordinary boy unjustly accused and captured. However, soon after they captured him, the soldiers of the occupying forces began to disappear in the dark of the nights. Slowly at first, then more and more, until only that no-name boy and the leadership of the army remained. Just who is this mysterious boy? Sounds thrilling, right? On your guards, he might be trouble. The soldiers surrounding me all drew their swords now. Seriously, you guys are the 10 group already. This is getting bothersome. I muttered. One leader-seeming soldier came up front and said, Am I supposed to believe you are responsible for the recent assassinations of our men? A kid like you, no matter, we shall make sure now. Too late. That won't make me a no-name boy. I told the man as I sliced off his neck with my slime sword. His gaze, that of a decapitated head, turned to the sky. The moonlit sky from a back alley tainted with blood splatter. F fiend. Kill him. Hey, maybe I'll get lucky with the 11th, I muttered after nonchalantly finishing off the grunts. This kind of felt like being a secret assassin, I guess. The fight was over fast and the smell of blood permeated around me. I checked my clothes. Good. Not a drop on them. I had failed in my goal yet again, but I did manage to get some clues out of the exchange. Currently, this royal capital was being occupied by some faction and men of this faction were being assassinated as of late. That might be mostly my doing. Meaning, maybe I might get captured under suspicions that I'm a spy or assassin. Of course, I'll still be a lowly falsely charged mob. If that's the case, maybe I should have gotten some blood on me after all. Then again, that itself could make it too obvious. I was walking out of the alley while thinking, when I sensed multiple presences approaching. I determined their number via sound and mana signatures. 7 of them, should be soldiers. They might be looking for the bunch I left back there. Oh, this could work. I fell on my ass in front of the alley and waited. Soon. Dead, in the alley, there. I pointed down the alley and croaked in a terrified voice, making sure the soldiers were within earshot. I took a special note to be on the verge of sobbing, like a helpless mob. What? Damn it, don't tell me. The soldiers rushed into the alley. Damn it. It keeps happening. Fuck, once we catch him, I swear I'll. Oi, kid. You see who it was? One of them screamed at me as I was pretending my knees had given out. No. I didn't see, nothing, I said, shaking like a frightened pup. You look like an outlander. The soldier's eyes turned sharp. Yes. I'm a student from Midgar. From Midgar at? Why would someone like you be here now? I came to see if a friend was doing all right. I swear, please believe me. The soldier's eyes remained sharp. Very well. One more thing, why would you be walking the streets in the dead of the night? I needed some air. Some air at? Do you expect me to believe someone would try to go out on a pleasure walk in the current state of this country? And here in the capital no less. It's true. Wait, please don't tell me you suspect me of causing that? I could never do something so horrible. Humph. After a final glance at me, the soldier turned his eyes towards the alley. All 9 of them were killed by a single stroke. You're right. You don't look the type to have done all that, but, show me your sword anyway. Yes, of course. I presented my blade. As a mob, I make sure to equip a normal sword at my hip. Cheap iron, and it's clean. Do you believe me now? I will admit that the chances of you killing them all is very low. Thank you. But you're still a suspect, and the fact that you're here itself doesn't smell right at all. Wait, no. Oi, capture him. Come on, please believe me. I'm but a simple and plain, innocent civilian. Nice. I went the mob but kind of suspect route and it worked out like a charm. I did a mental fist pump as I was tied up and dragged away. 145 Concentration Camp. I was given a lax pat down. The Kingdom of Oriana was in a state where war could break as early as tomorrow. They obviously don't have time to spare for a mob like me. I had a mana-sealing collar put on me and was taken to a large building. You'll be staying in this camp. Camp. Lord Doem is in the process of purging the royalists. Prisons are all full. I see. Well, good luck, kid. Whether you can live or die in here all depends on your choices. Hey, what choi? The soldier guiding me put on a knowing grin, opened the large iron door and shoved me inside. The door was shut behind me with a thud as I took in my surroundings. What I'd been imagining was some dreary, medieval fantasy dungeon of solid stone, but this was certainly not that. In very few words, it was a big courtyard surrounded by tall walls. The floor was paved with stone, and the place was packed with prisoners. Some of them looked to be sleeping in tattered clothes, some just sat there with dead eyes and looked at me. Still others were standing in groups, discussing something or other. Seems they've made factions here. Our jailers stood atop the tall walls, overseeing everything. Actually, those walls looked like they had rooms attached to them. The prisoners seemed to be granted free entry into them. Not as rigid as I'd imagined. First of all, I needed to secure a place to sleep. I began walking with that purpose in mind. And, ho, newcomer! Came a voice from the side. I turned to see a tall, thuggish man with unkempt hair. My internal bandit radar began tingling right away. I was 100% positive. This guy was a bandit. You are. The name's Zack. Long story short, I'm a nice guy who teaches new blood like you how it works around here. Said Zack, eyeing me like prey. My name's Cid. Thank you so much, I really don't know what to do. I feel ya, buddy. Them fuzz catch you and throw you in here and there's nothing you can do about it. I totally get that you're scared. Zack said while patting my shoulder. He then closed in and whispered so only I could hear, listen, Cid. Food, bed, fun, none of that's equal in this here camp. Look over there. Zack pointed at a group of people huddled in a corner. All of them looked thin, ragged. The people in this camp are largely divvied up into 3 groups. Those ones you see over there are the worst off and also has the most people. They're what we call the trash. Useless trash who aren't worth a damn. They get a few gulps of water and even less food. Just waiting to die. They're trash who have no power, or smarts, or even info. Now, look over there. Next, Zack pointed at a group of people who were standing and talking amongst each other. Those are the royalists. They're all idiots who went against Lord Doem and are now in here. They get the bare minimum food and bed. They're also our targets. Our group. The Doem camp. We got people who betrayed the royalists to people like me, actual criminals. Us in the Doem camp gets good food, comfy bedding, and a few other privileges. Privileges? I'll give you an example. You see, they don't give one damn if he beat and kill any of the trash like this. Zack kicked down a nearby man. The ragged man cried out and ran away, and the guards on the walls watched the whole thing happen. They said not a word of warning to Zack. Making a bemused smile, Zack once again came close and spoke into my ears. It ain't like fights and killing each other are allowed in here. But the guys up top will ignore it. Still, doesn't mean we can go around killing every fucker that gives us the stink eye. Even trash can be useful once in a while. And needlessly antagonizing them isn't a good idea. You still with me, Cid? It's curious, right? How we can get away with all this? Why yeah, it is. Here's how it works, it's all cause we keep an eye on those royalists and leak any info we get to the guards. Do that, and we easily get food, bed, and those nice privies. Sweet deal, yeah. Bye, info. Anything they don't want us to know. Get us some good info, and you're on the Doem side, pronto. And if the info is really good, useful even, you can some fun too. We even got whores. But, how am I supposed to? I get it, really do. How are you supposed to know anything? Think. Jog that noggin a little. Only royalist traders have that kind of inside intel, right? Now, how did someone like me get in? Honestly, there's a lot of ways to go about it. 1. You could try capture one of them and drag him in for some good OL torture. Well, they're also on guard lately, so that might not be so easy. And the guards can't ignore it if you go overboard. 2. You could try getting in their faction and glean intel that way. They're on guard for those too, so something like that can take some real skill. 3. Eavesdrop. They won't make it easy, but you can definitely try. And 4. There's that fact that they likely have people who are pretty willing to sell. Really, anyone would get tired of it eventually. They'd want food, booze. They'd want to get their dicks wet. But alas, they're still royalists and the guards aren't exactly inclined to believe anything they'd say. That's where we come in. We make it so that they can get that food, booze, and whores they're starving for. I understand. I'm sure you do, Cid. You now understand very well that if you do nothing, you'll be part of the trash. Useless, worthless trash. The only you can survive in here is either get us some info, or try to get the royalists' trust. But, how? I'm a nice guy, Cid. So this is all I can do. Tell you what, you get anything good, and you come to me. I know some real nice guys among the guards, so we can definitely work something out. Zack said, giving me an obviously shady grin. Thank you so much, Zack. Best of luck, kid. Oh, Zack, please wait. I called as he was about to walk away. What's up? I might know something really good. I said in a whisper. Hey. You know, if that info's something bogus, those jailers won't let you off with just a little beating. How about I hear you out, before you go to them? Can we, go something a bit private? Sure thing. Follow me. Following after Zack, I went beyond the walls. Inside were hallways of stone with cells on either side, containing prisoners here and there. The only guys who get private quarters are Stoem Camp and a small part of the royalists. The trash get to huddle down in the hallways, or just sleep outside. That said, we have our own territory in these halls and outside. You sleep there just cause it's empty and, you might not wake up. Get it? Of course. In here. We walked some ways into the hallway and Zack opened a door. This here's my crib. Not bad at. Zack said with grin after closing the door. It was the size of an average bedroom. More than enough for one person to live comfortably. There was a clean bed, a few sets of clothes, books, a board game, and even porn mags and a shelf with snacks. Well, this isn't even close to what the big shots have. Heck, they say our boss held a stripper show at his place. Zack said with a dirty grin. There we go, complete privacy. Now, let's hear it. Right, the real good info, yeah, I got nothing. HWH. With a single step, I got into arm's length of Zack, grabbed his neck and lifted him up. His feet now dangled in the air. You're gone, pay, for, Zack croaked in pain. Can't work the body without food. I mean, I can easily survive going on nothing for a month, but I'll get a little weaker if I do. So I really don't want to skip meals. I guess I can go out into town and eat. And, sleeping outside isn't really a problem. Oh but, I don't want to sleep outside in the rain, I guess. I spoke while gradually tightening my grip. Stop. Mr. Zack, you have two choices. Live, or die. Choose wisely now. 146 new volume commemoration side story. His name is Kagenou Minoru. Cid's past life. Nishino Akane, an 11th grader in Sakurazaka Senior High, had a classmate she didn't like. He had black hair and eyes and a plain face, yet he always looked tired, with deep bags under his eyes. His name was Kagenou Minoru. He was the boy that Nishino Akane really didn't like, and to make things worse, their seats were right next to each other. Kagenou Minoru, as his name might suggest, was ordinary to the point of blending into the background. With below average grades in academics and athletics, this boy had zero participation in extracurricular clubs, had almost zero friends, but wasn't adverse to talking with others. He was normal, ordinary, the type of student you'd see anywhere. Akane hadn't disliked him at first. But neither did she hold any special affection towards him. She had assumed to know him as a classmate and just that. Yet, after having interacted with him on multiple occasions, Akane had discovered an aspect to their relationship that she absolutely loathed. This aspect being, their first greeting of the day. Both Kagenou Minoru and Nishino Akane would arrive to school each morning, barely as the gates were closed. Barely on time, every time. And as such, they would meet at the school gates and exchange greetings. Good morning, Kagenou-kun. Today too, Akane greeted this most hated boy at the gates. Good morning, Nishimura-san. Returned Kagenou in his usual monotone. It's Nishino, damn it! Screamed Akane in her head, maintaining her smile as she situated herself to her shoe locker. They'd been in the same classroom 3 months now. This had gone on every morning for 3 months. The first month, Akane had figured that he'd correct it eventually, so when this pattern had continued past Golden Week, she had all but run out of patience. She still remembered that conversation. Kagenou-kun. My name isn't Nishimura, you know. Hey. Kagenou blinked, several times, as if Akane had said something out of this world. Wait, wasn't it Nishimura? No, it's actually. Wait, I remember now. You're technically not an NPC, after all. NPC. Akane wasn't familiar with the jargon. Never mind. Don't worry, I make sure to remember the names of any major players, but I tend to mess up at times, sadly. It's fine, anyone can mess up. Akane smiled, seeking Kagenou was genuinely apologetic. That smile didn't last long at all. I'm so sorry, Nishitani-san. Akane wanted to knock the daylights out of this idiot. Her hand was balled up in a tight fist, barely bearing it. Nishino. Hey. My name is Nishino. The boy and girl looked at each other in awkward silence. Akane then turned away to her shoe locker, refusing to speak any further to Kagenou for that day. The next morning. As usual, they met at the gates. After sleeping on it, Akane thought that she might have been too harsh. Kagenou didn't mean anything bad by it, and it was silly to get so worked up over someone just mistaking your name. Considering all that, Akane made her greeting. Good morning, Kagenou-kun. Good morning, Nishimura-san. It's freaking Nishino. What is wrong with you? Akane wanted to scream, but her perfect smile held perfectly. She found it absolutely infuriating that Kagenou was acting as if the talk yesterday hadn't happened at all. He simply kept calling her Nishimura, and he simply kept never looking at her. Anytime they said good morning, anytime they talked, he appeared to be looking at her, but his eyes always seemed to be seeing something different, as if he was looking past her. She hated that. That was the crux of it. It was never about getting her name wrong. What Akane hated was the fact that he would never look at her. That realization was what led her to completely detest him. Hence, she decided that he was not worth her time. They would still greet each other in the mornings, but that was all. Akane had given up on correcting him. They sat next to each other, yet not a single conversation passed. In cases where they absolutely had to speak to each other for classwork, Akane would keep it to the barest minimum. She wanted to just completely and utterly ignore him. But she couldn't. Due to her own circumstances, Akane couldn't do anything too obvious. Nishino Akane was a very popular girl. Her beautiful black hair and stunning looks made her popular to boys and girls alike. In addition to being a full-time high schooler, she was also an actress. The people in her class of course knew of this extravagant occupation of hers. So if it was known that she, Akane, was in bad terms with Kagenou, there was a chance that rumors, base and baseless rumors would spring up. Akane wanted to avoid that. Akane's acting career began in her childhood. However, due to a certain scandalous event in junior high, she had to take a break from the limelight. That incident had led to Akane always wearing a mask over her true emotions. She kept up her grades so that teachers would like her, she was sociable as can be, so her classmates wouldn't hate her. She made sure no one would dislike her. As such, she couldn't let that hateful Kagenou hate her back. She couldn't let anyone else find out either. She killed her own emotions to achieve that goal. And she'd maintained the facade each and every day. Today as well, Akane said nothing as Kagenou got her name wrong for the umpteenth time. With that piece of conversation over with, Akane spent the rest of her day in the classroom without another word to the boy. Akane didn't participate in clubs. She would usually go home as soon as classes ended. Today however, she had remedials. Due to her job, Akane missed many days, and so she needed to make up for her attendance using remedial lessons. Due to those and other obligations, by the time she left school, night had fallen. "And my phone is down," she sighed once outside the gates. She would usually call their chauffeur to pick her up, but her batteries had alas, run out. Walking would take her 30 minutes. Not really an issue there. The early summer night breeze felt good on her skin, so Akane decided to walk. To be honest, it had been a long time since she'd walked home. Doing the walking bus back in elementary being the last time, she recalled. Starting from junior high, her family had arranged a car and driver for her, and she had gone and went like that ever since. So, after so long, walking on her own 2 feet felt nice, refreshing even. She didn't even care that it was dark out. That had made her complacent. Suddenly, a black van was behind her, and a burly man came out. She had noticed it all too late. Before she was even aware of her situation, the man had her in a stranglehold. Ah! Her neck felt tight, and within a few seconds, she was out cold. The last thing she saw was an all too familiar classmate, running her way. Ugh! Akane woke up in a dark warehouse. Her hands and legs were tied down and her mouth was gagged. She still felt dazed. Right, black van, the big man, he strangled her and, someone was coming, she seemed to recall. MMM. She cried for help, or at least tried. The gag didn't help. Oh? She's awake, said a voice from behind her. The instant she heard that hoarse voice, Akane froze. Keep quiet. Wouldn't want to get hurt now, would we? He was a big man, perhaps over 6 feet tall. His clothes stuck to him revealing a trained, muscular body. Behind him was another man. He was the man who had strangled and kidnapped her. We already send the ransom note to your folks, Missy. We get the money, you get out in one piece. Very simple. The big man smiled at her fiendishly. Some luck at? Precious daughter of the Nishino conglomerate walking all alone at night. It's like you're asking the bad men to catch you. He laughed mockingly while approaching Akane who was utterly unable to move. Get away. She failed to scream. Akane writhed in her bindings, desperate to distance herself from the man. None of that now. The man grabbed Akane's slender leg and pulled her to him. He then lifted her chin and gazed down on her face close. Well, I'll be. That's the face of an actress for you. Pretty girl. She tried to shake him off. Don't test me. The man slapped her, hard. I fucking said, none of that. Akane felt the texture of blood inside her mouth. Tears held back until now streamed down her face. The big man was breathing roughly as he moved his hand from her chin to her neck, from her neck to her shoulder. Pretty girl like you shouldn't be so careless. Right, this isn't your first time being kidnapped, right? Akane's movement stopped with a snap. Yeah, back when you were in junior high, right? Wasn't it some stalker? Memories she wanted to forget resurfaced in her mind. Akane's whole body shook in intrepid anxiety. Heck, I can even relate, with how pretty you are. Come on, Missy, what's gotten you so scared? Give it a rest, no one's coming here. Akane used every bit of her strength to struggle, to resist the large man's bulging arms. Help! She screamed, and the sound of glass shattering echoed throughout the warehouse. Who's there? Turning, the man saw a broken window. Moonlight entered through the broken window, shining down on the individual standing atop the broken glass. He wore a black hoodie and sweatpants with black work boots, in addition to a black ski mask that hid his face. This extremely shady individual in all black might as well have been one of the kidnappers. Clack, clack, clack. Clacked his boots as he slowly approached. Fuck are you? The big man roared. Oh me? Well, I'm the stylish badge slayer. He stopped walking to adjust his ski mask. Fucking wise guy. Get him. Right as the big man ordered, and his partner, who had sneaked up behind the ski mask man, swung down his bat. Right from the blind spot yet, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, the ski mask man dodged it easily. What the? I could see your shadow in the moonlight, beginner mistake. Said the ski mask man simply. He then turned and slugged the men behind him. Due to his black clothes and the dark environment, among other things, his punch was practically invisible. There was a low thud, and the kidnapper accomplice dropped. And stayed there. Straight punch to the jaw. You're no amateur. The big man released Akane and stood up. He loudly cracked his neck and glared at the ski mask man. Too bad for you, I was in the army. The big man drew his knife and lowered into a stance. He too was no amateur. A veteran. Yes, good. I wanted to fight a military man. Said the ski mask man as he also lowered into a stance. A practiced stance. The two men sized each other up in the dim light. They slowly closed their distance, then. Die. The big man slashed. As expected of a veteran, his speed belied what his large frame might suggest. His movements were swift and minimal. The ski mask man, for his end, raised an arm to block the knife coming for his neck. The knife connected, with a sharp clang. How? The ski mask man had stopped the knife with his bare hand. No, looking closer, he was holding something. He was holding a black crowbar. The ski mask man held the crowbar almost like a tonfa. Why you reusing a crowbar? Crowbars are great. Super tough, hard to break. Easy to have it in hand, and even if you are taken in for questioning, it's just inconspicuous enough to make up a good excuse. Best of all, I can use it just like a tonfa. What? The next instant, the ski mask man had already drawn back his arm. The crowbar swung an arc just like a real tonfa and struck the big man in the arm. The big man was disarmed as his knife flew off. Fuck. The big man took a boxing stance. Crowbar met fist. Hardened muscles pummeled on metal pole. The two men exchanged blows under moonlit darkness. But gradually, the ski mask man was losing ground. Each time he would block the powerful fists of the much larger man, he would draw back. Step after step. I can work with his. The big man said after a handful more punches. You're not bad. I can tell you've been in more than a few fights. But you can't win here. You're barely 5'5". 130 pounds tops. Me, I'm 6'4" and over 250. I'm just bigger, that's it. You might have a crowbar, but I'm safe so long as I protect my head. On the flip side, you'll go down if you take just one of my punches. You're out of luck, chump. The big man proclaimed all this with a grin. The ski mask man replied calmly. Correct. As I am now, I can't handle a veteran. A sad truth. So, let's get serious. The ski mask man changed his stance. You what? I saw great potential in the crowbar. It's almost exactly like a tonfa, it's light, it's tough, it's portable. It truly is a weapon with great potential. Night after night, I bashed this against the biker gangs, finally to discover its true worth. Wait. You're the freak going around bashing biker gangs with a single crowbar, you're the ski mask berserker. It's been said that it's because of him that the local biker gangs have adopted to all wearing helmets. The helmet would protect their heads at least. The truth of the crowbar that I reached after countless biker gang bashings, that is, that rather than using it like a tonfa, it's better to just bash it. The ski mask man then proceeded to swing his crowbar down on the big man's face. A wide swing, but incredibly fast. Almost by instinct, the big man raised his arms to block. There was a dull thud. Fuck, my arm, groaned the big man holding his left arm. Broke, didn't it? This is the true potential of the crowbar. The trick is to bash with the corner of the L. The force gets concentrated like that. And so he bashed. Gah. Way, no. And he bashed. Sto, stapid elra. And he bashed and bashed some more. Ugh, oof. And he just kept on bashing and bashing and bashing. Dull thuds echoed continuously within the warehouse. It was a veritable storm of pure violence. The ski mask man simple kept bashing on, and at some point, the big man wasn't moving anymore. The crowbar dripped with blood. Not enough. I can't even beat a veteran yet. I need power. He turned to face the moon outside the broken window. I need more power. He uttered bitterly. It was as if he was reaching for the moon itself with his bare hands, an impossibility. He shook his head as if struggling against the harshness that is reality. He then picked up the knife the big man had dropped and came up to Akane. Sensing as if her life was in danger, Akane struggled in futility to escape, but the knife was already on its way. The knife had cut away Akane's bindings. Now freed, Akane looked up at the ski mask wearing, crowbar wielding, all in back shady individual. He also looked at her. Take more care on your way home. He said to her, and then left. Akane could only watch him in a daze as he walked away. It was only after he was gone that she realized that he'd saved her. Stylish badge slayer, just who is he? The only sound in the warehouse was that quiet mutter. The following day, despite her parents' worries, Akane attended school as usual. She still felt frightened recalling the events of the previous day, but then, remembering Stylish Badge Slayer caused her to smile somehow. Hee. Stylish Badge Slayer, so lame. Passing the school gates, once again, there he was, that detestable boy. Good morning, Kagenou-kun. Good morning, Nishino-san. Hey. Stunned, Akane stopped in her tracks. Kagenou passed her by and headed for the shoe lockers. Kagenou, he didn't mistake her name. Also, she also felt like he was actually looking at her that time. Could it be, nah? Akane smiled and followed after him. Wait for me. Kagenou-kun. She figured she might as well try to talk to him, just a little. 147 Mystery Man. Zack was struggling hard with his throat in my grasp, but my fingers didn't budge. Cough, grrr. Finally seeing fear welling up in the man's eyes, I slightly loosened my grip. What do I gotta do? Right. I'm going to need a room, can you get me that? And not right away. I'll need a month. I looked into his eyes as he spoke. He didn't seem to be lying. I see. Well, whatever. Actually, suddenly getting myself a room will make me stand out. I just need a roof over my head is all. I'll sleep in the hallways, I guess. Sure thing. I'll get you a spot. Also, I'll need meals, well-balanced meals. If you can't get that, I'm afraid I won't need you. Why you won't need me? Nope, not at all. I tightened my grip momentarily. Oh, okay. I can do meals, 3 meals a day, no problemo. Thanks a bunch. Next, info yet, I'll need that. This place looks like it'll be fun. Lots of intrigue. I'll answer anything I know. Then, let's talk about our relationship. You said you're with the Doem camp, yes? I don't want to pick a side just yet. I'll be trash. Then I suggest you don't talk to me in public. How am I getting you the food? I'll have it in this room. I can come in without anyone noticing, so it's not an issue. Sure. Zack had on an extremely bitter expression. Yeah, that's enough for now. I'll find you when I need something again. Yeah, you do that. I let go of his neck. He sat down and looked up at me while massaging his throat. Who the hell are you? How come you're this strong when we're not supposed to have mana? Who can say? You're no student. A spy? No, someone from the underworld. Perhaps, but would I really reveal that? I said, putting some strength in my gaze. Tisk Zack tsked and looked away. Fucking politics, whatever, I ain't involved, just do whatever you gotta do. That I will, Mr. Zack. That I will. Yeah, sure. I turned my back to the dejected Zack and grabbed the door handle. Ah, right. I don't think I need to tell you, but do keep this on the hush-hush. I know. Just a friendly warning. You see, I honestly don't care if I have to kill you and everyone else in your little Doem camp, I said, momentarily releasing a strong helping of mana and bloodlust. Wah. But your mana's supposed to be. As if this trinket can seal me, I said finally, opening the door and exiting the room. Fuck me with a sledgehammer. I just had to pick up a freaking monster. Listening in to Zack's muttering from the other side, I did another mental fist pump. 148, not enough calories at all. The trash in the concentration camp get one meal a day. All these hobo-like gents would line up in the courtyard and await their share. On the menu today, we have hard bread and soup. As I took my meal, I noticed the surrounding gazes locking onto me. They're thinking they'll pick it off of me, the bumbling newcomer. They think they're not making it obvious, but it's really obvious. I mean, I have a good meal waiting for me courtesy of Mr. Zack, so I could just make like a mob and get it taken from me, but I'm just a little curious about this too. Welp, whatever happens. I make a show of hiding my food by cradling it and quickly make my way away from the crowd. Basically, I'm saying they can take it, but I'll put up a fight. I managed to cross the courtyard without incident and made it to the spot of hallway Mr. Zack reserved for me. Alright, here goes nothing. I started with the soup. It was garnished with vegetable scraps and just a few beans. Tasted, slightly salty. It was bad, but I could eat it. The bread was also bad, kind of bitter too. The bigger pieces were sort of better. Tolerable if you dipped it in the soup first. In summary, edible, but just bad. The meal was utterly lacking in protein. The only source of protein would be these tiny beans. And not enough calories at all. A paltry 500 calories at most. I couldn't imagine this be enough to cover a day's worth of energy. No wonder they're all skin and bones. I can understand the desire to steal. Ho, newcomer. Two men approached as I was eating. They were both thin and ragged, but their eyes still had a glint to them. Do us a solid, will ye? What do you want? I made like a small, scared animal trying to defend itself. Nothing much, just hand over the food. But this is the only meal we get today. Shut up and hand it over. So the threats began. Hand over the food, and you don't get hurt. Try anything and you're still in for pain after we take your food. Get my logic? Now let's just make it easy for all of us. And no, Tisk, fucking retard. One of them grabbed my collar and shoved me against the wall. He'll get it after a punch or three. He said and raised his fist. You will stop. Interrupted the voice of a girl. Fuck off, Bessie. Wait, that's... Standing there in the hallway, was a beautiful girl. She had on prisoner garb like the rest of us, and had pink blonde hair. She kind of resembled someone. Let him go, now. The two men relented to Pink Blondie staring them down. Tisk, we're done here. Yeah. My collar was released and the men scurried away. Thanks so much. You are. It's all right now. The pink blonde beauty smiled reassuringly. This camp had few female prisoners. Most of them were women prepared for the Doem camp, but I had a feeling this girl here wasn't one of those. Food is quite scarce for everyone. You'd best eat your fill quickly. Yes. You may speak to me if anything. Lady Clara, this boy was seen speaking to a man of the Doem camp. A tough-looking dude came up from behind Pink Blondie. He looked like he didn't like me. Was he? But he surely didn't know. Be that as it may, we must tread with caution. Of course. Zack just told me about a bunch of stuff and, so. That is fine. This isn't exactly the kindest place to be, so stay safe. The girl, along with the tough dude, then left. As he passed me, the guy gave me another glare. I made a show of being scared out of my wits and stayed like that until they were gone. Then I muttered. Major player, right there. Mr. Zack should be able to tell me who that is while I eat. Her name was Clara Hui, she really did remind me of, right, her. She looked a lot like Miss Rose. Maybe she's related to Oriana royalty? 149 When it's all over. I breached Zach's room with him completely unawares. Oh, it's you. How'd you even do that? Once he noticed I was there, Zach's eyes bulged in shock. He, nice reaction. I really liked this guy and his totally cliché reactions. Here's that meal. Have at it. He said, handing me a plate full of food. Thanks. I'll borrow the table. Be my guest. Time for the moment of truth. On the menu this time, we have bread and cream stew, along with steak and vegetables. Simple and plentiful. The bread was actually white on the inside and smelled pretty good. The cream stew had a variety of veggies and lots of chicken in each spoonful. Not bad at all. The steak was big. An 18-ouncer I reckon. The meat was lean with little fat, cooked soft and juicy. Just how I like it. It was a far cry from real gourmet food, but it was delicious in a normal way. Best of all was the fact that there was so much of it. I didn't imagine there'd be food this good served at a concentration camp. The country may be fucked, but it's still the country of art. Our average quality of food is on the upside. Makes sense. In the future, when it's all over, it might not be so back to move here. I have a dream. A dream, to be a power in the shadows. But once I do that, once I'm satisfied with it to the fullest extent, I wonder what I'll do with the rest of my life? I'd sometimes ponder such things during my days of constant training. I could become a power outside of the shadows, I could become a demon lord set on destroying the world, or I could become something like a master who trains future heroes. I thought on a lot of possibilities and ended up on something very simple. I'd want a life where I could eat good food every day and sleep to my heart's desire. I'd be happy with just that much. I'd spend my whole life at full throttle only to end up at a slow cruise. Yes, that just makes sense to me. What if I poisoned you? Who do you think you're dealing with? I can tell poison by smell. I really can't. Doesn't really matter when I can break down any poison with mana. Good nose on ye. Wish I had one. Especially that one time, back when I was still in the business yet, one of my boys tried to poison me. Not a fun time, let me tell ye. Made it out of that alive, but as you can see, it all went to shit and here I am. Zach began talking despondently. Gimme a sword and I can fight. This damned country, I tell ye, magi swords aren't worth a damn. Stealing pays more than working for some retard noble. I honestly thought I'd make it like that, yet, all in the past. Royalists didn't give a damn about magi swords and it bit em back in the ballsack when Doem used em to take over. Some irony. Okay. Talk to me about that Clara girl. I was done eating now, so I went on to the main topic. Why do you gotta ask me? You should know all there is to her a lot better. Sure I do, but maybe I don't know everything about the here and now. No loss in making sure my own intel matches up with everything else. Apt diligence leads to a longer life. I narrow my eyes and smile meaningfully. Tisk, you know your stuff. I really can't tell you a lot. Not a problem. Humph. Zach let out a snort and started talking. Should be obvious from the name, but Clara Oriana is that infamous Rose Oriana's little sister. She tried to go against the Doem faction early on, got caught, ended up here. Still, she's royalty, and they can't execute her right away. Even Lord Doem is having trouble on how to deal with her, but that ain't the real story at all apparently. Go on. Clara Oriana is a big face of the anti-Doem flag. She's got a lot of people listening to her. Even here in the camp. Zach raised a corner of his mouth in a smirk. Apparently, Lord Doem's trying to use Clara Oriana to gather in the people opposed to him so he can get rid of em all at once. That's it. What did I tell ye? It's not a lot, don't you know a lot more? Perhaps. I hid my mouth behind my fingers and, with serious eyes, stared directly at Zach. Care to know? Naturally, I didn't know a thing, so I used some Instamon release to add on the pressure. See, cut it out, I said I didn't give a damn about the politics. Wise decision. My smile was a smile that implied dark, terrible secrets. With an attitude as if I see all and know all, I acted the part of a power in the shadows. It's not a matter of my speech but also my mannerisms from my eyes to my fingertips. This is it, this is perfection. Come on, man, this ain't good for my heart. Zach wiped off the sweat he'd been building up and got up. I got business to take care of. Boss called. Your boss? Yeah. Doem camp boss. Zach said with irritably before finally leaving the room. Good. Nothing to do other than tail him. 150 code 0. Through empty hallways, Zach headed towards the basement. Going past aged corridors that stank of rusted iron, he stopped before a large door. He retrieved a key from his breast pocket and turned the lock. Checking behind him to make sure he hadn't been tailed, Zach entered the room. I heard the lock click as soon as the door was closed, I too checked my surroundings and seeing no one there, I revealed myself. I turned the door handle. Locked, as expected. I jutted some slime into the keyhole and picked the lock. Lockpicking is something I learned in my past life, so it was a breeze. What's a power in the shadows if he can't open a few closed doors? Incidentally, I have my slimes hidden inside my body so they won't find anything even with a full pat down. I checked the presences on the other side and, determining it to be safe, stealthily entered the room. It was a large, dimly lit room. A cellar of sorts. At the back of the room, there was a lit lamp with a number of men gathered around it. I sneaked closer and hid behind a crate. I checked and the crate was empty. The men were discussing something in the dark room. Zack was among them. "Boss, we're all here like you ordered." "Seems so." The man who the others seemed to defer to as their boss stepped forward. I'd imagined him to be something like a boss grunt, but he turned out to be a lot younger. In his early 20s, most likely. He had grey hair extending down to his shoulders and was well featured. He was no grunt. In fact, he even looked sort of intelligent. From his musculature and posture, I could tell that he was trained in martial arts. He didn't have the air of a prisoner at all. I like it. Breaking the mold and all that. Well met, brothers. The Doem faction is pleased with your various contributions. The boss said with a practiced voice, casting his gaze over the surrounding men. He then proceeded to ask each one of them what he desired. I see, so the thing about giving it to a guard was a lie. Zack, what about you? I want food. Good food and more of it. Enough for 2 people at least. Nicely done, Mr. Zack. Gonna put on £M, Zack. Zack cringed from the surrounding jeers. Boss, let's have another stripper show with the boys. That shit's great, boss. Again, try to keep it in moderation, men. Like that, Mr. Handsome Bossman listened to everyone's requests one by one. And once he was done, his face turned serious for the first time. Brothers, we are in difficult times. Lately, there have been more attempts to cull our numbers. Why, only yesterday, a coach carrying officers was assaulted, resulting in 7 dead. For a moment, I thought that was talking about me, but I didn't leave the camp yesterday, so it must be someone else. He's skilled. Every time he's killed, he's done so without a sound. We've taken to calling him Owl. Owl, sounds important. And believe it or not, there are signs that this bastard owl is in this camp. That got a slight reaction out of Zack. Zack, something the matter? And nothin', boss. Zack lowered his gaze to escape from his boss's overpowering stare. This owl likely wants to get in contact with Clara Oriana. We must find him before he does. Is that clear? All the men nodded. Then that is all for now. No, there is one last matter. We have a traitor amongst us. The bossman drew a knife and poised it towards Zack. You. And with surprising speed, he threw it. Other than me, none of the men gathered could dodge a throw like that. The knife grazed past Zack's ears and sunk into the face of the man behind him. This is the fool who dared to leak our info to the royalists. The other men simply looked on silently as the traitor bled and died. That is all. You all may leave. And leave they did without a moment to spare. Zack. Zack, however, was the only one told to stay. You're not hiding something, are you? The bossman looked at Zack with chilled eyes. And never, boss. Zack squeaked while seating bullets. All right. I will believe you. The bossman patted Zack on the shoulder once, and left the cellar. Now left alone, Zack heaved a shuddering sigh and wiped off his sweat. Which is when I decided to also pat his shoulder. Oh, wait, what? You. What the actual fuck? Mr. Zack got extremely freaked, and then seriously angry. Oops, didn't mean to do that. Thanks for keeping the secret. Like I have a choice. He'd kill me soon as I told. Likely, yes. But damn, so you're really that owl? Truthfully, I'm really not. Wait, you're not? Zack didn't seem very convinced. I never went out yesterday. This owl is likely someone similar to me. Yeah, sure. You think you can pass any info about Owl to me? You saw it right? Bossman's suspicious of me. Mainly cause of you. It shouldn't take me long to find out who Owl is. I can't guarantee if I can have you know, however. There are few people in my line of business, those of reputable skill often turn out to be acquaintances. I said this so he doesn't ask any more questions. Since I had no clue who Owl is. Fuck me. You gotta help me out, man. Boss is fucking ruthless, you saw him right? You might be fine. You can use your mana. But me, I got nothing. Oh, by the way, your boss's mana seal collar. It's a fake. Why, you're kidding me? Nope. Fugue, so he's even stronger than you. What do you think? I did the instant mana release trick causing a small gust. Yeah, maybe not. It doesn't really. Oh? What's this? Due to the sudden wind, a small piece of paper landed at my feet. I picked it up and got a brilliant idea. Interesting. I muttered cryptically. What's going on? A note from one of my agents. I have a very good idea who this owl really is. What? That's way too fast. Take a look. I handed over the blank piece of paper. I can't see anything. It only responds to very specific mana signatures. Namely mine. It's also an encrypted message. Seriously, looks completely white to me. Zack scrutinized the page from all sorts angles. Can't you tell me something, even a hint? You're sure? I closed in and whispered to him. Code 0. Code year. 0 being the first of numbers, meaning. Me meaning what? Zack gulped. All will begin at last. I said while simultaneously erasing my presence and moving out of sight super fast. Hey? He's gone? Fucking hell, the door's still closed, how? Inside the empty crate, I stayed hidden until Zack left. 151 Who do you think you're dealing with? I was genuinely curious about owls, so I walked all around the camp the whole night. Results? Nothing. I'm really going at it blindly. The only thing I know is that owl is supposed to be somewhat strong. I couldn't check each and every person in the camp, but I was about to determine that there were around 10 people who might fit the bill. I did this by looking at how they walk and how they handle themselves, but that didn't mean much. Not really. There are times when a weak-looking guy is unexpectedly powerful, or when a musclehead might actually be a really weak. So basically, I gave up. With so few clues, I couldn't do it. Maybe I should go out into town tonight and ask around? I'll think about it later. Okay, that out of the way, I went ahead and had the breakfast that Mr. Zack so graciously prepared, and was currently out on a walk under the refreshing sunlight pouring down on the camp courtyard. I very much liked the cool winter air coupled with a beautiful, sunny sky. The sky was clear, and, I can't explain this well, but it sort of felt like my soul was being reinvigorated. Walking past the hobo-like prisoners having their bad soup and worse bread, I noticed that I didn't look like a mob at all. Don't get me wrong. I can pull off the mob role no problem in a town. But compared to these people, I wasn't dirty and ragged enough. Well, I'm still new here, and blending in should come naturally with the time, so. I noticed people shouting. How dare you accuse us? A crowd had formed. I squeezed my way through them. I felt like this was going to get fun and I wanted front row seats. Don't you dare deny it, said Clara Oriana facing a mobbish dude at the center of it all. The guy was some no-name from the meeting in the cellar last night. Behind Clara stood people who were probably from the royalists' camp, and behind the no-name stood people from the Doem side. Among them, I could see Zack and also their boss. Royalists and Doem camp are going at it. Things might get bloody. The rabble chattered. One of ours was murdered last night. When we found him, there were signs of an assault and torture. Mother of crap. Since I was out looking for Owl, I missed a key event. We didn't do nothing. He was tortured. You're about the only people who'd resort to that, confess at once. Clara cried furiously. Serves him right. I say good fucking riddance. Knave. In her anger, Clara slapped the no-name. Suddenly, everyone got quiet, as if time had stopped. Then. Done it now, bitch. The guy who got slapped grabbed and raised the club at his waist. Yeah, this be no good. Clara can't handle that. Worst case, the club cracks her head open and she's dead. Yeah, sorry, but I don't like it if some no-name mob suddenly kills a major character. Hey! Muttered Clara, her eyes wide in shock. Right before her eyes, the man who was about to swing down a weapon at her, had spontaneously collapsed. The club he was holding was flung high into the air. Hey? What just happened? How'd he just? The rabble were scared and confused. It can't be Owl. Find him. He's here somewhere. Owl. Both royalists and Doem camp went on guard. I was the culprit though. It was simple. I had a piece of slime detach from the bottom of my shoe and burrow underground. Then I had it shoot out from under the guy and hit him under the jaw. No one noticed, but that's fine. That right there was very much was a power from the shadows would do. Or so I thought, by Mr. Zack was glancing at me with suspicion. I made a cryptic smile, and purposefully looked away perfection. Now that's what I call a job well done. Which was when I noticed it. The club that had been sent flying was coming down my way. And suddenly, I had a eureka moment. Show ain't over yet. My role of that of a power in the shadows is done for now. However, I have yet to fulfill my role as a mob. I took only an instant to determine the club's trajectory, and as it wouldn't actually hit me in my current position, I swiftly moved to the spot where it would land. Having expected I'd need it at some point, I placed a small blood back in my mouth and looked upwards. And the club struck down right on my nose. Hoof! I blew the prepared blood in my mouth from out my nose and fell back. The blood sprayed out like a fountain, glistening in the light of the sun. Quite artistic if I do say so myself. Mob arts, nosebleed splasher. This is a pretty high-level technique. Ugh. I'm gonna puke. Egg, it's on my face. To you people of the camp who wish to see carnage, I present to you a fountain of nose blood. And there you have it. While the power in the shadows aids the MC, some random mob gets the unfortunate role of being collateral. Wait, you're hurt. I was collapsed on my back, completely sated, but seeing as Clara was running over, I quickly pretended to be out cold. 152 The princess's mob friend. I was carried into a room and laid down on a bed. The blood from my nose had dried due to the cold air outside, and someone was in the process of wiping it clean. I took that as an opportunity to wake up. Ugh, where am I? I made a show of looking around everywhere confused. It was another private room. While the dimensions were the same as the room Zack was using, this room was a lot more modest, containing only necessities and no leisure items. Clara was beside the bed, and one of her faction men was standing at the door giving me the stink eye. I'm so glad you're all right. You were struck hard, so try not to move right away. Hey, aren't you? Oh, pardon me, I've yet to introduce myself. Though it's likely you already know, I'm Clara Oriana. My name's Cid Kagenou. See you took care of me. My utmost thanks. I spoke in a shaky voice as if trying my best not to offend the royalty before me. It's all right. In the first place, you were unluckily caught up between our dispute. No, That was when the man in front of the door clicked his tongue. Lady Clara, I believe you've done enough. We have no need to concern ourselves with him any longer. Gin. I understand, but he's still not able to move with his injuries. He might be a ploy to approach you, milady. We do not have time to deal with such minor things. We have a duty to our people, do we not? The guy called Gin was looking at me in contempt. You're not wrong, Gin, but that doesn't make it fine to ignore someone so injured right in front of me. Please Enough. Gin, he doesn't know anything. And to my eyes, he seems no criminal. Is that not so? Clara turned her eyes to me. Yes. I accidentally ran into bodies left in alley by Owl. They said I was suspicious, and if I can't even help a single injured boy, how could I possibly try to protect my country? Clara declared and grasped my hand. By your will. I shall be outside. Gin said and then left the room. Before the door was fully closed, he gave me one last mean glare. But if I wasn't seeing it incorrectly, it wasn't just at me, but also towards Clara. Once the door was shut, Clara let out a sigh. I apologize. He means well for me, it's just. No, I'm all right. Everyone's under a lot pressure. Even I. The one who's supposed to have this role isn't even me, but, Clara spoke glumly. Don't worry about that. It's really none of your concern after all. You're not from Oriana, are you? That's right. I'm a student from the Midgar Magi Sword Academy. The Magi Sword Academy? Then, do you perhaps know of my sister? Clara turned and faced me curiously. Yes, I do know Miss Rose. I've spoken to her before. You have? Then do you know about the incident where she killed my father? Yes. I was among the spectators when it happened. Are you sure? Was it really her who did it? Yes, it was definitely Miss Rose. So it was. Clara's shoulders drooped in defeat. Father had been strange for some time before, and I knew that she was looking for the cause. Really, why did it have to end up like this? Everyone is calling her a traitor to the nation now. I couldn't believe it, I didn't want to. I was somewhat at a loss as to what I should say. I let out a sigh and decided to just speak what's on my mind. The way I saw it, she had an important reason for doing what she did. I don't know what that reason was, and I can't say if you'll be able to accept it even if you knew her reasons. What I do know is that Miss Rose had done it with the utmost of resolve. Resolve, is that how it looked? Haha, thank you, that made me feel somewhat better. You know, I really loved my sister who could do anything and everything. I looked up to her. So when I heard of the tragedy, I still wanted to believe in her. Clara shook her head side to side, as if driving away the negativity. You must have gotten along with her well. Well, actually, I faced her once in the Senbutsu tournament during the God of War festival. You have? What happened? I completely lost. Well, you do look terribly weak. Clara said with a mischievous grin. Cid, may I call you Cid? You can simply call me Clara as well. That's kind of. Oh, no need to be shy. In here, I'm a prisoner same as you. Well, then sure. But only when in private, please. Right. If Gin were to find out, I'd never hear the end of it. That aside, tell me more about how my sister was at the academy. And that's what I did for the next few hours. This might not seem like the thing a mob should be doing, but not to worry. I can fix it. I am simply one of Miss Rose's many mob friends, and because of that fact, I am a mob who Clara can talk to. 153 Evil encroaching. After leaving Clara's room, as I was randomly strolling the halls, I sensed people approaching. Expecting a story event happen, I stayed in place. Newcomer. Great work getting in that woman's good graces, said one of them with a toothy grin while grabbing my shoulder. These men, no names from the Doem camp, had surrounded me. 5, number 6 of them. I spotted Zack standing at the back with an awkward face. Listen kid, we need you to do us this favor, said the man after drawing close to my ear. His breath reeked. What favor? Not only was my voice the definition of wimpy, I was already bodily shaking as if I was a lowly slime being stared down by a dragon. No need to be scared now. You do us this favor, and we'll be best buds. Oh okay. Here's the deal. We want to talk to the princess is all, but the bastards around her keep getting in the way. That's where you come it. You're someone she trusts, so we need you to get her to meet us. Why you need me? Yeah, you're the best man for the job. Do whatever you want, but get it done. You know what, here's a little something that might help. He then took out a powder. This here's a little drug that helps you get a good night's sleep. Mix it in they drinks and bam, they're sleeping like babes. Wait, no, I can't. Listen you little shit stain. I'm trying to be your friend and you won't even listen to one favor? Got a fucking death wish do ya? Hype. I curl in on myself looking terrified. Let's not get too violent, yeah guys. Zack spoke up from the back in a stiff expression. The fuck, Zack? You finally going soft on us? No, anyway, I don't think it's a good idea to, do something rash. Fucking pussy, we ain't gonna get nothing done like that. We are gonna take the bitch hostage and that damn owl's gonna show up right where we want him. After that outburst, the guy slugged me in the face. The moment the punch connected, I loosened my neck, and let my body flow with the impact. It's called slipping. A good punch to the head can cause a concussion, but knowing how to get hit can prevent that with surprising success. There's two ways to get hit. One is stiffening up and absorbing the strike, and the other is what I did just now, flowing with the impact. And since it looked as if my whole head was flung away by that punch, it also doesn't detract from my mob role. You off. I pretended to get knocked off my feet and fell on the floor. Hey, I told them to stop. I did, alright. Zack was already backing away, as if to say he wasn't involved. You know your job. Now do it. We'll wait 3 days. You get us the girl, and I'll get you good food. Don't do it, and... The man put his foot on my chest and pressed. You're dead, kiddo. He said finally, and they all left. I see, that's how it is. Take Clara hostage so Owl comes out to play. How smart of them. I stood up and brushed off the dirt on my clothes. While I was doing that, Zack came back. I know you're unhurt, but we still cool yet? I was just there, I didn't do nothing. Mr. Zack looked awfully frightened. It's fine. This is all within predictions. What, fucking hell, you knew this'd happen? I mean, I was surprised how you got yourself bonked to get along with the princess, but you even predicted that we... The gears of destiny are finally in motion, all according to plan, of course. I casted a sidelong glance towards Mr. Zack, and grinned cryptically. Why you, who are you? Why you're on the royalist side, right? You don't look like you're on our side. I'm neither really. I support neither the royalists not Doem. My true enemy. And right there, I speedily got out of sight, only leaving echoes. Is the evil that lurks in the shadow of the divide. He disappeared? But I can still hear him. How? Zack started looking around every which way in shock. Now, whatever shall I do? 154 looks like we're done. 5 men were gathered around the low light of a lamp in the underground cellar. You think he'll pull through? Kid didn't look too bright to me. Whatever, he fails, we kill him. The end. At any rate, tonight's the big night. It's almost time. Where'd Zack go? In his room. Stomach pains, he says. The hell? Bastard's been acting strange lately. You don't think he's leaking intel to those royalists? Oi, it's time. signaled one of them as the door to the cellar opened. In the dark, decrepit room, a single figure approached the five. The figure's identity was slowly revealed as he approached the light. You're alone. Where's the girl? Tisk didn't pull through after all. The men were badly disappointed. The black-haired boy standing before these intimidating prisoners looked the definition of ordinary. His dark eyes were looking down, staring at the shadows extending across the floor. Hey, you better not say you got cold feet. One of the men pulled out a knife. Hey. Talk. Where's the princess? He threatened, holding the knife at the boy's throat. The boy began trembling like the weakling he was, or so the men had imagined. The boy didn't do that. He didn't shake, he didn't even move. He simply kept staring at the shadows below. The princess, Clara. He muttered softly. His voice wasn't loud but everyone could hear it clearly. Isn't coming. His eyes were yet glued to the floor. However, his lips held a tiny grin now. The fuck are you talking about, hey? Ya got cold feet and came here alone, that it? The boy was silent. What now? We kill him. Gotta at least show him not to mess with us. Yet. We beat him up and try again. The men all stood up and surrounded the boy. Messin' with us, dipshit. The man who had the knife at the boy's neck grabbed a fistful of his hair with his other hand and pulled his face up. What the man saw there was the boy's eyes, pitch dark eyes lacking in emotion. I don't like that look. Looking annoyed, the man grazed his knife along the boy's neck. A line of blood escaped the shallow cut. I said, I don't like that look. But the boy didn't comply. He just kept staring blankly. No, not quite. The small smile on the boy's lips had grown into a visible grin. What are you looking at? The man smacked the boy's face with the butt of his knife. But the boy's smile didn't falter, not in the least. You don't seem to realize you're in deep shit, brat. Another smack. Stronger this time. Enough to break the cheekbone, maybe even knock loose a tooth. Still no reaction from the boy. The boy simply kept on looking at the man with a grin across his face. Oi, you goin' easy on him or what? From the side, one of the man's comrades came up and punched the boy in the face. That's how you punch a face. Leave 'em half dead and they'll never hey. That punch was meant to knock the boy out cold. But the boy just stood there as if he felt nothing. The spot where he'd been battered had remained spotless. Those emotionless eyes still peered at the five men. It was freaking them out. Is that it? Finally said the boy. You'll regret that. Furious, the man began pummeling the boy with ferocious fists. He punched like no tomorrow, until his breathing became rough. See, this is what happens when you hey. Are you done? Said the boy, ever smiling. His face revealed not one bruise. This kid's fucking strange. Tisk, gimme the knife. The man from the side took the knife and stabbed the boy in the ribs. But. What? How? The knife, penetrating only the boy's clothes, stopped there. Even putting more strength into his arm, the man couldn't cut the boy's skin. Oi, what are ya playin' around for? Stab him, do it. Shut up. Knife ain't going in. The man tried stabbing again and again. The knife never penetrated even skin deep. His breathing had gone arid as the man stepped away. His eyes couldn't believe what he'd just witnessed. What the hell are why? So you're done. That's when the boy swung his fist. Yet, no one saw it move. Such was its speed. What they saw was the result only. The boy's fist had punched through the man's chest and come out the other side. Ahayau. The man dropped to the ground, creating a large pool of blood. Wah. And no, fuckin'. Did this guy just punch a hole through? Hiya. Splitch, splitch. The boy walked on the bloody floor. Done. He taunted the men, still grinning. The remaining men's faces stiffened. Goddamn, well take I'm down with all of us. Don't mess with me. Die, fucker, hi. Four shadows converged on the boy. The flame in the lamp flickered. Dancing shadows. Once the flame regained its calm, on the floor of the cellar lay 5 corpses with holes for a chest. Looks like we're done. No one answered now. Splitch, splitch. The boy stepped over the blood as he walked away. 155 soul searching. I had left the kingdom of Midgar where I was born and raised, and now, have ended up in a concentration camp in Oriana. In this unknown land where not a soul knew me, I sought to find myself. That's what this was after all. A journey of soul searching. All the actions I've taken in my life has been for one purpose, to be a power in the shadows. But am I truly on the correct path to reach my ultimate goal? Is there not something more I can do? I've had various thoughts on the matter, and I've narrowed it down to one thing that I believe I currently lack. That is overwhelming might. A power in the shadows must be strong. That is a given fact. The issue is how to display that strength to the fullest. Insta-kill my foes, the simplest idea. But it's dull and boring. Show them power beyond imagination, of course I will. But that's still not enough. Be unharmed no matter what the enemy dishes at me, yes. This. As a power in the shadows, I will let them know despair by showing that their attacks mean nothing to me, then use power beyond imagination to insta-kill my foes. The point is to make sure the enemy has exhausted all their trump cards, and being fine regardless. That is the moment when they will drown in despair and truly lose to me, and any witness to such a feat would surely gain an instinctive sense of overwhelming might that is a power in the shadows. So the question is, have I done that for my enemies so far? Have I sent them to the pits of despair? I have not. This was what I was lacking all this time. Overwhelming might. With that reasoning in mind, I tested it out with those 5 hoodlums, taunting them to give me everything they had. It wasn't enough. It was not enough. What am I doing trying to get some level 1 convict to throw out trump cards? I should just insta-kill low-level plebs like that. Here I was expecting those last 4 could launch a special combo suicide move or something. Imagine my disappointment. Insta-kill any mobs, that's how a power in the shadow rolls. And for boss characters, I make sure they exhaust everything they have, that's also how a teepa-dong-dongs. Though I'd need to kill some of them faster too. Depends on how much I can handle really. Gotta always adapt to the situation and get the best out of it. That's how a power in the shadows should be. And doing that, I'll be one step closer to my supreme goal. Happy with the knowledge that I'd learned and grown, I was on a stroll in the camp courtyard. The icicles glistened under the morning sun. My breath was white in the cold air. Oops. Stepped on a body. Dead from frostbite. Ah, what a refreshing morning. As such, I was blending in with all my other mob campmates when I noticed a familiar presence. Perhaps noticing me turning around, the other party did the same. For a few moments, we stared at each other. No, she looked like a man at a glance. Her prison clothes were dirty and her head was wrapped up in a cloth, revealing only her ember eyes. She was disguising herself to hide any feminine curves. Epsilon uses her slime bodysuit to do something similar. Well, the opposite actually. Yes, I know her. Miss Rose. CCID. Both of us were surprised. After the thing at the God of War Fest, she was working part-time for Mitsugashi-ko as I recall. Then how come she's here? Oh. I see. So she's been thinking too. You can't be working part-time forever. She's clearly thinking constructively about her future. And so, she's also on a journey of soul-searching. She quit her job and is here to take back her country. In the first place, her killing the king was the start of all this. So her being here is not surprise at all. Miss Rose. So, you're... I was so amazed by her resolve that I was at a loss for words. Incidentally, the mono-ceiling collar on her neck was a fake. Which means that she too infiltrated this camp. And gathering all these clues, there is only one conclusion to arrive at. She, Rose Oriana, is Owl. 156. Sorry, you lost me. CID. Why are you here, of all places, said Miss Rose, eyes wide in surprise. I was worried for a friend and traveled here. Then they said I was suspicious and, I said in mob-like stutters, trying to get across the feeling that I got mistakenly involved. So, you were that worried for me? Hey? I mean. I just said a friend, not her in particular, but, actually, isn't her misunderstanding sort of convenient for now? Yes, that's right. I was so worried after what happened. CID, she looked at me earnestly. I'm so sorry, because of me you ended up in this sort of place. Still, to think you could tell it was me right away. She finished with a slight smile. Oh, never mind me. I did this on my own accord so. No, this is wrong. I can't return anymore. She shook her head furiously, amber eyes stained in tears. Can't return. Please, just forget about me. I'm sorry, I can't say why. If I do, even you'd become involved. I don't understand. Sorry, you totally lost me there. My feelings are still the same. On the last day we spoke, I said I wanted you to believe in me. And you did. You even came all the way here. And that's enough for me. I won't ask for anything more. So, please. I don't want you to get hurt because of me. Miss Rose tightly held my hands. CID, you don't need to worry about me anymore. I'll make sure you escape from this camp. So please. Just forget about me. Okay. I nodded seriously. Yeah, she's technically a criminal after all. A mob isn't someone involved with criminals. Still, it's surprising how far she'd go to take the throne. Very well. I should help out in a way that she succeeds. Thank you for understanding. You and I don't know each other. We're complete strangers and our paths would never cross again. Of course. Farewell. She said, still smiling. The tears in her ember eyes rolled down her cheeks. Faru. I was about to also bid farewell when... Oi, you the one called Cid. Someone roughly grabbed my shoulder and turned me around. Yes, that is me. All of a sudden, people from the Doem camp were surrounding me. You're the brat Marco hired, right? Marco. Do I know a Marco? Don't play dumb. You're the one those guys called out. The man grabbed me by the collar and looked mad. Please, I don't. I really don't know a Marco. People are misunderstanding things a lot today. I made a stealthy glance at Mr. Zack, and he just gave me a nod. What's that supposed to mean? Why did you nod, man? Quiet down. Someone put a hand on the angry man's shoulder. Boss. It was the gray-haired handsome man I saw in the cellar. Their leader. I am Maximilian. I run things around here. 5 men have recently approached you for a task, no? Oh. The drug and kidnap the princess mission. Yeah, they all suddenly got holes in their chests, so mission failed, I guess. Those 5 were mysteriously killed last night. Wait, am I a suspect? You will tell us everything. Said Maximilian in a tone that won't take no for an answer. Why yes. And so I nodded in assent. And with my shoulder still held, I was about to be taken away. Which is when? Move it. One of the Maximilian's men shoved Miss Rose aside as she was standing blankly in the way. I voiced worriedly. Do you know him? No. I shook my head as she hid away her face. I don't know him. Move along. I was then pushed to go wherever they would take me. Behind me, I could feel her gaze on me the whole way. 157 Action Spy. Like that, I was brought into the cellar. I was seated down on a chair with the underling's iron grip still on my shoulder. Around me were faces of the Doem camp. In front of me stood Maximilian. Now, the bossman looked down at me with cold eyes. Those 5 I mentioned. We found them this morning with their chests pierced through. You don't happen to know anything about that, do you? I could see traces of the blood from yesterday on the floor. I don't know anything, sir, please believe me. Then tell me, what were you doing last night? Were you not supposed to drug the princess and bring her here? Looks like he knows about that. Yes, I was indeed told to do just that. But I just couldn't. So the nerves got you. Maximilian said, his gaze turning sharper. And then, a coward like you had the audacity to carefreely stroll around in the camp. One would imagine you would go into hiding, no? He's right. Me acting like I had this morning isn't something a mob like me should have been doing. You're brilliant, Maximilian. And no, that wasn't. I really was scared and... You certainly looked fine to me. Until my men and I arrived, you looked not the least bit scared. Now, you will speak what you know. Maximilian drew his knife. The sharp blade glinted in the flame of the soul lamp. Right. So I failed. Too bad. Let's kill them now. I was about to go shadow mode and unleash slime hell on them when I sensed her coming. Not a moment later, the lamp went dark. Someone's there. She had arrived. Wearing a pitch-black slime bodysuit, with her slime sword, she launched a fierce attack towards Maximilian. Damn you! Maximilian also reacted fast to the sudden assault. He quickly turned and avoided the blade coming for his neck, then jumped back to take distance. It wasn't a perfect dodge however, as blood gushed from his shoulder. Bastard! You must be... Owl. And you're a woman. She didn't answer. Some of the other men were already down on the floor near her. She's gotten more skilled. Humph, seems you've made it easier for me. Maximilian took out a sword from a crate. He fell into a loose stance and observed his opponent. Yup, he's somewhat skilled too. Surround her. The remaining men also found swords and did as their boss had commanded. If they'd been holding guns instead of blades, it would have been like some spy movie action scene. So exciting. I gulped in anticipation. And Maximilian made the first move. He quickly closed the distance and thrust his sword. The point didn't reach her, as she had swiftly evaded with a half-step and cut down a man who came from behind her. As she did, Maximilian made his next move. The man's swordplay was sharp and precise. No risky, flamboyant movements. A logical sword. I didn't think I'd see this sort of sword in Oriana of all places. The kingdom of Oriana had a culture of looking down on magi swordsmanship. The magi swordsmen of this country were either people of the lowest caste, or foreign mercenaries. So what martial art does the high class practice, you ask? It's called blade dancing. Yes, that's right, I said dancing. They take a sword, and they dance with it. Imagine figure skating while holding a sword, that's basically what it amounts to. Being the country of art, in Oriana, they hold blade dancing duels and victory goes to the most beautiful dance. It goes without saying that blade dancing is total weak sauce in a real fight. But for the people here, it seems that beauty is strength. I mean, I can see how it could make sense, but beauty is in the eye of the beholder, as they say. Whatever. Basically, this is why I was surprised with Maximilian's swordplay. It made sense. At the very least, it made sense not in the Oriana Kingdom way. One could claim it's the start of a new era for the nation. He was using such a sword to assail Owl. Sword sparks lit up moments of the dark cellar, and he was landing glancing strikes on the girl's bodysuit. Maximilian was using numbers to his advantage to give her no space to maneuver. Give up while you can. You will not win. Hey, things aren't looking too good for her. He's a handsome guy after all. As I was thinking that, she made her attack. Maximilian easily dodged, as he had much more space to work with. He was taking full advantage of the stage. He was far enough that the slash wouldn't reach. Yet, suddenly her sword extended. If Maximilian hadn't craned his neck to dodge, his face would have had a hole in it. The slime sword only grazed him, and blood flowed from his cheek. Maximilian had barely dodged, but that position broke his balance and he had to step further back. Taking advantage of the inattention, the girl swept away the men around her, cut down the cellar door and ran out. After her. Now. Maximilian roared, and his remaining man chased after her. Boss, what do we do with the kid? One of them said, noticing me. Owl takes priority. We won't need him anymore if we can capture her. Do not let her get away. Saying that, Maximilian also ran out. Suddenly, I was the only person in the whole cellar. What to do? Things were getting rather busy upstairs. 158 cut down anything. It'd been much too soon to make her move. Rose ran across the camp hallways, still sensing pursuers behind her. Her mission was to take Clara, the flag of the Royalists, and deliver her to her faction's army waiting outside of the city. Originally, that role had belonged to Rose herself. However, currently, Rose couldn't be considered an ally of Oriana under any pretense. She was, after all, the traitor who murdered their king. The public already knew Rose as such. She held no ability to lead her people anymore. She could only remain in the shadows, never to return. But she still wished to devote herself to her country. For that reason, she had volunteered to take part on this mission. To use her life for her people. But then, he had appeared suddenly. Cid Kagenou. The boy she had once wished to spend her life with. That boy had worried for her, going so far as to travel to Oriana. When she learned of that fact, the emotions hidden in her heart became turbulent. The happiness that he had sought her out. The regret that she had caused him harm. And mostly grief towards his feelings that she could no longer answer. No matter how deeply she loved him, she could no longer be with him. She was a criminal. Getting involved with her would surely lead him to misfortune. So, she had resolved herself to give up, and yet. They met. And Rose's feelings were raging to point of pain. She wanted to dive into his chest without a care. But she couldn't. For after the momentary bliss, only cruel, merciless reality. Thus, no matter how it tore apart her here, Rose told him clear words of parting. And it was supposed to be over with that, it was. Until Maximilian took him. The inside of Rose's head had went blank. Maximilian was a dangerous man. He was one of the named children of the Order of Diabolos and held the title Cold Blood. He was also allied to Doem, who held the reins of the anti-royalist faction. On the face of it, he was one of Doem's underlings, but within the order, their positions were that of equals. As such, they were fellow competitors. Word was that, based on the results of their occupation of Oriana, one of them may get promoted to a seat of the rounds. In other words, even they were underlings to a degree. A knight of the rounds apparently also has a hand in Oriana's current turmoil, one Sir Mordred. Shadow Garden has been scouring everywhere for this Sir Mordred, without any results. But this man held a very prominent position within the order, that is known for certain. The aim of Shadow Garden is to find and eliminate him. To do that, Shadow Garden has been aiding the Royalists take back Oriana so as to drive the Doem faction to a corner. Which evidently leads Rose's own goal of protecting her country. Rose was well aware of her duty. She was. But before she had realized, she had already drawn her sword at Maximilian. I can't. I should still bide my time. I need to find Clara and take her out of here. No matter how much she tried to reason with herself, her feelings had won out overwhelmingly. I've got to save him. Which leads us to the present. Surely, soon enough, the whole camp would know that Owl had infiltrated the premises. Rose was still worried whether her sister Clara would believe in her. Plus, the matter of the traitor among those around the princess. Rose had wanted to eliminate that danger before contacting Clara, that wouldn't be happening now. There she is. Over here. Behind her were Maximilian's men, and in front of her stood armed guards. Never stopping, Rose readied her black blade. Ha ha ha. Cutting down any obstacle. 159 Beacon of Revolt. The camp was in a frenzy. Guards were running every which way, and sounds of destruction could be heard from the courtyard and halls. Clara, who was in her private quarters, spoke. Is it true that the owl has appeared? The princess's pink blonde hair shook in the cold wind. It appears so, milady. For some time now, the guards have been shouting that they'd found this owl, said Gin standing at her side. Right. Meaning that owl was in a bad situation. While they usually opted on the side of caution, it might also be prudent to see this as an opportunity. Clara had to make a decision now. For Oriana, and for the loyal retainers who had followed her all this time. What do you all think we should do? She queried the people of the royalist faction surrounding her. We must save the owl and escape together. We will surely be able to join back with the army. We don't yet know whether this owl is enemy or ally. We should wait and see. The guards are all busy outside. We have to make our move now or never. We mustn't make rash decisions. Think of the greater cause. Her retainers staunchly voiced their respective stances. Gin said calmly, we must have caution. We do not know if Owl is an ally. And even if we do save him, there is no guarantee we can escape the camp with his aid. Then, they all turned to Clara. Your Highness, what do you wish to do? And demanded her decision. Clara felt her chest tighten as if her heart was being squeezed. She glanced around the room, looking at each of her people's faces. More of them favored the wait-and-see approach. It was a matter of course. They wouldn't have a second chance. Failure most assuredly meant death. And Clara understood that the chance of success was not favorable. Still. If they don't act now, would they even get another chance so opportune? As things stood, they were on the palm of Doem's hand. Who knew if they'd all be sent for the guillotine tomorrow? Was it really fine to let go of this chance in uncertain hopes for the next? Had those who wanted to wait not realized that the chances of a similar event happening were exceedingly low? Clara closed her eyes and contemplated. Her hands felt awful with sweat. Perhaps it was that these people had gotten too accustomed to the camp? She was sure they had a stronger sense of danger during the time when they were first put here. They no longer had the leisure of choosing their opportunity, was what Clara believed. Then again, Clara once again looked at the faces of her people. Yes, most did want to wait. They were older and better experienced, they were the majority. Clara was but a lass of 15. Weren't their opinions more learned and wiser than her own? Furthermore, were she to ignore the majority outright, wouldn't they doubt her judgment as a liege? And if that happened, the royalist faction would fracture. Yes, Clara should just listen. Yes, if she listens, then they won't. I believe we should. Your Highness. A man had spoken up, interrupting her. He was a man in his middle years, a man with skin bronzed by years of work under the sun. Listening to everyone's opinion is good. But you shouldn't stare at their faces so much. His speech was hoarse and unrefined, yet had a certain nostalgic feeling for her. Bat, Clara spoke his name. He was the gardener that Clara had known since childhood. He knew neither politics, not war. What he could do, and do well, was make the royal gardens a stunning sight to see. Yet it was his words that rang most true for her. Recently, she'd developed a habit of checking everyone's faces and expressions. She wasn't confident in herself. She was scared. She wanted to rely on something outside herself. Gardener. Milady didn't ask your words. Gin glared at Bat. Stop that. He too is one of us. How so? He's a mere gardener. What can he do? He is because he's here. A mere gardener had no reason to follow me here. And yet Bat did. Because he too believed in me. So what if he did? It would be foolish to glean a gardener's wisdom. I said stop, Gin. Not another word about that. Clara and Gin locked eyes. Gin looked away first. My apologies, milady. It's fine. I know you always mean the best for us. Saying that, Clara once again gathered her thoughts. She went to the root of it. What was her goal? What did she want to accomplish? For a single instant, she remembered her childhood, where she, Bat and her sister played together in the beautiful royal gardens. If it was her, she would. We will help Owl, and escape. This is our chance, we must give it everything. Glancing at Bat, she saw him smiling. Very well. Men, you've followed Princess Clara until now, what say you? Are you ready? Ready as can be. We've been waiting patiently for this very day. Let us show those usurpers they can't hold us down. The men all stood. From a secret compartment in the wall, they picked up hidden weapons. Even Clara received a sword of her own. She couldn't use it, of course. But just the act of her holding a blade had meaning in itself. Now, let us raise the beacon of revolt. The daily life in the camp ended at this moment. 160 I can hear him, but from where? By the time I climbed upstairs, what I saw was as expected, chaos. Our run and hide. They got swords. No, we gotta escape, ya dingus. It's now or never. The numerous prisoners in the courtyard were shoving over one another. I was caught up by the wave of feet and trampled. And splendidly at that. Very mob. Woof. Agagagaaa. Oh, this kind of reminds me of newscasts where they report people dying in mosh pits and such. I wouldn't though. Ugh. Elg. Buffo. I was kicked around like a soccer ball and spat blood everywhere. And once the storm passed, I lay there like a piece of driftwood. Wah? CCID? What happened? While I was sated of my mobbly desires, Clara came and shook me awake. Ugh, my head. Oh, thank goodness you're alive. I'm so sorry, you got swept up again because of our... She propped me up against an unpopulated wall. Don't fret, I'll come back for you soon. For now, I have to complete my duty. She then stood up and turned her eyes towards the courtyard. She was watching the royalists, her people, holding weapons and fighting the camp guards. Show no mercy. We're getting out of here. Move your feet, time is of the essence. Swinging their swords, they cut down their captors. And it wasn't only those of the royalist faction that were fighting there. Even the rabble, who didn't belong to any faction, were taking the opportunity to give the guards a piece of their fists. Fuck. Where'd they get those weapons? This isn't looking good, call in reinforcements. Clearly outnumbered, the guards were quickly losing ground. To the eye, it seemed that the royalists had the upper hand in this field. However, I was sensing a large number of people approaching from outside the walls. Most likely, reinforcements for the guards. Some of them were magi swords too. Magi swords are going to snuff out this riot instantly. All the camp prisoners had mana-sealing collars, after all. A magi sword against an ordinary civilian is like pitting an adult against a child. The child being the certain loser. Good. We're pushing them back. Now, let's get the owl and we can. And then, mere moments before they had overpowered the guards, the gates to the outside opened, revealing armed reinforcements charged with suppressing them. Halt! Drop your weapons and surrender. Huh? Reinforcements? Why now? This is bad. We didn't expect them so soon. Yet, I also felt like they got here a bit too fast. But now that it's happened, the tables were all but turned. No, we should have more time still. So why? Clara's face was that of frustration. Looks like she also didn't expect to be stopped at this point. In trained movements, the newly arrived guards encircled the premises. Weary innocent. The factionless who had been going with the flow, all gave up instantly. That's right, we weren't planning to. And they were so lively just minutes before. Anyway, only the royalists still looked like they had some fight in them. Their faces were grim one and all, but nevertheless kept a hold on their weapons. Final warning, drop your weapons, said a man who seemed to be the head guard. The royalists still wanted to fight, but they had no chance. Sorry Cid. I need to go. Clara whispered to me. Then she stood up, firmed her resolve, and stepped forward as the royalist leader. And it ended just like that, or so it should have. Making sure no one was watching, I made my own preparations. Everyone, that's enough. Standing in front of her loyal retainers, Clara spoke. And that's when I, erasing my presence, used super speed and took on Shadow's voice. Seems the fight is over. Shadow's voice resounded from everywhere. Hey? What was that? Who's there? Show yourself. I can hear him, but from where? With my presence completely concealed, no one here should see me. Do you not have a duty to fulfill? This is exactly what I wanted to do. The moment when all hope seems lost, a voice from the shadows makes its entrance. What is going on? Is that the owl? No, that isn't owl. Just find him. He's got to be close. The rabble are going into a slow panic. Nice. Know that your sister still fights. So long as you don't falter, surely you will reunite. My sister? Wait, who are you? I replied with power in my voice. My name is Shadow. I lurk in the shadows, hunting the shadows. Your Shadow? The one who appeared at the God of War festival. Shadow? The man said to have defeated Beatrix, that Shadow. There's no way. Why the hell would Shadow be here? Shadow being here means, isn't Shadow Garden allied with the royals? Yes, Yes, hype it up. If you lack power, let me loosen your shackles. I said, launching the many pieces of slime I prepared underground, and breaking every single mana sealer at once. The collar. But how, it's completely destroyed. So it's true, he really is Shadow, why? No, this is our chance. As the hundreds of collars broke and fell, I said some final words. Struggle, fight. Grasp your fate with your own two hands. I then let off explosive mana, dyeing the courtyard a brilliant purple. 161 my time to shine? So began the counterattack. The men of the royalist faction surged up their mana and began attacking the guards. Triple tornado slash. They shouted out their special move names like the above. This one apparently required you to spin in the air 3 times before swiping down your sword. The whole thing looked extremely retarded, but that's what magi swords be. The guards weren't falling behind much either. Sway back spin. Yelled another man, dodging a thrust from a guard. Right, good dodge, I'll give you that. But do you have to keep spinning like a ballerina? Both offense and defense seem to involve loss of dance and rhythm. I mean, sure, as an enterprising power in the shadows, I too put value in the performance, but too much is careless and unnecessary. Butterfly step. Death spiral. It seems shouting out the name each and every time is also part of it. Let's just say it's like the men, coat, in kendo. The type of strength I'm going for is completely different from what they consider strength, but actually witnessing it is sort of refreshing in a way. Just goes to how that everyone has a different way they see fighting. As a matter of fact, even though it looks to me like they're messing around, they're all completely serious. But along with actually winning, they also try to present beauty in their sword. For them, true victory consists of also beating the opponent in style. They have mutual rules that both parties agreed to adhere to. So honestly, I shouldn't make fun of it too much. Anything goes in a fight, and might is right, that is my way. That is how I choose to fight. But that shouldn't mean I can just deny any other forms of fighting. It's been a long time since I had a chance to observe a style so different from my own. It's exciting. Go for it. Yeah, you too, enemy team. Nice, now, a swift kick to the balls. What are you doing spinning there, go for the nuts. Arg, fine, then stab the eyes, now's your chance. Stop spinning already, what the hell man. Sink your teeth in, right in the jugular. Damn, he keeps spinning, fine, you do you. Hey, maybe striking the crotch and eyes are forbidden or something. Can't you bend the rules a bit, and do it stylistically? This kind of reminds me of the martial arts tourneys I used to watch on New Year's TV. I was young and immature back then. Oh, hey, it's almost the end of the year here too. As I was ruminating in my thoughts, the tide of battle had once again shifted in favor of the royalists. Most of the guards are down. They aren't all severely injured but mostly exhausted of their stamina. With all that spinning, why am I not surprised? Also, the royalist guys aren't delivering any finishing blows to the downed enemies. What, is that supposed to be some kind of chivalry on their part? Like medieval knights, or Sengoku samurai? I don't really get it, but they seem to have a way of the blade dancer. Perhaps these blade dancers have developed a style of fighting much more civilized than the rest of the world. If all wars were fought this way, world peace might have been a lot less of a problem. I wouldn't like it though. I love the kind of world where pure and unadulterated violence beats all. What I was witnessing currently was frankly a bit too white dove for me. Okay, looks like it's over. Victory for Oriana. Now, you shall stand aside. Damn you. We won, we really won, Clara sighed in relief. Yup, all's well that ends well. Wait, now that I think about it, I didn't get much time to shine. Ah well, it's just a concentration camp event. I'll be sure to get more chances once outside. Maybe. So while I was considering making a forced appearance anyway, one man made his move. This farce has gone on long enough. He, one of the royalist guys, muttered and then suddenly cut down one of his allies. The middle-aged man who was slashed down his back collapsed to the ground. Bat. Stay with me, Bat. Clara screamed and ran over to the downed man. Gin. What, why, she thundered at the man who cut one of their own. He was an obstacle for my goals. That goes for you too, milady. Gin, I don't understand. Then let me show you. He then pointed the tip of his sword at Clara's neck. I don't plan on giving my life for a clueless lass like you. And no, Gin, you told me, you said that you believed in me. Well, I lied. You don't have the right to rule over others. Didn't you know? All your so-called subordinates laugh behind your back every time you look at their faces for confirmation. They call you the idiot, yes girl. After listening to his jeers, Clara held her head down in shame. Right, I should come out sometime soon. And then. Good work, Gin, said the grey-haired man Maximilian. 162 The ringleader is here? Thick clouds had blocked the sun, and a light flurry had begun. I did it for my own purposes. Following you is at least better than listening to this foolish girl. Very well. I do not care either way, so long as you do as you are told. I'm expecting to be well compensated once Lord Doem gains the country. That you will. Clara could only stare in mute shock as Gin and Maximilian casually conversed. She thought, if it was my sister, something like this would have never happened. If in her place it was Rose, as originally intended, they wouldn't have suffered so many cruel betrayals. Because her sister was strong, dependable, and so people believed in her. Clara couldn't become like that no matter how much she tried. Because she wasn't strong, Gin had betrayed her. Because she wasn't strong, Bat was cut down. And now, they were at the end of their rope. It should have been her, not me. Wasn't that the root cause? She, a girl who knew nothing, couldn't have stood leading others. Her sister would have at least suspected Gin. Even she had heard talk that a traitor may be in their midst. But she couldn't even imagine that it'd be Gin, this man who'd served her family for so long. Thinking back, there were many points where he seemed to be scheming something, but she'd waved those thoughts away as imaginings. Her people had fought so hard, and they'd even gotten aid from Shadow. Yet, she still lost. Clara was already shedding tears. She felt horrible for the people who'd put their trust in her, she felt horrible for Bat. Do you see this, Owl? Reveal yourself now. That is, if you care for the fate of this girl. Only Maximilian spoke in the courtyard slowly filling with snow. The wind grew stronger and the snowfall increased along with it, creating a curtain of white. There is no one else to lead the royalists once this girl dies. After all her other bloodkin are gone. Blood, that's right, blood. Maximilian was right. Clara was only chosen for her royal blood, not because she was a good leader. Still, there were those who genuinely believed in her, and stayed with her. Clara wiped away her tears and looked at the cold ground where Bat lay. The blood that had spread out from under him colored the snow red as it fell. His back was slowly moving. He was still alive. She might still be able to save him. So, the fight, Clara's fight wasn't over yet. I will wait 10 more seconds. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. Clara began thinking. What can she do? Something, anything, she just needed to find. 5. 4. 3. Clara looked around herself, and then she noticed something. Behind Maximilian stood a man of the Doem camp. The man who had warned her about the traitor among her people. He was looking at Clara, he was awaiting her order to strike. Clara nodded. Yes, there was still someone who believed in her. 2. 1. Maximilian stopped counting. What is the meaning of this, Zack? Zack was holding a knife at Maximilian's throat. See that gardener lying bloody over there? That's my pops. Zack spoke with wrath wreathing his voice. Oh, so you were our traitor after all. Perhaps a survivor of the secret royal guard? I recall they were all executed. I'm still a trainee. A weakling then. I should have been more thorough, I suppose. I might be weak compared to you. But even us weaklings have ways to fight. Now, kindly let Her Highness free, boss. Zack had her knife at Maximilian's neck, which Gin had his sword at Clara's. I wonder, should I? Said Maximilian in a bored sigh. 163 Sigh, really didn't want to make a scene, man. I didn't quite plan on making a scene, quite frankly. Maximilian took in his surroundings with just moving his eyes. He saw Clara at Gin's mercy, Bat bloodied and laying still, and of course, the knife at his own throat. Well, aren't you calm? I can slit your throat anytime I want, buddy. Cuckoo. I suppose you think you have the upper hand now. Sad to say, I don't quite see it like that. You ain't making sense. My only concern is how much of my power I should reveal to you lot. I'd sincerely wanted to end this maintaining the face of a minor villain. The face of a minor villain? Wait, so you're involved with them, the real evil lurking in the shadows. Zack took a quick glance at the black-haired boy laying propped up a side wall. Oh. Zack, you seem to know something you shouldn't, how unfortunate. Unfortunate. Yes, indeed very unfortunate, since now I must kill everyone here. What? Suddenly, Maximilian had vanished. Having lost sight of his mortal foe, Zack's knife was now stuck in thin air. The next instant, snow flurried upwards and blood rained down. Gah! Multiple bodies fell to the white ground, dyeing it red. At the center of them stood Maximilian with a sinister smile. He flicked his sword to shed off the blood. Why you cut your own allies? Clara uttered in shock. The ones that Maximilian had cut down were indeed the guards and other member of the Doem camp. Indeed. They were closer as well as complacent. If I must kill everyone other than you, then the order matters not much. Maximilian said easily with a shrug of his shoulders. What, in the blazes? I'm on your SI. You're no exception, Gin. Gin's head flew. Warm blood spray hit Clara's face, and the sword at her own neck clattered to the ground. Slowly, Gin's headless body fell backwards. And no. Gin. Clara fell on her arse trying to move away. Just when they were supposed to be at a standstill, the situation had changed instantly and dramatically. Prisoner and guard alike had been cut down without distinction, as if their lives held no value whatsoever. They'd fallen powerlessly all by the hand of one man. What kind of monster are you? Me a monster? Surely I'm but a simple criminal, put here as punishment for my crimes. Just your average prisoner. There's no way, you're no prisoner. Kukiku, whatever do you mean? Maximilian looked down gleefully at Clara. Fucking L. Your Highness, please run. Zack picked up the sword Gin had dropped. And without delay, he charged at Maximilian. I plan to leave you for last. Maximilian's form blurred, and Zack's blade struck only air. Then. Gah. Zack was knocked off his feet. Blood sprayed from his back. Zack. Clara screamed. Zack fell on the snow in agony. Yes, I will kill you last. Writhe in agony and watch. I will now begin calling all your comrades. I will bring you royalists true despair. Clara's retainers stood before her. Lady Clara, you must escape. Their trembling swords told all too well their fear. All of them knew they wouldn't survive Maximilian's slaughter. Right, suppose I shall take my time with this. Come out now, owl. The more you hide, so much more will they die. Come out if you wish to save them. If you can defeat me, that is. Maximilian looked over each of Clara's people one by one. Clara was shaking in the knees, desperate to escape. As for Zack, he, despite his carved back, was crawling along the snow. He sought only one thing. To go where he lay, at one corner of courtyard, the black-haired boy. Please. Even as blood dripped out from his mouth, Zack clawed the snow with trembling fingers so as to approach the boy. Please, you're our last hope. As for the boy, he was already half covered in snow. Just, do something, whatever your goals are, just help us, for now. Finally, Zack reached where the boy lay. I'm begging ye, just save her high. He swiped away the snow covering the boy. And saw. Hey! Only a lump of black slime taking his shape. A vast burst of mana shook the earth. 164 The power of Diabolos. Violet mana tinted the blizzard sky. What monstrous mana! Maximilian grimaced feeling the raw blast of mana. In the middle of the snowstorm, one man landed onto the ground before him. A man in a jet black long coat. He wore a deep hood, and covered his face in a mask. He was. My name is Shadow. I lurk in the shadows, hunting the shadows. A voice as if from the depths of the abyss. Your Shadow. Shadow Garden was a recognized threat to the Order. An hidden organization that boldly opposed them. They had exposed the existence of the Order to the world. They couldn't be taken lightly. Even the combat potential of Shadow Garden rivaled that of the Order. Their leadership, known as the Seven, are rumored to house individuals of equal measure to a Knight of the Rounds. And within this shadowy organization, most mysterious of all was the man Shadow himself. Every member of the Order said to have fought him had been eliminated, and the only places he'd been witnessed, to date, were at the Goddess Challenge and the God of War Festival. His strength was measured at undefeatable. Maximilian suddenly recalled what Doem, who had witnessed Shadow first had said, it's hard to believe that thing is even human. He's like Diabolos. No wonder he noticed our existence, Doem had rambled on like that one drunken evening. Maximilian had dismissed it as the alcohol talking. But now, after feeling that vast magic, he was starting to understand his colleague's fears. Your mana, it is certainly interesting, it far surpasses anything mere mortals can contain. And it is dense. Far denser than anything I've seen. Maximilian calmly scrutinized the mana that kept gushing out of the man like the blizzard was carrying it away. Indeed, you're as impressive as the rumors claim. Greetings, Shadow. Maximilian's lips curved upwards. Shadow still stood there coated in violet mana. I welcome you to the kingdom of Oriana. I do not know what your goals are in this land, but your luck has just run out. I am Maximilian Coldblood. I specialize in people boastful of their mana such as yourself. As such, I shall dissect you thoroughly to find how exactly you hold so much. The next moment, Maximilian disappeared. The ground settled snow surged upwards and a figure blurred into existence behind Shadow. Behind you, fool. Maximilian slashed Shadow clear down the back. He felt his sword strike. How? Shadow simply stood there, unfazed. Then, as if that attack had been an illusion, the man in black turned and faced Maximilian. Oh, were you doing something? Tisk, mono houses are always so painfully slow. Maximilian clicked his tongue and took distance. That coat must be an artifact. A good one too to have blocked my sword. I shall relieve you of it soon enough. Once again, Maximilian vanished. Over here. Maximilian was approaching from behind. But before that. Wrong way. Before Shadow could turn, Maximilian appeared from under him. Weakling. Maximilian's strikes came from all directions, and even from above, successively and without pause. Shadow couldn't even react as he was cut away at from every which way. Then finally. It is done. One last powerful blow sent Shadow to the ground. Shadow rolled on the snow before crashing on the camp wall. All artifacts have a limit to their endurance. Now your precious coat is finished. Maximilian moved his gaze from Shadow to something to the side. So you finally show yourself, Owl. At some point, a female form had been already standing where Shadow lay collapsed dressed in her pitch-black bodysuit. It was Owl. 165. Where is he? How sad, Owl. You're all but too late. Kindly, shut up. Owl turned to Maximilian. You dare. Maximilian's tone raised in ferocity. You're of no concern now. Foolish. Shadow is finished, and the same fate awaits you next. You don't seem to realize that you've been played. Played. Lord Shadow, please allow me a question. Owl asked Shadow, who was buried rebel. You may. Shadow answered after a pause. Violet mana then blew away the debris, and Shadow slowly stood up. You. So you have that much power still. Maximilian was half in a panic, but in contrast, Owl was calmness itself. Sir, why do you not show your true power? I wished to fully judge the power of that man. For reference, as it were. For reference. I understand now. I have one more thing I must ask. Owl asked with a tinge of anger in her tone. Shadow nodded his assent. What is the meaning of this? Owl blew the snow at her feet away with her sword. The powdery white pulled away to reveal a black form. This was the lump of slime that had taken the form of Cid Kagenou. Please answer truthfully. Cid, where is Cid? Owl roared as if to overpower the howl of the blizzard around them. Her voice contained fierce resolve. That voice, Clara stared at Owl as if to ascertain something. Owl's attention was wholly towards Shadow, however. Shadow took a moment before answering. Cid is safe. But where is he? Must you know? Shadow and Owl stared at one another for some time. A silent tension rising between them. Then. You have saved my life, granted me power, and have shown me the path I must tread. I do not want to doubt you. So I shall trust those words. But. Owl paused her words to glare sharply at Shadow. If the words you said are false. If you've put Cid in danger. I will not forgive you. Shadow gave Owl a sidelong glance. I do not need your forgiveness. Regardless of what you may learn or think of me, my path shall not waver. Owl narrowed her eyes to that. Now. I shall return to the fight. Shadow looked away from her, and silently drew his sword. I shall return to my mission as well. Owl approached Clara. Princess Clara. My charge is to deliver you to the royalist base of operations. Owl, you. I heard say that our people had a secret plan. Is that your role in all this? I am not alone. We are currently aiding your faction. I had wanted to provide a proper explanation, but time is of the essence. Please follow me, this may be our last chance to leave the capital. Clara stared at the hand Owl had offered. Are you? No, never mind. Let us go, I will trust you. Your Highness, are you sure it's safe to trust her? Her retainers were agitated. I am. After all, she should be much more. Clara's voice petered off on that line of thought. Then please follow after me. We will be heading underground and meet allies en route. Owl hoisted Bat onto her back and headed for the camp gates. Halt! You will not pass me. Maximilian was about to charge at Owl. Which was when a powerful bloodlust assailed him to the core, halting him in place. What, this is unreal. Maximilian jumped from his spot in a panic. But can you pass me? This bloodlust that seemed to cause tremors in the earth was of course that of Shadow. He had managed to arrest Maximilian to the spot with but a glare. Shadow. Maximilian glared back, rage building on his face. That was all he could do. He could only watch in spite as Owl left the premises together with the royalists. And once the last of them, Zack, was also leaving, the bloodlust became even more fierce. Zack shivered and turned around. Shadow was looking at him. Zack was dripping in sweat and repeatedly nodded at the man in black. A silent conversation seemed to take place. Then, Zack left, ran away as fast as his feet could take him. 166 Demon Lord Unleashed. Is that your plan, to intimidate me? Foolish, you don't stand a chance. Maximilian braved the out-of-this-world bloodlust and rushed at Shadow. His sword followed a straight path to the man at incredible speed. Its tip surely to pierce the throat. Yet. What? That tip was caught between Shadow's fingers. Let me bestow you some advice. Shadow spoke in a soft voice. Let go. Try as he might, Maximilian couldn't dislodge his sword from between the man's fingers. It was as if the blade was stuck into a boulder. It moved not no matter how much he pushed and pulled. Show me all your power if you don't wish for a swift death. Shadow released the sword, causing Maximilian to pitch over and fall. He quickly stood up and glowered at Shadow. You will not underestimate me. He then pulled out a red lozenge and swallowed it. Now you'll pay for that attitude. I will have you know despair. Maximilian's mana surged and his eyes were dyed blood red. Behold, it is your death that will be swift. Maximilian blurred. He was suddenly behind Shadow. An afterimage. A slash faster than sound cut Shadow from behind. It wasn't able to cut through Shadow's long coat. Shadow turned around. Faster than that, Maximilian once again blurred. That too an afterimage. Yet again, Maximilian cut Shadow from behind. As I thought, you have no means of reacting to my speed. Yes, that is inevitable. I am not your average awakened, I'll have you know. Seeing how slowly Shadow was turning back, Maximilian spoke. I am no 3RD, I am a 2ND. He sneered and blurred once again. Slow. You're too slow, Shadow. Now taste the power of a true second of the order. Maximilian's voice came from all directions. Relentlessly, he made slash after slash upon Shadow. His afterimages seemed to be everywhere as he did. This is my sword, the cold blood kaleidoscope. The myriad Maximilians in the fierce blizzard truly appeared as if he came out of a cold and deadly kaleidoscope. Soon enough, that artifact of yours will be exhausted. That will be your end. The endless slashes had numbered to more than 1,000 now. Shadow couldn't do a thing, he just stood there and took it. Each slash caused the snow to jump, turning everything white. And finally, it ended. Huff, huff, fool. Maximilian wrested control of his breathing. The ground around him was gouged. Cold blood kaleidoscope tended to have that effect on the landscape. It was impossible to stay standing after a relentless onslaught like that. Maximilian was about to sheath his sword, when... What? Beyond the veil of snow, stood a form. As the uplifted snow slowly drifted back to the ground, the identity of the form was made clear. It's not possible. That form was of course Shadow. Shadow was standing there, having withstood cold blood kaleidoscope without injury. Without a scratch on him, the man in black stood as if the fierce rush from just now was but an illusion. How are you uninjured after my cold blood kaleidoscope? This is impossible, no artifact like that could exist. Artifact? Might you be curious about this? Shadow said, indicating his garment. There's no other way. I am stronger than the likes of you. Just because you have that ridiculous artifact, don't think. This is no artifact. It is made of slime. That is absurd. No slime can withstand what I did. Correct. By itself slime is very weak as material. However, what would happen if it were to be infused with mana of incredible proportions? Idiocy. Indeed, slimes are said to have high mana conductivity. However, handling it as material is impossible. The mana paths aren't even similar to that of a human's. All too true. In that case, what if we mix in human flesh? Combining a great number of slimes with one's own flesh. It is similar to attempting to mix oil and water. But it is possible to fuse them using mana. Impossible, you merged human mana paths with that of a monster. You would need an unimaginable level of control to achieve such a feat. Verily. To my knowledge, those in this world who can perform such a task is I and I alone. Why you lie? You lying scoundrel, do you think I will believe that? Oh? Even if I show you this. Shadow's long coat warped. Within the white blizzard, the jet-black garment expanded to both sides like wings. No, they were wings. Jet-black wings like that of the devil had manifested out of the coat. That isn't, no, that's not. Maximilian could think of only one material able to change shape so freely. Slime. And nothing else. Monster, you're no human, you monster. His expression warping, Maximilian rushed at Shadow. However, the blazing speed of his sword was easily stopped by the now transformed devil wings. Slow. And no, you can't react to my speed. Despair dyed Maximilian's face. The pair of wings had split into four. They flapped once, allowing Shadow to be lifted into the air. Maximilian was speechless. Know this. The quantity of my mana is not so different from your own. Jet black wings flapped in the white blizzard sky. If well compressed, it only appears hundredfold more powerful when released. I simply do that whenever I use it, like so. Shadow gathered mana in his wings. The violet mana collected on the wings and appeared as small feathers. Hi! Monster, no, demon lord. Quality easily trumps quantity when it concerns mana. And quality comes from control. To that end, the amount of control you can exert while you release, determines everything. Those feathers, were beautiful yet cruel as the devil himself. IAM. Atomic rain. As they fell on Maximilian. Violet mana rain dwarfed the raging snowstorm. Its light enveloped Maximilian, erased the snow and swallowed up everything. As it fizzled out, having ended everything, only a large crater remained where the walled camp once stood. All was quiet for a time. Then, the jet black wings flapped, taking their bearer high into the snowy sky. 167 Mordred. Rose was quite familiar with the intricate underground escape tunnels under the capital. After all, she'd been taught how to navigate them if it ever came to it. However, these tunnels were not connected to the concentration camp, and so, the other members of her squad had patiently dug a hole nearby to connect to it. Rose, Clara, and several others were now walking along those tunnels having jumped down the hole. Shadow would have ample strength to deal with Maximilian. Rose couldn't imagine Shadow losing to him. If there wasn't that issue considering Cid, she would have trusted him fully even. She might have even been in awe and respected Shadow for his strength alone. But Cid, was he truly in a safe place? It was worrying. But for now, she just had to trust that Shadow wasn't lying. She couldn't abandon her duty and go searching for Cid. Still, if Cid really was safe as Shadow claimed, it raised even more question. Why was that slime there? What reason did Shadow have to make a faux Cid? Rose didn't understand. Could it be Cid and Shadow were connected somehow? Rose thought back on her image of Cid. She couldn't see anything about him that would be related to Shadow. Before long, they had made it to the location where her squad members would be waiting. Small hole leading to the surface was the only source of light in these tunnels. There was a figure in black propped up against a wall. 664. Rose let down bat from her back and slowly approached the figure. Where is 665? What? The woman in black who was sitting with her back to the wall was definitely her squad leader, 664. She was injured. Blood had drenched the wall behind her. 664? What happened here? Rose quickly crouched down to her. Said 664 in a weak voice. She was breathing, at least. I'll help you right now. 666. And then, something came. From a direction where no one was supposed to be, one man suddenly came walking. What? He had practically no presence. Rose couldn't comprehend how he'd appeared as if from thin air. It was almost as if he was there all along. Seems Maximilian failed, said the man, looking at Clara and her troop. It was a cold voice. He was a tall man, with hair white as snow swept to the back of his head. He had a sort of chilling beauty to him. 665. Rose's cry echoed into the tunnels. The man was holding 665 in one hand. She was a disappointment too, he said as he threw down the beaten woman at Rose's feet. Rose quickly caught 665 as she fell and checked her breathing. Ugh. She was unconscious but breathing, yes. I'll make you pay. Stop, don't fight him, 666. 664 cried out to her as she was drawing her sword. Why? You can't beat him, he is Mordred. Rose was aghast and stared at the man, who in turn gave her a curt bow. I am indeed Mordred. It is a pleasure. Princess Rose. Behind Rose, the people following Clara stirred. Rose asked Clara to lead them a safe distance away. You have the wrong person. I see, if that is how you want it, I shall comply. Rose glowered at Mordred, who in turn looked at her with a bemused expression. Shadow Garden, so the organization opposing us has come here too. Rather than the Key of the Oriana, I personally find you bunch much more interesting. Key of Oriana. Did Shadow Garden not intervene in this war for the sake of obtaining the key? Oh, perhaps you didn't know. Rose didn't answer. She had become a member of Shadow Garden, but that didn't mean she knew everything. Shadow Garden was a large organization. The 7 who lead them all held unbelievable strength, and the special forces known as the Numbers all had strength equal or surpassing that of Rose. Rose was only a single cog in the machine. Still, this Key of Oriana seemed to be something that could concern her personally. Would they fill her in on it if she asked? I will not reveal anything. We need to be somewhere. They had many injured. Mordred was clearly stronger than she could handle, but she could at least buy time for them. Rose drew her sword. Don't fight, leave me and go. Leader. Why yet, I'm your squad leader, and that's an order. 664 Weekly got to her feet and stood in front of Rose. Mordred observed the two with cold eyes. I am interested in Shadow Garden, as I've said. Much more so than the key. So you will block our path. As one of the order, I mustn't let you run free. But I believe letting you go now would be quite beneficial to me. Meaning? My interest in Shadow Garden is quite deep. I'm specifically interested in your leadership, the 7. Mordred said with a cold grin. Yes, she was quite enjoyable indeed. Enjoyable? Yes, very. So much that I'm willing to let you go past me. Mordred retrieved something from his pocket. As he opened his palm, something drifted down from it. Bright like spring water, they were strands of hair. And Rose happened to know someone with such beautiful and strange hair. Wait, that clear spring water hair was that of Epsilon. She was, quite enjoyable. Cuckoo, Mordred chortled. Go on, pass at your leisure. The Doem faction and royalists will clash soon enough. However, this is not your ordinary civil war. Mordred was beginning to shimmer into the background. This is a proxy war between the Order and Shadow Garden, how fun. He disappeared, leaving only dry laughter. So that's, Mordred. It will become an increasingly difficult battle with him around, Rose thought. Chapter 168 What were ideal powers in shadows in my mind? Part 1. As some readers had posted links of Chapter 113 Chapter 167 translated by other translators under the last chapter, hope you enjoy, I decided to translate from Chapter 168. Then I want to apologize for my translation quality. Many readers had complained that my translation was much like MTL, some comments are complete insults. Sorry, I'm not a native English speaker, and actually I'm not that good at English. This time Star River helped proofread this chapter, and I hope that you can have a better reading experience this time. I will also try my best to improve my English. Still, thanks for all the support. I will continue to share interesting Japanese novels with you. I pondered the question as I flew in the snowstorm with my slime wing. The battle between Maximilian and me was coming to an end. Concentration camp was destroyed in the shock from the explosion of the atomic bomb. A thought suddenly struck me. Was I right? Was I expecting such powers in the shadows? I recalled what powers in the shadows had done before. I was playing the role of the powers in the shadows I imagined. It should be like that. But, why? I felt that I was not satisfied with something. What was that on earth? At the same time, there was something going off the rails. No, was that because feeling dissatisfied had become my inertial thinking? I didn't know why. But what I only knew was that I had a strong sense of dissatisfaction. I wanted to be what kind of powers in the shadows before I reincarnated? My mind traveled back to the past, and then I knew the reason. Whatever. If only I could be like powers in the shadows. Therefore, there was no clear image of powers in the shadows in my mind. Because the image of powers in the shadows I was expecting did not exist. I just behaved like powers in the shadows to a limited extent. Maybe that was why I felt dissatisfied. Is it okay to keep it? Was this a sudden thought occurring to me, or a long-existing thought? I didn't even know that. However, if I kept thinking about that, I couldn't enjoy being the powers in the shadows from the bottom of my heart. I have to do something. I organized my thoughts about what was the most important character of powers in the shadows. I took the simple, less complicated way to explore the nature of powers in the shadows. Then I could get an answer. So I decided to become a passerby. Chapter 168 What were ideal powers in shadows in my mind? Part 2. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, never mind. I thought it's lucky that the situation in Oriana was still unstable. The thought came from a passerby who wasn't involved. What does powers in the shadows mean for a stranger? I had to do something to learn about it. Then I thought about it and kept one posture unchanged. Because I was thinking so, I didn't find that something was flying toward me and stuck on my face. Head. With the sound of bitta, something touched my face. I shook my head to get it off my face. A piece of paper, maybe it was blue by snowstorm. There was something written on it. I used my fingers to describe the words, trying to read the words soaked by snow on the paper. Young man. Fight for your country. Royalists are recruiting new soldiers. The job is simple, all you need to do is to kill our enemies. Even though you have no experience, you will be promoted rapidly with the help of your predecessors. You will get a valuable job, and there was someone promoted to captain in only 3 days. You can get a pay valuing to thousands of money. The dream of becoming a rich man will come true. Your future and your status is inestimable there. Join us, hero. Asterisk, your abilities will be tested, then we will assign you to the troops that will use your abilities to the greatest extent. I gripped the paper tightly and made a guts pose. This is what I need. I found out that there were about 10,000 people who lived in on this street and some many were waiting to be tested. Today was a sunny day and I could see the clear, just to flow and look better, blue sky. The white snow on the field was glowing because of sunshine. There were about 100 men who were dressed poorly. I pretended as if I was a young man fighting for my country and joined them. Hey guys, have you heard about that? We can be promoted to captain in only 3 days. So I've quit my job and came here. Wow, they say we can earn thousands of coins per month. I've sold my farmlands too. And even though we don't have any experience we can be promoted rapidly. Then I can mortgage my wife out. These middle-aged men who were full of muscle were talking about this job excitedly. They looked like some people doing an excellent job who were filled with dreams and hope. Welcome, everyone. You are all brave fighters of Oriana. This gigantic man, who looked like a pig, dressed as an upstart did. He smiled suspiciously, and then he said. I'm Cid Kagenou and I'm glad to see you all here. Let me welcome you to our royalists faction and then we will test your abilities. We do this so that you can show us your talent perfectly for your job. Then there was a team of ugly soldiers behind him. They didn't look like soldiers in a regular army. Hey, Cid Kagenou. I'm Quentin and I worked as a mercenary before. So I wanted to ask you, are you all a regular army? That was good. That guy Quentin looked like a vicious professional wrestler and he asked a question which a lot of people wanted to know. But I guess I had seen him before. This is a good question. But don't worry. It's an honorable noble who asked me to raise the troops. Here, this is the conscription order. Cid Kagenou gave him the conscription order and Quentin read it carefully. Oh, he really is an honorable noble and this seal is true. I believe that if we work for Cid Kagenou, we will earn a lot of money. Quentin said loudly, but he didn't show them the conscription order. Then he gave it back to Cid Kagenou. Woo, it's true? But Quentin who had experienced war has told us, so there's no problem. Maybe it's real. Fight. I said that selling my farmland was a good decision. Yet. I can redeem my wife. They started cheering loudly. Hoo, I got it. This is to prove that the monthly income is not a lie. Having a dream is not a bad thing. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Then let us start the test. It's my pleasure to invite Goldo Kinmeki-sama, who is the son of an honorable noble, to be our chief examiner for the test. Welcome to our test. Oh. Everyone cheered loudly. Goldo Kinmeki-sama wore a suit of golden armor, and looked handsome just by standing there. But I thought that that's just an illusion. Wow, his armor is made from gold. Who's that guy? Ho, how would I know? But you can feel a noble aura coming off from him. I think we can earn a lot of money if we become his follower. Impossible, is he connected to the royal family? Good times for us are coming, I'm going to become rich, even though I'm fourth child of a poor peasant's family. Goldo Kinmeki-sama was a real noble. He must be. Now, my name is Goldo Kinmeki. And just as you think, I'm going to be your examiner. We are going to test you one by one. You will be fighting with me using your specialties. First, what was it? Ah, yes. Quentin, was it? We start from me. I can tell just by looking at you that you are quite strong, aren't you? Thank you, you also look quite strong. Both of them drew their swords, and took a stance that looked theatrical. Looks like both of them are magic swordsmen. And then, both of them attacked each other in a flashy manner. It looked like an action movie, too much useless and flashy movement, but for me it looked just like a play. If you were to add sound effects it would be something like King Kinkin, Doka, Baki, Taiyudan. Or so. Whoa. Amazing. Cool. Everyone started cheering as hard as they could. I know that they should be capable of doing something like this, but it's just flashy. It doesn't seem like they are serious about it. No, it's alright, I'm a mob and the mob are not capable of detecting something like that. Their swords and magic collided creating a flashy explosion that threw the snow around them. After that, both of them put their swords down. Quentin, you are just as strong as I thought you are. You too. Okay, I'm gonna put Quentin in charge of the newcomers. Does anyone have any objections? Nobody seemed to have any objections. Although there were some other magic swordsmen, but it didn't look like there was one capable of beating Quentin. That's okay, I just have to act like a mob character and flatter him later. Quentin, as of now, you are in charge of new team of newcomers, which means you are a captain, right? Are you kidding me? He became a captain in just one day. Goldo and Quentin were acting like in a play. Yes. This troop will reward you in proportion to your worth. If you are talented, you will be rewarded. Wow. That means not only me, but other people have a chance, right? Certainly. If you work hard for your captain, you'll have an equal chance of promotion. Wow! I'm gonna get promoted and earn tons of money. Come on! Attempt the test. There are still 2 captain slots free. Ah! After watching their play, everyone became excited. Then they started to test everyone. Chapter 170 The Dream of Two Men. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, never mind. In the tent, that was brightly lit because of lamps, Goldo Kinmeki was drinking by himself. The test was over, and the sun was already sinking. On the outside, the party for the newcomers was held, even though they didn't know it could be their last meal. It tastes good. Goldo Kinmeki drank the amber-colored wine and sighed. What he was drinking now was the famous wine which was called whiskey. Mitsugashi Company, who produced the wine, had prepared a lot to create whiskey, whilst being under Great Commerce Association's protection. People started talking about this wine long before Mitsugashi Company started to sell it. And Goldo, who had some insight, was also interested in it. But Goldo was a slave, so he couldn't possibly be able to buy such expensive wine by himself. When Goldo nearly gave up, his master Cid Kagenou spent his own money to acquire it. But when he tried to drink it, he instantly spit it out, because the wine was just too strong for him. Therefore Goldo managed to get it, by a stroke of luck. Goldo disliked Cid Kagenou, but he still thought about praising him because of the wine. This wine was sold by people 10 times the list price. Goldo firmly believed that bald upstart didn't even know the truth. Goldo was drinking, when he picked up a resume. A young man's experience was written on it. Cid Kagenou came from Midgar. Goldo had fought against him earlier during the test. He guessed that he had already met him before. The test finished quickly. Goldo defeated Cid easily, who was so scared that he just stood there. When Goldo punched him, he rolled down. Then they stopped. There was no need to pay any attention to him. Cid was just an ordinary kid. But Goldo thought there was something strange about him. He was good at seeing through the strength of his opponent. Only once before had he met an opponent that he couldn't see through. I remembered him. What are you thinking about? His friend Quentin entered the tent and asked him. Party is over. No, party is not over, but I don't want to remember them, because they will all die tomorrow. Yes. They both looked gloomy. So, what are you thinking about? Ah, I am thinking about him, this young man. Goldo gave him Cid's resume. Cid Kagenou, why are you thinking about him? I fought with him in the test during the day, I think I have seen him. What kind of guy is he? He is a black-eyed ordinary kid with dark hair. The battle ended in an instant. Ah, is that the guy who fell overwhelmed flashily? Yes, did you remember him? Oh. He was just flattering me at the party. I seem to remember him, but not really. What do you think about this guy called Cid? It's just a feeling. I feel like I've fought someone like him already. I tried to think about it, and suddenly remembered it. When I thought him, it felt like I was fighting with Jimina Senin. Jimina. Quentin's look suddenly sharpened. He was the only person I couldn't see through before. I still remember that day. The day when the Sherwin Golden Dragon was defeated for the first time. Goldo shook his head. But it should be just an illusion. It's impossible for another guy like Jimina to be out there. And I only looked at him for a brief moment. Well, you are right. How could Jimina appear in this place? He is really unique. I still remember my defeat from that day. Just because we lost to that guy, our destiny was destroyed. I didn't agree with him. I don't want to admit defeat. If I don't knock down the guy, I can't take a step forward. I feel the same, but it's said that Jimina is actually the Shadow. It seems to be right. You can't defeat Shadow. Yes, I can't. Shadow can defeat both of Beatrix and Iris. Even though they did not witness the battle directly, they knew they couldn't possibly defeat the Shadow. Life is really hard. Yet. They sighed together. So, how's the plan going? Goldo asked him. The total number of newcomers is about 100. The number of guys we can probably use is 5. When they finished our plan, I will arrange them to become slaves. What about the rest? The rest can't work. They will be abandoned as expected. The plan has not changed, right? Yes. Cid Kagenou is going to rebel. Risk is high, but if he isn't lying, the rebellion have some value. If we succeed, we will become freemen again. We are going to attack the lord who betrayed the royalists tonight. Yet. The lord's name is the Count of Rajta. It seems that Rajta took tons of treasures when he betrayed the royalists. Although the royalists want to get back the treasures, they are quite far from the capital. It will take them a while. Time is short. We attack Count Rajta tonight, take all the treasures, and then flee abroad. Only during wartime can our plan succeed. This plan is inferior, something Cid Kagenou would do. But still, the risk is too high. Although it's just a small city, there are 500 regular soldiers in the city, and we only have 100 people. So we will just abandon most people tomorrow night, while taking the treasure and fleeing by ourselves. Let the abandoned ones deal with the trouble, there is no need to win. But all the abandoned people will die. I know. But we are slaves, we can only obey master's orders. We must do this if we ever want to be liberated. Quentin shouted loudly and punched the table. Sorry, I was wrong. We just need to obey the orders. After this we will be liberated and everything will be over. Goldo sighed and he gave up arguing. They kept silent for a while. The party outside was annoying and they could hear it clearly. Life is not perfect all the time. I used to believe that I can do better. Oh yeah. Hey, Quentin. What are you going to do after rebellion? What can I do? After all I'm broke, I can only earn money from the arena. So. I am going to back to the country. Then I'm planning to open a dojo. Dojo, you are? Quentin stared at Goldo's face from the side. I can finally see my limits. I've always been aiming for the pinnacle, I believed that if I never lost, I would stand on the top someday. But maybe it's just impossible. Goldo, so you've been trying not to lose, hey? Goldo squinted with a lonely smile. But people like me at least have something. That's my eyes, my ability to see through people's strength. This is what I still have left. With this I'm planning to find and cultivate some talents. See through their talent and guide them. Sounds nice, right? Yeah, it does sound pretty nice. Quentin showed him a soft smile. One day, I will train a disciple who can surpass Shadow. Then I will entrust my dreams and unfulfilled desires to him. Quentin, do you want to join me? Goldo blushed and scratched his face. Who? Quentin laughed. Give me some wine. Goldo repoured the amber whiskey into his glass and handed it to Quentin. Quentin drank it all at once. Cough, cough. He swallowed the wine. This wine is really strong, it's my first time drinking such a strong wine. It is called whiskey. It is said to be made by using a new technology called distillation. It's very fragrant, right? Quentin handed out the cup silently. After Goldo poured the wine again, Quentin slowly and succinctly tasted it by his tongue, then he said. Oh, it's really good. After all, it is a high-price wine. So, the wine did its best. Oh yeah. Do you think that I can teach others someday? It's so funny. The tent where they were in lit up until very late. Chapter 171 Mob Characters Field Trip. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, never mind. In chapter 168 I used passerby instead of mob character. But Nevermind pointed out the mistake and after some consideration, I decided to use the latter for it is closer to the original meaning. I enjoyed the refreshing morning air as I walked out of the tent. There still were some traces left over from the last night's banquet. I really didn't expect a banquet for the newcomers. Various meats, wine, and desserts were prepared for us, and we ate as much as we liked. Everyone was in high spirits. I also did secretly flatter Quentin as well. You've woken up, young boy. Ah, hello. The Ajisen, a word used to address a middle-aged man in Japan, who came from countryside approached me. I nodded to greet him. Today the mission will begin. Check your equipment carefully. Ah, that's true. The way of starting sentences with "ah" was my way of acting like a mob character. In fact I was lent a second-handed leather armor and a spear, because I didn't have any. Well, there was no other choice for me than to accept. The leather armor was light and thin, so it shouldn't obstruct my movements. It's fine for me as long as it doesn't do that, but if someone really asked me if it could protect me, I'm not really sure. The spear I've got was a very common one. And the sword can be wielded by anyone, you don't need any real abilities to stab the enemy in the chest. It matched my mob character's status so I was quite satisfied. When I equipped the whole set, I looked like a perfect mob character. This armor suits you well, doesn't it? Ah, no. Come on, boy. Ah, thank you very much. The Ajisen from countryside and the other guy who mortgaged his wife struck up a conversation with me. Although they were armed with almost the same weapons as I was, they looked more like brigands than soldiers. But it was said that they were decent people, which surprised me. Well, if we are in danger, we will protect you, just rest assured. If you are tired, I can carry the luggage for you. I may not look like a strong man, but I'm actually the strongest person in my village. If you get in trouble, just tell me. I once punched a boar so hard that I sent it flying. These Ajisens showed off their muscles they felt proud of. They were somewhat strict while kind and gentle. It seemed that yesterday, all three of them decided to group up with me. We would act together as a 4-member team from now on. Ah, thank you very much. Let me massage your shoulders to repay you. Oh, really? Actually, I really get stiff shoulders. Great. Now I can become the mob character who flatters people and massage their shoulders. In fact, I'd noticed that they had somewhat stiff shoulders at a glance. I was quite good at massage. I thought highly of my knowledge of the human body. Since I knew how to destroy a man, then naturally I should know how to treat him. I touched the shoulder of Aizawa sitting there, and checked his bones and muscles. The reason for this seemed to be that the muscles around his shoulder blades were too stiff and his spine was somewhat distorted. I used my wrist strength to massage his shoulders and relax his muscles. My wrist strength was limited, so I secretly injected magic to further relax his tendons and adjust his spine and shoulder blades. Well done. Perfect. That's awesome. My shoulders are as light as feathers. Oh, what's going on? Aizawa smiled and shook his shoulders. Well, I didn't waste my efforts to practice massage skills on my sister and Alpha. Oh, really? Actually, my neck is also hurting. I feel pain in my waist recently. Could you help me with that? Just leave it to me. I also massaged the remaining 2 Aijasans. Maybe being a plastic surgeon or a masseur was a better choice for me. Powers in the shadows were also very proficient in medical care. Wow. It seems like I'm flying in the sky. Now even if 100 people will fight against me together, they won't be my match. Their happiness was the most important thing. It was said that humans were such creatures when one made others feel happy, that person would also feel happy. Happiness was contagious. It turned out that indirect happiness seemed to be better for me. We are setting out. Now gather in 4 rows. Quentin issued the order. Then, our march began. We had only one 1-hour break at noon, and then we kept on walking until the sun set. Although everyone had more physical strength than modern Japanese, it was still too hard. Because of the luxurious banquet, I had thought that the work was easy. But actually the work had been laborious from the first day. No, a mob character just needed to follow the orders. Don't defy orders and comply with them. This was the rule every mob character should follow. But I also saw fatigue from the faces of people around me. Night was falling. We seemed to have entered the forest. I wouldn't really be surprised if we left someone behind. Did we just walk 50 kilometers today? But it turns out, that no one fell behind today, after that arduous march. I guess it's because the morale is really high in the troop. We talked a lot about high-stake gambling at the banquet yesterday. Goldo gathered up the people who hadn't received any professional training to form this troop. Our only advantage was high morale. However, even if our morale was high, it had a limit. Although it was important to have a drive to do anything, you wouldn't get anything done if you only had a drive. Just as I was considering, the march stopped. Smother the flames from now on. Don't make too much noise. Goldo stepped forward after giving instructions. The bright moon tonight was a big help. The moonlight streamed in through leaves. With the help of the faint light, we kept marching forward in the forest for a while. We will take a short break here. Everyone sighed wearily out of relaxation, nearly falling onto the ground. However, don't make any noise. Don't whisper. Don't light a fire. But Mr. Goldo, if we don't light a fire, we can't cook. Don't eat tonight. We are now in the neighborhood of the Rajta Count's territory. We will raid the city at night when the dwellers have fallen asleep. Although everyone kept silent, a tense atmosphere spread. Don't worry, I can understand your uneasiness, but we will win this battle anyway. In order to reassure us, Goldo told us the details of his battle plan with a smile on his face. Chapter 172, 3 Aijasans. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader. Never mind. Goldo's strategy was. From the beginning we split up into 2 forces. The first was in charge of diversion whilst the second one had a mission of capturing the Count of Rajta and forcing him to surrender. The second team consisted of around 10 elites including Goldo and Quentin. The rest of was included in the first team. Our job was to create turmoil and buy time. As long as there was enough time, the second team could win this fight for us. Or at least it was supposed to be so. We've got a map of the city thanks to enemies' negligence, so the battle should end fast. There are only about 100 enemy soldiers so the battle shouldn't get very heated. They told us so repeatedly to assure us so it should be the truth. If we win this battle, it looks like we will become heroes. It was said that Count Rajta had stolen some secret weapon after betraying the royalists. If the weapon fell into the hands of Doem faction, the entire royalists faction would be in trouble. The secret team's task was also to protect that secret weapon. The moment we complete the mission and regain the secret weapon is the moment when we become heroes for the royalists. That's why Goldo gave our troop a new name after some discussion. Vow of Black Rose. This became the official name of our troop. Black standing for night attack, and the symbol of Oriana, Rose. From tomorrow onwards we will become legends known as Vow of Black Rose. It seemed to like that. Although we were not really clear about that part, we thought the name was cool enough for us. Therefore our fatigue was washed away. Everyone felt refreshed and full of energy. Our eyes were full of determination. Both the distraction and the secret team approached the city. The sounds of our footsteps on the snow echoed through the silent night. The three Ajisans looked very serious. Noticing that I was looking at them, they laughed fearlessly. Our troops' morale was sky high. Because of it, it felt like our victory was sure. Even though our combat power was zero. Whilst we were approaching the Rajta Count's castle, I used my magic power to secretly scout it out. To my surprise, our situation was terrible. There are over 500 enemies in the castle. Its bad news enemy number was more than 500. Goldo said there was only around 100 enemy soldiers. There might be trouble. We were definitely going to lose. What would a mob character do in this situation? I looked at the three Ajisans. Should I stare at the castle resolutely just like they did? No, I shouldn't. That was what a mob character should do. However, I had to consider what to do as a power in the shadows. Considering the whole situation from the perspective of a power in the shadows, every side of the conflict could be called characters in a story, but mob characters were like audience. In other words, my theory was that my existence as a power in the shadows would be more definite in the eyes of mobs, so I decided to play a mob character to the end. Whether it was true remained uncertain, but the existence of powers in the shadows would be increasingly clear from now on. Considering this, I would play as a mob character to challenge the battle. I would receive the answer while fighting against the enemy. Hidden in the darkness, we walked towards the city for a while. It was a small castle. If there were only 100 enemies we would win and bask in glory thanks to attacking them by surprise. That is to say, we had little to no chance to win. In this situation, what would a mob character do? What would a power in the shadows do? As for mob characters like us, the battle had begun since Traitor opened the city gate. It could be claimed that the raid launched by Vow of Black Rose was successful. We rushed into the city, like an avalanche, and suppressed the completely enemy soldiers. We killed the soldiers around the city gate and then headed towards the center of the city. Enemy attack. Relying on our numerical superiority, the enemy soldiers in 2s or 3s was easily crushed. Haha. Fortunately, I quit my job. I'm so strong. Aura. More comfortable than farming. Hoob. I'm so powerful. My wife is waiting for me at the pawn shop. Because of the three Ajisans, unconsciously I came closer to the front line. During the so-called battle between armies, once one party had an advantage, the other party would be overwhelmed. It was very difficult to resist one army and shake its morale with individual strength, excluding some magic swordsmen. Thanks to the successful surprise attack, our morale boomed, which made our new rookies fight with full strength, as they lacked professional training and fought based on morale. Seeing our momentum made me believe for just a short moment, that we could succeed. But that thought only flashed for a short while. I felt that the enemy's front had finally gathered up. Maybe we should be more cautious. Feeling the might of the enemies in front of us, I tried to advise them, but... Haha. Aura. Hoob. Nobody listened to me. This way, our troops flooded into the central square of the city, where they were surrounded by an enemy troop with a completely new perspective. This is your end, vermin. Now, the tables have turned on us, the enemy was superior in all aspects. Enemy number and their proficiency was far above us. Even if our momentum was strong, momentum is always going to finally die out sometime, and this should be the moment. Haha. We are the Vow of Black Rose. Aura. Make way for heroes. Hoob. Assault. Really? The three Ajisans had rushed out, followed by others. That's how the true fight started. Chapter 173 Vow of Black Rose. By Maki-sama in To Be a Power in the Shadows. 3. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, never mind. Vow of Black Rose had an air as if we were going to destroy the enemy's vanguard and break through their defenses. If this was to happen in my original world instead of this one, it could happen. Our troop from Vow of Black Rose led by three Ajisans had such a huge momentum. But it wasn't my original world. Unfortunately for us, this world has something unreasonable. That's right, the magic swordsman. Haha. Oh? What's wrong with you guys? Aura. What? You stopped my spear. Hoob. Oh. I'm getting suppressed. The magic swordsmen that were positioned in front of the three Ajisans completely killed our momentum. Ordinary people couldn't possibly win against magic swordsmen. This was the common sense known to everyone here. Only magic swordsmen could fight against each other. However, it was unfortunate that there was no magic swordsman in the feint team. Magic swordsmen were all assigned to the secret team. After the leading three were stopped, everyone soon followed in their footsteps. The momentum of the Vow of Black Rose was completely stopped in its tracks. For a troop consisting of laymen like us, there would be only one ending if our momentum disappeared. Besiege and destroy them. The commander of the enemy soldiers gave an order, his voice resounded through the battlefield. Slaughter was about to begin. The enemy soldiers, divided into left and right side, marched to surround the vow of black rose that went deep into the square. To come straight to the point, this was the end. It was not something like a flag has been set but a situation in which failure was sure. I had studied military strategy and tactics. Although I mainly learned about 1v1 and 1v many battles, I also learned a little about many vs many battles. Even with my superficial knowledge of strategy, I could understand the current situation. A small troop is being surrounded by a much bigger one. There was no chance for us to win or escape. Now, I could only wait to be slaughtered. The short life of a mob character was about to end. This was the war from the perspective of a mob character. Damn it, what a powerful strength, is this a swordsman? This is a one-sided war. I can't do anything. If I had more power, then. This was the reality of being incompetent. Even if a mob character did his best here, the ending would not change. /p. This is the mob character. It's too unreasonable, I thought. A lot of mob characters survived, but I feel cheated. In other words, if I eliminated this unreasonable thing, could I become a power in the shadows in the eyes of mob characters? So, let's try it right away. This was also a challenge for me. It was an unprecedented attempt. I hid all traces of my existence, and hid in Vow of Black Rose, releasing the refined magic into the night sky. Due to the team's name, Vow of Black Rose, I used the pattern of the Black Rose. The alarming waves of magic has caught everyone's attention. Everyone just stopped in their tracks and looked at the dark sky. What happened? What's that? There is something in the sky. Is that thing a little darker than the sky? A rose. A tremendous black rose blossomed in the sky. That black rose glowed slightly due to the magical power, which demonstrated its existence whilst bathed in the moonlight. It was so beautiful that everyone could get lost in its beauty. But at the same time, everyone felt an enormous pressure coming off of it. The black rose, in fairy tales, that. Is it that black rose? In Oriana, it's well known in Oriana, the symbol of the empire, the black rose in the legend. The petals of the tremendous black rose gradually expanded. Then it suddenly broke into pieces and drifted down towards the ground. Beautiful pieces of the rose, fell down to the ground and finally landed on the right hands of the Vow of Black Rose members. That petal left a black mark on everyone's hands that looked as if it was carved directly into their hands. The shape of that black mark was exactly a piece of beautiful rose petals. Does it mean I'm selected by the Black Rose? I couldn't even get on with my job. I escaped there and abandoned myself. Why? Why me? I'm here for money, not for the country. I'm rubbish. I mortgaged my wife. Ah. Black Rose. Will you give strength to such a person like me? The black mark on their right hands flashed intensely as if it was responding to their words. The next moment, an incredible power emanated from the marks. What, is it the power of the Black Rose? If such a person like me was also qualified to fight, the power, I will fight for my country. What a great power it is. Black Rose, could I also do something for my country? I know. If so, a loser like me has another chance to it again. Thank you very much. All of them raised their weapons in their right hands at the same time. The brave and beautiful gesture was their way of making an oath to the Black Rose. How's that possible? Is it really Black Rose? Frightened expressions emerged on Rajta Count's soldiers' faces. The Black Rose was the symbol of Oriana justice. Ha ha. We are the Vow of Black Rose. In the name of the Black Rose, we should impose justice on the rebels. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, never mind. After releasing my magical power into the sky, I wanted to attempt something new, use a mysterious power to strengthen the soldiers. Winning a battle with the help of a mysterious power was very common plot in many stories. Namely, the plot of investigating the mysterious power while asking the question what is it? Reinforcing the soldiers from a distance was also a test for my abilities. At first, I would release the magical power into the air in the shape of Black Rose. Then I would scatter it, and infuse the magic into the soldiers with the petals to temporarily reinforce them. Up to this point, there was no problem. The problem was, the soldier's body could not bear such strong magical power, if I infused it into their bodies sharply. Although they could be reinforced, the effect would be weak. The effects would not be enough to fight with the magic swordsman. So, here was the test. When the magical power entered their body through the petals, I created magic lines in their bodies that could withstand my power. I reinforced everyone in the Vow of Black Rose, so I had to focus my full attention on the ultra-precise operations. I almost thought that my brain would explode. In short, I could reinforce the soldiers from a distance, and I named the skill Shadow Marionette. Haha. What a strong power. I killed 3 people at once. Aura! 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 Can you keep up with my speed? Ho ho ho! Who dares to stop me? I will send you flying to the other side. Now after my reinforcement the vow of Black Rose got a new momentum to break through. The small amount of soldiers that was surrounded, somehow had suppressed the enemy, which was commonly thought of as impossible. What's going on? Quickly, stop them. No matter what, you have to stop them. If the enemy breaks through their defenses right now, they would be defeated. So, obviously, the magic swordsmen were sent over. Humph. It is you again. Poof. You have blocked my spear. Humph. You have remarkable skills. As expected, the three Aujisans were stopped again, and thrown into a disadvantageous position by the magic swordsman. Although both sides were around the same power level thanks to my enhancement, Aujisans were amateurs, and the magic swordsmen were professional soldiers. Basically, Aujisans were not a match for the magic swordsmen in both skills and experience. They were doomed to fail. However, it didn't matter. Now, it was time for Shadow of Marionette to shine. I started to manipulate the magic lines spread in everyone's body. Then... What's this? Why is my body moving? Aujisans' movements changed drastically. I improved their spear fighting skills through remote manipulation, which made them superior to the magic swordsman in fighting with a spear. Why am I blocking attacks from blind angles? I can't see the enemies too. It didn't matter even if they couldn't see the enemies clearly. They could receive blows from any direction. It's no use escaping from me. You can't dodge my spear. It had an automatic tracking function that could predict the enemy's future actions. The magic swordsmen were defeated by the Aujisans with improved skills thanks to my remote manipulation. The magic swordsmen were doomed to fail. This was the overwhelming power of Vow of Black Rose. What's going on? Is this the power of the Black Rose? Contact the headquarters in the capital. The Black Rose appears. The Black Rose appears. After we broke through its encirclement, the enemy army collapsed soon. Since their commander ran off, within a few seconds the Vow of Black Rose completely suppressed the enemy soldiers at the square. Stop chasing them. Occupy the castle first. With this power, we can do it. Everything is possible for use. Then, the Vow of Black Rose burst into the city with this high morale. While thinking about the battle, I follower behind Aujisans and acted like a mob. It was hard to describe the new skill. It was problematic or unsatisfactory, because of two problems. First, it was really a heavy burden for me. So far, I had never even tried to control nearly 100 soldiers with magical threads. Using my magical detection to understand and master the whole battlefield information was already a heavy burden for me. What's even worse is that I had to control every soldier's every action using the magical threads at the same time. There were only a few soldiers that I could focus on controlling at the same time. To tell the truth, my brain feels like it's going to explode. Secondly, what I wanted was the "What is this power?" play, in which people investigated the mysterious power's origin as the story gradually developed. At this stage, this power should still be a mystery. The truth wouldn't be revealed until the powers in the shadows came to stage at the end of the story. That's how the story should proceed correctly. But why? The Black Rose is at our back. Yo! The Black Rose! Please lead us to a victory. Go! Soldiers chose by the Black Rose. Why would the fairy tale of the Black Rose take away the chance of my show? Not edited. Goldo, who was a member of the secret team, was searching for Rajta Count's treasure. I haven't found anything. What about you? Me neither. So the treasure is in the warehouse upstairs. Goldo and Quentin looked at the end of the corridor, lighting up the stairs above with torches. Find the treasure quickly. If all of the people outside are killed, we'll be killed soon. Tolpicano reproached them with a worried look. Mr. Tolpicano, don't worry. We still have time. Goldo climbed the stairs while trying to calm Tolpicano down. Quentin and Tolpicano followed him. They found a door which was similar to that of a warehouse's. What's wrong with you? Get out of my way. Sorry, go to hell. The guard noticing the intruders drew out his sword, but he was knocked unconscious by Goldo and Quentin quickly. What should we do without keys? It doesn't matter. We can tear the door in two. With the golden magic twining his body, Goldo tore up the iron gate. What is it? However, there wasn't any treasure behind the door. That thing was just like a part of a creature. Are these fingers? The shrunken black thing was a long claw with sharp nails on its fingertips. But it was much bigger than a human being's hand. Maybe it was thicker than Goldo's arm. The claw that looked like a monster's was fixed on the platform of the spacious warehouse. Where is the treasure? I don't want this disgusting thing. Tolpicano kicked down the platform, walking back and forth in the warehouse. Where's my treasure? Where is it? Mr. Tolpicano, you are too loud. Shut up. You only need to use my method to find the treasure. Find out where the treasure is. Tolpicano stopped suddenly. His big belly was impaled on the shrunken claw. Mr. Tolpicano. Damn it. As Tolpicano's salves, Goldo and Quinton took action immediately to protect him no matter what they were willing to do. However, Tolpicano died after his mouth spurted blood. Then Goldo, Kinmeki and Quinton stopped their action, looking down at Tolpicano's body and the black claw. After impaling Tolpicano's belly, the black claw began to suck his corpse, as if to drain his blood. What is that? I don't know. But we'd better not step in, let's retreat. Tolpicano was dead. And they did not find the treasure. There was no need to stay here anymore. Sorry, since you saw this, I won't let you go. Just then, they heard a low voice behind them. Who? You are Rajta Count. Oh? Do you know me? Standing behind them was the city owner, Rajta Count. At first glance, he looked like a common middle-aged aristocrat. But he was firm and erect, no flab on his body. His sharp gaze was fixed on Quinton and Goldo Kinmeki. Quinton, be careful. Goldo Kinmeki, I know. They carefully kept a distance from Rajta Count. But the door was just behind him. You have troubled me. If it were not because of you, I just needed to hand it over to the cult. Cult? What the hell is going on? What exactly is this claw? Phew, there is no doubt that this is the treasure you are looking for. Do you even say that this is a treasure? For people who know its value, it is. Well, so much for chat. Rajta Count drew his sword at his waist. His sword was for real combat, not the kind used for performance. You will be the sacrifice offerings for the Order of Diabolos. Then, the wind blew. Gaha. Gwaa. Blood was spurting from Quinton and Goldo Kinmeki's body. They felt weak at their knees, then kneeling down. Oh, you are still alive. The two men who had suffered a lightning strike from Rajta Count struggled to react. Goldo Kinmeki sensed the danger and leapt backwards, and Quinton moved his body away with intuition. That was how they saved their lives. However, only two of them survived. All other members of the secret team who sneaked in the castle together with them were dead. Q. Quinton, are you okay? All right. Still alive. But their wounds were very deep. Even though they raised swords, it seemed they couldn't defend against the next attack. I belittled you a little. No, it's my mistake, I'm a little rusty at fighting. Whatever it is, the next round is over. As Rajta Count raised his sword again, their faces contorted. Damn, we got rid of the slave identity the hard way. I thought it's a good idea to open a dojo. At the moment, outside burst great magical power. What? What is it? How powerful it is! Through a little window, they looked up at the night sky. There was a tremendous black rose in the air. Is that a rose? It's a magical rose, which is constituted by condensed magic power. Why is the black rose? It's impossible, how could it be? Rajta Count was almost twice as shocked as Goldo and Quinton. Rajta Count widened his eyes staring at the black rose, which was unusual in every term. Impossible. Why? The key doesn't still. Then the black rose floating in the night sky broke into pieces. The petals of the broken rose fluttered down and landed beside Goldo and Quinton. The petals touched their right hands and carved two black petal-shaped marks. What is this? My wound is healed. When they touched the petals, the magic power began to emanate from petals and their serious wounds were healed in an instant. Strength is overflowing. What is this power? The black magic power constantly gushed out from Goldo's and Quinton's bodies, like the sun emits heat. This is the power of the Black Rose in the legend. Such a powerful magic power, I can only kill you two here. The Count, driven by anxiety, launched an attack at them. Chapter 176, Evil God Instant Kill Sword. Rajta Count slashed at them with his sword. It seemed that something was guiding Goldo Kinmeki and Quinton to avoid the slash that just deprived them of combat ability with just one hit. How is it possible? Rajta Count widened his eyes in surprise. However, he was not the only one who was shocked. Is the body automatically? No, did it predict? No, magic is rolling in my body. Is this the power of Black Rose? Although they were somewhat confused, they still held their sword. Is the legend of Black Rose true? Are we selected people? I don't know why, but if we have such power we can win. The two men attacked Rajta Count from both sides. Don't be smug. Even if weaklings like you get the power of Black Rose, you can't do anything. Their attack was rebounded by Rajta Count's sword. Cool. He is really strong. The pressure coming from the Count's sharp sword made their face wrinkle. Rajta Count's strength was far beyond a local lord could have. It was no exaggeration to say that he was a strong magic swordsman well known both at home and abroad. Even if in the Orient where magic swordsmen had a relatively low status, it was strange that such a strong swordsman was unknown. If they were only in their normal state, they would be no match for Rajtakount. Quinton, stall Rajtakount for a while. Got it, Goldo. The two, as slaves of Tulpicano, had experienced countless battles, so they could understand each other without words. But even with the power of Black Rose, one couldn't win the count on his own. But if two of them... Squealing, Quinton raised his proud sword and sprinted forward. Never look down upon me. Will this simply swordsmanship make a difference? Rajtakount had been well prepared for the coming battle. He noticed Quinton's movements. While he was about to chop him down, Quinton's speed increased enormously in an instant. What? The black magic spurted from Quinton's feet. Then the battle where both sides fought with their swords began. They fought with each other purely with their physical strength. In the battle with Rajtakount, Quinton, who was twined by the black magic, gained the upper hand gradually. How could it be possible? The Black Rose has such great power. The power was so tremendous that the floor under Rajtakount's feet began to crack, so did the entire room in an instant. Rajtakount had to dodge Quinton's sword edge, trying to push aside his sword. However, Quinton had stalled for enough time. Evil God instant kill. Goldo's golden magic began to sweep the battleground. Goldo used his fatal skill Evil God instant kill golden dragon sword, which Quinton had seen several times. It should have been like that. This is the golden magic was gradually eroded by the black magic. The magic that should have been shaped into a dragon formed a beautiful rose shape. However, when the golden magic was eroded and dyed black by the black magic, the skill was used. Evil God instant kill Black Rose sword. The magic of the Black Rose was approaching Rajtakount. How could it be possible? Rajtakount was engulfed by the magic and evaporated completely. Beautiful petals danced in the air. The blow was so violent that it attacked through the city wall. Then the silver light from high above the night sky penetrated the hole. The petals like snowflakes fluttered down and dyed the ground black. They looked down and only found all soldiers of the vow of Black Rose looking up at Goldo. Goldo, you did it. Quinton patted Goldo on his shoulder. Did these guys win, too? Ha ha. Hurry up and respond to them. Respond to them. All soldiers of the vow of Black Rose looked up at the castle, with their right hands raised high. The right hand's the mark, shaped like a black rose petal, was carved on them. These guys. For some indiscernible reason, we seem to be selected by the Black Rose. Nah, Goldo, it's too early to be disillusioned with the mortal world. Quinton. I don't know neither what we can do nor how far we can go. But if our strength is necessary for this country, I want to fight for my country. Quinton, then you lead. I'm not cut out for a leader. Quinton lightly patted Goldo on his back. Go ahead. Everyone is waiting for you. Goldo glanced around all soldiers of the vow of Black Rose who raised their right hands high. Once Goldo wanted to abandon them. The guilt made Goldo's expression twisted. But they were desiring for a flag which could lead them to fight together for triumph. Goldo stared at the black rose petal carved on his right hand. Then take action. What's more, Goldo himself also wanted to challenge again. If I can do it. Not edited. As for the result, it had been changing towards the right direction. Their success was credited to Black Rose, though they had defeated the enemy by gaining power from my magic. In this case, my magic might be used for other purposes. It could be said that we had succeeded. Members of Vow of Black Rose were cleaning up the battlefield after capturing Rajtakount's castle. Tulpicano seemed to be killed in the battle. It seemed that Goldo had become the new leader. Although I didn't listen to their conversation carefully, according to Mr. Goldo, he would communicate with royalists first and then lead Vow of Black Rose to converge with the army. Therefore, I had to be well prepared. It was still dark outside. The moon was shining in the sky. While I was searching the surroundings with my magic, I found two familiar breaths for some reason. The first breath that gave forth quite ominous magic came from the upper floor of the castle. Isn't this Violet-san? I made her acquaintance in the holy ground. She was like a phantom in the fantasy story. Although she had disappeared at that time, she seemed to be living somewhere in the world. I thought it was Violet-san's breath. I was unable to approach her as there were lots of people there, so I decided to greet her after those people left. The second breath came from the underground area of the castle. Why do we come here? I stopped making preparations and infiltrated in the underground area of the castle. In the underground area, Epsilon perceived a powerful magic wave. This magic is... It seemed that something had happened outside. As far as Epsilon knew, only her master and her could release such powerful magic. Her master could change the wavelength of her magic, so it was impossible for Epsilon to recognize her magic accurately. Besides, she didn't believe her busy master had come to this castle on the border. In this case, it might be a match for her master, an ancient relic or a natural phenomenon. However, something had happened on the ground. It has become a troublesome issue. Epsilon applied pressure to the serious injury to his chest. The cause of the incident started with her sneaking into the kingdom of Oriana as a shadow garden. As a world-famous pianist, she was highly praised in the Cloud Kingdom, which enabled her to enter the interior of the kingdom easily to collect information. Unfortunately, she was seen through by Mordred there. Mordred attacked her surprisingly. One of Mordred's blows tore Epsilon's chest. Generally, such a heavy blow could kill him. However, he would have died without Slime's help. She, especially her heart, had a great defensive capability, because there were multiple protections there. Despite this, the sudden attack threw Epsilon off her guard. She failed to make use of her defensive capability and was seriously injured. In fact, the slash at the very beginning had determined the outcome of the battle between them. Afterwards, Epsilon noticed that the situation was unfavorable for her, so she retreated, with Mordred hard on her heels. But Epsilon, who had been seriously injured, naturally could not easily escape, so she had to make a painful decision. She detonated the explosives that had been set up for the plan and blew up part of the castle. Although escaping from the castle and successfully threw off Mordred, but the cult's pursuers were still chasing after her. It's winter, the snow lying thick on the ground everywhere in Oriana, so it was difficult for Epsilon to escape. Epsilon would leave footprints and bloodstain if she walked on the snow. Besides, she smelled of blood. Even if she suppressed her pain and pulled away, the pursuers would catch up with her soon. She was lacking physical strength due to serious wounds. Then she decided to take her chances. She sneaked into the city of Rajtakount and waited for the pursuers passing by. The most dangerous place is the safest. Who could guess that she hid in the city where echelons of the cult lived? Epsilon bought some time in this way. However, the problem was the turmoil that occurred on the ground before. There had been a great magic here, and people would definitely start to pay attention to it as time went by. Then it would become difficult for her to escape. Epsilon must move immediately. However, she didn't have enough time to recover from injuries. Coup. The slash caused by Mordred was so deep that she was deprived of physical strength and magic. She stood up with her hand on the wall of the underpass. In order not to aggravate wounds, she moved slowly. Just then, she heard the sound of breathing as some people were approaching from the front. Then, there were footsteps behind her. Ah, that's... She was so unlucky. Epsilon drew Slime's sword and walked forward. She could only forcibly break through before Mordred caught up. Then she met the enemy. We felt a huge magic and came here. It should be you. The cult's pursuers. Moreover, all 5 people had a second name. Send 5 people to chase me. It seems that the cult has nothing else to do. It shows how much we value you. Because of you guys, so many plans have been upset. It's my pleasure. She quipped, though it was actually difficult for her, who was seriously injured, to deal with 5 enemies all having a second name. The footsteps behind her indicated that the people behind were approaching. Epsilon Tut. Chapter 178 So-Called Master. By Maki-sama into Be a Power in the Shadows. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, Hugh. One of the assassins took a step forward, trying to shorten the distance. There were still a certain distance between them and Epsilon. But even if Epsilon launched a surprise attack from where she was, they would be able to take that with ease. However... What? Suddenly, the assassin's head flew into the air. And Epsilon slashed at the assassin's body, of which blood flying in all directions, and fell down because of lacking strength. How can this person release such a strong magic? The remaining 4 assassins quickly changed to a defensive posture, but they couldn't cover their surprised look. Releasing magic from a sword. A magic swordsman could do that as long as he reached a certain level. However, as it is impractical in real combat, no one uses it. Control on magic would be lost once it leaves one's body and rapidly disperse. To maintain magic that was dispersing, one had to use even more magic. And it took some time to prepare a large amount of magic, which would also delay the attack. The longer the distance, the time and magic needed would increase in proportion. Only those who had a far tighter control on magic than ordinary people did could solve this problem. Only a small amount of magic could reach a place far away in a short time. Only provided the caster can use his tight control to suppress the consumption of magic and shorten the time accumulating magic. But even if one could do that, if he didn't have enough amount of magic, he would lose in a long-term war. The time she used to accumulate magic was almost 0. Can someone really do that? They knew how difficult it was to attack from far away in a real combat, so they were quite surprised. Don't stay together. Split up. Useless. Countless slashes cut the space. The slashes, letting out a sharp sound indicating they would cut anything, mercilessly rushed to the assassins who were running helter-skelter. Damn it, I can't dodge. Keep away from it for the time being. Don't back down. If we can't shorten the distance, we can only unilaterally. It won't work. You are absolutely unable to escape from my attack range. Another assassin's head was cut down. The blood was hit by Epsilon's slash, and dispersed after turning into red mist. Things are going badly. How could she control so many slashes to such an extent? This is 7 shadows. An anxious look appeared on the assassin's face. Then, another assassin turned into a blood mist after being chopped by Epsilon. Just at this time, Ga. Epsilon stopped attacking after letting out the dull sound. Epsilon placed her hand on her chest and got down on her knees. Then she fell down. Not right now. Red blood issued from the gap of her bodysuit. The wound had cracked. I heard that she had been seriously injured by Mordred. This seems to be her limit. Yes, Epsilon had reached her limit. She knew that, so she launched a short-term decisive battle. If it was an ordinary enemy, the result would have been determined at the beginning. But enemies were members of the cult who had a second name. Although she killed one as soon as the battle began, she spent too much time in the later fight. Then, after killing 3 assassins, Epsilon's wound finally cracked. Ku. The sword fell from Epsilon's hand. It seems that we will be the first one to kill 7 shadows. We will definitely be promoted. But there are another 6 people like her. If only they wouldn't threaten the cult. Mordred-sama will kill them all, including the so-called Shadow-sama. If that's the case, then it would be fine. Hey, stay there. They looked down at Epsilon, whose face distorted because of pain. We won't kill you yet. After coaxing the information out of you, oops. Epsilon reached out and tried to pick up the sword that fell on the ground before. An assassin immediately stepped on her hand. You. Give it up. Sama. Hey, what are you doing? I'm so sorry. Epsilon made her final effort to make a dagger and tried to stab herself in throat. What? Stop her. At the crucial moment, an assassin kicked the dagger away. You. It was damn dangerous. Hey, your feet. My feet. Your feet were cut down. The man who kicked the dagger away had his feet fell down on the slab stone. My feet. Then, KO. Came the footsteps. Chapter 179 The End of Mob Character. Epsilon's heart began to beat violently. There are sounds of footsteps behind her. Those footsteps belong to the one who could save her right now. The one who could overcome and shatter any obstacles in front of his face. You are here. She looked at the person behind her with watering eyes. Standing there was an ordinary black-haired boy. Damn it. My feet. The assassin whose feet were cut off stopped the bleeding with magic, and turned his glare on the boy. Who is this, small fry? Who on earth cut off my feet? Damn it. Anyway, go die. After finishing his words, he charged with his sword ready and aimed at the black-haired boy. The black-haired boy disappeared. Missing its target, the sword struck on the slate and let out a crashing noise. Where is Aga? A big hole appeared in the man's chest. The figure of the boy could be seen through the hole. He was holding the exposed heart in his hand. My heart, ha! The assassin covered the hole in his chest with his hand, and fell down. He writhed for a while and then stopped moving. Blood flowed from the now dead body. Who are you? The only assassin left asked with trembling voice. Bataya. The boy threw away the broken heart in his hand. Who are you? The boy, seemingly bored, stared at the man. What did you do? How did you get the heart? Like this. The boy's figure appeared before the assassin before the latter even sensed it. He placed his hand on the assassin's heart. Thump, thump. The man's heartbeat grew faster. How is it possible? When did you? I can't sense the flow of your magic. Shadow-sama, how beautiful. Epsilon couldn't help but mutter. She was mesmerized by the beauty of her master's magic. You said Shadow-sama? You are. The boy watched the panicked man with a bored look on his face. Then. You are a mob character. He muttered in a low voice that only the assassin could hear. The man's heart disappeared. Blood squirted from the hole in his chest. The boy squashed the heart and turned around. This is. Dao. The man moaned, pressing on the hole in his chest. Mordred, Sama, please be careful. Then he fell on the slate and died. Oh, Epsilon. Haven't seen you for a long time. Hearing her master who turned his head to her, Epsilon raised her head in a trance. Your wound has been cured. Master used his warm magic to heal the wound on Epsilon's chest. Thank you very much. As her wounds were healed, pain gradually disappeared. It was a healing technique that didn't waste any magic. Epsilon was always impressed whenever she saw it. Although it took time to recover physical strength and blood, Epsilon finally breathed a sigh of relief as she looked down at her recovered chest. Just then, Epsilon noticed. Ah! The amount of slime padded on her chest was reduced. When Epsilon was seriously hurt, slime was somewhat reduced. There's not enough time for her to replenish it, and in that case, her flat chest was exposed. Master must have noticed it when he treated her wounds. Epsilon broke down in a cold sweat. Well. What to do now? Epsilon racked her brain to figure it out, but nothing came to mind. Did you sneak into here to do some investigations? Master looked down at her, asking. There's her chance. Yes, that's right. I had to disguise myself in order to spy on the cult. I see. You also had your hair cut. That's right, her hair was cut from the fight with Mordred, but that fact is irrelevant. Actually, she had to thank Mordred for giving her a way out of this situation. Yes. Disguise. Oh, Epsilon did a really good job. No. You flattered me. She was safe now. And more importantly, she was praised by her master. There's always a light at the end of a dark tunnel. It must refer to the current situation. Epsilon stood up with a confident smile as always. Thank you very much, Shadow-sama. Then she saluted gracefully. You must have noticed that I was in danger and came to save me. I'm really grateful for Master's deep insight and amazing magic. Well, that's right. Epsilon, you look very tired. Yes, it really was a dangerous task. Thanks to Shadow-sama, I survived. I will go back and report to Alpha-sama right now. Wait. Are you going to report to Alpha right now? Yes, I'm going to do that. Well, hold off on reporting to her for now. Until the embers died. Well, Epsilon, go with me for the time being. With Shadow-sama. Epsilon's face turned beet red. She didn't expect that Master, who noticed the danger and came to help her, considered her as a partner. Master liked to act alone, and even Alpha had rarely fought along with Master recently. Epsilon's heart beat faster with excessive surprises. Please let me go with you. I will work hard. Please take care of me too. Then, what should we do? Keep a high degree of flexibility and act according to changing circumstances. Yes, sir. In other words, Master wouldn't explain his plan at this stage. Master could always accurately predict the future and make a detailed plan. The plan naturally contains a huge amount of information, impossible for ordinary people to understand. He banned Epsilon from reporting to Alpha, designated Epsilon to be his partner, and came here. There were underlying reasons for all of these. Epsilon stared at Master with great respect. Well, Shadow-sama. I just observed a huge amount of magic outside. Do you know why? Thinking the magic also had something with Master's plan, Epsilon asked. Her master kept silent for a while and stared at Epsilon, as if thinking about whether he should tell her the truth or not. Yeah, well then let me explain it. Epsilon held her breath and listened. I might be able to grasp on a small part of the plan. Master must be thinking about why I asked that. The magic was released by me. As expected, but why? In order to imitate Black Rose. What? Black Rose was the core of this civil war. Epsilon understood it instantly. She did touch the tip of the iceberg. She had not yet known the whole plan. However, if Epsilon's prediction was right, what a distant future her master had foreseen. Epsilon was so excited that her heart felt numb. Well, that's it. There's not much to my story. I will support you with all my heart. Epsilon clenched her trembling hand, and her eyes, as clear as spring water, were filled with burning emotions. Chapter 181. She's the type of person who always exaggerates. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, Hugh. I rescued Epsilon from the mob characters. She said she's going to report to Alpha. It must be something related to Mitsugashi Seo. Although it wouldn't matter, it would be terrible if Alpha knew I was here through Epsilon's reports. I have to hide from her until the embers died. After discussion, Epsilon agreed to help me with the Black Rose play. With her help, this play would surely be more interesting. So, in order to join Vow of Black Rose, Epsilon was dressing up as a young soldier. Epsilon would definitely be able to make it. Does it fit me? Epsilon tried on the local male clothing she got. You are a young soldier in every way. That's Epsilon for you. Thanks to my magic control and slime bodysuit that Shadow-sama gave us, I can tighten the slime to create a young boy's figure. Although it is somewhat difficult for me to breathe now, that's what I should do to help Shadow-sama. Even though I did not listen to her words carefully, Epsilon still patiently explained. Epsilon is really amazing. I can act as Epsilon's brother. Yes, Cid Aizawa. Well, that's the spirit. It should be post-war period now, let's loaf around for the time being. Do you mean while the troop is busy with mopping up enemy remnants on the battlefield, we will take the opportunity to engage in espionage activities. Yeah, exactly. Good proposal actually. Spy plays are always interesting. I raised my hand and condensed a small amount of mana that could not be perceived at my fingertips. That skill is. Please support /P. There's a faint blue and purple glow. Atomic radar. After finishing my words, I broke down the mana to an even smaller bits and released it into the air. The mana spread like fireworks and soon disappeared. Is this the skill that compresses the mana at the minimum limit to decompose it into particles so that it can be spread out to detect its surroundings precisely? To be able to see this ultimate magic compression skill and miraculous control ability by my own eyes. I'm so touched that I'm near to tears. Epsilon said with watering eyes. She was the type of person who always exaggerate. The most amazing thing is that in fact anyone, in theory, can use this skill as long as he has a little mana. However, there is only one person who has acquired this amazing skill in this world, and that is Brother. This is a testament to the height of magic control that Brother has reached, an unparalleled technique. There has never been such a skilled magic swordsman like Brother. Of course, there will never be another one in the future, because Brother is number one in any timeline. I just found something, I think. I interrupted Epsilon, whose words were pouring out like a flood. Epsilon had been such a person since the very beginning. She was a good girl who always desperately extolled me. I used to listen to her flattering remarks every morning while drinking the black tea she served me. However, holding a high self-respect, Epsilon had a critical evaluation to any people other than me. Such a character made it easy to misunderstand her. That's Brother for you. In such a short time, you found an important clue. With such speed and precision. Here, come with me. Brother is the only magic swordsman who has a detection skill in this world. Okay, let's go right away. It's right here. I walked along the underpass and stood before a wall. This looks like an ordinary wall. That's it. Is this a hidden door? It seems so. But I didn't know how to open it. What should I do? Should I just split it in half? Cid Aizawa. Epsilon looked at me with sparkles in her eyes. It seems that it has been subtly hidden because of the artifact. Even if the whole Shadow Garden investigated this, it would take quite a while to find it. If it was not Cid Aizawa, we couldn't have found this door. Epsilon pulled out a brick from the wall casually and injected magic into it. Then huge magical symbols appeared on the wall. Finally Epsilon chanted in a firm voice. Sejamo Yuburu Tawa. Then the door appeared. A door appears. Just let me take the lead to check any danger. If something happened to Cid Aizawa. Be careful. I will definitely fall into the abyss of despair because it will be meaningless for me to live the rest of my life without you. Okay, I'm going. Then, I followed Epsilon into the hidden door. Chapter 182, The Other Side, connecting the past, present and future. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, Hugh. After we walked through the door, a fantasy space full of dense mana appeared in front of us. The ancient characters engraved on the wall sparkled. It shone with the power of pure mana. An ancient altar was located in the center. The dark mana gathered in this room is illuminated by an eerie light from the altar. I just wanted to use the spy play to kill time at first, but now I seem to win a prize in the lottery. Shadow-sama, please be careful. Now I know, this is it. At times like these, I should pretend to understand everything and give Epsilon a meaningful look anyways. Did you know about this place? Everything is connected, the present and the past, and the future. What, just a moment, and you say you've seen through everything? Gather. The density of mana gathered over the altar continued to increase, and the entire room was dyed black. I stood in front of Epsilon to protect her. It would be a little hard for Epsilon to deal with that if she only relied on her own strength. Shadow-sama. The mana gathered reached a critical point and broke out. Ku. What powerful mana! I expanded my mana in the form of a barrier to protect us from the explosion. It turns out, this is... The barrier slightly shook. This. I muttered in a low voice. That's right. Only the boss could have such a strong mana. Then, after the dispersion of mana, from the altar, a woman locked by chains appeared. She is. Long silver hair and bright red eyes. Her beautiful face was covered by shadow, and her limbs were locked by chains. Freya, the hero of humans. So that's the setting? Did she wake up after years of slumber? I followed along with Epsilon's improvisation. Such an explosive force was always very important. But why is Freya in this place? Looking back at the past, something like this is inevitable. Looking back at the past, you mean? Entangled in the dark mana, Freya stared at us with her red eyes. There was no rationality nor righteousness reflected in those eyes. Have you fallen to darkness? Hero. The dark mana and eyes indicating that she had lost her head. This was undoubtedly a plot of falling into hell. What do you see in front of you right now? I asked her, who was tightly locked by chains. My question was very suitable for the current situation. Ah! She groaned. Her chains clashed because of her movement. Remorse? Or? I slowly walked to the altar as my footsteps clacked. Ah! Then I stood by the altar, looking down at her. Revenge. Ah! Shadow-sama. Freya reached her hand out for my neck. But got ya. She stopped before the sound came. The ancient characters inscribed on chains shone. All right. I drew slime sword and lifted it high above the altar. How strong a fallen hero is, please show me. Then I wielded slime sword and cut off the chains locking her. At the instant of being freed, Freya lunged at me with her sword. Her beautiful sword was dazzling. However, there was no rationality in that. A sword without rationality was very boring. I avoided her sword and stood behind her. Then I put slime sword against her neck and whispered. Do you want to meet your end here? Freya froze. She just kept her posture wielding sword and did not move. Even though you've lost your head, you can still notice the mana on the sword? The sword which can completely erase your soul. Time temporarily stood still. I pressed the sword against her neck as she wielded the sword. In order to create the atmosphere, the timing was very important. Don't you have other things to do? Is it fine to die here? After confirming that the atmosphere had been set, I removed the sword that was on her neck. And she turned to look at me. She opened her mouth and said something, but she didn't finish a sentence. There seemed to be the light of rationality in her eyes now. Then as the black mana faded away, her figure disappeared. Go to the other side, connecting the past, present, and future. Freya's breath disappeared. If you could get back your rationality, then please come back to fight with me again. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, Hugh. Epsilon watched her master's every move. Her face was flushed red and her eyes sparkled due to the excitement. That's Shadow-sama for you. Epsilon felt nostalgia from her words. Master had an unrivaled historical knowledge, which helped him to draw accurate conclusions. He also had the ability to shake the hero's soul. Epsilon felt like her limited vocabulary was too stale to describe her master's excellence. Usually, even if Epsilon used all of her language skills to modify her sentence, she could not find words that would match master's behavior. In this case, however, she did not need to gild the lily. She could just frankly turn her thoughts into words. For Epsilon, this was the best way to pay her tribute to and praise master. Go to the other side, connecting the past, present, and future. Master said that to the hero Freya, who had disappeared. Even though his words were unintentional, it was concise and beautiful. The past, present, and future, what did that mean? Epsilon couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the deep meaning this phrase had. Epsilon, are you okay? Yes. Thanks to Shadow-sama, I didn't suffer any damage. Of course I have dedicated this body to Shadow-sama. Freya. Such a good swordsmanship. Shadow-sama is a million times more powerful than her. You dodged Freya's sword without any unnecessary action. Your slashes were so fast and beautiful that I felt each second was an eternity. Each slash seemed to cut the world. Your supreme swordsmanship has completely overpowered hero Freya. This slash be the biggest shake of this century will definitely. The post-war treatment should be nearly over. Her surroundings are also quiet. And be engraved in the world's history. Does her mean? Epsilon also noticed her existence when she sneaked into the city. The Witch of Calamity, Aurora. One of her fingers was sealed in this land. Hero Freya once investigated this land, which may have something to do with the Witch of Calamity, Aurora. But this was something that only Master, who had figured out the truth from his historical knowledge, could understand. It's time to meet a friend. What? Epsilon shivered as she heard Master's words. Master called the Witch of Calamity, no, the demon Diabolos, as his friend. She was infatuated with his courage and insight. From Master's point of view, even the demon Diabolos was just a friend of him. Epsilon swallowed hard. Let's go now. Please let me go with you. Epsilon gazed at Master's back with eager. Translator, Maki-sama. Proofreader, Hugh. I mounted up into the castle with Epsilon and stand in front of a door to a place that looked like a warehouse. There were 2 soldiers guarding here, but I'd better let them sleep for a while. It's right here. Epsilon said with a serious face. Yes. As expected of Violet-san. Even though there was a door separating us, I could clearly feel the presence of her cold breath. I opened the door and walked into the warehouse. The moonlight shone in through a large glass panel in the wall of the warehouse. There was a pedestal in the center. A dry black finger was placed on the pedestal under the moonlight. Ah, Violet-san. What a pity she became like that. Shadow-sama. Please be careful. It's okay. It's okay. I slightly waved my hand and walked toward the pedestal. We were friends after all. Violet-san must be imprisoned the way she was when we met at the holy ground. For a human finger, this was quite big. Black and ugly, it was like being mutated by demon possession. The feeling of mana also feels very similar. Violet-san survived by focusing all her mana on just one finger. She certainly did reject her humanity to a considerable extent. Violet-san used to say that I was an amazing guy, but actually she was even more amazing. The so-called demon possession was magic deviation or sudden mutation. Whilst treating Alpha and the others, I found out it is more accurate to call it a genetic trait rather than a disease. The bloodline of those mutated by demon possession was a bit different than others. However, even if Alpha and the others continued to rampage like that, they would not end up like Violet-san. The blood of Alpha and the others was not as dense as that of Violet-san. It's better to say that Violet-san was more like the source of their blood. I touched Violet-san's finger. That's dangerous, Shadow-sama. Violet-san's finger responded to me. Yo. I injected mana into it in place of a greeting, and then the finger trembled slightly. Kill me. That were her last words. The finger then bent as if it nodded slightly. If I wanted to do as she said, then I would just need to make the fingers disappeared without leaving behind any traces. Of course I could do that. But I won't do that. We were friends after all. The finger trembled as if it was protesting. Without outside help, it will be difficult for you to find your other parts. The finger seemed to be annoyed, swaying for a while, and then it nodded slightly. I want to carry the finger with me, but the size is a bit big now. Can't you be smaller? Violet-san seemed to let out a sound of M. It bent awkwardly as though being worried. Violet-san's finger was bigger than my arm. It doesn't matter if you can't. Let me do it. What I have to do is the same as treating demon possession. Violet-san's blood was thicker, so it would be much more troublesome than treating Alpha and the others. But it wouldn't take long since there was only one finger. After I fully injected my own mana into it, Violet-san's finger was surrounded by blue-purple mana. Then, at the moment when the light faded away, a common female-sized finger appeared. It was the pinky on the left hand. It was a fine and slender finger, and the fingernail was well manicured. I didn't know why Violet-san's finger was shaking. But anyway, now I could put it in my pocket. The severed part was a bit disgusting though. I could feel a trace of mana from the severed part. I felt it was somewhat similar to Freya's. Was the finger cut by Freya? However, the mana dissipated with little left, so there was no way to prove it. It's over. Let's go. I looked back at Epsilon and saw her staring at me, speechless. Okay, let's go. Yes. I held Epsilon's hand and left. She seemed to be so shocked that she just kept saying Chapter 185 If he was born before 1,000 years ago. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Epsilon couldn't believe what had happened, her mouth dropping open in surprise. The Witch of Calamity, Aurora's finger was sealed in the warehouse. Hero Freya also disappeared from history here. There must be some connection between them. The undead Freya looked strange. Her eyes were full of hatred, which was not like her. What happened here? A story buried by the darkness of history? Hero Freya. The Witch of Calamity, Aurora. Black Rose in Oriana Kingdom. She felt that the long-standing legend was going to repeat after 1,000 years. And those guys were definitely culprit behind the legend repeating. The Order of Diabolos. There may be a hidden event behind the riot in Oriana Kingdom. Thinking of this, Epsilon swallowed hard. Master was heading towards Aurora's finger. Master looked completely unwavered. Sure enough, he must have figured everything out. He untied the knot of history and understood everything. Epsilon couldn't help but sigh. That was not anything surprising considering her master. However, Master touched Aurora's finger. The investigation of Holy Ground was persuasive enough to prove the Witch of Calamity, Aurora was the demon Diabolos. Even if it's just Aurora's finger, the seal the hero had put onto it had weakened considerably over time, it would be too dangerous for Master to touch it directly. Of course, Epsilon's master was the most powerful man, but even so it would still be too dangerous. However, Master's amazing deed had not finished yet. It's unbelievable that Master communicated with Aurora's finger. She watched as Master injected mana into and talked with it, and Aurora's finger swayed as if it responded to Master's words. And most surprisingly, the finger didn't appear to have any intention of attacking Master. Kill. Piku Piku. But I won't do that. Buru Buru. I'll find your other parts. By Kyubiku. It's better to say that the atmosphere was harmonious. No, this must be an illusion. Master had fought against Aurora's memory at the Holy Ground. Of course, it ended up with the overwhelming victory of Master. It was highly possible that Aurora's memory was interconnected with this finger. Judging from the content of their conversation, they seemed to make some deal. But why? What happened next no doubt shocked her the most today. Master gathered magic, and injected it into the demon Diabolos's black and ugly finger. The blue-purple light shone, surrounding the finger. Then a human female's finger appeared. She knew that the demon Diabolos was the Witch of Calamity, Aurora. Descendants of heroes born of Diabolos cells may have demon possession blood. For some reason, the Witch of Calamity, Aurora, became the demon Diabolos. Then naturally Aurora's demon possession could be cured. Well, that's plausible. Although it made sense. She couldn't understand it. If Master was born 1,000 years ago, would the tragedy not happen and a happy future wait for everyone? Epsilon, looking into the distance, couldn't help but think of the possibility. If the demon Diabolos could be cured, then it may be related to Aurora's finger making a deal with Master. The Witch of Calamity, Aurora. The tragic witch who had suffered a lot. If the demon Diabolos still had Aurora's consciousness, perhaps a happy future was waiting for her. However, no one could tell the future, or the past that did not happen. When all the seals were unlocked, her consciousness may not be preserved. Moreover, according to the legend of Diabolos, the possibility that consciousness was preserved should be low. But Master would not miss even the slightest possibility. If Master lived 1,000 years ago, maybe the tragedy would not exist. However, Master was here now. Understanding the underlying meaning of Master's behavior, Epsilon stared at Master enthusiastically. She believed that such a tragedy would not happen again. Chapter 186 Terrible Interests. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. It was daybreak so we went back to the camp and took a nap. It soon reached breakfast time. The morning wind blew piercingly, sending a chill of the snow directly to the spine. I was adding firewood to the campfire. Patty patty the campfire burned quietly. Koto koto the soup in the pot was boiling. A delicious smell filled the air. Violet Sand's finger doodled on the snow. I was in charge of overlooking the soup in the pot so it doesn't get overcooked. As I stretched out, Violet Sand's finger tugged at my pants. What is it? Tug tug. Violet Sand pointed to the graffiti on the snow. I had thought it was a graffiti, but it turned out to be characters. Violet Sand's finger wriggled beside the characters as if saying read it, read it. I looked at all the characters and nodded knowingly. They seemed to be ancient characters. I see. I did not understand the characters, but still. I get it. She must be talking about her other body parts. After all, Violet Sand had done her best to communicate with me using body language last night, so I could understand what she meant. She pointed to the direction of Oriana Kingdom's capital indicating that we just needed to go there. Violet Sand gave it her best to write so much for me, and I did appreciate her kindness, so I nodded with a smile. Violet Sand's finger bent indicating she was pleased with my understanding. Her finger then rolled over the snow to erase the characters she wrote down one by one. Actually, it won't matter if she didn't erase them since no one could read those characters. Just then, the soup in the pot overflowed. No. I quickly took the pot off the fire. After confirming that the food inside was not overcooked, I gave the soup a slow stir. There were only shaved vegetables and taros in the soup, and salt was the only seasoning. This was a bare minimum method of cooking that showed the original taste of the ingredients. Well, honestly, it didn't matter how it tasted though. The protein is not enough. Violet Sand, who stopped rolling over the snow, climbed onto my knee. Her finger was freezing cold. I held the finger and took it near the campfire. Violet Sand seemed very comfortable as she got warmed. Precious protein. Violet Sand stopped moving for a split second. If I eat your meat until only bones are left, can you regenerate? Pura Violet Sand trembled. If you can, don't we have unlimited meat to eat? Bada Violet Sand struggled. I won't eat you. After all, I feel like I will have diarrhea if I eat you. Actually I just thought about what a cooked finger would look like. Cold finger get warmed. I let go of Violet Sand. Violet Sand hit my hand violently and returned to lying on my knees. I've asked Epsilon to find meat. Don't worry. Epsilon should take a rabbit back. At times like these, Delta would solve our problems easily. She would definitely bring the prey back in the shortest time. I tried to think about what Delta would do if she were here. When I thought that she took a dragon back with a big smile on her face, I stopped my imagination forcefully. Well, forget it. Just when I was muttering to myself. Siduni Isama, I hunted a rabbit. Epsilon, dressed as a young soldier, came back. She held a white hare in her hand. I heaved a sigh of relief. Epsilon, it's great that you come with me, really. Thank you very much. Although Epsilon nearly cut her hand with the cleaver, she still processed the rabbit quickly and neatly. Then she put the meat into the pot. While we were waiting for the meat to boil, the 3 Ajisans came over. Yo, did you have a good sleep last night? It looks like it will boil right away. Hey, what's that finger? One of the Ajisans noticed Violet-san leisurely lying on my knees. The Ajisan's gaze on me became subtle. The finger of enemy soldiers. It's disgusting. Remember to throw it away before it rots. Ajisan patted me on the shoulder. I could feel Violet-san's mana rising. Chapter 187 Two People with Social Phobia. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. The vow of Black Rose took action 3 days after taking over the castle. It seems that Mr. Goldo got in touch with royalists and decided to join the main force. Thanks to this time's success we might even be able to become an official troop. So now we were marching forward now. The royalists faction was starting to gather at Oriana Plains. The Doem faction was also planning to fight at Oriana Plains. A real war was about to begin, which was pretty exciting. The capital of Oriana Kingdom was relatively close to Oriana Plains. The royalists faction plan was probably to win the battle at Oriana Plains and then head over to the capital, and lay siege to it. I was also planning to look for other parts of Violet-san's body, and the destination was also the capital so we could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Epsilon joined our unit as my younger brother. After marching for some time, the Ajisans, Epsilon, Violet-san's finger, and I got another 2 relatives to travel with. But I'm not familiar with them. They were brought by Epsilon when we were having a break. My name is Kai. I'm Omega. Kai was a handsome, reliable-looking guy with short blonde hair. Omega was a dark-haired half-elf with heterochromia. His eyes were of 2 different colors, the first one was golden and the other one was silver. He was the type of person who always stayed quiet. Their feminine figure was concealed by the slime bodysuit. Those 2 are my subordinates. Epsilon stuck out her chest proudly. They were her subordinates from Mitsugashi Company. Epsilon seems to have become marvelous. Epsilon had become marvelous. They are going to pretend to be my relatives, right? Yes, Cid Aizawa. Our troop is in need of soldiers right now. I probably can persuade the leader to allow them to join in anyway. In the end they easily joined our vow of Black Rose without encountering any trouble. After all, there was no reason for a spy to join our troop. Because of the 2 newcomers, the Ajisans, and the 5 of us acted separately. I, Epsilon, Kai, Omega, and Violet-san. In this way we formed an elite force of the shadows. I think Violet-san can be considered our mascot. So I decided to propose an operation plan while preparing the campsite after our today's march. The sun has already sunk behind the horizon, and the light of the campfire was illuminating our surroundings. Everyone, please come here. I called out to Kai who was taking care of getting the pot and bowls ready, and Omega who was making the bed. Epsilon went out hunting in the mountains, but she should be back soon. By the way, I was in charge of the campfire, all I had to do was to just watch it burn there. Is Cid-sama going to assign tasks to us? Kai suddenly appeared in front of me as if she was about to kneel down. Task. Omega also appeared so quickly that she seemed to have left an afterimage. Can you please come over normally? Yes. I'm very sorry. I shall try it again. After looking at them closely, both of them acted unnaturally. Kai's body flinched. Omega's hands were shaking. They quickly returned to their earlier positions and then walked over slowly, their faces pale white. Their actions were very unnatural, but I was not going to tell them that. What was even the point of starting over? But I was not going to tell them that. Cid-sama, what is your order? Kai came over shaking. Task. Omega walked over trembling. Before Epsilon returns, let's warm up by the campfire. Were they not good at coping with the cold? Was it social phobia? To eliminate fear and uneasiness, you must first have a correct understanding of them. I decided to counsel them on life around the campfire. Yes. I see. I took Violet-san's finger out of my pocket to warm it up, and they suddenly shivered again. If you don't realize what you are afraid of, you won't know what to do. Denying fear and escaping from reality are common mistakes. Got it. This is the knack to fight on the battlefield. Denying your feelings is nothing but escaping from reality. You must first accept fear. They listened very carefully. As I was saying something I felt was appropriate for this situation, I diverted my gaze towards tomorrow's march direction. Come on, look at the campfire and face yourself. What are your fears? Find the truth. Myself. Face. In this way, I felt I've developed a somewhat better relationship with them before Epsilon returned. Chapter 188 Epsilon's Secret Recipe. Epsilon was running through the darkness, while Kai and Omega followed closely behind her. Cid told them I will go first before disappearing. Their plan was simple: night raid. They were going to launch a night raid on the Doem faction, to inflict heavy losses on them. The Royalists and the Doem faction. If the two of them went against each other head-on, then the final winner would be the Doem faction, at least Epsilon thought so. But this battle isn't as simple as it appears to be. The Royalists faction was supported by the Shadow Garden, and the Doem faction was supported by the Cult of Diablos. It could almost be considered as a war between the Shadow Garden and the Cult of Diablos. If you consider the fact that the Shadow Garden's individual strength was high, launching a night raid on the enemy with a few elites was the best choice. Our force included one member of the Seven Shadows with 2 subordinates, not to mention that Master was also here. Judging by the number of the enemy soldiers, it wouldn't be surprising if they defeated all enemies in one night. However, just like Royalists faction had the Shadow Garden, the Doem faction had the Cult of Diablos' support. Their next task was to launch a night raid at the Doem faction's camp where the cult's force was. They had to be careful. If Master was not here, Epsilon would have never dared to execute this plan. Our job is to be the support for Master. After we sneak in, we will be targeting the enemy's commander to create chaos in their forces. Kai and Omega both nodded in silence. There can't be any failures in front of Master. Don't embarrass me. Epsilon's tone was very strict, but she had always acted like that, so Kai and Omega just nodded in silence. By the way, Master said that the rabbit I hunted was very delicious. They didn't know why Epsilon said something so random, but she had always been like this, so Kai and Omega just nodded in silence. Of course it's delicious because I added a secret ingredient called love. I'm kidding. Epsilon's face was scarlet red because of her shyness, but again, she always acted this way, so both Kai and Omega just nodded in silence. And then, they saw the enemy's camp. The camp of the Doem faction. The Royalists faction army was still far away from here. Ha! The soldier on watch at night rubbed his eyes, yawning. Just then. The soldier felt as if something just passed by him, so he quickly turned his head around to look behind him. Was I mistaken? He thought because there was nothing behind him. The soldier rubbed his eyes and then continued to stand on watch. After a while, he looked around. He suddenly felt he heard a scream. But he could only see the torch's faint glow. This was a very quiet night. The battalion commander slept in a nearby tent. The soldier inadvertently raised the torch, and the tent was suddenly illuminated by the light. On the white wall of the tent there was a big blood stain. He hurriedly ran into the tent. Battalion commander. Are you okay? What? Inside the tent was battalion commander's body, and a head that was brutally cut off, laid on the ground. The insides of the tent were painted red with blood, but there was no trace of struggle or a fight. Battalion commander was killed in an instant by beheading. E-N-E. The soldier's voice was shaking. He was on the watch duty but didn't notice the enemy attack, which was considered a dereliction of duty. He stumbled and struggled to get out of the tent to quickly take a breath. Then he shouted. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In a blink of an eye the panic spread around the camp. He crawled, as if to escape from the tent, shouting on the verge of a mental breakdown. Then he noticed the tent next to the first one. How, what? The other tent was also stained red from blood. Chapter 189 Epsilon in Gorgeous Disguise. By Maki-sama into Be a Power in the Shadows. 8. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, never mind. Enemy attack. Doem lit the lamp in the spacious tent. The number of enemies is small. They attacked under the covers of darkness. Doem's subordinate reported. This place was the most important location of the Doem faction, which was protected by the members of the Order of Diablos. Someone attacked their camp without hesitation, which means Shadow Garden. Doem's expression suddenly contorted. He didn't think that the Royalists faction could attack here. But with Shadow Garden's information-gathering capabilities, there was a chance they knew where Doem was and the scope of the Order of Diablos' activities. Shit! How much information was leaked? There couldn't be any leaks. Our countermeasures should have been perfect. Them targeting this place must have been a coincidence. Shut up! When will your coincidences end? Don't you dare forget that Rajta was killed. Because of those people our plans were ruined countless times. Forgive me please. The subordinate said with his voice trembling. Stop underestimating them. Rajta was killed, so things are going to get quite troublesome now. Including this attack, we should be prepared for the worst. We should assume that Shadow Garden knows everything. How could that be possible? How did they learn of our plan? Having the information that should have been a complete secret, that was what the organization known as Shadow Garden was. Doem said as he reached out to the coffin that was in the center of the spacious tent. It was an unusually robustly built coffin without any decoration. A thick layer of chains was wrapped up around it, and in the center of the coffin there was a small hole. Even though it looked like a keyhole, it certainly was not one. It was just a small hole. They probably know about this too. The heroes, human experiments, and even the secret medicine. No, it's impossible. The hero's body is absolutely. At that moment, a slight breeze passed through the tent. I see, so that's the case. As they heard a beautiful voice say that, the subordinate's body was split into two bloody halves. You are. Doem glared at the voice's owner fiercely. I haven't seen you in a while, Doem. Thanks for taking care of me in the city. Epsilon, the beauty with long, smooth hair stood there. Epsilon. You survived with that kind of injury. Not thanks to you. It's been very hard to be chased by so many men, but that's just a beauty's fate. But you seem to be much thinner. Even though you're one of the 7 shadows, it must have been hard for you to deal with. I'm just in disguise. Disguise? Yes, it's just a disguise. That's probably the truth. If she just got thinner, the slime's volume wouldn't have reduced so much. Was it really just a disguise, or was she bluffing to conceal the limits of the 7 shadows' strength? A subtle sense of tension permeated the air. Shouldn't you tend to your wound? Epsilon said to Doem. Doem's right shoulder was cut at some point. Epsilon sent a slash at him while killing his subordinate. No need, it's just a scratch. I'm surprised you avoided it so quickly. But unfortunately for you, Mordred is not here, and I'm in my peak condition, so your chance to win is less than 1 in 10,000. I see, so, how much do you know? Not much. The two of them continued the conversation. Doem was doing it to buy some time, while Epsilon was fishing for information. I finally understand why the Order of Diabolos is so obsessed with the demon possessions. Tell me, let me check the answer for you. Long ago, in the distant past, 3 heroes including Freya defeated the demon Diabolos. After that, the Order of Diabolos somehow got her body. As I thought, that's why you attacked the castle of Rajta. The Order of Diabolos was studying Freya's body in order to learn how to manipulate Diabolos cells and create a new hero. In order to do that, Order of Diabolos found 3 potential candidates who were believed to have strongly inherited Freya's blood. Oh, right. You probably have guessed already, but the 3 we chose were Rose Oriana, Alexia Midgar and Claire Kagenou. And all of them are under your protection. Doem's mouth twisted as he stared at Epsilon. To what extent are you willing to go to, just to hinder us? We haven't even confirmed our thoughts and yet you are still stopping us, why? Answer me. In the face of Doem's aggressive stance, Epsilon just turned her eyes into the distance. It was as if she was staring at someone in front of her. All truth lies on the end of Shadow Sama's path. Shadow. That man? It's all because of him. Doem recalled Shadow's swordsmanship that he saw on the day of the buy-in tournament. That swordsmanship that was like a superb art was deeply imprinted on Doem's mind. Well, let's end our little chat here. Don't be so anxious. Let me tell you another good news. There indeed were 3 candidates at the beginning, but we also managed to get a new test subject that barely passes the requirements, even though she is not comparable to the other 3. Doem suddenly injected some red liquid into the hole in the coffin that was next to him. Suddenly mana started to overflow from the coffin. Now, wake up. You must want to avenge your father's death, Emilia. Then the coffin shattered. Proofreader, never mind Inhu. Epsilon remembered a girl called Emilia. It was a story from before Master attended the academy, and the time when the Shadow Garden was still a small organization made up of only Master and the 7 shadows. At that time, Master's sister Claire was kidnapped by the Order of Diabolos. The result of that situation was that Shadow Garden destroyed one of its branches. The guy in charge of that branch was called Alba. His daughter's Emilia's name was carved into his sword's handle. After some investigation they found out that Alba's daughter Emilia was taken as a hostage by the cult. And then, Shadow Garden found her. But at that time, Emilia has already turned into a monster after being experimented on by the Order of Diabolos, so Alpha killed her out of mercy. But it seems that her body was recovered by the cult. You heartless bastards! Epsilon glared furiously at Doem, who was smirking. It must have been hard for you to come this far just to kill me, but in the end it seems you are not going to be able to do that. The situation has changed. Why don't you leave your head here? From the broken coffin came out a beautiful girl. Her innocent look and grey hair instantly reminded Epsilon about Alba, even though she only saw him once. Doem used Emilia as a shield as he slowly retreated. Psu. Epsilon also stepped back, while on guard against Emilia. It was because she sensed in Emilia a magic power level equal to that of the hero Freya. The noises coming from outside the tent grew louder, as they gradually approached. Kai and Omega's distraction seemed to have reached its limit. The tent would be surrounded in a short moment. It was time to retreat. Although they failed to kill Doem, they did weaken the cult of Diabolos' military power. Compared to killing Doem, learning about the plans of Cult of Diabolos was much more important. It was stupid of her to make decisions because of emotional impulses. Epsilon focused mana at her sword. Amelia responded to the sudden movement. But Epsilon's target was not her. It was the person behind her doem. Epsilon held her sword horizontally. The magic gathered on the sword formed a sharp blade and was going to slash at doem. What? Amelia, protect me. Amelia, who was going to attack Epsilon, changed her direction according to doem's order. She rushed into the attack range of the blade, released a huge mana wave and cut Epsilon's blade in two. Epsilon widened her eyes behind the mask. She had not expected her blade to be cut in this way. However, Epsilon still succeeded in her goal. She jumped out of the tent and ran to the forest. Catch her, Amelia. Do not let her escape. Epsilon felt huge mana waves from behind her. I threw together a guerrilla plan for the Shadow Garden's elite group to attack the enemy camp. After separating from Epsilon and the others, I dashed into the forest. At the same time, Violet-san started to flail about. She wriggled continuously in my pocket. Wait a minute, it's itchy. I had no choice but to stop and took Violet-san out of my pocket. What's the matter, what do you want? Piku Piku Violet-san shook on my palm. Are you hungry? Patapiti she patted my palm. No? Ah, do you want to go to the bathroom? Badibati she hit my hand harder. It's really a headache. I scouted around to see if there was anything unusual. It was just an ordinary forest. But the moon in the sky was very beautiful. The moonlight is beautiful, but I'm in a hurry today. Next time we can watch the moon together. Violet-san was wriggling. Her body language was really hard to understand. She jumped from my hand and rolled on the ground. Do you want to go for a walk? I followed behind her. We only walked for a while. Mana was gathering in the forest showing faint light. The light and mana became stronger little by little, forming a female figure. Yo, we meet again. I greeted Freya. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Freya didn't look at me. She should have noticed me. But where her gaze fell was a void. For me, she looked as if staring straight at the air. Freya reached out to the void and her hand disappeared. No, more accurately, her hand was sucked into some place. In other words, her hand was sucked into the void and disappeared. There must be something about that space that the human eyes couldn't see. Freya looked at me. After that, she muttered to herself. Although I couldn't hear her from where I stood, I could tell what she said through reading her lips. Come here. She said something like that. Freya's body was gradually sucked into the void starting from her wrist. Her eyes glued to me and Violet-san. In this way, Freya disappeared. She seems to have disappeared. I speculated carefully. Violet-san seemed to be saying that I knew it already. She tapped on my feet. But I noticed something. How to describe this feeling? It was similar to what I felt at the Holy Ground. The Holy Ground could suck people's magic. However, that void did not suck magic. Besides, I could hardly feel the presence of magic here. Though, I felt that something had been sucked into the void. I carefully observed the void where Freya disappeared, but found nothing. So I jumped directly into the void. Hey! I dived into it like a swimmer in a competition. Just in case, I did not forget to change into shadow mode. Violet-san followed me by sticking to my feet. Then I was surrounded by white light. I fell into a space with white walls, white beds, and white ceilings. There were pods all around, arranged at regular intervals. The space was like a research center. Freya stood in front of the pods. I looked down at the pod closest to me. This is... There was something in the shape of a human in the pod. It seemed to be a failed test subject, a mixture of human and demon possession. It was a white-haired woman who had stopped breathing. The thing in the next pod didn't even have a shape of a human, but a pile of organs. Next, and the next, were all failed test subjects. Each one was a failed test subject having no life at all. They seemed to be preserved here as some samples. After observing countless failed test subjects in pods, I found a common point. They were all women, and it looked like they all had similar facial features. In a pod was a woman named Olive who I once fought against at the Holy Ground. In some other pods were mixtures of Violet-san and someone. The orc in the next pod was. Then I saw the pod in front of Freya and found that a human looked completely the same as Freya. Freya stood stiffly in front of the pod. They are all connected to each other. I said to myself meaningfully. We seem to have found some incredible facilities. I'm not sure what these facilities are for, still, I must first pretend that I knew something. This was very important. So this is the Rebbeginning of Diabolos, the continuation of the story 1,000 years ago, but this is something that can be easily understood after looking through history. Violet-san shivered as she seemed to agree with what I said. Everything is connected, the past, present, future. Everything seemed to be within my expectations. Here I should also have an air of knowing everything. As a power in the shadows, everything was within my expectations without exception. When I patted on my coat letting out the sound of bossa, I heard a noise and the space distorted. I had just wondered how an uninvited visitor could come into this space. Now I see. You are the man called Shadow. A voice came from the distorted space. I didn't expect you to come here so quickly, but to see that you've already known all our secrets. At this time, a man appeared. Chapter 192 Let me show you perfect magic control. By Maki-sama into be a power in the shadows. 21. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. He was a handsome guy with white hair, he must be a badass. Though I didn't know how he appeared. I saw that the space was distorted, but I couldn't feel any magic. You must have known me. My name is Mordred. So this handsome guy's name was Mordred. I've heard a lot about you. But I didn't say who told me about him, because no one had ever told me about the name Mordred. May I ask how you knew about this place? I waited for a moment and then answered with a meaningful smile on my face. The past guided me. I see. The past. Mordred looked at Freya. She is indeed the wreckage of the past. Poor woman. Freya glared at Mordred. It seemed that they knew each other. The Black Rose, and this wreckage of the past. They aren't a coincidence at all, you are the one behind all of them, right? Shadow. Since you asked me so nicely, then yet I did. But Mordred seemed to play an important role in this research center. Besides, Violet-san and Freya were both here, so I must give a cool response that matched my identity as a power in shadows. The finale is near, the moment everything is exposed will come. I said this sentence meaningfully in a low voice and released some magic. The blue-purple magic danced like flickering flames surrounding me, while the wind blew on my long black coat. I look so cool. Your magic is so powerful, is this real? I manipulated magic to drive the wind to blow Mordred's hair. This was quite complicated. It's easy to make the wind blow for just a moment, but it took a lot of magic to make it last, and the control of it must be precise. In order to suppress magic output while increasing the pressure, I had to constantly repeat the 2 steps of suppressing and releasing magic quickly. Moreover, I had to maintain constant magic to maintain a certain wind pressure. My wind pressure had been stable. In other words, I perfectly manipulated magic, which should make Mordred shudder in awe. What an amazing magic control, but a battle can't be determined by magic alone. No, you missed the point. I could precisely manipulate wind pressure. Look, had you ever seen such a precise magic control? Although it's okay to fight with you here, it's too early. Mordred said, distorting the space. A gap appeared along with a loud noise. Come in from the main entrance next time, unwelcome visitors. Ah, it turned out it was not time to fight against the boss. You are right, well. I felt the power released from the space, which was totally different from magic. As expected, it was the same type as what I felt at the holy ground, that was to say. I am, atomic. I released magic regardless of whether it would blow all over. This is. Mordred was shocked. The blast brought by Shadow the moment he teleported caused enormous damage to the space. All pods were destroyed, and a large hole appeared in the space. If Mordred distorted the space to warp back later, it would have been completely swallowed by the magic released by Shadow. It was like a black hole that could swallow the world. It would take some time to fix the space. This guy can use magic to affect space. No, it should be that he deliberately prepared magic powerful enough to destroy the space. Mordred could only think of so. That is to say, this guy knew it from the beginning. He knew where this space is, and what this space is for. Cold sweat started dripping from Mordred's face. The finale is near, the moment of exposing everything is coming. Mordred pondered over Shadow's words. The finale is near, yes, that's why the order began to take action. And the moment of exposing everything. He wanted to expose all secrets? That's right, Shadow knew it. He had known everything. The plan has to be carried out ahead of time. This guy has known of the existence of World of Demons. When Mordred turned around. Pottery. The sound of blood pattering on the floor. Something fell on the ground. What? It was blood. Bright red blood spread out on the white floor. Then Mordred found that he'd lost all feeling in his right arm, which was nearly cut off from shoulder, unnaturally hanging. Shadow has such a level of power. Mordred stared coldly at the place where Shadow disappeared. Chapter 193 It's not my fault the shot went awry. Epsilon ran hurriedly in the dark forest. She should have thrown off the soldiers of the cult of Diabolos. But she could still sense the huge mana waves behind her. The opponent has much more stamina than me. It would be better not to take a long-term battle. After all, Epsilon would be the first to be worn out. When she was just about to stop, Kai and Omega, who respectively ran from the left and right side of the forest, joined her. The sneak attack was successful. We have crippled the cult of Diabolos. Who is the girl chasing you? They looked at the girl behind them as running. The cult of Diabolos is the culprit turning her into that. But Shadow Garden should also be held responsible for her, too, said Epsilon, and then she stopped running. Kai and Omega also stopped at the same time, looking back at Emilia. Epsilon witnessed the death of Alba on the spot. She heard about Alpha killing Emilia in a report. Of course, Epsilon knew that the real culprit was the cult of Diabolos. Deep in her heart, Epsilon secretly hoped that Emilia could find peace. But Epsilon clearly knew this was only a pipe dream before the tragic ending. The cycle of hatred must be broken out of. The three of them raised their swords. Emilia, who had caught up with them with an amazing speed, released a huge wave of magic when she was approaching. Atomic. Suddenly they heard a low voice from nowhere, which seemed to reverberate with the abyss. Then the surrounding space was dyed in purple-blue light. Then, when she came to, Epsilon was lying in the forest. Apparently, she seemed to have fainted even for just a few seconds. The purple-blue light disappeared, but there were traces of huge waves of magic around it. My shot went awry. Hearing the sound of Master, Epsilon turned around. What she saw was her beloved Master wrapped in a long black coat. Epsilon didn't feel any magic right until the moment she was surrounded by the blue-purple light. It was as if Master suddenly came out of an empty space and shot straight at her. The shot was so powerful that she couldn't escape. If Epsilon was the target, she would have disappeared without a trace. Epsilon trembled in fear of such a formidable magic without any sign, and her respect for her master who could easily do this. Shadow-sama. Epsilon's mind was filled with thousands of words to express her feelings, but Master who looked back seemed to be filled with guilt, so she swallowed her words. However, it must be her illusion that Master looked guilty. After all, Master just looked at Emilia's burnt body. No, not a body. She is still alive. What an amazing tenacity. Epsilon understood the true meaning of Master's words. My shot went awry. For Master who was beyond perfection, he did miss the target so that Emilia was alive. Master gathered blue-purple magic in his hand and walked to Emilia. Master must want to give her the last shot. Master must have known everything. He knew how Emilia grew up under inhuman experiments, and the deep hatred in her heart. So Master, having the same thought as Epsilon, was going to break the cycle of hatred here. Please, wait. Epsilon rushed to the front of Master. By any chance, please give Milia to me. We can cure her. Epsilon's voice was shaking. She didn't want to make Master unhappy, which the most horrible thing in this world for her. However, this was the last chance to cure Emilia, just like how Master treated Epsilon. I understand your feelings, Shadow-sama. However, she is just a victim. Epsilon didn't dare to look at Master's face, lowering her head in fear. Sure. Master's voice was unexpectedly gentle. Then the purple-blue magic was injected into Emilia's body and healed her. I will leave her in your care. Oh, okay. Master gently touched Epsilon's head, which was so warm that she would never forget the feeling of Master's palm for the rest of her life. Shadow disappeared into the darkness. Amazing. Master's magic is formidable. Kai and Omega's gaze followed Shadow with their mouth opened. Hurry, take her back to Alexandria. Master helped to cure Emilia, but Epsilon was still worried about the residual effects of the experiment. It would take certain time for Milia to fully recover. Kai and Omega lifted Emilia, while Epsilon opened a way for them. Finally they disappeared deep into the forest. After a while, words came from the empty forest. It's not my fault the shot went awry. Pedin. Ouch. Then the forest fell into silence again. Chapter 194 Great Sacrifice for World Peace and Science. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, never mind. Doem woke up with a dull pain coming from his head. Where am I? His surroundings were covered in darkness, and the only sound he could hear were the leaves and branches rustling in the wind. It seems he was in the forest. Doem sat up against a big stone. He had no idea how he ended up here. You woke up. Doem heard a boy's voice from above. This boy was looking down on him. Dark hair, dark eyes, an ordinary person you could find anywhere. Doem couldn't feel his magic power. He could hear his voice and see his figure, but the boy blended into the darkness so well, that one would still doubt if he really existed. You, who are you? Doem tried to stand up, but his body felt heavy, and for some reason he couldn't control his own magic power. I know you, and you know me too. Try to recall. Have I ever met you? Doem remembered the faces of almost every person he ever met, even those he met only once. He certainly did see that black-haired boy somewhere. You are. You're the one who sat next to Princess Iris in the Bushin tournament. Correct. Amazing. You're from the Midgar Kingdom, this can cause an international issue. At that moment, Doem thought that this boy was just an ordinary person. He couldn't possibly have the courage and strength to kidnap him. But maybe, the boy hid his strength and specifically targeted him. Maybe he created a detailed plan, and found an opportunity to kidnap him. Who knows? The boy gave a cold smile. Why are you doing this? Today a girl's life was nearly unreasonably taken away. It's a pity, don't you think? The black-haired boy looked down at Doem coldly. His eyes devoid of emotions. Doem couldn't move his body at all for some reason. Are you doing this for revenge? No, no. I'm just asking. Who knows? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. I do think she is pitiful. Hey, so. I have set some rules for myself for killing people. I followed them so far. One of them is that I will try my best not to kill anyone that I think is pitiful. You're really gentle. I nearly broke this rule because of you. So, for the sake of world peace, I am going to kill you. If you really think about it, killing you is still a positive thing, considering the killing part, and positive reaction will come out of it. I don't even really care about the world peace part. What are you talking about? Was this boy joking, or was he just stupid? Doem looked at the boy, not comprehending what he was really talking about. The boy's stance didn't change, he still stared at Doem with his cold, dark eyes. You're a bad guy. I can tell by your smell. Kun kun, the boy sniffed loudly as if he was playing in a drama. Ha, so stupid. But that's the reason you're going to die. Liar. I would be dead by now if you really were going to kill me. So, what are you doing this for? Money? Information? You've got a point. The reason I haven't killed you yet is because you're a prominent figure in Oriana Kingdom, so you should have some useful info. Information, try torture, maybe you will get some. I'm not interested in torturing you, I might have done that if it were necessary, but you are going to tell me everything even if I don't do that. The boy said that with complete confidence. He was determined to get the results, and he didn't have any doubts that he would get them. Doem felt creeped out. Although the boy looked completely ordinary, his behavior and the words he said had indicated something extraordinary. For the first time, Doem started to be afraid of that boy. What are you talking about? Your head hurts, your body can't move, and you can't control your magic power, right? Do you know why? Just like he said, he couldn't move at all, even though he wasn't tied up, nor was he injured. He could neither escape or resist. He was gradually becoming more and more terrified by the minute. What did you do to me? I tried injecting my magic power directly into your brain, that's all. Biribiri. The boy said as he gathered his blue-violet magic in both hands. That's why I thought. Wouldn't you tell me everything if I injected some more magic power? Patty magic in his hands let out small electrical sounds. It was the first time Doem ever saw such a high-quality magic. Such dense magic power was perfectly controlled in his hands. It was just like the magic from other dimensions, which caused Doem to shudder. Please wait. This is torture. It's definitely torture. That's rude. It's an experiment. A scientific experiment. Thanks to your sacrifice, there is a chance that many people who are brain dead can be healed. If you try to resist, your brain might explode into pieces, so I would suggest staying quiet. The boy grabbed Doem's head with his hands. Now, here we go. For world peace and science. Sto. Biribiri. Help. Then Doem's consciousness was dyed filled with blue-violet magic. After Doem's disappearance, the Doem faction's army evacuated overnight. The Royalists' faction marched through the empty plains unhindered after Doem faction's retreat. The Doem faction didn't know where Doem was. The Royalists didn't even know that he was gone, so they carefully thread forward looking out for traps and ambushes. But of course, nothing happened. In this way, the Royalists surrounded the capital of the Oriana Kingdom to launch the final battle. In the end, no one could solve the mystery of Doem's disappearance. Chapter 195 The Secret One Wants to Hide the Most. By Maki-sama into Be a Power in the Shadows. 33. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, never mind. I injected my magic power into the subject's Doem's body, and started performing a lobotomy on his brain based on my intuition and previous experience. I expect many secrets from you. But the results if my magic were. But. Do Doem wants his butt to be spanked please? A man begging to be spanked by another man was revealed. Did I use too much magic power? Let's try sending a bit more magic power into his frontal lobe. Biribiri. Oh my butt I'm going to, oh. It was too much. Like that, the memorable experimental subject fell silent. He died and gone to paradise. I couldn't accept those results. Has the experiment failed? No. Although it wasn't the results I wanted, but I did learn his deepest secret. It could even be considered a success. Yes, that's right, it was because I wanted to learn more about his most guarded secrets. That's why he told me his biggest secret. The experiment was successful, otherwise it would be very rude towards Doem. I learned a very important lesson from this experiment. The secret that people want to hide the most may not be the secret of their organization or work, but their own secret. I swear I will take your secret with me to the grave. I mourned silently for Doem, who passed away happy. Then I destroyed his body with a short-range atomic. Fortunately, I also learned something useful. At least my efforts paid off. In addition to learning about his fetish, Doem also told me some interesting news. Right, I should also tell Violet-san about it. Hey, wake up, wake up. When I took Violet-san out of my pocket, she was still curled up and asleep. I'm surprised that a finger needs to sleep too. I've got some interesting news. The man I just caught liked to be spa. Peta-in. Oh, right, my bad. I've actually obtained some secret information through some special methods. PC. According to the information, in the Oriana Kingdom Castle. With a meaningful smile on my face, I explained the information I got to her. Chapter 196, A Natural Phenomenon of Unknown Cause or a Paranormal Phenomenon. By Maki-sama in To Be a Power in the Shadows. 2. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, never mind. At the royal castle of the Oriana Kingdom, Mordred was listening to the report from his subordinate. Doem seems to have disappeared. Why yes. A subordinate from the cult of Diabolos stood before Mordred, whose snow-like white hair was swept back into a ponytail. His legs were trembling from nervousness. What happened? Yeah, yesterday at night we were attacked by what I think was a small number of enemies who probably belonged to the Shadow Garden. You think? We couldn't confirm their presences. I understand. Now, what are the losses? We lost a lot of personnel. But we've already asked the cult for reinforcements, so there is no problem. The camp was easily invaded, and personnel were assassinated. If that's not a problem, then my sense of value is quite different from yours. So, what about the damage on Shadow Garden's side? You must have managed to kill at least one of them, right? Well, they escaped quickly from fear of our strength. You mean they achieved their objective and withdrew quickly. They escaped from fear of our strength. That's the conclusion from our field investigation. The color drained from the subordinate's face. He was ordered to only report like this. That's an interesting field investigation. So, Doem was abducted by Shadow Garden. We don't know. You don't know. Why yes, after Shadow Garden escaped, Doem-sama took command of the scene. But then, he suddenly vanished. Suddenly disappeared. Mordred blinked suspiciously. Why yes. Right before our eyes, he just vanished. He disappeared. Do you think people can suddenly disappear like that? And no, I don't. Of course. I assume the field investigation has already been completed. Why yes. So, would you like to know the results of the investigation? Is there anything else to do? Am I the fool or are you the fool? Which one is it? Or perhaps, we think of each other as fools. The subordinate, who was caught in Mordred's angry glare, was dripping sweat like a waterfall. And no, never, absolutely not. The investigation showed that there is a high possibility of it being the result of an ancient artifact or disturbance caused by demons or a natural phenomenon of unknown cause or a paranormal phenomenon or... Mordred frowned. Basically, you didn't figure out anything. Why yes. And no, this conclusion was drawn with great care while considering all possibilities. It covers all possibilities. Of course. That was a very interesting investigation. As a reward, let me give you my opinion. Mordred-sama's opinion. The first attack on different personnel was a trap set by Shadow Garden. Trap? Yes. They turned our attention to the attack while one of them sneaked in and abducted Doem. The kidnapper must be an elite even within Shadow Garden. One of the 7 shadows or maybe Shadow himself. If so, the culprit is, once again, Shadow Garden. Isn't it obvious? There are also members of Shadow Garden who are proficient at disguise. The one who sneaked in must have been in disguise. Could the perpetrator have disguised as Doem? Mordred raised his head as if he just realized something. The perpetrator disguised as Doem, and then vanished in front of everyone, making it look like a supernatural phenomenon. This way, no one would realize that Shadow Garden was the culprit. And no way, but how can a person just vanish? There must be some sort of trick behind it. I can't be sure about this because I haven't been to the scene. But it's easier to disguise as Doem and vanish, than it would be to make Doem vanish. Don't you think so too? Yes, that's true. Well, I don't know for sure yet. But as a matter of fact, Doem disappeared and the capital city has been surrounded. Shadow Garden may have already sneaked in. Mordred chuckled. What should we do? Our plan will not proceed smoothly. Well well. Hasn't this become more interesting than our plan? If Doem's death should become known, more people from the Royalists faction will gather. Then we have to deal with it as quickly as possible. Not necessary. Let them gather. Now that it's come to this, we'll end the Oriana Kingdom. Before that, we'd better dispose of all the rubbish here. Are you going to use that? Mordred just kept on smiling without saying a word. Then he cut off the subordinate's head. Blood splashed everywhere as a headless body fell to the ground. Shadow Garden, that power of yours, let me see it. Chapter 197 Battle of Darkness. By Maki-sama into Be a Power in the Shadows. 2. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. A young girl turned her gaze towards the faraway gate of the capital. Her pink blonde hair danced in the wind against the grey sky. That girl was the princess of Oriana Kingdom, Clara Oriana. The capital has been surrounded by our army. Other lords who plead their loyalty to you are on their way. Once the army has assembled, we will launch a full-scale attack, said a man in his 40s standing behind Clara. I express my gratitude for assembling the army, Marquis Grant, said Clara as she was gazing at the gate from afar. That's all thanks to you, Your Highness. They wouldn't unite like this if it was only me. Because of me, Clara whispered. What are you worried about? I'm a royal in name only. I didn't do anything and I know nothing. Are you concerned about the mysterious organization that helped you escape from the concentration camp? It's actually about my sister who can actually lead the Oriana Kingdom. Rose-sama? It's better not to mention her. Why? Since the day my sister killed father, things have changed. Although everyone speaks ill of my sister, father was acting really weird. My sister must have known some inside stories. Rose-sama killed your father, the Majesty. Whatever reason she had, this fact cannot be changed. If we don't know the reason behind all of this, then we can't understand all the other things. Why did my father become so strange? Why did my sister kill him? How did the Doem faction gain so much power? Why was I rescued from concentration camp? Why did the army assemble so easily? How was the capital surrounded so easily without any large battles happening? There are so many answers, but we don't have any answers, do we? Well, Marquis Grant, don't you think that this is some sort of grand scheme that someone has plotted against us? Marquis Grant looked up at the grey sky with a serious look. Back when I was determined to go into politics, my grandfather gave me a word of warning. There is hidden darkness lurking in this world that we must avoid at all costs, he said in a low voice. Darkness. This darkness has been in existence for a long, long time. I don't know what this darkness is or what it represents, and I've never gone out of my way to explore it, because I listened to my grandfather's words. Though in the many years of working in politics, I've encountered this darkness several times, and the pressure it released was suffocating. Abnormal judgments, demotions, manipulations, missing family members, and eventually death by accidents, is the same fate for all of those who searched for the truth of the darkness. What is the darkness then? I don't know, but I'm scared. My colleague died the day after by a carriage accident. And his family member's house was burned to the ground by some accidents, leaving no trace. I love my wife and children, so I pretended to know nothing. His tone was full of remorse. After Rose-sama killed the king, I felt a lot of pressure from the darkness as the event went on, the severity of which I have never felt before, so I went back to my territory to live in seclusion earlier than anyone. But Marquis Grant assembled the army for me and came here in person. There is not only one darkness, but two. One of which is the power behind Doem, while the other. Grant turned round, and so did Clara. However, there was only the grey sky stretching beyond the horizon. I'm also a pawn. In the war between the two darkness, one of them made me move, and that's about it. But a pawn also has its own ambitions. I still remember the mistakes I made in the past, and the death of friends and family. Marquis Grant. Clara looked up at Grant, who's clenching his fist. The only thing that can destroy the darkness is darkness itself, which will not appear in places where there is light. In the distant past, it is said that only light can illuminate the darkness. I want to know all the truth of this world and the masterminds behind this war. Clara stared intensely at Marquis Grant. The light I can bring is but too small. Marquis Grant smiled. Your light has assembled the army. I heard that the division that was chosen by Black Rose is also included. Countless lights have gathered for you. The so-called Black Rose is. That is a group of young knights led by Goldo Kinmeki. If we cultivate the light from now on, all darkness will be destroyed someday. The day might be far away, but we can still hope. Marquis Grant escorted Clara to their camp. First we should strive for the best result on this stage that was prepared by others. There should be an answer ahead. Yes, my sister must be waiting for me there. Then they walked over side by side. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Violet-san and I returned to the capital of the Oriana Kingdom. The capital was surrounded by the royalists' army. I'd heard that they would launch a full-scale attack tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. So quiet. I talked to myself, walking on the empty street. Maybe because it's night break, there were no pedestrians on the street. However, there was no light coming from the houses by the roadside, which looked very unnatural. I couldn't even hear any voices from the houses. I can feel other people's presence though. Surprisingly, I found the scent of blood in the air whilst walking down the street. Well, the smell of blood is nothing unusual during the war, I thought. The snow on the street was dyed red by blood. Torn clothes were scattered around, fingers from dismembered bodies lying on the ground. I took out Violet-san from my pocket in panic. I thought I dropped you. Shudder shudder, Violet-san trembled. Well, it's common to see fingers on the ground during the war. Splash. I saw several footprints in the blood on the ground. I did a rough count of the footprints and there were more than a dozen. I was a little worried, so I followed the tracks. The footprints led me from the commoner district to a rich neighborhood. At this time, Kage. I heard a scream coming from far away. I made a dash there and saw a noble manor. It was a 3-story mansion with a spacious garden, but there were bloody footprints scattered around. I kicked down the luxurious double gate and entered the mansion. Oh, this is like a scene from a horror movie. The hall was filled with a sea of blood. Bodies were piled up on the ground. Blood dyed the luxurious murals and decorations. Unfortunately, everyone was dead. There must have been a very fierce battle here. I crossed the tides of blood and walked up to the second floor where the scream came from. I walked through the corridor spattered with blood and gave the door at the end a roundhouse kick. Damn, fuck off. 2 people were wrestling with each other. A man in a tailcoat sat on a woman, trying to bite her. The woman in a dress desperately resisted. What was going on? Isn't choking the woman a faster way to kill her? I restrained my curiosity to ask this man why he wanted to bite the woman, and helped her in the way of a mob character. Gee, get away from her. Then I gave the man a mob kick. What? The man didn't flinch at all. Although it was just a kick with the power of a regular mob, I should have kicked at the right place. The man looked at me with bloodshot eyes. I kicked his face hard. Good yeah. Ah. His body was weaker than I thought. His face cracked, flesh falling down. The woman covered in blood looked up at me. Thank you for saving me. Surprisingly, she was very calm. She wiped off the man's flesh on her face with the sheets, and then picked up the sword that fell to the ground, the hilt of which was engraved with the crest of Midgar Magic Swordsman Academy. Wait. Have I seen you somewhere before? She lit an oil lamp so the room got light. Are you Cid Kagenou-kun? She looked at me and asked. You should be Miss Mob. No. I gave her the runaround, but it didn't work. My name is Christina. We are classmates, don't you remember? Of course I do. I'm just kidding. She looked somewhat familiar. I remembered that she belonged to the upper group of the class hierarchy, so of course I had never talked to her. She is a red-haired beauty with red eyes. To think that you would tell jokes under such circumstances even though you don't look like the type of person. Besides, you beat him with a single blow. Christina looked down at the dead man in tailcoat whose head had burst. Not in a single blow, I kicked him twice or so. I don't know why he is so fragile. Maybe he got osteoporosis. What is osteoporosis? Well, these guys are really strong, but they are surprisingly fragile. Though I have to thank you, Cid-kun. I was in quite a dangerous situation there, as my sword had fallen to the ground. Christina smiled. I heard your scream when I passed by, so I came up to see what happened. You heard my scream? Christina's face fell. Yes, I did. Gosh, those guys will come rushing because of the scream. Who are those guys? Like this guy at your feet. Christina pointed to the dead man in tailcoat whose head had burst, but I couldn't understand what she meant, so I just looked at her with my head tilted to one side. You know nothing. I felt a little uncomfortable when traveling, so I have been sleeping in the hotel recently. I gave myself a completely normal setting, not out of character. Traveling during this period. Anyway, now there is no time. Christina put on a coat covering her dress. Well, I pretended to be a panicked passerby who didn't know anything. In fact, I really did know nothing. If those guys hear screams, they will come all together. They are monsters. Monday, monster. What an exciting situation. Then I suddenly remembered something really important. Ah, I broke the door and left it open. What? Christina's face was twitching. Roars that didn't belong to humans burst out from downstairs. Chapter 199 It's All the Americans' Fault. By Maki-sama into Be a Power in the Shadows. 8. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Christina and I rushed to the corridor in panic, only to find people covered in blood. Their faces were bloodlessly pale, as if they had been dead for a long time. I realized they were zombies. Close the door. I grabbed Christina's hand and quickly ran back to the room, slamming the door shut. Now we're safe fortunately, zombies can't open the door. Foo, I had been thinking about countermeasures in the previous world for this kind of epidemic, so I'm familiar with this situation. Help me. Move the furniture over to block the doorway. Zombies can't open the door. Gotcha. SFX, door unlocking. I looked back after hearing the sound of the lock and saw a zombie's face through the crack between the door and its frame. Kia. I gave the zombie a roundhouse kick to send its face flying. Then I quickly closed the door and grabbed the doorknob hard. Quick. Get the furniture. How could zombies open the door? Christina moved the furniture in the room to form a barrier before the door. The doorknob was also hard blocked by the furniture. I can rest assured. Crack. I can't believe it. A zombie stretched its hand through the crack between the door and its frame. Oh no, it appears that the furniture won't hold for long. Destroying doors is against the zombies' rules. No, why, how could it be? Cid. You shouldn't be surprised. They are stronger and faster than normal humans. They also retain some fragments of their memory from when they were still alive. Christina. What, Cid? I finally noticed that. They were not regular zombies, but super zombies. Let me explain what super zombies are. Mob zombies were undead, but they were slow and mentally retarded, so they were just small fries. But if they were just that, Americans would have wiped them out with machine guns and rocket launchers. Just like the Samurai Warriors series. So super zombies, the enhanced version of zombies, appeared. They are both agile and powerful, and can even attack the US military as groups with the help of their own bits and pieces of human intelligence. As a result, the US military, even with their machine guns and rocket launchers, encountered much trouble with these super zombies. Eventually, even the American soldiers evolved and got some new abilities. Why, Cid? The Doem faction is to be blamed for this. They gave candies to the citizens claiming they are pray for victory candies. People who ate the candy became like this the next day. Have you eaten any? I only eat candies produced by the Mitsugashi company. Special Beauty Drop DX, which shows inside glamour of women in battles, 10,000 zenny per. I see. Special Beauty. The original price is only 10 zenny. Those super zombies are very strong. Once caught by them, even elite magic swordsmen can't escape. If they surround us, we will be finished. As we were talking, the pounding against the door got louder, and the crack got larger. There were at least 30 zombies outside. What could a mob characters do under this situation? Shouting no, help me, while running away by himself? There must be something else I could do before running away? Anyway, if we stayed here, we would die like mob characters. We'd better escape quickly. Cid. Exactly. Then our destination is the Oriana branch of Mitsugashi Company. Christina. Mitsugashi Company? Why? It is said that Mitsugashi Company are protecting urban residents, but I'm not sure whether it's true. Maybe the residents have all been killed. But we have no other choice. Yes. Mitsugashi Company should be fine. But depending on the situation, once the anti-Doem faction broke into the capital, death would be unavoidable. It was obvious that people would get infected once bitten by the zombies. The number of zombies outside the window seems to be decreasing. Let's jump out. Christina looked back at me and asked as she stepped on the windowsill. Cid-kun is currently in the Royal Capital Bushin Style Group 7th class. I'm in the 6th class. 6th class, but your kicking techniques are excellent, so you will definitely move up a class soon. Christina's face darkened at first, but she instantly gave me a smile while trying to gloss over it. Well, the Royal Capital Bushin Style Group 6th class is still at the bottom of the bunch, so it's unavoidable that she was feeling pessimistic. I'm in 2nd class, so let me carve away. It took her only a year to get to the 2nd class. She's awesome. She didn't look like a mob character. Following Christina, I jumped out the window. Chapter 200 Mysterious Architect Ada Lloyd Wright. By Maki-sama into Be a Power in the Shadows. 0. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. As we landed, we heard the sound of the door breaking down overhead. Run with all you have. If you strengthen your body while running, they won't be able to catch up to you. Christina. Since I would become a literal meteor if I ran too fast, I dashed after Christina at a mob swordsman level speed. She increased her speed with her smooth magic control. Come on, zombies will overrun us soon. We will be finished if we stop. Christina told me as she swung her sword to kill zombies in front of us. You understood. Sound of zombies running could be heard from behind us. They were extremely fast, comparable to hounds running at full speed. Ordinary people would have zero chance of escaping if they meet these zombies. Unfortunately, there were no Americans in this world. But there were swordsmen. Straight along this road. Ha, ha. I didn't forget to pant heavily like a true mob character. All the zombies ahead were killed by Christina. Thank you, Miss Mob. There. For some reason, at the end of the street, a modern Japanese-styled building stood, like it was brought from another world. It was Mitsugashi Company, no doubt. The architectural style was the exact same as what I've seen in my previous world. Why was there a Japanese-style building in such a country? The building style does not fit this world no matter how much you think about it. No matter how many times I see it, I can't help but marvel at its beauty. Its architectural style blends perfectly with the monotonous street. The architecture goes beyond the times. The style is so different from traditional architecture and yet, gives off the feeling of having a never-ending history behind it. Let's propose a toast to Ada Lloyd Wright, the genius architect, whose work won unanimous first place in last year's Architecture of the Year. After hearing Christina's praise for a modern Japanese department store, I accidentally made a strange noise. Why? How is this building amazing? Isn't this cultural blasphemy on the level of adding mayonnaise in chilled Chinese noodles? Editor's joke, it's like adding pineapple on pizza, don't kill me for this. Chilled Chinese noodles. Although I couldn't agree at all, we arrived at the Mitsugashi Company anyways. No, it's locked. Christina. Then break it. Cid. As I drew my sword, Christina's facial expression suddenly changed. I won't let you do that. She held out her arms before me as if to protect the door and glared at me. It is told that even if the royal palace is destroyed, the Mitsugashi Company Oriana branch should be protected at all costs. I won't let you lay a finger on it. No, think about our situation. Countless zombies were chasing after us at full speed. Cid-kun, don't you know how beautiful and detailed this door is? I have zero idea. No matter how I look, it's just a door. Then let me tell you, this door. Christina killed a zombie behind me before she finished her words. Such delicate and beautiful decoration. And so, she continued while killing many more zombies. The nuisance is busy now. Let's destroy it. While Christina was busy dealing with zombies, I injected magic into my sword. No. I ignored her despairing cry that sounded like her lover was being killed. Ada Lloyd Wright must be Ada. If I grab her by the neck, she will make even 10 or 20 doors like that. And then, the door opened with a rattling sound. Don't break down the door. Come in. Quick. A man's voice came from inside. I grabbed Christina by the neck and ran into the building. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Close the door. As we just got in, the bald Asen, uncle, immediately closed the door and locked it. Bang. 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 Although zombies outside kept pounding on the door didn't shake much. As expected, Mitsugashi Company's door is really sturdy. That's because of its special material which even magic swordsmen can't destroy. The bald Asen explained. Good grief. The smell is disgusting. Don't open the door again. I'm Swordsman Marguerite, a mercenary. What about you guys? I'm Christina, and this is Cid-kun. We are students of the Midgar Magic Swordsman Academy. What business do students from the Midgar Kingdom have with the Oriana Kingdom? My mother's hometown is in Oriana Kingdom. And Cid is traveling. Traveling during this period. Haha. I gave a forced smile trying to gloss over. I've heard that the Mitsugashi Company is protecting the neighborhood. Christina looked around. There were dozens of residents around, but it seemed that none of them were Mitsugashi Company's employee. They had escaped with most residents last night. The building was empty when we arrived here. We are late. Bad luck through and through, now we have to find a way to survive by ourselves. We may be able to count on the anti-Doem faction to rescue us. Of course it will be good if they can come here, however. Marguerite sighed. Have you seen it? Have you seen how many people in the city have become zombies? They certainly outnumber the soldiers outside. Yes. If the soldiers outside know about the situation in the city, they will never come in. So we are confined to this building, and can only wait for the zombies outside to starve to death. This building is but a trap that will spell the end for us all. Christina's face fell. I thought that Marguerite's consideration was a realistic and calm judgment of the current situation. In other words, we'll either have to wait for the zombies to starve to death, or to escape the city yourself without waiting for any outside help. Cid. Yes. Some people believe that the rescue team will arrive soon, but I don't have any hope for it. Marguerite. As a mercenary, Marguerite made a realistic judgment. The problems we currently have are certainly piled up. Anyway, it's great that you can become combat forces. If anything happens, we can fight together. Are us three the only swordsmen here? Seems so, we are the only ones that have combat experience. The rest has never even touched a sword before. So we must protect everyone here. Christina said firmly. I understand. But even so, we can only do our best. Yes. For the time being, we'd prepare ourselves for staying trapped here for a long time. I will take the command. Understood. Do you know what are the necessities for surviving? Water, food, and firewood. Correct. For water, we'll just need to wait for the snow to melt. We have enough firewood for the time being. But food. Tha. That's why I was against letting them in the building before. Before Marguerite finished his words, a resident shouted. There is not enough food. They should have been killed by zombies. We won't share food with you. Yes. Yes. This is our food. Several residents shouted, and others gazed at us hostilely. They are students of the Midgar Magic Swordsman Academy. Only the three of us can protect you. Marguerite intimidated in low voice. Ugh. As expected of a mercenary, he had a big impact on regular people. Residents bowed their heads obediently. Sorry, these guys only think for themselves. This is normal, don't sweat it. I think you guys have a rough idea by now. Food is a problem for us. Aren't there food left from the Mitsugashi Company? All valuable products were taken away by the employees of the Mitsugashi Company. Well, how many days do we have left until the food runs out? I'm not sure. Look, there is a little. Marguerite opened a large box in the center guarded by the residents. Surrounding residents shot them unfriendly glances. These are. The box was filled with luxuriously wrapped candies. Special Beauty Drop DX. Seeing the pile of 10,000 zenny candies, Christina shouted. The fact that these candies were left here proved that they may actually be worth only 10 zenny each. I looked at excited Christina with sympathy, and turned my gaze on other products left by Mitsugashi Company. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Most of the rest were clothes and furniture. As expected, the cheap items were left behind. Paintings and precious metals were taken away. Also, there seemed to be a pamphlet for financial products. Were these Mitsugashi Bank's advertisements? I had a strange feeling, so I opened the pamphlet. Super excellent products that completely guarantee your capital. We will pay you profits 3% of the funds every month. And the annual interest rate can reach 36%. Isn't it a scam? I couldn't help but want to tear the pamphlet apart. When I cultivated in the previous world, I also learned about investment in general. After all, Powers in the Shadows was inseparable from the materialistic world. Anyone who knows a little about economy will chuckle at the words guaranteed capitals. Monthly profits will make them laugh out loud and they will spew tea out of their noses when hearing the annual interest rate can reach 36%. But for those who don't have no knowledge of finance, these are some interesting deals. People knowing little about finance tended to feel reassured about so-called completely guaranteed capital, while the monthly profits could make them feel relieved, and then they would be dazzled by the annual interest rate of 36%. These advertisements feed on their unease and insecurity, and fanning the flames of their desire for easy cash. This kind of scam was based on such psychological tactics. This is a typical Ponzi scheme. Let me explain. The so-called Ponzi scheme is a super famous fraudulent investing scam. It pays profits to investors every month with funds received from them. For example, an investor invested 1 million zenny, and got 30,000 zenny as returns every month. After 1 year, he can get 1.36 million zenny totally including the original 1 million zenny. If you invest 10 million zenny, you can get 300,000 zenny every month, which meets the living standards of common civilians. Of course, you can withdraw your capital anytime. The scammer won't tell you the capital can be withdrawn though. By the way, a stable annual interest rate of 36% is impossible even for the top investors. The scammer will not use the capital to generate profits. He will only cut parts of the capital and give it back to investors as profits. Of course, if this goes on, the scheme will end in failure someday. However, the Ponzi scheme is an extremely effective scam that can make a lot of money in a short period of time. There are 3 reasons. First, the scheme is easy to gain trust. The profits of the Ponzi scheme is paid monthly at the beginning. Once investors get a few months of profits, they will feel reassured. This is a really cheap trust gained by just returning a few % of investment money. Second, investors will help contribute new funds. In fact, after trusting that they get profits monthly, investors will just invest more to make more money. Initially they invested 1 million zenny, and then it would increase to 2 million, 4 million, and 8 million. Gradually investors will have the desire to live only by profits. They will borrow money to invest more, or persuade relatives and friends to invest, that is to say, investors themselves have become advertising towers to help raise funds. Third, it is not easy to be exposed. The Ponzi scheme will not be considered as a scam during the period when profits are paid monthly. This scam can last from months to years. The scammer uses investors' money to enjoy wild merrymaking while waiting for investors to raise more funds. Then, once the scammer finds that he can no longer raise more funds, he will run away with huge sums of money. It would not be until then that investors realized that it was a scam. This is an efficient scam that makes all gears fit perfectly by manipulating the psychology of investors. No, why should the Mitsugashi company do this? Although the Ponzi scheme is a very efficient scam, it has a disadvantage. That is, it will inevitably fail one day. So the scammer must make preparations for escape before the scam fails. If the scam was set up by only one, then he could run away anyway, but the Mitsugashi company had no chance to escape, so it just went bankrupt. The risk was too high. No, but is it actually possible to achieve an annual interest rate of 36% in this world? If it was in the previous world, it was absolutely impossible, but in this world it might be true. If you searched, there must be a number of deceiving investment cases. In any case, they must intend to take full advantage of the knowledge copied from me in the previous world. I felt that it was entirely possible to do this. It's written that the investment period is up to 3 years. In this case, did the company seriously intend to operate at a 36% annual profit? The Mitsugashi company expanded its business at an amazing rate. They probably put most of their profits into the expansion of their careers. Is that to say these goods are used to recover funds? Because nowadays, money was needed anyway, so we collected money from customers, and then continued to increase our business through credit creation. Are they trying to conquer the world? If you didn't stop it, Mitsugashi company might actually become a monopoly here. But in this way, can it still be called a super good product? Are there any better advertisements in this pile? I flipped through those pamphlets. This insurance has no compound interest. This annual profit is only available in the first year. The pension here is collected from the age of 55. The average life expectancy in this world is only 65 years old. Okay. Goods filled with digital magic were displayed there. But even so, these were much better than those financial products of the previous world. The legal scams recommended by banks and insurance companies. No, it should be called a rip-off. No, it is necessary to pay more attention to goods bought for a sense of security and safety at a very high price. Wait, this pension is a lifelong system. The so-called lifelong pension, as the name suggests, is a pension that can be paid every month until the policyholder dies. Although the average life expectancy of this world is 65 years old, I plan to live for 500 years with the help of mana. Well, is this not an overwhelming victory? I had come across the best lifetime pension here. That's it. Every month, you can get 1 million zeni until death. Oh. On the side of the pamphlet there was a word smaller than the rice grain. Asterisk except for magic swordsman. I tore the pamphlet and threw it away. There is absolutely no serious product. If considered in this way, the 36% annual interest rate might also be used to attract customers. After all, people in this world knew nothing about financial products such as investment, insurance, and pensions. Sweet baits were used to lure people in the first 3 years. After that, it came to the main event. It's really treacherous. I suddenly thought that if the Ponzi scheme was implemented in this world, it would be a great success. But wait. Now I should concentrate on the zombie incident at first. And according to Doem's last words, I also have the capital of Oriana Kingdom issue to care about. But it's really unbelievable that there is almost no food left. Only the special beauty drop DX was left. Most foods were at very low cost and could barely avoid being spoiled, so there should have been more food left. There are reasons for having no food life. Marguerite-san answered my question. Translator, Maki-sama from. Proofreader, Hugh. Why is there no food left? Mr. Marguerite answered my question with a bitter face. Blame it on the group of nobles. Even though we were here first, while we were busy fortifying the building, they just went and monopolized the food. Alas! It felt like the end of the world. So that's why when we were seeking refuge, they didn't want to open the door for us. Mr. Marguerite nodded. Where are those nobles now? On the upper floor. But there are guards, we can't do anything. They just think about saving themselves. Scums? Yes, unfortunately. I also agreed. But why did they leave the special beauty drop DX? Because the candy tastes terrible. Taste terrible, hey. I should give it a try. Rude. It has a healthy taste. Wow, it's terrible. I spat out the candy. I had thought that there would be such a thing, so I just fetched a few candies in advance. This is a personal insult. SPDDX is not terrible. It has a noble taste that can only be understood by the god-chosen talents. A complete set of fairy tale tricks of the emperor's new clothes. Does it mean it requires an artistic delicacy to savor? Cid-kun, I see you finally realize how good the candy tastes. Christina picked up the candy I spat and said, it's still edible if we wash it. At least it is precious food. What should we do with the food problem? You are also nobleman, aren't you? Can you talk to the people above to spare some food over? I am just a poor baron from Midgar Kingdom. I should have guessed it. I had no expectations on you since the beginning. Don't worry. I trembled to the excitement. This was music to the ears for a mob character. But this lady is different. I know it straight away. Christina had a disposition of a noble protagonist from the top down. I was born in a grand family of Midgar Kingdom. Do you know which noble is above us right now? If I remember correctly, it is the Grand Ijiruwa's family. Sorry. Christina immediately apologized. Do I take your apology as that it is difficult to negotiate? No, I came to Oriana Kingdom for a different reason. Exactly, what reasons do you have to come to the Oriana during these times? I asked while letting go my own worry. An acquaintance in Oriana Kingdom proposed a marriage request to my family. During this period, it seems that they want to get things done before the war officially starts. In short, they wanted money. I am the fourth daughter in my house. Ive got close contact with the Grand Ijiruwa family in Oriana Kingdom thanks to the marriage request. Well, it would not be a bad thing if it had developed smoothly. It seems that it didn't develop smoothly. Yes. Although the marriage is settled, I am involved in this problem. My family have successfully escaped, fortunately enough. So, is that to say Christina's fiancé is Grand Ijiruwa? That's it. The Grant family also have their own problems. I am the fourth daughter, so I have already resolved myself that I couldn't choose my own partner. As long as he is not a bad person is enough. However, that gentleman is greedily swallowing food by himself above. He definitely is not a bad person, there must be some reasons why he is acting this way. If only I can say like this, Chris. I don't think you want to say this, I can basically see everyone's anger. Cid. From the surrounding civilians, I felt their murderous sights. Hold it. Grant Ijiruwa cares about me. I think I can negotiate. That's great. In fact, when I saw you, I knew you are a beautiful woman. Remember to get some more food. Phew, thank you. All thanks to the special beauty drop DX. That's right. Then, I will go negotiate. Christina stepped on the ladder. So, do you think she will come back? I tried to ask Mr. Marguerite. Who knows? We can only believe in the conscience of that lady. She is a marquis daughter. It would be better to say that her not coming back was the set pattern. If only the lady is fascinated in you, boy, then maybe. That's impossible. But just in case, I took an extra measure. What kind of measure? I called her a beautiful woman. That's it. That's it. Well. We looked up at the ladder without words. After a while. It was Christina screaming.